Chapter 1. The Apocalypse Simulator. The Apocalypse Simulator. Chen Tao gazed at the 5 black characters displayed on his phone, a slight frown creasing his brow. Has it been infected by a virus? Despite his attempts to swipe the screen or long press the power button, the phone remained unresponsive. Moments later, the 5 black characters gradually faded, replaced by the words "Start Game." Chen Tao typically indulged in games on his computer and seldom downloaded any on his mobile device. He was certain he had never installed a game called Apocalypse Simulator. Instinctively, he tapped Start Game, and the screen turned white, swiftly followed by lines of small black text appearing at 12 p.m. on June 17, 2035. A vast number of humans were infected by an unknown virus, transforming into terrifying zombies. Chen Tao glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall. Today was June 10, 2035. Although he had a keen interest in apocalyptic-themed movies and games, he could hardly believe this impending doom. After an entire page of text, he lightly touched the screen to view the next page. This time, the screen turned black, and lines of white text emerged. Before the apocalypse arrives, you may use the simulator for apocalypse simulations up to 3 times daily. Each simulation randomly presents 5 abilities, from which you may select 3 for the simulation. Upon completion, you can choose 1 ability to retain, with a maximum of 7 abilities. Ability selection. Time leap. Safely endure 10 days after the apocalypse arrives. White. Strength. Possess strength far exceeding that of an average person, with the potential for further enhancement through training. Purple. Agility. Enhance movement speed. White. Craftsmanship. Improve the ability to create items. White. Provocation. You enjoy stirring trouble and often provoke human survivors. If you kill an opponent, your strength will significantly increase. White. Please select 3 abilities to commence this simulation. Chen Tao scrutinized the 5 available abilities, thoughtfully stroking his chin. This was his first encounter with the Apocalypse Simulator. However, drawing on his extensive gaming experience and the annotations accompanying the abilities, he swiftly grasped their significance. Furthermore, the colors denoting the abilities allowed him to ascertain their relative strengths. He selected 1 purple ability and 2 white abilities, commencing the simulation. The Apocalypse Simulation has officially begun. Day 1. At noon, a cacophony of violent collisions erupted outside your abode. You are well prepared. Not a single zombie breaches your room. Day 2. Utilizing your homemade weapon, you repel a multitude of zombies, but sustain an arm injury. So soon to be injured. Day 3. An armored rescue team appears outside, clearing zombies and searching for remaining survivors. You decide to follow the military to the survivor camp. Day 4. You accompany the rescue armored vehicle in search of survivors, but the vehicle falls into a trap. You single-handedly pull the armored vehicle out, garnering the military's attention. Goodness, that was an armored vehicle. Is this strength ability truly that formidable? Day 5. You provoke the humans at the camp, and they stab you fatally with a knife. You have met your demise. This summary killed 16 ordinary zombies, survived for 5 days. Only 5 days? Chen Tao recalled previous text-based survival games where he had survived for hundreds of days. The record of these 5 days ignited his competitive spirit. Moreover, he hadn't even perished at the hands of the zombies. Choose an ability to retain. Strength. This ability was indeed powerful. Had it not been for the provocation, Chen Tao was certain he could have lasted much longer. He promptly selected the purple ability, preparing to initiate the next simulation. Each simulation requires a 2-hour recovery period. Please rest for 2 hours before commencing the next simulation. The phone returned to normal functionality, yet Chen Tao remained unsettled. After searching for some time, he found no trace of the Apocalypse Simulator game on his device. How peculiar, he muttered, shaking his head as he swiftly exited his rental apartment. With the rapid advancement of technology, many jobs have gradually been supplanted by machines. For instance, the delivery industry has begun to deploy numerous robots, but the current database is still incomplete, necessitating human involvement for certain tasks. Chen Tao might be among the last cohort of delivery personnel. Hey you, the machine is malfunctioning today. Could you handle this delivery? Upon arriving at the warehouse center, Chen Tao was immediately assigned a task by his supervisor. In this era, individuals like Chen Tao, lacking any notable family background and having graduated from an ordinary university, find it nearly impossible to secure employment. Thus, he cherished this job immensely, Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly checked the cargo and set off to make the delivery. In truth, there was only one package remaining to be delivered. However, its location was rather remote, and the cargo was quite substantial. The roads were not particularly busy, and in his eagerness to complete the task swiftly, Chen Tao drove at a brisk pace. After navigating a winding mountain road, he reached the summit. What should have been a 50-minute journey was accomplished in just over 30 minutes. Is there really a martial arts studio operating up here? Chen Tao had lived in Jiangxing for 25 years, but had never heard of a martial arts studio in the vicinity. A strikingly graceful woman emerged from the studio, prompting Chen Tao to hastily exit his vehicle and retrieve the delivery receipt. Are you the only one here? The woman inquired coolly. Yes. Chen Tao nodded. I noted that the items are quite heavy and need to be moved inside. This, Chen Tao hesitated slightly. He had not noticed any such note. If you cannot unload the cargo, I will give you a negative review. For Chen Tao, a single negative review could jeopardize his job. I will see if I can manage to move it. He stammered, steeling himself 400 kilograms. Even 3 people would struggle to lift it. The woman's words struck Chen Tao like a bucket of cold water. In a world where labor-intensive jobs were becoming increasingly scarce, most individuals lacked the strength to lift objects equal to their own weight, save for those who enjoyed. Physical exercise at a 400-kilogram item would be a challenge even for 4 people. While Chen Tao did engage in physical training, he could only lift around 150 to 160 pounds at most, making the 400 kilograms utterly unmanageable. The delivery slip bore no notes, yet upon glancing at the woman's ordering phone, it clearly indicated the need for assistance and even added a transportation fee. If he failed to move the cargo, the woman's negative review would be justified, considering she had paid an additional sum for shipping. Understanding that someone had tampered with the order, Chen Tao recognized that now was not the time to investigate. Ultimately, regardless of the circumstances, a negative review would cost him his job, and none of those in charge would heed his explanations. Gazing at the nearly 2-meter-long package in the van's trunk, a surge of inexplicable confidence welled within him, leading him to believe he could lift this 400-kilogram burden. Surely, you cannot genuinely think you can move that? Chapter 2. The Golden Gift. The Eye of Insight. How could you possibly possess such immense strength? Outside the martial arts hall atop the mountain, the woman gazed with wide eyes, a look of disbelief etched upon her face. She simply could not fathom that the seemingly frail Chen Tao could lift a 400-kilogram iron spear. How could I possibly possess such strength? Chen Tao was equally astonished within. Where should I place this? Follow me. The woman regained her composure and led Chen Tao into the hall. From the exterior, it appeared to be a modest martial arts facility, yet upon entering the inner courtyard, a world of wonder unfolded. The courtyard was 2 or 3 times larger than Chen Tao had envisioned. Just place it here. Following the woman's instructions, Chen Tao set the item down before a weapons rack. The woman hastily unwrapped the packaging and inspected the contents. Indeed, it is the Xian iron spear. Subsequently, she attempted to lift it with both hands, yet the spear remained immovable. The icy demeanor that once graced her countenance had vanished, and she turned to Chen Tao. Should I place it up here? Chen Tao inquired politely. At that moment, he had no inclination to ponder why his strength had surged. It was far more crucial to avoid receiving negative feedback from the woman and to ensure his livelihood. Yes, she replied with a nod. Chen Tao, not daring to be negligent, exerted himself, lifting the Xian iron spear and gently placing it upon the weapons rack. Is there anything else I can assist with? He asked. And no, that's all. Could I receive a 5-star review? What is your name? The woman countered without answering. Chen Tao. Upon hearing his name, the woman nodded. The 5-star review. All right, I understand. Hearing this, Chen Tao finally exhaled in relief. After departing from the mountain martial arts hall, Chen Tao returned directly to the storage center. The supervisor was not present at the moment, so he waited in the vehicle for work assignments. Ding. Suddenly, Chen Tao's phone emitted a sound. Simulator cooldown complete. Would you like to activate the simulation? The simulator? Chen Tao's eyes flickered slightly, his heartbeat quickening. Strongman. On his way back, he had been perplexed by the sudden surge in his strength, and it was only at this moment that clarity dawned upon him. Could it be that everything was indeed real? Would there be a zombie outbreak in 7 days? If a zombie apocalypse were truly imminent, then Chen Tao contemplated various scenarios but quickly regained his composure. He was merely an ordinary individual, and his capabilities were inherently limited. I cannot squander any time. Chen Tao promptly chose to activate the simulation. Talent selection. Peach Blossom connection. In the apocalypse, you will not lack companions of the opposite sex, who may assist you in navigating numerous challenges. Blue. Eye of Insight. Possesses an extraordinarily unique observational ability, capable of perceiving information that eludes the average person, with certain items displayed in data form. Gold. Cold resistance. Able to operate normally in low-temperature environments. Memory enhancement. A capacity for memory slightly superior to that of the average individual, allowing one to recall events from the previous day. Mastery of blades. The ability to adeptly wield various knives, unleashing extraordinary prowess. The Eye of Insight, a golden talent. Through Chen Tao's speculation, it became evident that the apocalypse could indeed be imminent, and acquiring such a golden talent at this moment was truly a fortuitous blessing for him. Without hesitation, Chen Tao opted for the golden Eye of Insight, followed by the purple Mastery of Blades, and ultimately selected the blue talent, Endless Blossoms, based on the color hierarchy. He hoped not to be swept away by the rescue team this time. After all, possessing a golden talent meant he could operate independently without issue. The trauma from his demise at the camp during the last simulation still lingered, and with the camp's chaotic environment, ensuring his privacy was exceedingly challenging. The apocalypse simulation commenced in earnest. Day 1. At noon, a cacophony of violent collisions erupted outside your dwelling. You were thoroughly prepared. No zombie could breach your sanctuary, and you began to acclimate to the Eye of Insight's abilities. Day 2. You adeptly utilized the Eye of Insight, striking zombies' vital points with precision and effortlessly dispatching them. You commenced organizing your belongings, intending to venture outside in search of additional supplies and information. Day 3. You made your way to the storage facility, rescuing a woman along the way. It took you 2 hours to dismantle the facility's defense systems, establishing it as your base. This Endless Blossoms talent proved remarkably effective. Day 4. The rescue team arrived. After conferring with the woman, you both decided to remain at the storage facility. However, Chen Tao furrowed his brow. During the previous simulation, the rescue team had appeared on the third day. Why was it different this time? Day 5. Through conversation, you learned her name was Su Mushua. She imparted some martial arts knowledge, enabling you to engage zombies with greater ease. Day 6. Countless zombies launched an assault on the storage facility. You fought valiantly until nightfall, ultimately repelling all the zombies. Day 7. You noticed a gaunt zombie outside the storage facility, appearing quite peculiar. After careful consideration, you chose not to venture outside. Day 8. The gaunt zombie breached the storage facility, and you met your demise. Dead. Even with a golden talent, you perished? Chen Tao's expression shifted uneasily. Summary. 219 ordinary zombies slain. Survival for 8 days. Please choose to retain your talent. The Eye of Insight. The simulator entered another cooldown period. While Chen Tao fell into deep contemplation, this simulation imparted a crucial insight. His will could alter the trajectory of the simulation, and events would unfold accordingly. Yet, why had the timing of the rescue team's arrival differed between the two simulations? The information provided by the simulator is exceedingly vague. However, it is noted that the protagonist encountered the rescue team at 2 distinct locations, the first being his rented accommodation, and the second, a storage center. It is puzzling how a journey from the storage center to his rental could take merely half an hour, yet the events transpired over a day. Furthermore, the origins of the formidable zombie remain a mystery. In this instance, Chen Tao met his demise at the hands of this powerful undead creature. To ensure his survival, he must either eliminate this threat preemptively or distance himself from the storage center, or even from Jiang City altogether. The imperative is to devise a strategy to neutralize this zombie, as that is the essence of the simulator's purpose. The simulator is designed to function as a harbinger of foresight, resolving issues before they manifest. Mere evasion will not rectify all dilemmas. For relocation may lead to encounters with even more formidable zombies. Upon concluding his reflections, Chen Tao disembarked from the vehicle, surveying the familiar expanse of the storage center. This location truly possesses the potential to serve as a survival base. Although Jiang City is classified as a third-tier city, its population rivals that of a second-tier metropolis. This storage center is the largest transit hub in all of Jiang City, and during the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, countless goods would converge here. Most significantly, there exists an impregnable storage facility underground, which would remain secure even in the event of a nuclear explosion. Apart from this storage center, the majority of subways and underground storage facilities in cities ranked third tier and above are constructed to similar specifications. Indeed, prior to the onset of the apocalypse, it would be prudent to await developments here. Additionally, preparations should be made to acquire weaponry, for while melee weapons are formidable, they pale in comparison to the lethality of bullets. Chen Tao stroked his chin, contemplating his forthcoming plans. Chapter 3. A million in 10 minutes. Manager Wang, I have transferred all the funds to you. Rest assured, I have arranged for the job. Vacancies will arise shortly. In the surveillance room of the storage center, the manager chuckled as he ended the call, only for his expression to darken immediately thereafter. The salary of a courier is not particularly substantial. Yet in this era of scarce employment, it suffices to support a family, leading to a plethora of individuals eager to secure such positions. The manager had previously hinted to Chen Tao about the possibility of a kickback, yet Chen Tao failed to grasp the implications of the manager's suggestion. Consequently, the manager orchestrated the courier assignment, altering all the required notes under the assumption that Chen Tao would be unable to fulfill them, thereby ensuring he would receive a poor evaluation and be justifiably dismissed. However, upon reviewing the ratings, the manager was taken aback to find that Chen Tao had garnered a 5-star review. The manager, under the scrutiny of his superior, the director, recognized that in order to dismiss Chen Tao, he would need to fabricate a legitimate reason. As for Chen Tao, the information currently at his disposal is exceedingly limited, consisting of only 2 vague objectives: to establish the storage center as a base and to procure additional weaponry. Outsiders are barred from entering the storage center, yet Chen Tao, as an employee, can return here before the outbreak, which should not prove overly complicated. Moreover, it would be advantageous to secure access to the underground warehouse beforehand. After all, during the initial moments of the zombie outbreak, every second is of the essence. He was reluctant to squander precious time here, and even more so to jeopardize the external defenses only to mend them later. It was crucial to prioritize his tasks, of course. If he discovered a superior location or grew powerful enough to render a base unnecessary in the forthcoming simulations, Chen Tao would not hesitate to dismiss his supervisor. Even if he resigned now and managed to acquire a substantial amount of cash, spending it would pose a challenge, as personal information had become nearly transparent. In the event of becoming a mere guinea pig before the apocalypse struck, complications would only multiply. With 7 days remaining, though the timeline was pressing, he could not afford to act in haste. While Chen Tao pondered, Supervisor Wang briskly exited the monitoring room, adjusting his clothing. You there, tidy this up. The manager will be here shortly, Wang remarked casually as he passed by Chen Tao. Without delay, Chen Tao commenced with the cleanup. Moments later, several black vans halted outside the storage center, followed by the manager and a dozen others entering the facility. Apart from the manager of the storage center, the others were senior mechanical engineers specifically summoned to repair the CC robot. This CC robot, with a staggering cost of over 40 million, played a pivotal role within the entire logistics system, and any malfunction rendered the system nearly incapacitated. Manager Zhang, this malfunction is quite significant. It will require at least 2 days for repairs, and all operations must cease during this time. A foreign expert declared in halting Mandarin. What? 2 days? If we delay even 1 more hour, our storage center will be overwhelmed with cargo. Manager Zhang responded urgently. No, it absolutely cannot take that long. If it can be fixed within half a day, I will pay 3 times the price. He insisted. Manager Zhang, this is not a matter of money. Even if you offered 100 times the price, no one could resolve it in such a short time frame. The expert shook his head. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang comprehended that the machine could indeed not be repaired in the short term. Meanwhile, not far away, Chen Tao's expression was one of sheer fascination. Goodness. So this is how the eye of insight operates. Is this not akin to having X-ray vision? Chen Tao mused, as he observed an array of textual information manifest at the mere thought. Item: CC robot. Speed: 4 meters per second. Threat: 0. Function: utilized for sorting and distributing goods and logistics. Classified as a basic level robot. Drawback: lacks intelligence. You. What is your name? The manager demanded angrily, pointing at Chen Tao. Chen Tao, he replied. You are fired. The entire storage center was about to halt operations for 2 days due to the machine repairs, and with anger boiling within him with no outlet, the manager directed all his frustration towards the grinning Chen Tao. Beside them, Supervisor Wang felt an inward delight. He no longer had to expend mental energy contemplating how to dismiss Chen Tao. Dismiss me? Chen Tao was taken aback, recalling his earlier conduct, which indeed had been somewhat inappropriate. With merely 7 days until the apocalypse, even without this job, his savings would suffice to sustain him until the end. And he could also borrow money to acquire necessary equipment. However, once the end times arrived, returning to this storage center would pose a considerable challenge. Are you deaf? Manager Zhang has already terminated your employment. Get out immediately. Supervisor Wang pointed at Chen Tao. Leaving is an option. But allow me a moment to express that repairing this machine will take no more than 10 minutes. Even if I were to dawdle, 2 days would be excessive. Chen Tao shook his head and prepared to turn away. Wait, what did you just say? Manager Zhang had heard him clearly. He did not believe Chen Tao could repair the machine, but perhaps he was acquainted with a particularly skilled engineer. It was inconceivable that anyone could fix it within a day, let alone in 10 minutes. The foreign expert snorted disdainfully. And what if I were to repair it within 10 minutes? Chen Tao asked with a smile. Even if it takes an hour, I shall concede to any request you make. Manager Zhang, feeling desperate, did not truly trust Chen Tao, yet every moment wasted would incur immense pressure and losses. If you can repair it in 10 minutes, I will never repair another machine again. The foreign expert asserted earnestly. That is unnecessary. There is no deep-seated enmity. Nor do I wish to jeopardize anyone's livelihood. Let us make a wager. If I fail to repair it within 10 minutes, I shall pay you 1 million. Conversely, if I succeed, you will pay me 1 million. What do you say? Chen Tao proposed. Agreed. 1 million is a trifling sum for such a top-tier expert. The expert readily acquiesced. Seeing the quick acceptance, Chen Tao wasted no time and swiftly approached the machine. Although his specialty was mechanical engineering, he had never encountered such high-precision machinery, let alone attempted to repair it. However, he now possessed the extraordinary talent of insight, which revealed the malfunctioning components of the machine and provided solutions. This was akin to having the answers to a test. You may start the timer, Chen Tao declared, standing firm and turning to smile at the foreign expert. The expert glanced at his watch. The second hand moved slowly, completing a full rotation in 1 minute. And then he heard Chen Tao's voice. Done. Though the words were spoken lightly, they thundered in the foreign expert's ears. My apologies, it seems even simpler than anticipated. Chen Tao replied nonchalantly. As his words fell, the entire logistics system began to operate seamlessly. This is impossible. The foreign expert's eyes widened in disbelief, while Supervisor Wang felt as though he had swallowed a fly from a latrine, enduring an unbearable sensation. Chapter 4. The third simulation. Chen Tao, you are truly a remarkable talent, previously overlooked like a pearl concealed in dust. Rest assured, individuals of your caliber will certainly be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Manager Zhang grasped Chen Tao's hand, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Thank you, Manager Zhang, for your high regard. My passion for this field has led me to explore it independently during my leisure time. Chen Tao responded with a smile. The foreign expert's eyes twitched slightly at this remark. The skills he possessed had been acquired through immense effort and financial investment, yet Chen Tao spoke of it so lightly. Here is my business card. Shortly, my assistant will transfer funds to Mr. Chen's account. If possible, I would like to arrange a time to discuss matters further. The foreign expert approached Chen Tao. I am rather busy at the moment. Chen Tao casually accepted the business card. The individual before him was indeed a significant figure. And prior to the onset of the apocalypse, Chen Tao preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. After some pleasantries, Manager Zhang bid farewell to the foreign expert and subsequently convened a meeting with the heads of various departments in the storage center's conference room. Chen Tao was directly appointed as the head of the logistics department, responsible for daily operations and the formulation of departmental work plans. After all, the workforce at the storage center was not extensive. As a leader, there was little to manage. Ensuring the machinery operated smoothly was paramount. Since Chen Tao mysteriously acquired this simulator, merely a morning had passed, and he had ascended from an ordinary employee to a department head. Of course, whether as a head or a manager, these positions held little value in the face of the impending apocalypse. However, before its arrival, this role could afford him numerous conveniences. The meeting concluded swiftly, and Manager Zhang departed by car, leaving Chen Tao to settle into the spacious office of the department head. Director Chen. Supervisor Wang stood anxiously outside Chen Tao's office. Given his previous demeanor towards Chen Tao, it was highly likely that he would face retribution or even outright dismissal. Yet, At this moment, Chen Tao was absorbed in contemplating how to utilize the current conditions for survival once the apocalypse struck, having no inclination to dwell on matters with Supervisor Wang. Moreover, Chen Tao's primary concern was the stability of the storage center. He hoped to avoid any disturbances before the onset of the apocalypse. Any personnel changes would undoubtedly consume valuable time, hence he had no intention of acting against Supervisor Wang. Please leave for now. I need a moment to think. Chen Tao waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Wang shivered again, his anxiety deepening. Yet, recognizing the hierarchy, he dared not voice any objections and quickly retreated respectfully. Chen Tao pondered for over 10 minutes in his office, yet found no conclusive thoughts. This place was not as chaotic as foreign lands, and firearms were not easily acquired. Should he manage to obtain a weapon, it would certainly invite considerable trouble. Before long, Chen Tao's phone chimed softly, signaling the conclusion of the third cooldown period. This time, Chen Tao did not hastily commence the simulation. Instead, he retrieved a notebook and a pen from the drawer, intending to meticulously document each simulation to prevent any omissions. Once everything was prepared, Chen Tao eagerly embarked on the simulation. Were the talents satisfactory? Among the 5 randomly manifested abilities, 3 were of blue quality. Although they lacked the potency of gold and purple talents, they were still reasonably competent. Agile movement, reckless action, and iron will. Chen Tao opted for the 3 blue talents, as the primary objective of this simulation was to investigate the origin of that formidable zombie, rather than to prolong his survival. According to the simulator's guidance, he could simulate 3 times a day, with 7 days remaining until the apocalypse. As long as he did not squander any cooling time, he would have a total of 21 simulation opportunities. These numerous simulations could yield 7 extraordinary talents and a wealth of information regarding the apocalypse. Chen Tao felt this was not an insurmountable task. The apocalypse simulation officially begins. Day 1. At noon, the sounds of violent collisions resonated outside the storage center. You were well prepared. Even the ferocious assaults of the zombies outside could not breach the defenses of the storage center. Day 2. Armed with weapons, you ventured out in search of information regarding the super zombie, but returned empty-handed. Day 3. You arrived at the exterior of a towering building, where you discovered a throng of zombies. Utilizing your agile movement and iron will, you charged directly into the horde, making your way to the top floor. Ultimately, in the office at the pinnacle of the building, you encountered a diminutive yet overwhelmingly powerful zombie, which swiftly annihilated you. Summary: you defeated 309 ordinary zombies, earned no achievements, and survived for 3 days. Please select talents to retain. As he absorbed the displayed information, the tip of his pen danced across the paper, quickly recording every detail. After half a minute, his phone returned to normal functionality, and he chose not to retain any talents, confident that he would encounter superior talents than blue in the subsequent simulations. This time, due to his proactive approach, his survival duration was even shorter than in the first simulation. Nonetheless, he had acquired a wealth of information. Firstly, the location of this simulation differed from the previous 2. Chen Tao speculated that the earlier outcomes were influenced by his expulsion, while this time, his insightful eye had elevated him to the position of director of the storage center. Secondly, any retained talents could not be carried into new simulations. Each simulation permitted the use of only the selected 3 talents. Without powerful talents, he could not extend his survival, thereby limiting the information he could gather. Each simulation would alter due to the different conditions, allowing him to prepare more thoroughly. Even without formidable talents, it was possible to prolong his existence. However, that super zombie was overwhelmingly powerful, and he must devise a strategy to eliminate it beforehand. Nearby stood 6 or 7 towering edifices, yet the simulator made no mention of their names. Promptly documenting the details of this simulation, Chen Tao opened his computer and searched for information regarding all the buildings in Jiang City. Over a decade ago, Jiang City initiated a redevelopment plan, designating the eastern region as a residential area and the western region for commerce and employment. The storage center occupied a central position, flanked by hybrid buildings that served both residential and entertainment purposes, as well as commercial shopping complexes, making it challenging to pinpoint a target. The Jiang City Business Center, the Huangyu Financial City, and the Twin Towers. Only these 3 structures housed offices on their uppermost floors. After a meticulous process of elimination, Chen Tao narrowed down the potential locations to these 3 buildings. Had he still been an ordinary courier, Even with the apocalypse looming, he would glean no useful information. However, at that moment, he had ascended to the role of director of the storage center, endowed with the authority to access the information of any citizen in Jiang City. Within mere minutes, Chen Tao retrieved the personal details of the general managers of those 3 buildings from the extensive database. Jin Shuangshi, among the 3 managers. Only this individual appeared slender. Chapter 5. The double gravity training chamber. After leaving the storage center, Chen Tao did not return home. The impending apocalypse granted him little time. The resources at the storage center were abundantly sufficient. He required no further preparations. The most pressing matter was to enhance his own capabilities swiftly. Chen Tao had already acquired the strength talent, rendering ordinary training ineffective for him. However, he had only possessed this talent for less than 12 hours, and thus lacked an accurate assessment of his current strength. It was essential not only to clearly understand the intensity of his power, but also to adapt and apply it to fully harness the potential of his strength talent. As the city lights began to glow, the streets gradually filled with people. It was only at night that Jiang City came alive. Chen Tao drove to the Twin Towers in the Eastern Commercial District, a landmark of Jiang City, notable for its height and expansive area, the largest in the city. On the 9th floor of the Twin Towers was the Jinhua Fitness Center, the sole 5-star fitness facility in all of Jiang City. The general manager here was indeed Jin Shuangshi, and based on Chen Tao's prior assessment, this Jin Shuangshi could very well transform into an enhanced zombie upon the onset of the apocalypse. This visit served not only to gauge his physical condition, but also to familiarize himself with the layout of the area. Welcome to Jinhua Fitness Center. As he stepped out of the elevator, 2 young women with innocent appearances and sweet voices approached him. Chen Tao merely nodded slightly, preparing to continue deeper into the establishment. "Sir, are you here to work out?" One of the women inquired with a smile. Given his previous modest income, his attire consisted merely of inexpensive garments worth a mere few dollars. Yet, the cheapest membership card here cost a staggering 100,000 yuan. At this moment, Chen Tao appeared more like someone searching for a person rather than a gym enthusiast. Indeed, fitness. Had it not been for the absence of exercise equipment at home and the necessity to reserve online for any potential purchases, Chen Tao would certainly not have ventured here. "Our gym operates on a scheduled fee, charging 1,500 per hour," emphasized another woman. "Zhang Jia, aren't we offering a half-hour complimentary trial?" "Allow me to give this gentleman a brief tour," said Xiao Yun. "I understand you're new here and eager to make a mark, but there's no need to squander time." The woman cast a fleeting glance at Chen Tao. "Let us begin with an hour," Chen Tao stated, casually producing a bank card. "Sir, my time is quite precious," Chen Tao replied with an expressionless demeanor. This card contained not only 1,000,000 transferred from a foreign expert, but also an additional 500,000 rewarded by the storage center manager. Hence, Chen Tao was indifferent to the fee of 1,005. In the face of an impending apocalypse, these remaining funds were merely digits devoid of significance. "Sir, my name is Fang Yunyun. You may call me Xiao Yun. Allow me to give you a brief overview of our gym facilities," she continued. "This is the stretching area, designated for warm-ups before workouts. Over here is the cardiovascular exercise room, mainly for aerobic training, equipped with an air conditioning system and a music setup." As Fang Yunyun dutifully described the gym's layout and equipment usage, Chen Tao inquired, "Are there private practice rooms available?" "Yes, but they require a silver membership," replied Fang Yunyun. "A silver membership?" "Indeed. Regular members receive only a few discounts, while silver members enjoy access to exclusive training rooms, as well as professional trainers and 2 service staff," she elucidated. Chen Tao surveyed the gym. Apart from the staff and a few burly trainers, there were no other patrons. Most of our clientele comprises silver and gold members, hence the lack of people around. What distinguishes gold members from silver members? A gold membership necessitates a fee of 700,000, providing a bespoke gym experience tailored to you, along with guidance from various trainers in disciplines such as taekwondo and boxing. Those who apply for membership here are typically individuals with ample time, energy, and resources. For them, 700,000 is but a trifling sum. "Please arrange for a private room." "Why, you mean?" Fang Yunyun faltered momentarily before quickly regaining her composure. "Shall I assist you in selecting a trainer?" "No need. Just a private room will suffice," Chen Tao responded, handing her the bank card. Fang Yunyun, not daring to delay, retrieved a palm-sized device and gently scanned the card. "Congratulations on becoming a silver member of Jinshi Gym. I will now guide you to the private training room. Chen Tao merely nodded, following Fang Yunyun to a gym room. The space, estimated to be over 300 square meters, was filled with an array of fitness equipment and numerous devices for measuring physical performance. The gym is replete with an array of equipment, intricate and complex, with some devices that even Fang Yunyun has yet to fully master. You can go now? I wish to practice alone for a while, Chen Tao remarked nonchalantly. Very well, I shall remain outside. If you require anything, just call, and I shall come in. After Fang Yunyun departed, Chen Tao warmed up briefly before embarking on a personal strength assessment. 550 kilograms seems about right. A grip strength of 210 kilograms is also commendable. Upon completing his evaluations, Chen Tao gained a more comprehensive understanding of his physical capabilities. If I could only continue to strengthen myself further and acquire some combat techniques. Turning his gaze to a nearby array of training devices resembling space capsules, he felt a surge of insight, a wealth of information unfolded before him, akin to a meticulous user manual. This eye of insight truly is a treasure of a talent. Although he was already aware of the potency of this gift, each utilization still left Chen Tao in awe. Item: Double Gravity Training Capsule. Threat: 0. Function: utilizes centrifugal force to amplify gravitational acceleration by an additional 2g, providing a modest enhancement to the user's muscle strength in a hypergravity environment. Drawback: the potential for enhancement is quite limited. Advantage: simultaneously stimulates the external environment during training, promoting synaptic plasticity in the cerebellum and enhancing neural signal transmission. Usage: enter the training capsule once physical metrics meet the criteria and press the red button to commence. My current physical capabilities are approximately 4 to 5 times that of an average person. I wonder if this training capsule will still be beneficial. Knowledge is gained through practice, and without hesitation, Chen Tao strode toward the apparatus to initiate his gravity training. Outside the gym, Fang Yunyun stood vigil at the entrance. Yet the chamber remained eerily silent. Did he just acquire a silver membership? A familiar voice echoed from behind her, and she turned to find Sister Zhang, the trainer who had been mentoring her. Sister Zhang, he just obtained a silver membership, Fang Yunyun responded, having worked at the gym for 3 years. Sister Zhang had only managed to secure 2 regular members. In contrast, Fang Yunyun, having just joined 2 weeks prior, had already recruited a silver member. With this achievement, she was poised to swiftly rise to the position of team leader. Xiaoyan, being new, you may not yet grasp many of the rules and nuances concerning the equipment. Moreover, many high-tier members possess peculiar preferences, and I worry you may inadvertently offend a client if you are not careful. What I mean is, let me handle this client while you continue to learn from me. Chapter 6. Achievement: Demon Hunter in the Dead of Night. The twin towers of Jiang City remained aglow with lights. Inside the gym, the hatch of the training capsule gradually opened, and Chen Tao blinked awake. It seems to have had some effect. I just wonder how much I have improved. Stretching his limbs, he conducted another round of testing, discovering that the weight he could lift had increased by 2 kilograms. A mere chat is better than nothing. If it could be transformed, perhaps the outcome would be even more favorable. Before Chen Tao could finish his thought, a sudden chime resonated. Instinctively, he reached for his phone, and it was already midnight. June 11th, 2035, 12 o'clock a.m. Ability selection: Immunity enhancement. Increases one's immunity to viruses, thereby reducing the risk of infection. Blue, sharpshooter, possesses exceptional accuracy when using ranged weaponry. Purple, heat resistance, capable of functioning normally in high-temperature environments. White, affability, exhibits greater charm in interpersonal communication. Blue, killing techniques, capable of delivering a lethal blow to enemies. Purple, the abilities presented this time were significantly superior to those in the third simulation. Chen Tao promptly selected 2 purple abilities and 1 immunity enhancement, hastily retrieving his notebook to record the details. The apocalypse simulation officially commences. Day 1, at noon. You discovered a mechanical crossbow and a long sword in the storage center, and proceeded to the Twin Towers to eliminate an enhanced zombie. Day 2, you dispatched several nearby zombies. Day 3, you successfully rescued a female survivor. Day 4, a rescue team arrived, but you chose not to accompany them to the survivor camp. Day 5, through conversation, you learned her name is Su Mushue, who imparted some martial arts knowledge, enabling you to combat zombies with greater ease. Day 8, You eliminated more nearby zombies, yet other survivors remained elusive. Su Mushue fell into a deep slumber, and you experienced a wave of negative emotions. Due to Chen Tao's early resolution of the formidable zombie, he managed to navigate through the 8th day unscathed. Fortunately, there was another person by his side. Were he alone, the relentless slaying of zombies might have driven him to despair within just a few days. Chen Tao furrowed his brow, contemplating that if the apocalypse truly descended, the solitude could prove far more disheartening than the zombies themselves. Day 9. Su Mushue's temperature surged rapidly. You administered antipyretic medication, yet it yielded no effect. Day 10. The zombies outside have diminished significantly, but Su Mushue remains in a deep coma. As you prepare to rest, you hear violent crashes outside and discover that the storage center is besieged by hundreds of zombie dogs. Day 11. The zombie dogs are exceedingly powerful, and you sustain injuries. Day 12. You lose your combat ability. Fortunately, Su Mushue awakens, seemingly endowed with newfound abilities, and she vanquishes numerous zombie dogs. Day 13. Among the horde of zombie dogs is an enhanced one, and Su Mushue is injured. Ultimately, you succumb to your wounds. Summary. You have slain 571 ordinary zombies and 1 enhanced zombie, achieving 1 accomplishment and surviving for 13 days. First kill of an enhanced zombie. Earning the Demon Hunter achievement. Demon Hunter. Immune to the attacks of enhanced zombies. Is this truly the end of the world? It is nothing short of hellish difficulty. Chen Tao furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the final outcome. Even with the enhancement of his talents, he had only managed to survive a mere 13 days. However, this simulation had provided an abundance of information, with the most significant being a woman named Su Mushue, who seemed to have awakened some extraordinary talent, successfully hunting down numerous zombie dogs. Had it not been for that enhanced zombie dog, with Su Mushue's assistance, Chen Tao surely could have extended his survival. Furthermore, Su Mushue's awakening had occurred too recently. She had yet to fully adapt to the changes within her body. It was imperative to devise a plan to locate Su Mushue before the apocalypse fully descended, ideally uncovering the conditions for her awakening, thus granting her ample time to acclimate to her newfound abilities. Ultimately, he needed to ascertain the origin of these zombie dogs. Please choose to retain a talent. Chen Tao found himself ensnared in a dilemma as he surveyed the 3 available talents, with 20 simulations remaining. Opting to preserve a talent would leave him with merely 4 slots. Should 5 golden talents emerge from the ensuing simulations, he would have no remedy for regret. Of course, there was also the possibility of encountering a scenario akin to the 3rd simulation yesterday, yielding only blue or lower-tier talents. While this likelihood was slim, it was not entirely absent. He decided against making a selection, believing that superior talents awaited him in the future. Gritting his teeth, Chen Tao resolved to forego this opportunity to retain a talent. In truth, he held little faith in the current talents, as both purple talents were skill-based, which he could gradually accumulate through learning and practical experience. The golden talent, Eye of Insight, paired with a strong physique, would enable him to master basic combat techniques, making the hunting of ordinary and even enhanced zombies a manageable endeavor. Chen Tao slowly closed his notebook, and immediately, fatigue washed over him, prompting an involuntary yawn. He had formulated a plan for the tasks ahead, yet the hour was late, and possessing ample energy was equally vital. The room contained a fitness area as well as a resting space. He decided to rest for a few hours, intending to return to the storage center at dawn. Moments later, the room was filled with the sound of his snoring. It felt as though he were ensconced in an interminable dream, within which an endless horde of zombies surged toward him while he wielded a long blade, tirelessly dispatching them one by one. At times, the terror evoked by words surpassed that of visual imagery, for the realm of imagination conjured by text is vast. Despite the knowledge of the impending apocalypse and the zombie outbreak, Chen Tao's panic did not manifest outwardly. The existence of the simulator afforded him a wealth of preparation time. Yet, judging by the results of each simulation, it was evident that this was the true end of days for all. Even with the aid of talents and the simulator, survival had barely extended to 13 days at most. Chen Tao suddenly opened his eyes, his back drenched in sweat. It was merely a nightmare. After regaining his composure, he stepped out onto the balcony of the gym. "Good morning, Mr. Chen. Would you like us to prepare breakfast for you?" Sister Zhang from the gym stood outside, speaking with the utmost respect. Chen Tao harbored no fondness for this sycophantic woman. "No need. he replied curtly, striding away from the twin towers towards the storage center. Chapter 7. Structure diagram of the storage center. At 8 in the morning, Chen Tao briskly entered his office. The cooling period for the simulator had long since ended. Yet he refrained from activating it immediately. After all, only 2 simulation opportunities remained for the day. He aimed to gather as much information as possible regarding the enhanced zombie dogs, or perhaps locate the woman named Su Mushua, before commencing the simulation. Supervisor Wang, please come to my office. Upon receiving the call, Supervisor Wang Chong felt a sudden wave of anxiety wash over him, recalling his recent demeanor towards Chen Tao. Cold sweat trickled down his back. In today's job market, securing employment was already a formidable challenge, especially given Wang Chong's age. If Chen Tao were to fabricate a reason for his dismissal, Wang would face a lifetime of hardship. Knock, knock, knock. Director Chen, I have arrived. Come in. Wang Chong gently pushed open the door and respectfully stood before the desk. Director Chen, what can I do for you? How long has it been since the machines at the storage center were last serviced? Our machines undergo a unified inspection every 3 months. It has only been a month since the last one. Yet issues have arisen again just a month post-inspection. Prepare for a complete overhaul. I want everything serviced. This requires prior appointments with the engineers. Wang Chong hesitated to respond. No need. I will handle the inspection myself. Additionally, provide me with a list of all employees and the structure diagram of the storage center. I need to review them. Chen Tao commanded. Having decided to establish the storage center as a base, he naturally sought to gain a comprehensive understanding of it. Previously, Chen Tao had been merely a delivery employee at the lowest tier, with most areas of the center remaining unexplored. Furthermore, the logistics system employed no more than 5 delivery staff, leaving him with little opportunity to familiarize himself with the information of other personnel. Very well. I will prepare for your inspection. As for the list and structure diagram of the storage center employees, I lack the authority to access those. However, as the director, you have the capability to retrieve them. Wang Chong replied, trembling. Understood. Please proceed with your preparations. Chen Tao, still acclimating to his role as director, felt uncertain about the authority he wielded. After some searching, he finally located the electronic archive of the storage center on the computer. Access to its contents was typically reserved for individuals of director level or higher. Yesterday, I was appointed as the director, and I am uncertain whether my information has been recorded. Iris scan successful. The words that appeared on the computer screen brought a sigh of relief to Chen Tao. The efficiency here is indeed commendable. He was concerned that if he lacked the necessary permissions, it would consume considerable time and effort to comprehend the entire warehouse center situation. He first accessed the list of staff and their records. The warehouse center comprises 7 departments, including the procurement department, inspection department, sorting department, operations department, distribution department, temperature control department, and finance department. Each department is overseen by a supervisor, with Wang Chong serving as the supervisor of the distribution department. The distribution department employs the most staff, totaling 5 individuals, followed by the operations department with 3, while the remaining departments each have only 1 employee. Notably, the temperature control and inspection departments have no personnel at all. Previously, there was a director at the warehouse center who was dismissed a few days ago due to work-related issues. Given that most tasks are performed by machines, there are specific regulations regarding personnel assignments, rendering the director's position relatively unimportant, thus leaving it vacant. In total, there are 17 individuals. Excluding the 4 who may be out on deliveries, at least 13 remain at the warehouse center when the apocalypse strikes. The recent simulations did not mention the staff at the warehouse center, indicating that they are highly likely to become zombies when the end of the world arrives. It will be essential to keep an eye on the number of individuals at the warehouse center. There might be those with higher intelligence or those who have mutated later. His longest simulation thus far has lasted only 13 days, and what will transpire afterward remains uncertain, so it is prudent to remain cautious. After briefly noting down the staff list and information, Chen Tao proceeded to access the structural diagram of the warehouse center. Is it really this large? Upon viewing the blueprints and data, Chen Tao was momentarily stunned. Although he had been working here for some time, he had only operated in the dispatch area and had not gained a systematic understanding of the warehouse center. It spans an impressive 4,000 square meters with 2 additional underground levels. Chen Tao was aware of a vast underground storage room, but did not realize it extended to 2 levels, seemingly larger than the ground-level warehouse center. The ground level consists of a single floor, with a north-south main corridor and an east-west secondary corridor dividing the entire warehouse center into 4 sections. The northwest corner houses the office area, equipment storage area, and break area. The southwest comprises the cold storage area, power distribution and temperature regulation area, maintenance room, and miscellaneous goods area. The northeast corner is designated for sorting and distribution, including 5 warehouses. Warehouse number 1 for food storage, warehouse number 2 for daily essentials, warehouse no. 3 for electronic products, warehouse number 4 for clothing, and warehouse number 5 as a backup. The southeast corner is allocated for miscellaneous items and tool storage. It appears that careful planning is necessary, or else such a vast space will be squandered. Chen Tao stroked his chin. Such an expansive area certainly exceeds his expectations. Yet it also presents some challenges. The larger the storage center, the more prone it becomes to oversight in its defenses. Little did he know how, after the apocalypse, he managed to ensure that this place remained unbreached by the undead. Perhaps, in the initial stages, he had only encountered ordinary zombies, and the high walls were sufficient to thwart their assaults. However, with the emergence of enhanced zombies, the fortifications here would likely prove feeble. Contemplating this, Chen Tao instinctively rubbed his temples. Knock, knock, knock. Director Chen, I have coordinated with all departments. You may inspect the equipment at your convenience. Wang Chang's voice resonated from outside the door. All right, I shall come at once. Chen Tao did not genuinely intend to inspect any equipment. He merely sought an excuse for his field investigation. Director Chen is truly a remarkable young talent, Wang Chang declared, trailing behind Chen Tao, his flattery evident. You flatter me. Supervisor Wang. Having worked here for over 20 years, Wang Chang was intimately familiar with the storage center. Otherwise, Chen Tao might have dismissed him. Those yesterday were top-tier mechanical engineers with decades of experience, yet they pale in comparison to Director Chen. It just so happens that I have studied similar mechanical failures. With different machinery, I might have been at a loss. By the way, Director Chen is also a mechanical engineering major. From the moment you arrived, I sensed your uniqueness. And it's rare to find a young individual of such exceptional skill willing to start from the ground up. I, too, wish to hone my abilities. Exiting the office, Chen Tao and Wang Chang boarded a small electric vehicle, en route to the equipment storage area. Chapter 8. Panlongshan Martial Arts School. The morning swiftly passed. Under the guise of maintenance, Chen Tao thoroughly familiarized himself with the entire layout of the storage center. However, he had yet to inspect the 2 underground levels. According to Wang Chang, the first basement served as a backup warehouse, housing machinery and heavy metals, while the second basement was reserved for valuable items, predominantly those stored or prepared for transportation by affluent clients. Even supervisors required managerial authorization to enter. Upon returning to his office, Chen Tao annotated the storage center's architectural blueprint from memory, succinctly outlining the intended uses of various areas in the event of a zombie outbreak. Future zombies may grow increasingly formidable. The ground level could only serve as a temporary refuge. Relocating to the first or second basement would likely afford greater safety. Such plans could be devised later. Premature action might raise suspicions. After a moment of contemplation, he powered on the computer on his desk, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. The majority of logistics in Jiang City were routed through the storage center for transit, sorting, or distribution, thus possessing an extensive database teeming with user information. Su Muxue. Chen Tao entered the name of the woman mentioned by the simulator, initially assuming that, in the vast expanse of Jiang City, many would share the same name, resulting in a potentially time-consuming search. However, the inquiry yielded but a singular individual named Su Muxue. Could there be some issue? Chen Tao felt a sense of disbelief and re-entered his name. In the entire Jiang City, there were 103 individuals named Chen Tao, and after some filtering, he finally located his own information. There's no problem. Perhaps the name Su Muxue is indeed quite rare. Chen Tao began to peruse the personal details regarding Su Muxue. National champion of the youth group competition, she truly possesses remarkable skills. Last year, she opened a martial arts academy at Panlong Mountain. Chen Tao gazed at the information displayed on his computer and murmured to himself for a moment. It's her. Just yesterday morning, Chen Tao delivered a package to that very martial arts academy at Panlong Mountain. Who would have thought it would be so fortuitous? Chen Tao nodded in satisfaction, yet as he recalled the woman's icy demeanor, he felt a tinge of apprehension. She seems rather difficult to approach. Nevertheless, I must make an attempt. After the apocalypse descends, She could very well be my greatest ally. He shut down the computer, rose from his seat, and exited the office. Director Chen, are you heading out? Wang Chong, holding some documents, passed by Chen Tao's office. Indeed, I have a matter to attend to. Chen Tao replied with a nod. I see your car hasn't been replaced. Mine is currently idle. No need. I've grown accustomed to that vehicle. Chen Tao responded. By the way, do you know if there are any dog training facilities nearby? He suddenly inquired. According to the simulator, there are at least 500 zombie dogs attacking the storage center, and it's unlikely that privately owned dogs would gather in such numbers. It seems there really aren't any. Wang Chong shook his head. However, he quickly added, but across from the biological science company, there is a pet adoption center with quite a few pet dogs. A pet adoption center? Chen Tao furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with that location. Oh, it is indeed somewhat remote, situated in the southernmost part of Jiang City, in the Wuda district. Beyond that, you'd be out of the province. Wang Chong explained. Chen Tao was originally from Xinyi province and had come to Jiang City University, rarely venturing out during his college years. After graduating, he worked at the storage center, spending most of his time in the staff room, and his deliveries were primarily in the city center and residential areas. He had never been to Wuda district, hence his lack of knowledge. However, a hint of hesitation appeared on Wang Chong's face. What's the matter? Chen Tao asked. Since 4 or 5 years ago, there have been frequent reports of people going missing there, and it seems to have increased recently. Moreover, aside from a few struggling companies and the pet adoption center, there aren't many residents. Wang Chong cautioned. Why is that? One reason is urban redevelopment. The other involves an abandoned nuclear power plant. It is said that the missing persons may be connected to that plant, so be very cautious if you decide to go. Wang Chong advised. I understand, thank you. Director Chen, you are too kind. Wang Chong replied, taken aback. Once a mere subordinate, Wang Chong found himself elevated to a position of prominence, and within him brewed a tempest of jealousy and resentment, though he never allowed a hint of it to escape his lips. After all, there is nothing more paramount than securing one's own employment. Upon entering the familiar van, Chen Tao hesitated to start the engine. He needed to devise a reason to connect with Su Muxue and earn her trust swiftly. Additionally, he was wavering on his initial intention to address the issue of the zombie dogs early on. According to Wang Chong's description, the situation there was indeed perilous, and he had no desire to place himself in jeopardy before the apocalypse fully unfolded. In the previous simulation, he had achieved the title of Demon Hunter, which should facilitate his dealings with the enhanced zombies. For the sake of safety, Chen Tao resolved to first engage with Su Muxue. Just as he prepared to ignite the van's engine, his phone suddenly rang. The tune, a relic from decades past, was seldom heard in modern times, let alone as a ringtone. Are you Chen Tao? A familiar female voice echoed from the other end. Yes, this is I. I am Su Muxue. You delivered a package to me yesterday. What can I do for you? As Chen Tao pondered how to approach her, he was taken aback by her initiative in reaching out. When do you have time? I would like to meet with you. I am free now. Chen Tao replied eagerly. Let us arrange a place to meet then. Are you at the martial arts school? I can come to you. All right. After concluding the brief conversation with Su Muxue, Chen Tao promptly started the van and drove towards the martial arts school on Panlong Mountain. Chapter 9, Golden Talent, Domain Frequency Enhancement. At the summit of Panlong Mountain, the doors of the martial arts school were firmly shut. Chen Tao exited the vehicle and, before he could knock, he heard a series of swift, slicing sounds from within. Momentarily stunned, he gently pushed against the heavy wooden door. Creaking open, the door revealed glimpses of the courtyard. A woman clad in black, with a jade belt around her waist, was wielding a long spear. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed before him, followed by the spear's swift movement like a dragon in flight. Alarmed, Chen Tao instinctively exerted force, causing both wooden doors to collapse, and he quickly retreated. The doors thudded to the ground with a muted thump. Su Muxue stood frozen, having merely intended to startle the peeping Tom, never anticipating that he would dismantle the entrance to her home. I didn't mean to. Chen Tao stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment, unsure of how to explain. Su Muxue, equally speechless, turned and gestured for him to enter. Come inside. Upon hearing this, Chen Tao hurriedly followed her in. The back of Su Muxue's black attire bore a golden dragon embroidered in intricate detail, and with the spear in her hand, she resembled a heroine from a tale of yore. The interior decor is quite simplistic, adorned with 2 calligraphic paintings on the walls and a few wooden ornaments. A wooden table is placed on the floor, upon which rests an assortment of tea utensils and an incense burner emitting delicate wisps of white smoke. Please, have a seat. Su Muxue invited, then sat down at the wooden table, pouring some tea into a cup, embracing the notion of making oneself comfortable in the present company. Chen Tao did not hesitate to take a seat directly across from Su Muxue. Who are you? Su Muxue inquired, taking a sip of her tea. Her sharp gaze fixed upon Chen Tao. I'm a courier from the storage center. He replied. Your strength. I've always been quite strong since childhood and have enjoyed exercising regularly. Do you have a master? Su Muxue, who had been captivated by martial arts since her youth, had sought guidance from renowned masters across the land, dedicating herself to the practice without interruption. Yesterday, upon witnessing Chen Tao's remarkable strength, she had assumed he must have received instruction from a high-level master and could not help but ask for clarification. To be honest, I have long wished to learn martial arts, but I have never found a suitable teacher. Occasionally, I've learned a few moves online, but they are merely superficial. Indeed, contemporary martial arts have largely become performative, which is why they seem so superficial, Su Muxue remarked with a smile. Having practiced for many years, she was aware that much of her own training had also been somewhat superficial. However, even if it is just the basics, could you teach me? Teach you? Su Muxue furrowed her brow slightly. Yes, I genuinely have an interest, and you are the one who runs a martial arts school, aren't you? This caught Su Muxue off guard, as her instinct was to decline outright. Yet, in this era, finding someone who shared her passion for martial arts was increasingly rare. Perhaps, in a few decades, martial arts would completely fade away, reduced to mere words confined to pages. In truth, my understanding of martial arts is still rather limited, and I am far from a master. However, I can certainly offer guidance on some foundational aspects. Thank you, master. Chen Tao responded with a smile, pleasantly surprised by how smoothly the conversation was flowing. If he could find a reason to have Su Muxue remain at the storage center before the impending apocalypse, it would save him considerable trouble later on. I have no intention of being your master. If you wish to have one, then perhaps this isn't the right path. Su Muxue quickly declined. We can consider it a mutual learning experience. Just call me Muxue. Chen Tao had reviewed Su Muxue's profile and noted that she was only 24 years old, a year younger than himself, making the prospect of a formal master-student relationship feel rather awkward. All right, shall we begin now? Chen Tao asked. Don't you have to work? Su Muxue was taken aback by Chen Tao's eagerness. I have the day off, he replied. Su Muxue preferred tranquility and seldom engaged with others, while Chen Tao was the first person in many years who resonated with her interests. With a shared passion and common topics to discuss, the two quickly grew familiar with one another. For Chen Tao, it was imperative that he acquire some self-defense and offensive techniques to fully harness his innate talents. The hour was getting late, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Muxue glanced at the time and remarked to Chen Tao, It seems we have lost track of time while practicing. What would you like to eat? Dinner is on me. No, thank you. I prefer to cook for myself. Upon hearing Su Muxue's refusal, Chen Tao merely nodded in acknowledgement. I shall take my leave then. I appreciate your guidance this afternoon. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Tao departed from Panlong Mountain in his van, heading straight for the Gemini building. Once again, he was greeted by Sister Zhang. Although Chen Tao harbored a certain aversion to this superficial woman, he was far more reluctant to squander time on trifles. As a newly minted silver member, he enjoyed access to his own exclusive gym, allowing him to bypass any delays and stride directly into the training facility. Before commencing his gravity training, he first engaged in his second simulation of the day. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side this time. The best talent he acquired was merely of blue quality, and there was only one blue talent to speak of. It appears my chances of survival are dwindling. As anticipated, despite having eliminated a reinforced zombie and meeting Su Muxue ahead of schedule, his limited capabilities meant he could not even withstand the onslaught of ordinary zombies before they breached the defenses of the storage center. It hadn't even been 10 days, and it was clear that not every simulation yielded useful information. Perhaps it was best to focus on training for now. 2 hours later, Chen Tao emerged from the gravity training chamber, a look of dejection etched across his face. After the previous session, he had felt a noticeable increase in strength. Yet this time the effects had diminished significantly. It seems I have reached my limit. Originally, he had intended to train until the onset of the apocalypse, but it now appeared that relying on the talents derived from simulations was the more prudent course of action. Upon checking his phone, he noticed a notification indicating that the cooldown period for the simulator had expired. I hope this time I receive a more formidable talent. Talent selection. Desperate survival. A chance for a breakthrough when on the brink of death. Usable only once. Purple. Unexpected windfall. Potential for additional rewards while exploring or defeating zombies. Purple. Unerring shot. Possesses an exceptionally high hit rate when utilizing firearm equipment. Blue. Calm as water. Effectively regulates one's mindset, preventing negative emotions from clouding judgment. White. Domain frequency enhancement. Consumes specified materials and domain frequency energy to enhance any non-living object. Gold. A golden talent. Chen Tao's heart raced with excitement. This was only the second golden talent he had encountered thus far. Although he was yet to comprehend the nature of domain frequency, the subsequent description suggested it might prove even more powerful than the Eye of Insight. Chen Tao unhesitatingly opted for domain frequency enhancement, seizing a fortuitous opportunity for survival. Thus embarking on a new simulation. The post-apocalyptic simulation has officially commenced. Chapter 10. The Slaughter of 1,000 Corpses in the Gym of the Twin Towers. Chen Tao clutched a pen and paper, his eyes fixated intently on the screen of his phone. Lines of text gradually materialized before him. Day 1. At noon. After you and Su Mushua eliminated the zombies surrounding the storage center, you proceeded to the Twin Towers and vanquished the enhanced zombies. Day 2. You scoured the storage center for materials, fortifying its exterior walls while simultaneously upgrading some machinery to fend off the onslaught of ordinary zombies. Day 3. You ventured out and rescued 5 survivors. Day 4. The rescue team arrived, escorting the saved survivors to the camp, while you and Su Mushua remained at the storage center. Day 5. You and Su Mushua entered the underground warehouse, fortuitously discovering firearms and ammunition. Day 6. You and Su Mushua ventured forth in search of materials, hunting numerous zombies. Upon returning to the storage center, Su Mushua fell into a coma. A moment of surprise engulfed Chen Tao. In previous simulations, Su Mushua had only succumbed to unconsciousness on the 8th day, yet this time it had occurred unexpectedly earlier. Day 7. Su Mushua's temperature spiked. You tended to her with utmost care, continuing to strengthen the defenses of the storage center while dispatching more zombies. Day 10. A horde of zombie dogs appeared outside the storage center, but could not breach its defenses. You executed them with your sniper rifle. Day 11. Su Mushua regained consciousness, swiftly adapting to her bodily changes with your assistance. Day 12. Together, you and Su Mushua exterminated a multitude of zombie dogs. Day 13. Under the fierce assault of 3 enhanced zombie dogs, the front door of the storage center was breached. You fought valiantly and eradicated all the zombie dogs. Day 14. Observing the utterly lifeless zombies, Su Mushua's spirits began to dwindle. That night, you and Su Mushua shared an intimate moment. Upon reading this entry, Chen Tao was momentarily lost in thought, envisioning Su Mushua's breathtaking beauty, which made his face flush with embarrassment. Day 15. You continued fortifying the external defenses of the storage center, and that night, you and Su Mushua once again engaged in intimacy. Was this body beginning to falter? From day 14 to day 20, the information relayed by the simulator remained largely consistent, with Chen Tao tirelessly occupied day and night. Day 21. Communication was restored. You learned that the survivor camp in Jiangsheng had been overrun by a horde of zombies, though a small number of survivors still lived. You and Su Mushua set out to find them, but aside from zombies, no humans were discovered. Day 22. According to the broadcast, the nearest coastal city had completed the construction of a super shelter. You and Su Mushua found yourselves at an impasse, as she wished to proceed to the super shelter. Day 23. At long last, you encountered one, and she appeared to possess extraordinary abilities. On the 24th day, you discovered the previous survivors' camp and amassed an impressive arsenal of weapons. On the 25th day, while you and Su Mushua were in search of supplies and other survivors, the ground suddenly shook, the temperature around you soared dramatically, and a searing wave engulfed everything. Miraculously, you survived. What is this? A new catastrophe has emerged? Fortunately, the talent of survival in dire situations saved you from certain death. On the 26th day, only you and Fong Yunyun, who had been rescued 2 days prior, remained in the storage center. Darkness enveloped everything, making it impossible to discern day from night. On the 27th day, the surrounding zombies became increasingly numerous and formidable, swiftly breaching the outer walls of the storage center, forcing you and Fang Yunyun to retreat to the basement. On the 28th day, a horde of zombies flooded into the basement, and you met your demise. Even with the talent for surviving dire situations, it merely extended Chen Tao's life by an additional 3 days. Indeed, this is the apocalypse, where disasters beget one another. Chen Tao's spirits grew exceedingly heavy. According to the simulator's description, he speculated that a volcanic eruption must have occurred on the 25th day. Had they been better prepared, both Su Muxue and himself could have emerged unscathed, facing the zombies with greater composure. He pondered whether reinforcing the storage center at this juncture would withstand the impact of the volcanic eruption. Following the eruption, they would also have to contend with the volcanic winter induced by ash, along with the even more terrifying zombies. In summary, 1,023 ordinary zombies killed, 5 enhanced zombies eliminated, 1 achievement obtained, and survival for 28 days. In this simulation, the cumulative number of zombies slain reached 1,000, earning the 1,000 Corpses Slaughter achievement. 1,000 Corpses Slaughter. Excessive hunting of zombies may attract their attention and wrath. It appears that achievements can carry negative consequences. Although Chen Tao currently possesses no difficulty in dealing with ordinary zombies, he remains easily detectable and besieged wherever he goes, presenting a considerable challenge. Please choose to retain your talent. Domain Frequency Enhancement. Selection complete. Chen Tao meticulously reviewed the recorded simulation data once more. Fang Yunyun. Just now, Chen Tao had focused all his attention on the second disaster, but upon revisiting the simulation data, he suddenly realized that the survivor he found on the 23rd day was indeed Fang Yunyun. However, the information provided by the simulator was exceedingly vague. This Fang Yunyun also appeared to be an awakened one, though her specific talent remained unknown. Moreover, Chen Tao could not ascertain whether this individual was the same Fang Yunyun from the gym or merely a namesake. In these recent simulations, he had always ventured to the Twin Towers to confront that formidable zombie, and Fang Yunyun worked there. If she had not turned into a zombie during that time, he should have been able to save her. Tomorrow, he would adjust the data of the storage center to see how many individuals named Fang Yunyun resided in Jiang City. Chen Tao sat in a chair, took a sip of water, and resolved to rest briefly before returning to his rented room. With a sudden spurt of water, Chen Tao's gaze fixated intently on the double-gravity training pod. The item was remarkable, boasting a requirement of 30 primary electromagnetic rings, 20 primary circuit boards, 30 primary gears, and 100 units of domain frequency energy for enhancement. The enhancement effect promised a tripling of gravitational training, significantly amplifying the user's strength and endurance. Notably, the primary materials were standard products of modern technology, while intermediate and advanced materials necessitated corresponding equipment for production. In the realm of reality, within the simulator, each zombie slain yielded 1 point of domain frequency energy. The Eye of Insight not only unveiled the data of the item, but also showcased the necessary materials and their effects, revealing the astonishing potential of this enhancement talent. Chen Tao felt a surge of elation. If he commenced the enhancement of the storage center and training equipment, supplemented by an arsenal of weapons, survival in the impending apocalypse would be remarkably effortless. Yet, the scarcity of domain frequency energy posed a limitation. Otherwise, he could enhance indefinitely. Calming his excitement, Chen Tao tidied up briefly before preparing to return to his rented accommodation for some rest. Mr. Chen, do you require any additional services? Sister Zhang inquired respectfully upon seeing Chen Tao emerge. No, thank you. By the way, what happened to Fang Yunyun from yesterday? Chen Tao asked suddenly as he reached the door. Xiaoyan. She had some family matters and resigned. Sister Zhang responded after a brief pause. Resigned? Chen Tao's brow furrowed slightly. Perhaps she was indeed the Fang Yunyun mentioned in the simulator. Her absence from the Twin Towers that day could be attributed to her resignation. Chapter 11. Domain Frequency Energy. It was the 12th. In the early morning, Chen Tao glanced at the date on his phone. Realizing that less than 5 days remained until the onset of the apocalypse, and the preparations he needed to undertake were becoming increasingly numerous. While having breakfast, he initiated today's first simulation. Perhaps his good fortune had been exhausted the previous night. Among the 5 available talents, only 1 blue talent manifested, and it merely served to enhance speed. As anticipated, Chen Tao survived only until the 12th day, where he and Su Muxue met their demise amidst the onslaught of zombie hounds. However, This simulation yielded considerable gains. In earlier simulations, even upon surviving to the 13th day, he had only managed to slay over 500 zombies. This time, he had dispatched over 800. Perhaps the achievement of 1000 Zombie Slayer played a role. Or it could have been a conscious effort on his part within the simulation. After all, with the domain frequency enhancement talent acquired, he needed to eliminate a substantial number of zombies to gather the energy essential for enhancements. How much domain frequency energy do I currently possess? Chen Tao pondered, only to notice 4 new words on his phone screen. Query details. This option had never appeared before. Instinctively, he clicked on Query details. Total simulation attempts, 7. Total retained talents, 3. Total achievements acquired, 2. Total kills of ordinary zombies, 2,460. Total kills of enhanced zombies, 8. Convert all to domain frequency energy? Chen Tao gently tapped the yes option on the screen. Remaining domain frequency energy, 2540. Killing an ordinary zombie grants 1 point of domain frequency energy. It should be 2,468 indeed. An enhanced zombie yields 10 points of domain frequency energy. Chen Tao realized. At 8 in the morning, the storage center was operating autonomously. Wang Chong, the head of the distribution department, entered the storage center and immediately spotted Chen Tao, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, fixated on the high wall. Following Chen Tao's gaze, he observed that the solid, smooth concrete wall appeared unremarkable, just as it always had. Ahem, Director Chen, good morning. Wang Chong greeted, bowing slightly as he approached Chen Tao. Wang, does the storage center have high-strength steel and lead plates? Yes, we have a bit. A few years back, during urban planning and construction, the building materials market produced quite a lot, and the surplus has since been stored in the external reserve warehouse. After the urban renovation over a decade ago, many heavy metals like steel and aluminum have been temporarily stored here. The annual revenue from renting out space in the storage center accounts for nearly 20%. Do you need to use some, Director? Can it be retrieved? Chen Tao inquired. Those were originally intended for strategic reserves. Resources are becoming increasingly scarce, and since they've been stored for so long, the higher-ups have never inquired about them. If we take out a little, no one would notice. Wang Chong replied with a smile. Then I would appreciate it, Manager Wang. I will prepare a list for you shortly. However, I lack the authority. You'll still need to sign off on it, Director. That is easily arranged. Chen Tao nodded. Upon hearing this, a subtle glint of cunning appeared in Wang Chong's eyes. As strategic reserves of heavy metal resources, they were crucial materials for the entire Jiang city. If Chen Tao were to privately divert them, not only would he lose his position as director, but his life could also be in jeopardy. Although Chen Tao currently exhibited no intent to retaliate against Wang Chong, as long as he remained in his position, Wang would feel a constant unease. For Wang Chong, Chen Tao's presence was vital. Hastily entering his office, Chen Tao retrieved paper and pen, jotting down the materials he required, and affixed his signature. Even though he was unaware of the underlying motives, he sensed a hint of conspiracy. However, with the apocalypse looming just 5 days away, both overt and covert schemes were trivial in the face of the impending crisis. Chen Tao handed the list to Wang Chong, instructing, I may need quite a bit more soon. Rest assured, Director, it's just a word from you. Wang Chong replied with a smile. He glanced at the list, noting that the required items did not seem extensive. Given Chen Tao's capabilities, mobilizing such a small quantity was likely insufficient to place him in jeopardy. However, Chen Tao mentioned that there was still demand, which filled Wang Chong with joy. As long as the quantity Chen Tao diverted reached a certain level, even the deity himself could not save him. Watching Wang Chong depart, Chen Tao skillfully opened his computer and began searching for information regarding Fang Yunyun. This name was indeed rare. Across the nation, there were 56 individuals sharing it, and only 3 in the entire Jiang city, aged 3, 11, and 20. The simulator only provided the name without any record of age, but Chen Tao had already ruled out the 3-year-old, as such youth would hardly be of any significance, even if awakened. Next, he retrieved information on the other 2 individuals. The 11-year-old Fang Yunyun was currently participating in a school-organized event and was not in Jiang City. It seemed that the Fang Yunyun mentioned by the simulator was indeed the one from the gym. The southern suburbs of Jiang City were quite distant, which caused Chen Tao to furrow his brow. He discovered that Fang Yunyun had taken a bus at 6:30 this morning to head to the southern suburbs. The drive from the storage center to Jiang City's southern suburbs took at least an hour and a half. A round trip would consume over 3 hours. Chen Tao frowned slightly, but fortunately, as the director of the storage center, he enjoyed relative freedom with his time. Knock, knock, knock. Director Chen. The items have been prepared and placed in the delivery area of Warehouse 5. All right, I understand. Chen Tao did not rush to reinforce the outer walls of the storage center. After all, he was uncertain about what might occur during the reinforcement process. If it became too conspicuous, it could draw unwanted attention, which would be counterproductive. The other materials were sufficient, but the available domain frequency energy was limited, and the effects of the reinforcement remained unclear. He decided to wait until the evening to try it out. After tidying up his desk and clearing the browsing history on his computer, Chen Tao quietly exited the office. The van, which had exceeded its 10-year lifespan, emitted black smoke from the exhaust under Chen Tao's acceleration. Brother, just hang on for a few more days. You will soon be honorably retired. However, after driving only a few hundred meters, the van appeared ready to take an early rest. Could this even be repaired? Item: Wooling red light. Speed: maximum 110 km/h. Threat: 0. Function: carrying, transporting. Malfunction: old engine. Damaged components. Materials required for reinforcement. Primary engine can be made using primary electromagnetic coils, etc. Primary metal shell. Domain frequency energy 20. Reinforcement effects. Maximum speed up to 300 km/h. Carrying capacity of 2,000 kilograms. Automatic driving. Impact resistance level 1. Level 1 impact resistance can completely withstand the force of a 5 kilograms TNT explosion. Isn't this a bit absurd? Normally, the carrying capacity should not exceed 1,000 kilograms. Otherwise, the rear suspension would not withstand it, and the speed is ridiculously elevated to 300 km/h. Certainly, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, it is improbable that anyone would come to repair the roads. Speed becomes insignificant. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tao realized he would need the vehicle for several more days, and with only a consumption of 20 points of domain frequency energy, the cost-effectiveness was indeed remarkable. He decided to return to the storage center to procure additional materials to enhance the van. Chapter 12. Hiring Fong Yunyun. This level of intellect is woefully inadequate. Chen Tao gathered all the necessary materials before the van, initially expecting the enhancement to be automated. To his surprise, he found that he had to operate the process himself. The moment he conceived the thought of enhancement, the entire procedure unfolded in his mind as if he were watching a film. Fortunately, as a mechanical engineering major, this task was not overly daunting for him. Director Chen, do you need assistance? Wang Chong, preparing to head out, paused at the doorway upon seeing Chen Tao working on the vehicle. No worries, I can manage this myself. Chen Tao replied. Director Chen, given your current position, you ought to have upgraded to a new vehicle by now. I'm accustomed to this one. Chen Tao shook his head. Then carry on. There's a crucial shipment that has arrived at the Twin Towers, and the manager has asked me to deliver it. All right, you may go. Chen Tao nodded, though a flicker of doubt stirred within him. Most of the delivery work was handled by machines, even in the event of a malfunction or the need for human intervention. It was typically the couriers who took charge. Why, then, did a supervisor need to make the delivery personally this time? Minutes later, having completed the installation of all materials, the van roared back to life. With a swift press of the accelerator, it emitted a sound akin to that of a supercar, reaching speeds exceeding 200, all while maintaining a steady demeanor. Remaining domain frequency energy, 2520, with merely a consumption of 20 points of domain frequency energy. Chen Tao had elevated a nearly obsolete van to such an impressive state, bolstering his confidence in the enhancement capabilities of the storage center. What kind of vehicle is that? Wang Chong, en route to the Twin Towers, caught a fleeting glimpse of a van racing past him. Could it be Chen Tao's? He distinctly remembered the license plate number, and the speed of that van utterly defied comprehension. Although technology was advancing rapidly, that van was on the brink of being scrapped, even at speeds exceeding 100. Its frame would likely disintegrate. Wang Chong glanced at his own speedometer, which read over 110, then looked up again, only to find the van's taillights had vanished from view. This kid truly possesses remarkable skills. Suddenly, an ominous premonition stirred within him. As he ventured further from the center of Jiang City, the number of vehicles on the road dwindled. The speed of that van was indeed alarmingly fast. Once there were no other vehicles in sight, Chen Tao pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the van's speed surged to approximately 280. This was nearly his limit. Any faster, and he might lose control of the steering. In just half an hour, Chen Tao arrived at the southern outskirts of Jiang City. Unlike the towering skyscrapers within the city, the southern suburbs present a desolate landscape. Originally intended for the construction of a chemical plant, the project was abandoned halfway due to concerns regarding energy and environmental impact. Consequently, individuals lacking economic means or stable housing gravitated towards this barren area. Chen Tao was only aware that Fang Yunyun's address was located here, though the specifics were not clearly stated. Fortunately, he had acquired her mobile number from the records. Hello. Is this Fang Yunyun? The voice from the other end belonged to her. This is Chen Tao, the one who registered as a silver member at the gym yesterday. Oh, Mr. Chen, how may I assist you? Despite having left the gym, Fang Yunyun remained exceedingly courteous. After all, one does not simply become a silver member without some standing. Offending such a person could complicate her already challenging circumstances. I heard you resigned today. Is that true? Yes. I made an error at work that resulted in some losses, she replied hesitantly. You are in the southern suburbs now? How do you know that? Fang Yunyun's heart raced with anxiety. Surely, she must have said or done something wrong yesterday. But now that she had been dismissed, was he still dissatisfied? Would he come to seek revenge? The thought of being buried alive crossed her mind, especially after Sister Zhang had recounted the cruel fates of various eccentric wealthy individuals. I am the director of the Jiangqing Storage Center. I reviewed your file, and we are currently in need of personnel. I would like to extend an offer to you. Should you be interested? Chen Tao had prepared this reasoning beforehand, along with terms that would be difficult for her to refuse. This offer? Fang Yunyun could hardly believe it. In these times, even graduates from prestigious institutions struggled to secure employment. Given her circumstances, having been forced to drop out of high school due to family issues, her prospects were even bleaker. Please send me your location, and we can discuss this in person, Chen Tao suggested. Fang Yunyun wanted to decline, yet hesitated as the words formed on her lips. Lacking both qualifications and connections, how could such good fortune possibly fall into her lap? He might be a fraud, or perhaps seeking retribution for some slight. Yet, considering his apparent stature, such drastic measures seemed unwarranted. All right, I reside in the abandoned factory in the southern suburbs. You can call out to me when you arrive, and I will hear you. She eventually divulged her location to Chen Tao. I'll be there in 2 minutes. He replied. That quickly? Fang Yunyun was taken aback. Her response cut short as Chen Tao had already ended the call. Cough, cough. Yunyun, whose call was that? A voice, somewhat aged, emanated from the bedroom. Grandma. It was a colleague of mine. Fang Yunyun answered as she stepped into the room. Oh, a colleague. An elderly woman with white hair spoke softly. By the way, when do you plan to leave this time? Grandma, you haven't been feeling well lately. I wish to stay here and keep you company. Oh, my dear. I am quite resilient and do not require your constant presence. Finding work these days is quite a challenge, and I wouldn't want to hinder your career. It's all right, Grandma. Fang Yunyun replied, as she picked up a kettle and poured a cup of water for the old woman. Every time I call, you say you're well. And if I hadn't come to see you this time, I wouldn't have known about your current health. Fang Yunyun furrowed her brow slightly as she handed the cup to her grandmother. I only worry you might become distracted from your work, the old woman began, but was interrupted by a voice from outside. Is Fang Yunyun there? Is Fang Yunyun there? Yunyun, is someone looking for you outside? The old woman glanced at Fang Yunyun. Perhaps I'll go see. Fang Yunyun hurriedly replied, rushing toward the door. Chapter 13, I don't eat people. Hello, Mr. Chun, Fang Yunyun said timidly, gazing at Chen Tao. You seem quite frightened of me. Fang Yunyun was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. I don't bite. When we met at the gym yesterday, I sensed you were quite extraordinary. Chen Tao remarked with a smile. Extraordinary? Fang Yunyun felt somewhat bewildered by the unexpected compliment. Indeed, you possess a commendable service attitude, treating all clients equally regardless of their status, and you exhibit remarkable dedication. Our storage center needs employees like you, who embody the spirit of service and sacrifice. If you could join our team. Perhaps due to a shift in his demeanor, the usually reticent Chen Tao began to speak passionately, stirring excitement within Fang Yunyun. Really? I can truly do this. Trust me, and trust yourself. You are more than capable. Yet, Fang Yunyun's expression shifted, her brows knitting together. What is the matter? My grandmother's health has been deteriorating lately, and I wish to. Your grandmother? Where is she? Upstairs. May I go see her? Chen Tao inquired. Of course. But it might be a bit messy. No worries. I've seen places far worse. Chen Tao smiled gently. The two ascended the stairs, one following the other. The floor was littered with bricks, cement, and decaying wood, obstructing the passageway, forcing Chen Tao to sidle through. At the end of the corridor stood a half-open door made of old wooden planks. Following Fang Yunyun inside, Chen Tao was instantly hit by an overpowering stench that made his head swim. The floor was strewn with rotting food, cardboard, and even some insects and the remains of mice. The largest piece of furniture in the room was a wooden cabinet, cluttered with various jars and bottles. It seemed to contain medicinal liquor, possibly aged for years or even decades, surrounded by what looked like mouse droppings. Chen Tao found it hard to fathom what kind of people could inhabit such a place. He had always believed himself to be among the lowest echelons of society. Yet now it appeared that his experiences were still woefully limited. "I just returned this morning," Fang Yunyun said awkwardly, "and I hadn't even had the chance to tidy up." "How could this be?" she continued. "I only discovered it upon my return. I began working last year, and shortly after I left, my grandmother fell at home and broke her leg. She feared it would affect my job, so she kept it from me. For over a year, she had been unable to dispose of trash, but fortunately, neighbors occasionally provided her with food." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. She had been raised by her grandmother, who had been her only companion, though they had once possessed some savings. Her grandmother fell gravely ill during Fang Yunyun's high school years. Fang Yunyun was determined to use all their money for her grandmother's treatment. While her grandmother's health improved somewhat, their finances were entirely depleted, forcing her to drop out of school. While caring for her grandmother, she managed to cultivate some crops on a vacant lot south of an abandoned building, barely sustaining them both. The year before last, seeing her grandmother's condition fully recover, she reluctantly sought employment in the city at her grandmother's persistent urging. Even the most menial jobs in the city offered far greater financial reward than what they could earn in such a place. Chen Tao stepped into the bedroom, observing the disarray but also the tender gaze of an elderly woman. This so-called bedroom was merely a small room of about 10 square meters, with some cardboard laid on the floor serving as a makeshift bed. Beside it stood a solar-powered induction cooker, the only electrical appliance in Fang Yunyun's home. Such devices were nearly obsolete in the country, as modern kitchen appliances had become increasingly sophisticated. "Has your grandmother's leg healed?" Chen Tao inquired. "She missed timely treatment and can no longer walk," Fang Yunyun choked out. Chen Tao approached the elderly woman's bedside, turning his back to her as he crouched down. "Dear lady, I will help you to a different place," Chen Tao spoke softly. "I do not wish to go anywhere." The elderly woman gazed at the solar cooker and the assortment of containers outside. She was reluctant to part with these items and even less inclined to become a burden for Fang Yunyun. "Your current condition will cause Fang Yunyun great concern and prevent her from dedicating herself fully to her work," Chen Tao urged. "Fang Yunyun, lend a hand." He gestured for her to assist in moving the elderly woman, aware of his own strength and concerned about inadvertently causing her harm. Fang Yunyun hesitated, momentarily bewildered and unsure of what was unfolding or Chen Tao's intentions. "Do you not wish to work?" Chen Tao asked, furrowing his brow. "Oh, I see." Fang Yunyun quickly stepped forward to support her grandmother, who wished to refuse but was equally uncertain of the situation. Thus, the grandmother and granddaughter, in a state of confusion, boarded Chen Tao's van. After closing the door, Chen Tao pressed a few buttons on the van's display, activating the autopilot feature. Subsequently, he retrieved his mobile phone and, after a thorough search, located a rental property in close proximity to the storage center. The apartment featured 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom, conveniently situated on the ground floor. Chen Tao nodded in satisfaction. Most importantly, it was within a mere 5-minute walk from the storage center, far closer than his previous accommodation. "The apartment is ready for you, with a monthly salary of 5,000. Please report to the storage center tomorrow," he announced. However, Fang Yunyun's demeanor remained unusually subdued. 50 minutes later, a van halted in front of a residential building near the storage center. Chen Tao had already processed the rental payment via his phone, and the property management delivered the keys. He carried the elderly woman inside and tidied up a bit for Fang Yunyun. "I purchased some daily necessities and food online. They should arrive by afternoon," he informed her. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Fang Yunyun nodded appreciatively. "I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. Don't forget to report to the storage center tomorrow morning," Chen Tao reminded her before returning to the storage center. Upon arrival, he discovered that Wang Chong had not yet returned, so he greeted the head of human resources. Given his position as director, assigning a role to a regular employee posed no difficulties. As for the salary, with less than 5 days remaining before the apocalypse, it would be of little use. It was merely an excuse to reassure Feng Yunyun about her employment. After resolving all matters, Chen Tao casually sought out a buffet restaurant for a light meal before heading straight to the martial arts school at Panlong Mountain. While modern martial arts often emphasize form over function, there were indeed numerous practical techniques to be gleaned from certain fixed moves. Under Su Mushua's guidance, Chen Tao felt he was acquiring valuable combat skills. His primary aim, however, was to draw closer to Su Mushua and bring her to the storage center before the impending zombie outbreak. Chapter 14. He is a good man. A new self-service barbecue had opened across from the storage center. I tried it and found it quite delightful, but it's too late for dinner now. Chen Tao began to explain, yet Su Mushua promptly declined. How about we go together this weekend? I feel somewhat indebted to you for teaching me martial arts over the past few days. The weekend coincided with June 17th, the very day of the zombie outbreak. The weekend? If time permits, let's go together. Su Mushua unexpectedly agreed to Chen Tao's suggestion. Great, it's a promise. A sincere smile blossomed on Chen Tao's face. After departing from the Panlong Mountain Martial Arts School, Chen Tao did not return to his rental unit, but instead made his way directly to the storage center. Typically, the storage center's closing time was at 4 o'clock, with only one staff member occasionally remaining on duty. The majority of the premises were deserted at night. Deliveries were not made after hours unless for urgent shipments. At this time, the storage center's machinery operated autonomously according to preset programs, handling simple tasks like moving and sorting. Upon opening the storage center's grand entrance, he noticed that the main corridor was nearly devoid of light. He had previously checked the duty roster, which listed no personnel on call. Indeed, there was no one on duty. Chen Tao skillfully made his way to the surveillance room. Despite the absence of light, the monitors displayed a clear view of each area. His fingers danced rapidly across the control panel, erasing the footage of his recent entry into the storage center, and soon, the screens were frozen. The exterior walls could be reinforced now. Chen Tao exhaled with relief. Item: Intermediate wall. Threat: 0. Function: prevents intruders. Materials required for reinforcement: 100 starstone iron ore, 50 starstone magnetic ore. 300 domain frequency energy. Reinforcement effects: provides a degree of counter damage to attackers. Level 5 earthquake resistance. Level 5 impact resistance. Level 8 radiation resistance. Next level. Level 5 earthquake resistance can completely ignore earthquakes of levels 10 to 11. While level 5 impact resistance can fully withstand an explosion equivalent to 10 tons of TNT. Starstone iron ore? Chen Tao furrowed his brow, searching fruitlessly on his phone for information on it. For now, he could only upgrade to the intermediate level. However, level 4 earthquake and impact resistance should suffice, especially since the highest radiation level was only at 7, which would be adequate for the previous crises. With the 4 surrounding walls, each wall was upgraded 4 times, with the consumption of domain frequency energy being 20, 40, 80, and 160 respectively. In total, only 1200 domain frequency energy was consumed, leaving 1320 remaining. The expenditure was less than he had anticipated. Chen Tao nodded in satisfaction. From an exterior perspective, the storage center's walls appeared unchanged. Furthermore, this was merely the outermost layer of defense. There were still internal and underground warehouses to consider. Chen Tao chose not to pursue further reinforcement, as he had not yet devised a plan for the internal divisions. In fact, the external wall's defenses alone could withstand a volcanic eruption for up to the 25th day. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 9:30. Almost forgetting, there were still 2 simulations to conduct today. Chen Tao hastily retrieved his phone, opened the notification tab, and initiated the apocalyptic simulation. Once again, this simulation yielded no particularly powerful talents. His survival lasted only until the 13th day, during which he had eliminated 3 enhanced zombies and 532 regular zombies. With a resigned sigh, Chen Tao drove his van back to his rental apartment. Approaching midnight, he conducted the simulation once more, and the outcome was the same, only reaching the 13th day, with 2 enhanced zombies and 419 regular zombies slain. Those zombie dogs were exceedingly difficult to contend with. Without formidable talents, there was no way to acquire additional information. He reviewed the details of his recent simulations, annotating several critical points and examining the details. Remaining domain frequency energy, 2321. For the time being, this domain frequency energy was more than adequate for Chen Tao's needs. Even if he could not glean further information, accumulating more energy was certainly beneficial. After freshening up, Chen Tao lay in bed, contemplating the strategic planning for the storage center. A ray of morning sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a gentle glow upon Chen Tao's face. The first simulation of the day had concluded, with one notable difference: the presence of Fang Yunyun at the storage center during the zombie outbreak. However, she appeared to remain dormant, as the simulator offered only a cursory description of her. It wasn't until the 13th day, when they were besieged by zombie dogs and met their demise, that Fang Yunyun's role became apparent, albeit inconsequential. Chen Tao could envision the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world, rife not only with the undead and natural disasters, but also with humanity's relentless struggle for survival, often resorting to despicable means. He never doubted the inherent goodness and greatness of humankind, yet he was acutely aware of the base and cruel aspects as well. Thus, rescuing survivors in such dire circumstances could very well sow the seeds of future peril. Yet, if he were the last person alive, what significance would that hold? It presented a conundrum. If no immediate threat arose from others, perhaps it would be wise to save a few more lives, as the resources in the storage center could sustain dozens for 7 to 8 years. At 7:30 in the morning, Chen Tao was the first to arrive at the storage center. He proceeded to the surveillance room, restoring all equipment to normal functioning. Shortly after leaving the surveillance room, the staff began to arrive at their respective posts. There was a soft knock on the director's office door. "Come in." Chen Tao, seated at his desk, instinctively twirled a pen in his hand. "Director Chen." Fang Yunyun opened the door and stood timidly at the entrance, gazing at Chen Tao with uncertainty. "Have you reported in?" "Yes, I have informed the HR department. Familiarize yourself with the surroundings. I will assign specific tasks later." "All right," replied Fang Yunyun in a barely audible voice. "You may go ahead and acclimate yourself," Chen Tao said, noticing her lingering at the door, and gestured for her to proceed. "Okay." She exhaled in relief. Although Chen Tao did not appear particularly imposing, Fang Yunyun felt an inexplicable sense of pressure in his presence. Moreover, she could not fathom why he had chosen to hire her for the storage center. Surely, he harbored no ulterior motives? Fang Yunyun instinctively shook her head. After all, while she possessed a certain charm, she was far from being an unparalleled beauty. For someone of Chen Tao's stature, finding a captivating woman would be a simple task. It was perplexing that he would select someone with her modest looks and limited education. Perhaps he truly was a good man, she mused, casting a glance back at his office, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue before hastily turning away and striding towards the warehouse. Chapter 15. The Wanderer of the Apocalypse. For many, the monotonous passage of time could feel interminable. Yet for Chen Tao, time flew by like a fleeting meteor, vanishing in the blink of an eye. On June 15th, at 9:30 in the morning, Chen Tao sat alone in his office. The pen in his hand spun rapidly as his eyes fixated on the notebook before him. In the span of 3 days, he had undergone 9 simulations. The longest survival time was merely 21 days, during which valuable information dwindled significantly. In terms of talents, only a single purple talent, technological research, remained. This talent possesses formidable capabilities, rivaling even golden talents. However, its consumption is substantial, coupled with certain restrictions that confine it to the purple tier. Technological research encompasses 3 categories: natural technology, industrial technology, and military technology. Each time that technological research talent is utilized, 1,000 domain energy is expended to select a specific research direction, followed by an additional 1,000 domain energy to randomly obtain a blueprint from the chosen category. Once a blueprint is acquired, one can study the associated technology and commence production. Chen Tao invested 4,000 domain energy to select 2 military technologies. With formidable military capabilities, he could effectively counter the zombie onslaught with relative ease. Based on the blueprints obtained, he successfully developed a compressed air cannon and a long-range electromagnetic gun. The compressed air cannon requires minimal resources, but has an effective range of approximately 300 meters, while the long-range electromagnetic gun boasts a range exceeding 800 meters, albeit with significant energy consumption. The storage center is equipped with 10 backup generators, yet energy storage is limited. Chen Tao managed to procure only a few tons of fuel, which is evidently insufficient to sustain the electromagnetic gun's energy demands. With the apocalypse looming and the zombie outbreak imminent, Chen Tao does not anticipate a stable power supply. Moreover, the weapons he crafted cannot utilize domain frequency enhancement, which greatly restricts their potency. Thus, After developing these two weapons, he redirected his focus towards fortifying the storage center. Currently, the walls of the first two underground levels of the storage center and the surveillance equipment throughout have been reinforced to their utmost capacity. He is confident that even if a dozen enhanced zombies were to attack, they could never breach the outer walls of the storage center. As for Fang Yunyun, she has not returned to work, as her grandmother's health continues to deteriorate. After undergoing examinations at the hospital, it was determined that her organs are rapidly failing. And with current medical technology, there is little hope for recovery. The simulator's information only contains records pertaining to Fang Yunyun, with no mention of her grandmother. Chen Tao speculates that by the time the zombie outbreak occurs, Fang Yunyun's grandmother may no longer be alive. Consequently, he granted Fang Yunyun an extended leave to accompany her grandmother on her final journey. During these past 2 days, Chen Tao has spent his mornings in the office planning the layout of the storage center, visited Fang Yunyun's grandmother at noon, trained in martial arts with Su Muxue on Panlong Mountain in the afternoons, and returned to the storage center in the evenings to enhance defenses. Although the fortification process has been somewhat arduous, the thought of its significance for his survival in the future alleviated his fatigue. Chen Tao glanced at his watch. It was nearing 10 o'clock, and approximately 50 hours remained until the apocalypse would unfold. He had a maximum of 6 simulation opportunities left. Gift selection, unworldly, significantly reduces food consumption without affecting actions. Blue, worship of wealth, an insatiable desire for riches, capable of discovering numerous business opportunities even in the apocalypse. Swiftly amassing greater wealth. Blue, hypocritical mask. No one can discern your true intentions, forever shrouded in mystery. Purple, eloquent, always able to sway others with words. Even the most inferior lies can convince. Purple, apocalyptic wanderer. After 100 days of the apocalypse, this talent awakens, greatly enhancing your body's resilience. Gold, what a surprise. After 3 days without a purple talent, I have now rolled 2 purples and 1 gold. Chen Tao's heart skipped a beat. However, the apocalyptic wanderer will only be useful after 100 days. Will that not render it ineffective in the immediate future? After all, his longest survival thus far is less than 30 days. What will transpire in 100 days is still unknown, and the description of this talent is rather vague. I hope this simulation yields some useful information. It would be best to survive longer, so I can truly assess the strength of the apocalyptic wanderer. Chen Tao quickly selected the talents, hypocritical mask, eloquent, and apocalyptic wanderer. The apocalypse simulation has officially commenced. Day 1, at noon. You cleared the zombies surrounding the storage center and calmed the agitated Fang Yunyun and Su Muxue. Day 2, you continued to eliminate the zombies in the vicinity. Day 3, you took inventory of all supplies in the storage center. The information from these first 3 days seems different from previous simulations. This time, I did not engage the enhanced zombie, nor did I set up any defensive measures around the storage center. Upon reading this, Chen Tao felt a jolt of excitement. He sensed that this simulation might diverge from the past. Day 4. In the morning, a rescue team arrived, and you followed them to the camp with supplies. Indeed, it is different. But why are we heading to the military this time? Chen Tao suddenly recalled the 3 talents he had selected. Aside from the third one being somewhat useful after 100 days, the other 2 possessed almost no combat capability. Only the achievement titled Demon Hunter could provide some utility. Given the conditions of this simulation, following the military is undoubtedly the best choice. In previous simulations, although those talents were white or blue and had limited effects, at least one had offensive capabilities. Perhaps joining the rescue team is the optimal decision. I might gather more information. Day 5. The deputy leader of the rescue team took a group to search for survivors, while you and Captain Han Zhong remained at the camp, earning Han Zhong's trust and appreciation through conversation. Chapter 6. On the 6th day, some members of the camp fell into a deep slumber. You approached Captain Han Zhong, informing him of the existence of the Awakened Ones and revealing that you had awakened early, acquiring prophetic abilities. You made your first prophecy. Tomorrow, hordes of zombies would assault the camp, along with the emergence of enhanced zombies, one of which appeared gaunt yet exceedingly formidable. Chapter 7. After a night of preparation, a plethora of heavy weaponry was deployed around the camp. As dawn broke, swarms of zombies commenced their assault. Thanks to the barrage of heavy artillery, the tide of zombies was successfully repelled. Chapter 8. The enhanced zombies you had foretold made their appearance. The assaults from heavy weaponry could only slow their advance. In a critical moment, Han Zhong utilized a long-range sniper rifle, and through the combined efforts of many, the enhanced zombie was slain. That evening, Yu declined Han Zhong's offer to transfer leadership, and once more, survivors within the camp began to succumb to sleep. It seemed that this human encampment harbored a considerable number of awakened individuals. A glimmer of hope sparked within Chen Tao. If he could ascertain their names and gather them at the storage center in the aftermath of the apocalypse, what fear could possibly remain regarding the zombies? However, managing these awakened beings would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. A sense of hesitation welled up within Chen Tao. Sometimes, the human heart can be more terrifying than the undead, especially when possessed of extraordinary powers. Attempting to rein them in would be even more arduous. After graduating, Chen Tao became a courier. His work was not particularly demanding, and opportunities for interaction were scarce, leaving him with a limited ability to read others' emotions and discern their intentions. Chapter 16, Catastrophes Unfold. Words slowly appeared on the mobile screen as Chen Tao attentively observed, his hands swiftly recording without pause. On the 9th day, some of the slumbering survivors awoke. You sought out Han Zhong, prophesying an imminent attack by a multitude of zombie dogs and warning that the camp's ammunition was running low. Han Zhong led a contingent to a nearby base in search of supplies. On the 10th day, Han Zhong's team returned to the camp, having encountered a brutal assault from the zombie dogs along the way, resulting in significant casualties. On the 11th day, enhanced zombie dogs emerged, rendering conventional weaponry ineffective. Han Zhong led the awakened in a fierce battle against the zombie dogs. Su Muxue, the last to awaken, quickly adapted to her bodily changes with your assistance and joined the fray. On the 12th day, after a night of harrowing combat, the camp managed to annihilate the horde of zombie dogs at a grievous cost, with over half of the awakened sustaining injuries, and Han Zhong grievously wounded. On the 13th day, Han Zhong established contact with rescue teams from other cities through unique means, informing them of the awakened ones. Under your guidance, all survivors began to prepare for the potential repercussions of a volcanic eruption while fending off the zombies. With this forewarning, the casualties from the volcanic eruption could be significantly minimized. Chen Tao reflected on this, feeling a sense of prophetic awareness. Even if he could not rescue more individuals, spreading crucial information would undoubtedly assist many. Day 14. Han Zhong's injuries deepened, and to prevent himself from succumbing to the fate of a zombie, he chose to end his life prematurely, entrusting the entire camp to you. Chen Tao had never met Han Zhong, yet through the simulated narrative, he felt a pang of sorrow. After all, based on his experience and the information from the simulator, it appeared that Han Zhong had not succumbed to slumber. Thus he was likely not an awakened. Han Zhong could have easily commanded from the rear, allowing the awakened to engage in battle, but he chose to lead from the front. What immense courage and unwavering resolve it must have taken to fight those terrifying zombies without any supernatural abilities. Such a person deserves utmost respect and admiration. When the apocalypse arrives, I shall strive to save you, given the opportunity, Chen Tao murmured. Day 17, an elite zombie, fiercer and more formidable than the enhanced ones, emerged, retaining a high level of intelligence and leading a tide of zombies to assault the camp. Su Muxue rallied all the awakened to resist. Although the elite zombie was ultimately slain, the awakened suffered heavy casualties, leaving only Su Muxue with a semblance of combat strength. Yet another formidable zombie appeared. In the previous simulation, which extended to the 28th day, why was there no mention of this? It must be that it had not attacked the storage center. Chen Tao speculated. Day 21. Communication was restored, revealing that the nearest coastal city had been transformed into a super shelter. After discussion, you decided to head towards the coastal city. Day 23. After suffering losses of over 10 individuals, you arrived at the coastal city shelter in an armored vehicle, where thousands of survivors gathered, commanded by a powerful awakened who seemed to harbor hostility towards you. Day 24. You became the target of a squad leader in the camp, who, aware of the imminent volcanic eruption, deemed it too risky to venture outside. Thus you endured and continued to reside in the shelter. Day 25. The entire shelter experienced intense tremors. However, its seismic resilience proved strong, and being underground, the impact was relatively minor. Day 26. Darkness enveloped everything as temperatures plummeted. Your accurate predictions earned you great respect within the camp, and the commander dispatched a man named Matthias, a Maasai, To ensure your safety. Day 27. The zombies grew increasingly frenzied, with dozens of enhanced zombies launching a fierce assault on the shelter under the leadership of the elite zombie. Day 30. The awakened in the coastal shelter suffered over half their numbers. The elite zombie was slain by Su Mushua, though she sustained minor injuries, and the remaining zombies were cleared by the awakened. Day 31. The shelter in Kyoto issued a message, indicating that the research team had made significant progress, revealing that this zombie outbreak was caused by a virus. This virus is capable of airborne transmission, and the current survivors possess antibodies within their bodies. As long as they do not sustain severe wound infections, they will not succumb to zombification. The awakened individuals are also a result of the virus, which induces mutations within the body. On the 40th day, the research team in Kyoto developed a vaccine. Upon inoculation, even ordinary humans severely injured by zombies will not undergo corpse transformation. On the 41st day, the coastal commander perceived your existence as a threat to his position and commanded Matthias to assassinate you. However, Matthias remains fiercely loyal to you, and under the protection of him and Su Mushua, you managed to escape from the coastal city shelter. On the 42nd day, you intended to head to the Kyoto shelter, but the harsh winter climate and formidable zombies severely hampered your progress. The volcanic winter is expected to last for an extended period, making it likely that you may not reach the Kyoto refuge. As the words on the screen slowly scrolled, Chen Tao felt that surviving for over 40 days was already a limit, especially since he lacked any formidable talents. Both of his abilities offered no offensive or defensive capabilities, and his only golden talent would not be usable until the 100th day. On the 47th day, you continued your arduous journey towards Kyoto, encountering a group of survivors along the way. You boarded their armored vehicle, hastening towards the Kyoto shelter. On the 50th day, your armored vehicle was besieged by a massive horde of zombies. Matthias sacrificed himself to protect you, and Su Mushua was gravely injured. On the 53rd day, you finally arrived at the Kyoto shelter, but Su Mushua succumbed to her injuries and passed away. On the 55th day, you quickly integrated into the shelter's community and gained the attention of the management. On the 60th day, the research team at the Kyoto shelter made new advancements, developing machines suited for high-intensity combat, rivaling the strength of elite zombies. On the 62nd day, aside from the Kyoto shelter, only 5 other large-scale shelters remained in Asia, while the zombies grew increasingly ferocious. On the 63rd day, you received news that the North American fortress had developed half-human, half-machine cyborgs, whose power could overpower elite zombies. Half-human, half-machine, flesh and blood frail, yet machines ascend. On the 80th day, the humans in North America's fortress were entirely annihilated by the rebellious cyborgs, whose leader announced an impending assault on all humanity. On the 90th day, the Kyoto shelter expanded its search range to the maximum, but the nearby energy sources had been completely depleted, rendering most mechs inoperable. With the relentless onslaught of zombies, casualties continued to rise. Endure a little longer. The 100th day is nearly upon you. As Chen Tao read this, his heart raced. Surviving until the 100th day would allow him to awaken the talent of the End Times Walker. Although he was unaware of its specific effects, it was a golden talent. After all, on the 91st day, the shelter's research team issued a warning. A multitude of unidentified celestial bodies was rapidly approaching the Earth. On the 98th day, the Earth began to tremble violently, and countless celestial bodies crashed down upon the ground. The zombies surrounding the Kyoto shelter were nearly all eradicated, and cracks began to appear on the walls of the refuge. On the 99th day, the Kyoto shelter collapsed, and you were struck by a massive boulder, leading to your demise. Bang! Chen Tao's palm slammed forcefully against the table. Just one more day? Summary. A total of 109 ordinary zombies were slain, earning 3 achievements and surviving for 99 days. Over 100 individuals placed their unconditional trust in you, awarding you the achievement of loyalty. Loyalty. This trait subtly influences those close to you to trust you unconditionally. In the simulation, having been rescued over 10 times, you earned the achievement of apocalyptic terror. Milestone achievement in the simulator, achievement points. 2. In the simulation, traveling a distance exceeding 5,000 kilometers, you receive the achievement of long-distance dash. Milestone achievement in the simulator. Achievement points. 1. Please select a talent to retain. Although the true strength of the Apocalypse Walker remains unclear, it is a golden talent. And with the extensive preparations I have made, Surviving for over 100 days should not pose a significant challenge. Chen Tao decisively chose the Apocalypse Walker talent. Query details. Total simulation attempts, 16. Total talents retained, 5. Total achievements earned, 5. Milestone achievement points, 3. Total ordinary zombies slain, 5092. Total enhanced zombies slain, 19. Remaining domain frequency energy, 1491, after 5 simulations. With just 2 talents remaining, Chen Tao gently tapped his fingers on the table. Even if the upcoming simulations do not yield any powerful talents. Relying on the existing conditions and preparations, surviving over 100 days in the apocalypse should not be overly difficult. Moreover, through this longest survival simulation, Chen Tao acquired a wealth of valuable information. After organizing this data, he began to filter and analyze it, formulating a more detailed plan. Although, according to the current circumstances, accompanying the rescue team would likely extend his survival, he possessed 5 exceptional talents in reality, compared to only 1 in the simulation. Coupled with the information gleaned from the simulations, he was confident that he could survive longer within his own base. The vast horizon is my love. Suddenly, Chen Tao's phone rang. Brother Chen, my grandmother is not doing well. The sobbing voice of Fang Yunyun came through the receiver. I'll be there immediately. Chen Tao hung up the phone, carefully stowing away his notebook before hurriedly making his way to Fang Yunyun's residence. Chapter 17, Golden Talent, Viral Immunity. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the evening breeze lifted Fang Yunyun's long, dark hair, and traces of tears were still visible on her face. Brother Chen, I truly cannot thank you enough. Fang Yunyun struggled to find the words to express her gratitude. Her grandmother completed her final journey in the morning, and managing the funeral not only demanded immense energy, but also required substantial financial resources. Fang Yunyun even contemplated sending her grandmother's body back to the southern suburbs to find a remote place for burial, but having relied on her grandmother since childhood, she could not bear to act so hastily. Ultimately, she sought the assistance of Chen Tao. With Chen Tao's help, Fang Yunyun's grandmother was laid to rest in the cemetery of Shishan. No need for thanks. In the future, I may also require your assistance, Chen Tao began. But before he could finish, Fang Yunyun turned earnestly to look into his eyes. Whatever the matter, as long as you need me, I will do my utmost. Your words alone are sufficient. Rest well these next few days. If there are any unfulfilled wishes, strive to accomplish them. Tomorrow, I will transfer 100,000 yuan to you. No, I cannot accept any more of your money. Fang Yunyun hastily shook her head. Chen Tao did not broach the subject of the impending apocalypse. He merely patted her shoulder before turning to leave. The sunset's afterglow illuminated Chen Tao's broad back. Thank you. Fang Yunyun watched as his silhouette gradually receded until it vanished. Prior to this moment, she had been filled with many questions and confusions, but now those concerns seemed trivial. She would no longer inquire about anything. For someone like her, devoid of background, possessing an ordinary appearance, and lacking formal education, survival in Jiang City was a daunting challenge. Without Chen Tao's intervention, her grandmother would undoubtedly have remained unburied, and perhaps soon, another corpse would grace the overgrown wilds. As night fell, Chen Tao sat in the courtyard of the storage center, gazing up at the starry sky. In the past, he had been preoccupied with studies, and later, with work at the storage center. Recently, having learned of the impending apocalypse, he found himself with not a moment's respite, every nerve taut with tension. Perhaps, such starry skies would no longer be witnessed again. With only a few hours left before the apocalypse, and the zombie outbreak imminent, a volcanic winter would soon follow. It is only when something is on the verge of vanishing that one learns to cherish it, Chen Tao mused with a wry smile. After a while, he returned to the office, retrieved a notebook from the drawer, opened his phone, and began a new simulation. He hoped to continue accompanying the rescue team, for there, he would glean more information. Gift selection. Chen Tao gazed at the lines of text on the screen, furrowing his brow. 3 white talents and 2 blue talents. This configuration would likely not survive beyond 13 days in the simulation. However, choosing to accompany the rescue team to the camp might extend survival to several days, perhaps even yielding new insights. Chen Tao watched with anticipation as the simulator displayed its results, yet he was met with profound disappointment. This time, they remained stationed at the storage center and met their demise on the 13th day, slain by an enhanced zombie dog. Since Chen Tao commenced the simulations, he has undertaken a total of 17 trials. Except for the first and the 16th simulations, he accompanied the rescue team to the campsite. For the remaining simulations, he remained at the storage center. During the inaugural simulation, possibly due to the fear of being dismissed, he did not select the storage center as his base. As he perused the records in his notebook, he suddenly realized that none of the 16 simulations had yielded talents related to strength or combat prowess. Perhaps due to the nature of his abilities, whenever he possessed a certain level of strength, he opted to stay at the storage center. Conversely, when he lacked any means of self-defense, he chose to follow the rescue team. In the event that he does not acquire a golden talent next time, or if the purple talents prove to be mediocre, he will opt for the least favorable white talent, in hopes that the simulated version of himself will choose to accompany the rescue team. Chen Tao has fortified the entire storage center and prepared a plethora of resources, ensuring that when the true apocalypse descends, he will undoubtedly remain at the storage center. However, the simulations differ. He must gather valuable information to prepare himself before the calamity strikes. As for his talents, with the 5 he currently possesses, he can survive for an extended period in the apocalypse, especially with the assistance of Su Mu Shui by his side. Yet, he remains unclear about Fong Yunyun's situation, as the information related to her in the simulations is exceedingly vague. Additionally, there is a person named Matthias, a member of the Maasai, whose strength should rival that of Su Mu Shui. The simulations indicated that he was encountered in Binhai City, but it is now too late to venture there. That matter can wait for another time. In light of these 17 simulations, Chen Tao conducted a systematic summary, reorganizing the significant events he encountered. Perhaps, after the apocalypse arrives, adopting the role of a prophet could be a viable option. No matter how rapidly technology advances or how much knowledge is acquired, there will always be individuals who cling to superstitions. Establishing a religion during the apocalypse would undoubtedly attract a considerable following. If a genuine prophet were to emerge within that faith, well, perhaps it is best to abandon that thought entirely. The consequences of a backlash could be dire. Chen Tao dismissed this sudden notion. In the apocalypse, survival is the foremost priority. He is currently preoccupied with his own safety and lacks the time to manage religious affairs. Moreover, a small sect would hold little significance, while a larger one would inevitably be rife with chaos and would divert most of his attention. As time slipped by, 2 hours passed, and his phone chimed. This time, he encountered the 4th golden talent, viral immunity. His achievement as a demon hunter ensures he is not susceptible to infections from the attacks of enhanced zombies. However, following the volcanic eruption, all zombies have become increasingly ferocious, with a multitude of elite zombies emerging, far stronger than their enhanced counterparts, rendering the effects of this achievement ineffective. Furthermore, whenever a golden talent appears, Chen Tao need not hesitate. He will choose it immediately. Among the remaining 4 talents, there is 1 purple, 2 blue, and 1 white. Chen Tao chose 2 talents, one that enhances memory and another that imparts planting skills. He intentionally selected 3 non-aggressive talents to validate his hypothesis. As the simulation commenced, the first 3 days passed without significant alterations. However, on the 4th day, within the simulation, Chen Tao opted to accompany the rescue team to the camp. Indeed, his suspicion proved correct. Although his talents were not formidable, they provided him with a wealth of information. As long as unforeseen circumstances did not arise, his survival could extend beyond 100 days. Based on insights gleaned from the previous simulation, a cataclysmic meteor shower would occur on the 98th day. If he could inform the shelter and prepare in advance, many casualties could be averted. Yet, fate is unpredictable. On the 17th day, an elite-level zombie emerged, decimating the camp's inhabitants, and Chen Tao was not spared. 17 days? Chen Tao found himself at a loss. Retaining the viral immunity talent, he began to contemplate earnestly. The 15th simulation bore the most notable difference, perhaps due to the eloquent talent, following Han Zhong's demise. He could swiftly earn the trust of others and organize an effective defense. Chen Tao sighed. He had only 3 simulations left. Chapter 18. Becoming a Zombie on June 16th. At 8 in the morning, Chen Tao appeared punctually at the storage center. Director Chen, we require the data from the distribution department, but it has yet to be compiled. The supervisor of the operations department whispered in Chen Tao's office. Has Supervisor Wang not arrived today? Chen Tao inquired absent-mindedly. No, Supervisor Wang has been missing for 5 days, and his phone is unreachable. 5 days. Chen Tao's brow furrowed. He recalled the last time he saw Wang Chong was also at the storage center. where Wang Chong was preparing to personally deliver goods to the Gemini building. The Gemini building. Chen Tao shuddered as a horrifying thought crossed his mind. Please leave for now. I will have someone deliver the data to you tomorrow. Thank you, Director Chen. The office door closed gently, and Chen Tao hurriedly powered on his computer to retrieve the information regarding the goods Wang Chong had dispatched that day. The shipping origin was Jiangsheng Biological Science Company, Limited. Though Chen Tao had never visited this place, it was etched in his memory. He had previously inquired about dog breeding facilities, to which Wang Chong replied that there were none in Jiangsheng, but there was a pet adoption center opposite the Biological Science Building. The company Wang Chong mentioned was none other than Jiangsheng Biological Technology Company, Limited. Could the zombie outbreak be linked to this biological company? Chen Tao swiftly searched for information regarding the Biological Science Company, but aside from some rudimentary introductions and a poorly designed official website, he uncovered no valuable information. However, there exists a considerable amount of information pertaining to the biotechnology firm. In recent years, a plethora of missing persons cases have emerged surrounding this company, including a notable number of its own employees who have vanished. Further investigation revealed that, in the past few days, nearly 100 cases of disappearance or death have surfaced throughout Jiang City, causing quite a stir. Preoccupied with enhancing the storage center and dedicating all his energies to analyzing data and simulating apocalyptic scenarios, he had been oblivious to these significant news events. The biotechnology company. The Gemini Tower engineered viruses. Chen Tao had only pieced together fragmented information, yet he was able to draw rough connections. The so-called apocalypse, at least in its initial phase, is largely a man-made phenomenon. Regrettably, he realized this too late. Any attempt to intervene seemed almost futile. I must take action. After pacing in his office, Chen Tao glanced at the time. There were merely 28 hours remaining until the onset of the apocalypse. He conceived numerous plans, only to dismiss each one in turn. The ability to create a virus capable of impacting the entire world undoubtedly suggests the presence of formidable forces behind it. If Chen Tao were to speak out recklessly, he might not survive to witness the arrival of the apocalypse. He resumed his seat. Even if he could halt the spread of zombies, what of the impending volcanic eruptions? And what about the numerous meteorites that loom ahead? Moreover, should he indeed succeed in delaying the outbreak of the zombies, would that not alter the timeline of the apocalypse, potentially triggering a chain reaction? Everything he had simulated could change, leading to either favorable outcomes or even more terrifying consequences. All would become shrouded in uncertainty. Oh, I still possess 3 simulation opportunities. Now that I have conceived the notion of preventing the apocalypse, the direction of the simulations may also shift. A flash of inspiration struck Chen Tao. He immediately opened his phone and initiated his first simulation of the day. With 5 talents, 2 blue and 3 white, Chen Tao chose 2 blue talents along with 1 white talent. Apocalypse simulation commences, day 1, at noon. You awaken to find yourself confined within a glass chamber, realizing you have transformed into a zombie. Despite retaining a sliver of awareness, you are unable to quell the bloodthirsty urges. Day 2, a human, bearing a vicious countenance and wielding a long knife, shatters the glass chamber that confines you. You uncontrollably charge at him, yet he is far too powerful, and you meet your demise. Summary: you have become a zombie and are unable to retain any data. Fortuitously, I did not act impulsively. I would have undoubtedly become a test subject. Chen Tao felt a shiver of apprehension as he gazed at the screen of his phone. Having thoroughly dispelled that notion, he turned to his computer and searched for information regarding Hanzhong. In the entirety of Jiang City, there are over 200 individuals named Hanzhong. After a thorough filtering process, Chen Tao identified a candidate that fit the criteria. Hanzhong, a native of Wanyang, currently active, is a major in the Special Operations Forces. The contact information for Hanzhong is elusive online. However, it can be effortlessly retrieved from the storage center's database. After saving Hanzhong's mobile number, Chen Tao shut down his computer, tidied his desk, and departed briskly. In the parking lot of the storage center, a dilapidated van was slowly ignited. Unbeknownst to anyone, this worn-out vehicle possessed a strength far surpassing that of the most advanced armored vehicles of today. Its collision resistance and speed were realms unattainable by modern technology. Chen Tao navigated the van, striving to maintain a speed within the normal range, as he headed towards Panlong Mountain. The essence of martial arts lies in perseverance. One must not become complacent. Su Muxue sheathed her long spear onto the weapon rack. What Teacher Su said is indeed true, Chen Tao remarked with a smile. I am genuinely instructing you. Do not wear a playful grin. Su Muxue replied, her brows slightly knitted. I have a close friend whose family member has passed away, and I have been accompanying her these past few days. Chen Tao explained softly, his smile fading. I see. How is your friend faring? Su Muxue inquired, her previously stern expression softening. The loss of a loved one is undoubtedly heartbreaking, but her emotions have stabilized, Chen Tao answered. Since your situation is understandable, I shall refrain from further comments. After the recent training, you have already grasped the fundamentals of marksmanship. Today, I shall teach you a new technique, he added. Teacher Su, martial arts is a long-term endeavor. One should not rush the process. Chen Tao observed Su Muxue intently. What do you mean? She asked. I notice you always wear the same 2 outfits. I would like to buy you some new ones, if you have the time. I do not have time. I still need to practice. Su Muxue replied bluntly. Chen Tao was momentarily taken aback by her response, which was more forthright than any steel-hearted man. In Su Muxue's world, martial arts reigned supreme. Nevertheless, after some gentle persuasion from Chen Tao, Su Muxue ultimately consented to descend the mountain together. I don't have much money, Su Muxue remarked. Seated in the passenger seat, consider it a chance to relax. Chen Tao started the van and gradually drove towards the city center of Jiang City. Although it was the weekend, the foot traffic in the city center was notably sparse. An eerie atmosphere lingered even in the air. Chapter 19. Is tomorrow the apocalypse? Miss, this dress would look lovely on you. The sales assistant retrieved a pale yellow gown from the rack. I do not like wearing dresses. Su Muxue shook her head. Do try it on. I think it would suit you splendidly. Chen Tao, seated on a nearby sofa, chimed in with a smile. Hesitating for a moment, Su Muxue finally took the dress and entered the changing room. Moments later, upon emerging from the changing room, Su Muxue appeared transformed. The pale yellow gown accentuated her fair skin and slender figure, evoking a striking beauty. Sister's waist is as lethal as my blade. Chen Tao quickly diverted his gaze to avoid revealing his discomfort. Su Muxue, clad in a sleek black martial arts uniform, exuded an aura that was both striking and intimidating, making her seem unapproachable. Yet, with a mere change of attire, her entire demeanor transformed, becoming captivating and extraordinary. I must have this outfit, Chen Tao declared as he rose. Su Muxue glanced at the price tag and then at Chen Tao, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? What's wrong? It costs over 3,000. Nearly your entire monthly salary. No worries, we are not short on funds. As their conversation unfolded, a delivery person dressed in a courier uniform entered the clothing store. Director Chen, is that you? Chen Tao turned to see a courier from the storage center's distribution department. Oh, are you here to deliver a package? Indeed, the courier replied. Meanwhile, the sales clerk had already packaged the garment. Teacher Su, let us check out the next store. The two exited the store side by side, with Su Muxue eyeing Chen Tao, saying, you certainly have some hidden depths. What are your true intentions? Haven't you already discerned my goal? I wish to learn martial arts. You don't think I can be so easily deceived, do you? I'll reveal more on our way back. Chen Tao responded, taking Su Muxue's hand as they headed to another boutique. Before long, the day had slipped away, and Su Muxue felt a hint of reluctance to part ways. After acquiring over a dozen outfits, Chen Tao took Su Muxue to an amusement park, which was a first for her. Later that evening, they attended a movie, indulging in a full 2 hours of cinematic delight. Now, you can finally disclose your true intentions, right? As they traveled towards Panlong Mountain, a solitary van meandered along the road. The apocalypse is set to descend tomorrow, Chen Tao proclaimed with a serious expression. Apocalypse? What does that entail? Countless individuals will transform into zombies, volcanoes will erupt, and meteors will collide. But how does any of this relate to your proximity to me? Su Muxue inquired. Not only have you avoided becoming a zombie, but you have also grown remarkably powerful. Do you wish to team up with me to tackle monsters and level up? Although this notion seemed somewhat ludicrous, I assure you, I am neither exaggerating nor jesting. Upon realizing that the apocalypse was indeed imminent, Chen Tao felt a profound fear. Yet he was more terrified of being discovered by those with ulterior motives. Thus, he dedicated all his energy to devising strategies for confronting the impending apocalypse, seeking to alleviate his own trepidation. When exactly will the apocalypse arrive? Su Muxue asked calmly. At midnight. Understood. Observing Su Muxue's composed demeanor, Chen Tao was left pondering whether she doubted his words or had genuinely attained a state of tranquility amidst crisis. Do not breathe a word to anyone, or else. Chen Tao felt compelled to caution. I have no friends, and even if I were to speak of it, they would surely regard me as a mad woman. Su Muxue replied with a slight smile. And what of you? Do you see me as a lunatic as well? Su Muxue queried, her gaze directed towards Chen Tao. You do indeed appear somewhat mad, yet I place my faith in you. For over 2 decades, aside from my master, you have been the most benevolent individual in my life. You may deceive me, but I choose to trust you this once. Tomorrow will reveal whether your choice is indeed the correct one. Chen Tao asserted with unwavering confidence. Deep down, he secretly wished his judgment was flawed. However, the extraordinary aptitude he exhibited in reality compelled him to accept the impending apocalypse as a truth. What else must I prepare? Su Muxue inquired. Nothing more is necessary. I have arranged the majority of items. Just bring along some change of clothing and daily necessities. I shall come to collect you at dawn. Where are we headed? To the storage center, which I will designate as our base in this impending apocalypse. Very well, I shall await your arrival tomorrow morning. Su Muxue nodded in agreement. The van came to a gradual halt at the entrance of the martial arts school atop the mountain. At 9:30 in the evening, Chen Tao returned to the storage center. Upon entering his office, he immediately commenced a simulation. Researcher, focused on technological development, achieving notable accomplishments. Blue, agile movement, possesses enhanced agility in the apocalypse, evading zombie attacks. White, negotiation expert, gains access to additional information during transactions, thus securing the upper hand and greater benefits. Blue, rapid recovery, physical condition surpasses that of ordinary individuals, allowing for quicker recovery from non-fatal injuries. Blue, linguist, fully activates linguistic capabilities, attaining proficiency in any unfamiliar language within an exceedingly short time frame. Purple, these 5 talents prove to be rather lackluster, particularly agile movement and rapid recovery. Although they seemed somewhat beneficial, Chen Tao furrowed his brow. Through the simulation, he discerned that he would sustain minimal injuries when confronted by ordinary zombies. However, against the formidable zombies, even the utmost speed would be of little avail, as any injury sustained would likely be fatal. Ultimately, he opted for linguist, negotiation expert, and researcher, initiating the penultimate simulation. Due to the mediocrity of his talents, he survived a mere 34 days, with information paralleling previous simulations. Please select talents to retain, appeared gradually on the screen in 7 black characters. This prompted Chen Tao to hesitate. He still possessed one final simulation opportunity, and the slot for a retained talent was dwindling. Based on the outcomes of prior simulations, he had relinquished any fantasies regarding golden talents, and even questioned whether a purple talent would manifest in the next simulation. Linguist, Chen Tao decisively made his choice, opting to retain the talent. Considering the 6 talents he had previously preserved, he believed surviving 100 or 200 days in the apocalypse would pose no challenge. The 7th talent, he felt, was of little consequence. His primary desire was to acquire knowledge regarding the impending apocalypse. Regrettably, in the absence of formidable talent and the inability to awaken any potential, Chen Tao could only surpass the average person by a slight margin. The desire for prolonged survival was almost a mere fantasy. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 9:40 in the evening. In merely 2 hours, it would be 11:40. Although time was somewhat pressing, he could still complete the final simulation before midnight. Chapter 20. The final simulation on June 16, 2035. At 11:45 p.m., Chen Tao's phone emitted a chime, snapping him to attention as he promptly unlocked the device. This time, the selection of talents was unprecedented for him. To his dismay, all he encountered were white talents. Chen Tao was uncertain whether to feel relieved for having wisely retained a purple talent from the previous simulation or to lament the fact that this time he was only presented with white talents, which offered capabilities only marginally superior to those of ordinary individuals. It seemed that hopes for a successful final simulation were dim. As the simulator officially commenced, Chen Tao approached the task with utmost seriousness, fully aware that his survival might be fleeting. His eyes were fixed intently on the screen of his phone, while his pen moved swiftly to record the unfolding events. The information from the first 3 days was largely identical, with no powerful talents and Su Muxue yet to awaken. Thus, Chen Tao refrained from preemptively dealing with the enhanced zombie. Soon, The display on his phone revealed the content for the 4th day, indicating they had joined the rescue team en route to the camp. Although lacking in formidable talent, Chen Tao possessed a clear understanding of the events about to transpire in the simulation. This time, he entrusted the role of the seer to Su Muxue, remaining in the shadows himself. Each time impending disaster loomed, he would first inform Su Muxue, who would then relay the information publicly. This approach is quite effective. Chen Tao mused with a slight smile. After all, Su Muxue's extraordinary prowess made her far more capable of commanding respect than Chen Tao, who lacked powerful talents. Day 11. The majority of awakened individuals at the camp have come to their senses, and a pack of zombie dogs has emerged. At your suggestion, Su Muxue advises Captain Han Zhong to head towards Binhai City. If they could evade the enhanced zombie dogs and the elite zombies that would appear on the 17th day, the number of survivors in Jiangcheng would surely be considerable. Their journey to Binhai City might even allow them to turn the tables. As Chen Tao speculated, Han Zhong led the survivors of Jiangcheng and reached Binhai City on the 14th day, successfully avoiding 2 perilous encounters. Subsequently, Su Muxue quickly established her authority within the Binhai City refuge, and on the 20th day, she commenced the evacuation of all survivors towards the Kyoto sanctuary. Perhaps due to the preparedness for their departure, they encountered no significant delays on the road, arriving at the Kyoto sanctuary in just 4 days. On the 25th day, a volcanic eruption occurred. Within the simulation, Chen Tao and his companions navigated this calamity unscathed. However, from the 27th day onward, zombie attacks intensified, with reports of numerous casualties flooding in. Until the 62nd day, only 5 shelters remained in the Asian region, and simultaneously, Fang Yunyun began to fall into slumber. Upon seeing this news, Chen Tao felt a stirring in his heart. Fang Yunyun was on the verge of awakening. Day 72. Under the relentless assault of zombies, the outer defenses of the Kyoto shelter were entirely obliterated. Su Muxue, leading the awakened, fought valiantly to repel the tide of zombies, but fell gravely injured herself. Prior to this, in previous simulations, Su Muxue's longest survival time had been 53 days, marking this as a new piece of information. Day 73. Under Fang Yunyun's care, Su Muxue's injuries fully healed. You informed Su Muxue that a significant number of meteoroids were about to collide with Earth, and she relayed this information to the higher-ups of the Kyoto shelter. In the ensuing period, the higher-ups ordered the fortification of the shelter and continued to expand underground. Most of the awakened relocated to the safer lower levels, including Su Muxue and Fang Yunyun, while Chen Tao, benefiting from Su Muxue's privileges, also moved to the lower safety zone. It seemed that this time, survival would extend longer. Chen Tao spoke with newfound confidence. Despite his talents being woefully inadequate, the information he possessed had become his most formidable asset. Similar to the 16th simulation, meteors fell on the 98th day, yet he navigated through to the 99th day unscathed. 100 days had passed. Chen Tao felt a surge of excitement. This was his longest survival yet. Day 100. Your consciousness begins to blur, and you succumb to slumber as chaos erupts within the Kyoto shelter. Am I about to awaken? But I lack the Wasteland Wanderer talent this time. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Tao concluded that he indeed had awakened. Although in possession of the Wasteland Wanderer talent, the nature of awakening would be different. Without that talent now, he would still awaken, albeit potentially manifesting a different ability. What kind of talent might emerge? Chen Tao's gaze remained fixed on the screen of his phone. Day 101. Several king-level zombies appeared within the shelter, slaughtering all awakened individuals. There were no survivors in the Kyoto shelter. You perished. How could zombies infiltrate the interior? Was there a traitor among the shelter? Or had those formidable zombies disguised themselves as humans? Through prior simulations, Chen Tao understood that elite-level zombies had begun to exhibit a degree of intelligence, and the newly emerged king-level zombies likely possessed even greater cunning. The descriptions of these new zombies were exceedingly sparse, leaving Chen Tao unable to make a definitive judgment. Summary: killed 0 ordinary zombies, achieved 3 accomplishments, survived for 101 days. In the simulation, surviving over 100 days earns the achievement of Wasteland Survivor. Wasteland Survivor grants 1 opportunity to enhance a talent of purple level, including purple or lower, with a 50 chance of elevating the quality of the enhanced talent. In the simulation, having never slain a single zombie, I achieved the Zombie Friend accolade. Additionally, upon awakening a new supernatural ability, I acquired the Apocalypse Awakened achievement. Regarding the milestone achievements, Chen Tao remains perplexed about their significance. However, he does not dwell on it too much, as they may only be applicable once the apocalypse descends. This round of simulation has imparted a crucial piece of information. There are issues within the Kyoto shelter, and he will begin to awaken on the 100th day. Chen Tao is not well versed in the awakening process. He only knows that a period of slumber is required before acquiring his powers. It seems that the duration of sleep varies among other awakened individuals, such as Su Muxiue and Fang Yunyun, leaving Chen Tao uncertain of how long his slumber will last. This information is vital for my survival, and I must prepare thoroughly for the impending apocalypse. All data before the onset of the apocalypse has been frozen. Tomorrow, Chen Tao will embark on his journey into the end times, armed with the resources he has meticulously gathered. Despite his extensive preparations, a sense of trepidation lingers within him. Reflecting on his 21 simulations, the 2 longest survivals were achieved while accompanying rescue teams, traversing various shelters. When the apocalypse truly arrives, Chen Tao plans to establish a formidable defense from a storage center as his base. One certainty he holds is that the storage center will be safe for the first 25 days post-apocalypse. What lies beyond that is uncertain. A soft ping from his phone echoed through the quiet room, startling Chen Tao as if it were thunder. He quickly turned and activated the screen. The apocalypse is about to commence. The simulator is undergoing an upgrade, expected to take 12 hours. 12 hours. That corresponds to noon tomorrow. He wonders what changes the upgraded simulator will bring. Perhaps it will grant him additional abilities. Chen Tao is filled with anticipation for the upgrading simulator. Chapter 21. From now on, I will protect you. On June 17, 2035, at 7 a.m., the road to Panlong Mountain was nearly deserted, save for Chen Tao's van. With no other pedestrians or vehicles in sight, he felt no hesitation in pushing the van to its limits, reaching the mountaintop dojo in under 10 minutes. Gather everything you need. We may not return, Chen Tao advised Su Muxiue. Everything is ready, she replied, having already packed her belongings. Aside from the garments purchased yesterday, the remainder consists solely of the weapons I typically employ. Each of these was meticulously crafted by my master, holding significant meaning for me. There are a dozen or so weapons of various lengths and sizes, including a nearly 2-meter-long, 400-kilogram dark iron spear, a relic from Su Muxiue's master before his passing. Is that all? Chen Tao inquired, surprised that Su Muxiue had brought merely a single suitcase along with the assortment of weapons. Indeed, Su Muxiue nodded. Upon hearing this, Chen Tao quickly opened the trunk of the vehicle, assisting Su Muxiue in loading these items. These items are rather weighty. Will your vehicle manage? Tenfold would be no issue. Chen Tao replied with a faint smile. After securely stowing the cargo, Chen Tao retrieved his phone and called Fang Yunyun. Yunyun, prepare yourself. I'm on my way to pick you up. All right. Fang Yunyun responded promptly. Do bring along your daily necessities. You may not return home for some time, Chen Tao advised. Understood. Fang Yunyun replied without hesitation. Having ended the call, he drove towards Fang Yunyun's rental apartment. That Su Muxiue seems to be a friend, albeit one I have known for a short while, she remarked softly, observing the fleeting scenery outside. Is she strong in this apocalyptic world as well? Yes. She too is an awakened one. The van sped along at over 200 kilometers per hour. Although Su Muxiue felt quite astonished, her expression remained composed. I never anticipated a vehicle could travel so swiftly. However, this speed may only be possible now. Once the zombie outbreak occurs, these roads will likely be devastated, and we might need an armored vehicle for our excursions. After 7 or 8 minutes, Chen Tao arrived at Fang Yunyun's residence. Director Chen. Fang Yunyun greeted him as she entered the vehicle. There will be no more director. Please call me Brother Chen. Chen Tao introduced Su Muxiue. This is Miss Su Muxiue. You will be spending considerable time together henceforth. Hello, Miss Su. I am Fang Yunyun. Although my work experience is limited, I am eager to learn and work diligently, Fang Yunyun declared, mistakenly believing Su Muxiue to be a manager at the storage center. Just call me Sister Su. I will look out for you in the future. Su Muxiue replied with a warm smile. Despite the kindness in her expression, Su Muxiue's strong presence, cultivated through years of martial arts training, made Fang Yunyun in the back seat feel increasingly anxious. I will rely on you for guidance, Sister Su. Fang Yunyun responded respectfully. As the two exchanged pleasantries, Chen Tao drove them into the storage center. The office will serve as our resting place for now. The initial zombie attacks are unlikely to be severe, so we have time to prepare. Chen Tao explained as they entered the office area. Zombies? What zombies? Fang Yunyun asked, her face filled with confusion. Around noon today, a zombie virus will erupt, akin to the undead depicted in films, plunging us into an apocalyptic world. Chen Tao succinctly explained. The zombie apocalypse. Fang Yunyun gazed at Chen Tao in sheer terror. Did you not inform her beforehand? Su Muxue, carrying several packages, followed closely behind Chen Tao. I feared it might distress her, and if anyone were to notice any abnormality, she could be in danger. Chen Tao opened the office door. Brother Chen, is there really going to be a zombie outbreak? Are you jesting? Do I appear to be joking? Rest assured, those zombies are not formidable. At least in the initial stages, they pose little threat to us. Chen Tao reassured her. Fang Yunyun's emotions calmed somewhat, as she had few ties left. Is there anything else we need to prepare? Su Muxue placed the packages in a corner of the office. Indeed, there remains much to be done. I can handle it myself. You stay here with Yunyun for now. Chen Tao replied. Prior to this, to avoid drawing attention, Chen Tao had only reinforced the basic defenses of the storage center without making any significant alterations. Now, with the impending outbreak, he needed to first secure the internal communications of the storage center, then plan the underground warehouse, designating several rest areas, and relocate to the subterranean space before the volcano erupts. Brother Chen, I do not wish to be a burden, although I am still somewhat frightened. I will manage my emotions. Please instruct me on what needs to be done. Fang Yunyun stood up. Just ensure you do not leave the storage center. I will handle the rest. Before their awakening, they were merely ordinary individuals, and during the early days of the apocalypse, Chen Tao did not intend for them to engage in any significant tasks. After giving the two women some instructions, Chen Tao turned and departed from the office area. Several days prior, he had already notified the general manager that the storage center's equipment would undergo maintenance for the morning, granting all employees a half-day leave. He was uncertain whether these employees would transform into zombies, while he was not particularly close to them. Witnessing such a transformation before his eyes left him unsure whether he could remain indifferent. In the blink of an eye, the morning had passed, and Chen Tao had completed less than 1,000th of his planned tasks. Yet, he was not in a rush. Once the apocalypse dawned, he would have ample time to further plan and modify this place. There are 10 minutes left. Chen Tao glanced at the time, leisurely took out his phone, and dialed an unfamiliar number. Hello? A stranger's voice emanated from Chen Tao's phone. Hanzhong, it is I. Who are you? In 8 minutes, a virus will erupt, infecting the majority of humanity and transforming them into zombies. What zombies? Who are you? In the apocalypse, we shall encounter them. With that, Chen Tao abruptly hung up the call. In the simulation, Hanzhong served as the captain of the rescue team, demonstrating unwavering dedication and providing considerable assistance to Chen Tao. Before the apocalypse descended, Chen Tao had notified the third and final person. Chapter 22. The new features of the simulator. Will the outbreak of zombies truly occur? Fang Yunyun sat on the sofa in the storage center's office, cautiously glancing at Su Muxue. I am uncertain. Chen Tao mentioned an outbreak might happen, but perhaps he is merely jesting. Su Muxue carefully polished the Miao sword in her hands. This is a double-handed long blade, named for its slender shape resembling a seedling. In the era of cold weapons, the Miao sword was one of the most advanced arms, traditionally wielded by royal guards, such as the Imperial Forest Army and the Feathered Guard. Sister Su, you seem entirely unafraid. Afraid? But what use is fear? It resolves nothing. Su Muxue set down her Miao sword and picked up a 3-section staff, continuing to wipe it gently. Sister Su, why did Brother Chen choose to bring me along? Because you are of value, I presume. Su Muxue replied candidly. Me? I possess no abilities. What role can I fulfill? No sooner had Fang Yunyun uttered these words than Su Muxue's phone rang suddenly. The time has come. Su Muxue's expression tightened as she recalled the alarm she had set for 12 o'clock. Bang! Boom! The sounds of violent collisions and explosions were faintly audible. It seems he was not joking after all, Su Muxue remarked calmly. Meanwhile, Fang Yunyun, curled up on the sofa, trembled. Sister Su, I am afraid. Fang Yunyun struggled to suppress her fearful emotions, yet her body began to quiver uncontrollably, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. It's all right. Once you grow accustomed to it, fear will dissipate. Su Muxue had few friends and lacked experience in comforting others. Her own heart raced with anxiety. Yet witnessing Fang Yunyun on the brink of collapse compelled her to feign calmness. If she showed even a hint of fear, Fang Yunyun might completely unravel. Su Muxiue could only place her hopes in Chen Tao. Since he could foresee the apocalypse, he must have made the necessary preparations, and thus, they should be safe. Meanwhile, in the underground warehouse, Chen Tao was intently focused on his phone. The apocalypse simulator upgrade complete. At last, the upgrade was finished. He hoped for even more powerful features. Ever since the simulator had prompted an upgrade at midnight last night, Chen Tao had awaited this moment with eager anticipation. Prior to the apocalypse's arrival, the simulator had already granted him 7 talents and knowledge of significant events occurring within the next 100 days. With this upgrade, his abilities should experience yet another qualitative leap. At that point, whether it be a zombie virus, a volcanic eruption, or a meteor strike, all would be trivial matters to Chen Tao. Officially entering the apocalypse phase, daily simulation opportunities are cancelled. As the first line of text appeared, it struck Chen Tao like a thunderbolt. This simulation is the function that Chen Tao values most, even surpassing innate talents in importance. After all, no matter how formidable one's gifts may be, they may falter in the face of unforeseen calamities. With 3 simulations at his disposal, he can prepare or evade in advance through prophetic foresight, which is his greatest reliance. As the apocalypse commenced, he could no longer simulate. However, after 100 days, he was fortunate to possess 4 golden talents and 3 purple talents, far exceeding the capabilities of other awakened beings. If Chen Tao, endowed with 7 talents, were unable to survive, it would suggest that this planet might harbor no other humans. New survival simulation. Activate simulator shop system. Commence milestone achievement roulette. In just 3 succinct lines, the information flashed before Chen Tao, vanishing before he could ponder its implications. Subsequently, the screen displayed in succession: survival simulation, shop, roulette. Check details. Chen Tao tentatively clicked on the newly available survival mode. Insufficient points. Simulation cannot proceed. Note: in the apocalypse, survival points are accrued based on daily survival conditions, and consuming these points allows for 1 survival simulation. The prospect of further simulations filled Chen Tao with elation. As long as he could simulate, there was no cause for alarm. An examination where the answers are already known can yield perfect scores for anyone. However, not everyone has access to the answers. He continued to click through the options. Simulator shop. Note: the shop requires the expenditure of 10,000 domain frequency energy. Your domain frequency energy is insufficient for use. What a bother. Does it truly require such a vast amount of domain frequency energy? How many zombies must I slay? A hint of bitterness crept into Chen Tao's mouth. Milestone achievement roulette. Note: the roulette can only be activated on the 28th day of the apocalypse. Please be patient. Goodness. The updated simulator offers nothing currently usable. Check details. Data updated. Total simulation attempts, 0. Total retained talents, 7. Total achievements earned, 8. Milestone achievement points, 7. Remaining domain frequency energy, 1891. Remaining survival simulation points, 0. Chen Tao noticed that the achievement titled Apocalypse Survivor was highlighted in red and tapped on it. Simulation. Survived for over 100 days. Achievement earned. Apocalypse Survivor. Apocalypse Survivor allows for 1 enhancement of purple, including purple or lower talents, with a 50 chance of improving the quality of the enhanced talent. This was an achievement Chen Tao had secured just the previous night. He had documented the simulation content, but had not yet utilized it before the simulator began its upgrade. The talents eligible for enhancement were only strength, research and development, and polyglot. Chen Tao first eliminated the possibility of utilizing the communicator, as this talent, at least in the initial stages, bore no manifest significance. Furthermore, technological research and development would undoubtedly play a substantial role in the mid to late game. Thus, Chen Tao needed to employ this to further bolster the offensive and defensive capabilities of his base. However, at present, his primary concern lay in enhancing his own abilities. The utilization of this technological research talent necessitated a considerable expenditure of domain frequency energy, which could only be acquired through the annihilation of zombies. Therefore, for Chen Tao, the foremost priority was to strengthen himself, followed by the fortification of the base. The success rate of enhancement stood at a mere 50%, leaving Chen Tao uncertain if he could achieve success on the first attempt. After all, He had previously experienced failures, even with a 98% success rate, while enhancing equipment in games. Suddenly, the screen of his mobile device radiated a golden light. Success! Chen Tao felt a surge of excitement. As the golden glow gradually faded, the purple talent strength transformed into the golden talent mountain-shattering strength. With this newfound ability, he possessed unparalleled power and could continue to enhance himself indefinitely through rigorous training. Chen Tao closed his eyes for a moment, experiencing a boundless strength within him, an experience he had never encountered before. With this talent, dealing with the enhanced zombie should be a trivial task. Yet, the notion of rigorous training left Chen Tao pondering. He was uncertain what constituted such intensity. After a while, he recalled an anime he had once watched, in which characters perpetually trained under heavy loads to augment their strength. In reality, many individuals engaged in weighted running for physical conditioning. After rummaging through the warehouse, Chen Tao discovered a white Tai Chi uniform. This will suffice. He smiled faintly. This lightweight attire had exceeded 400 pounds in weight after 3 rounds of enhancement, coupled with the mysterious iron spear in his hand. His burden far surpassed the limits of human capacity, surpassing even the strength of some enhanced zombies. In this weighted state, even walking would provide significant training benefits. It was time to confront the enhanced zombie. After briefly acclimating to the additional weight, Chen Tao stepped outside at a measured pace. Chapter 23. No more than this, I shall be gone for about an hour. Chen Tao declared solemnly from outside the office door. Do you need assistance? Su Mushua casually grasped a machete. No need. It's merely a trivial matter. You all must refrain from venturing out until you awaken. Then take the mysterious iron spear with you. Su Mushua advised. Chen Tao had just retrieved a handgun and a sniper rifle from the underground warehouse. However, the ammunition was limited, and as he would be acting alone without anyone to cover him, the effectiveness of the firearms would be significantly diminished. Very well, he nodded, glancing at the mysterious iron spear wrapped on the ground. Brother Chen, originally curled up on the sofa, felt a surge of fear upon hearing that Chen Tao was leaving. I will return shortly, declared Chen Tao, as he grasped the nearly 2-meter-long black iron spear and strode purposefully out. The gates of the storage center creaked open, marking the first time they had been unlatched since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. Chen Tao harbored concerns that zombies might rush in during the opening, yet outside, it appeared devoid of any undead presence. Soon, the gates closed once more, and Chen Tao drove away in a van from the storage center. On the highway, several vehicles of varying sizes lay wrecked together, with an exploded fuel truck engulfed in flames at the center. The road was obstructed. Chen Tao slowed the van's speed. Given his current abilities and preparations, it was virtually impossible for enhanced zombies to breach the storage center, much less inflict harm upon him. Thus, the need to eliminate the enhanced zombie was not of great consequence to him. However, Chen Tao understood that survival in a post-apocalyptic world hinged on enduring long enough to witness the end. After careful consideration, he resolved to eradicate the enhanced zombie. Zombies might grow increasingly formidable, and if not dealt with promptly, this could evolve into a significant threat in the future. Furthermore, since the simulator had already provided the information, failing to capitalize on it would be a sheer waste. This vehicle has been reinforced 4 times. A collision should pose no significant issue. With determination, Chen Tao pressed the accelerator, driving the van directly into the burning vehicles. The sounds of impact reverberated, yet Chen Tao felt little jolt inside the vehicle. To his surprise, the shock absorption was quite commendable. Elated, he navigated through the billowing smoke on the highway, reaching the Twin Towers in mere minutes. Outside the building, overturned vehicles belched smoke while a dozen staggering, grotesque zombies began to shuffle forward. Chen Tao disembarked leisurely, slinging his sniper rifle across his back, a pistol at his waist, and retrieving the black iron spear from the van's trunk. He tore away the cloth wrapping the spear, revealing its chilling silver sheen under the blazing sun. With practiced precision, he stepped forward and thrust it. The spear pierced through the zombie's body with a soft hiss. Chen Tao intended merely to hone his skills against these sluggish zombies, ensuring he wouldn't be caught unprepared when confronting the enhanced one. With a thud, the zombie collapsed, seemingly inciting the ire of its nearby brethren, who gaped at him with ravenous mouths. The zombies moved at a glacial pace, and Chen Tao found little interest in dispatching such low-difficulty foes. Yet, recalling that both enhancing and unlocking the shop required domain frequency energy, and that killing zombies in both the simulator and reality yielded this energy. He diligently set about clearing the area around the twin towers of the undead. This marks my inaugural encounter with zombies, as well as my first act of vanquishing one. Yet, curiously, I feel neither fear nor revulsion. After dispatching the surrounding undead, Chen Tao glanced at the rapidly drying bloodstains on his dark iron spear and murmured to himself. During the simulations, he had pondered whether, in the event of a genuine zombie outbreak, he might be paralyzed by terror, too afraid to even wield a weapon. Perhaps he had underestimated his own adaptability, or perhaps the repeated simulations had hastened his acceptance of the cataclysmic changes that had befallen the world. After all, he had been preparing for 7 days in advance. He had harbored concerns, trepidations, and fears regarding the apocalypse. Yet, when he finally confronted it, he found it to be quite manageable. Perhaps it was due to his considerable strength, or perhaps because he had adequately equipped himself for this eventuality. Had the apocalypse not occurred, he might have remained an ordinary individual, living at the bottom rung of society and engaging in the same monotonous tasks day after day. Few desire stagnation, yet he felt powerless to effect change. Now, however, circumstances had shifted. He possessed formidable talents and abilities. The apocalypse, a harbinger of despair and misfortune for the majority, represented boundless futures and infinite possibilities for Chen Tao. With a vigorous motion, he hoisted the dark iron spear and strode purposefully toward the interior of the twin towers. With the power out and no one to activate the backup systems or elevators, Chen Tao was compelled to ascend floor by floor. Fortuitously, he required domain frequency energy, rendering the labor less burdensome. The twin towers boasted a total of 63 stories, making it the tallest structure in this second-tier city. After over an hour of combat, he had reached the 30th floor, a feat that left him somewhat fatigued. Empowered by his mighty strength talent, Chen Tao experienced a marked enhancement in his physical prowess. However, wielding a spear that weighed over 400 pounds, combined with his Tai Chi attire, while executing high-intensity strikes proved to be quite taxing. It appeared he had overestimated his own capabilities. Taking a seat on the steps, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, he noticed that the spearhead of his dark iron spear had diminished in size, and he hastily wiped away the putrid bloodstains. It had corroded. The blood of zombies possesses corrosive properties. Chen Tao could expend 20 points of domain frequency energy to reinforce the dark iron spear, yet this would also necessitate some special metallic materials, which posed a challenge. Resolute, he decided to first eliminate the enhanced zombie on the top floor before returning to the storage center to devise a means of gathering materials for the spear's enhancement. With determination, he pressed onward, eschewing any lingering skirmishes as he ascended to the pinnacle. As he approached the uppermost level, the number of zombies dwindled unexpectedly, allowing Chen Tao to quicken his pace considerably. 10 minutes later, a lithe figure emerged on the top floor of the twin towers. Why were there no zombies in sight? The entire corridor was eerily silent, the carpet impeccably tidy, devoid of any traces of being trampled by the undead. Could it be that the enhanced zombie was not present here? In the simulation, I have returned to the twin towers on multiple occasions to eliminate the enhanced zombies. Amidst confusion, Chen Tao felt a surge of fear. Could there be an issue with the simulation? Even when confronting zombies for the first time, he had not experienced any trepidation, as the simulator had provided him with ample information. However, if the information from the simulation was flawed, then everything would become uncertain. A strange roar echoed from the end of the corridor. Chapter 24. I do not require cattle or horses. Wang Chong. At the pinnacle of the twin towers, at the corridor's end, Chen Tao discerned the visage of the enhanced zombie. Previously, he had dispatched numerous zombies, all of which bore similar characteristics. Their decaying faces were twisted, rendering their original appearances unrecognizable. Yet, the zombie before him wore spectacles, its complexion shadowed, with patches of skin showing signs of decay. Yet he could still effortlessly identify its identity. The zombie rasped, "Chen Tao." A frown knitted Chen Tao's brows. He had assumed that what lay before him was merely a mindless creature, never expecting it to utter his name. "You are Wang Chong." Chen Tao narrowed his eyes, gripping his rifle tightly, preparing to strike. "Please, kill me. I am in so much pain." Wang Chong's words were fragmented, and before he could finish, he lunged towards Chen Tao, flailing his arms. With a swift motion, Chen Tao summoned all his strength, thrusting his gun forward with the simplest of actions, piercing Wang Chong's abdomen. "Thank you." Chen Tao remained silent, stepping back 2 paces as he withdrew his rifle from Wang Chang's midsection. Seizing the moment, he fired 2 more shots, each penetrating Wang Chang's skull and heart. "No need to thank me," he said softly, gazing at the fallen corpse. In the simulation, this enhanced zombie had claimed his life more than twice. To ensure thoroughness, Chen Tao retrieved his upgraded handgun and fired 3 additional shots into the body, confirming its demise before he finally exhaled in relief. He had not anticipated that the enhanced zombie within the simulation would be Wang Chang. But what of Jin Shuangshi? Chen Tao reflected on the information gleaned from each simulation. In one instance, on the 17th day, an elite-level zombie emerged, possessing a degree of intelligence, which had resulted in the annihilation of the camp. Each time, addressing an elite-level zombie demanded a tremendous cost. If the elite zombie were indeed Jin Shuangshi, he should also be here. It would be advantageous to eliminate him simultaneously. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Tao meticulously searched every room on the top floor, discovering only a photograph of Jin Shuangshi in an office and no further clues. Never mind, it's getting late. I should return swiftly. After all, Su Muxue and Fang Yunyun were both young women, and Chen Tao felt uneasy leaving them at the storage center. After confirming that Wang Chang's corpse had not changed, Chen Tao wrapped it in a carpet and ignited it with a lighter. As he watched the flames dance, he turned and descended the staircase. Upon reaching the 9th floor, he recalled the training pod at the gym. With the talent of domain frequency enhancement, he could further amplify his strength through the pod. Although the apparatus was somewhat cumbersome, it posed no burden to Chen Tao at this moment. He navigated effortlessly to the room he had visited previously, only to find the door tightly locked. With a resounding crash, he broke in. A piercing scream echoed, startling Chen Tao. He turned to find a woman crouched in the southwest corner of the room. "Mr. Chen," she exclaimed, "you are Zhang Chuan." Chen Tao's brows furrowed slightly. Zhang Chuan was indeed the sister Zhang mentioned by Fang Yunyun, who had taken over Chen Tao's service after Fang's departure. "All the zombies below the 30th floor are dead. Change rooms, secure the door, and in 3 or 4 days, a rescue team will arrive." Chen Tao spoke with an air of indifference, simultaneously lifting the training pod. Zhang Chuan was awestruck by Chen Tao's remarkable strength, momentarily forgetting her fear of the zombies. It wasn't until he reached the door again that she regained her senses, urgently pleading, "Mr. Chen, please don't leave me here alone. I'm scared." Chen Tao ignored her and continued on his way. "If you can save me, I will serve you," she called after him. "I do not require servitude." By the time Zhang Chuan reached the doorway, only Chen Tao's voice echoed in the corridor. Outside, a dozen zombie corpses lay sprawled across the floor, once colleagues of Zhang Chuan. Overwhelmed with terror, she did not pursue Chen Tao any further. After relocating to another room and securely locking the door, she approached the window and raised her right hand, murmuring into her wristband, "Mr. Jin, Wang Chang has been killed by Chen Tao from the storage center." Meanwhile, Chen Tao returned unobstructed to the van, not only dismissing Zhang Chuan but all survivors he encountered, offering at most a brief reminder of the impending rescue. Had he not learned in the simulator that Su Muxue and Fang Yunyun were awakened beings, he would have likely left no one at the storage center. In his last simulation, he had uncovered critical information. Some formidable zombies bore an uncanny resemblance to humans, capable of infiltrating the shelters in Kyoto. Although the simulation did not elaborate, he deduced that entry into these sanctuaries must involve stringent scrutiny, indicating that these powerful zombies had mastered the art of deception. Without precise information, his base would not harbor a 4th person. Perhaps my adaptability is indeed remarkable. It has only been a short while since the apocalypse began. Yet I have become so cold-blooded, Chen Tao mused to himself with a wry smile. On the journey back, the number of zombies had markedly increased. However, their movements remained exceedingly sluggish and their capacity for attack was severely limited. In the early stages of the outbreak, their threat seemed rather minimal. According to the information Chen Tao had gathered, these zombies posed a genuine danger during the period when Su Muxue awakened, a time when both humans and zombies were seemingly enhancing simultaneously. Chen Tao switched the vehicle to autopilot mode and retrieved his phone. After the update, an icon for an apocalypse simulator appeared on the screen, allowing him to check it at any moment. Having dispatched 421 zombies, he resolved to take advantage of their current weakness and eliminate more while he could. After all, unlocking the simulator's shop required a staggering 10,000 domain frequency energy, an astronomical figure for Chen Tao at this juncture. Fortunately, the storage center had undergone comprehensive reinforcement, and technological research would not be utilized for the time being. All converted domain frequency energy would be channeled into unlocking the simulator shop. A few minutes later, the van came to a halt outside the storage center, where a dozen zombies were battering the gates. With a rapid succession of shots from his enhanced handgun, Chen Tao swiftly eliminated the zombies and drove the vehicle into the storage center. Upon witnessing the chaos in the courtyard, debris strewn about, and several dismembered corpses, Chen Tao felt a wave of dread wash over him. The walls and gates had been fortified and remained intact. How had these zombies managed to breach such defenses? There was no time for contemplation as he dashed towards the office area. Chapter 25. A chance to hone my skills just as Chen Tao burst into the office. A piercing scream echoed through the room, a sound to which he had grown accustomed. "I am Chen Tao," he declared upon spotting Fong Yunyun, curled up on the sofa, visibly shaken. "Where is Su Mushua?" he inquired, his brow furrowing. I don't know. Shortly after you left, many of those zombie dogs, cats, and even terrifying rabbits appeared in the courtyard. Sister Su took a knife and went out. Fong Yunyun sobbed. "Come with me." Chen Tao had no time for gentleness. He grasped Fong Yunyun's hand and exited the office. The horrifying scene outside only heightened her anxiety. "This is the safest place. No matter what happens, do not open the door. Wait here for me while I search for Su Mushua." He escorted Fong Yunyun to the van and, arming himself with a dark iron spear and slinging a sniper rifle over his back, he departed. He arrived first at the monitoring room. Although the entire Jiang city was plunged into darkness, Chen Tao had prepared in advance. He had activated the backup power supply as the apocalypse descended. However, the backup power system also encountered issues, and all equipment in the monitoring room ceased to function. Where did the problem arise? That's right, warehouse number 5. How could I have forgotten something so crucial? Chen Tao hastily exited the monitoring room, making his way directly to the location of warehouse number 5. Yesterday, a shipment of pet cats, dogs, and rabbits was airlifted here, originally scheduled for delivery this morning. However, Chen Tao preemptively halted the operations of the storage center, resulting in a delay in the dispatch of these animals. It's possible that some of these creatures have transformed into zombies. As Chen Tao approached warehouse number 5, his conviction in this belief intensified, particularly upon noticing at least 10 animal corpses outside the warehouse. "Su Mushua," Chen Tao shouted as he rushed into warehouse number 5. With a swift motion, a sharp glint sliced through the air as though it had been severed. A formidable, grotesque zombie rabbit was cleaved in two by a razor-sharp blade. "Are you all right?" Chen Tao inquired, observing Su Mushua eliminate the last zombie within warehouse number 5, his lips twitching slightly. Su Mushua's bravery exceeded his wildest expectations. "Do I appear to be in any distress?" she retorted. "Not in the slightest." Chen Tao thought it unimaginable that Su Mushua could exhibit such valor, especially considering she had yet to awaken her latent powers. Surveying the numerous corpses strewn across the ground, Chen Tao's astonishment rivaled that of Fong Yunyun outside. "Is this truly what zombies are like? It differs somewhat from my expectations." Su Mushua sheathed her blade. "They are quite hideous, aren't they?" "No, they are simply feeble," Su Mushua replied earnestly. "They have the potential to evolve and become stronger in the future." "Indeed," she nodded. "I was careless and overlooked the presence of the animals stored here," Chen Tao lamented. "It's inconsequential. Consider it a practice session for me." Su Mushua shook her head. The pair conducted a meticulous inspection of warehouse number 5, ultimately finding no further living beings before returning to the van with Fong Yunyun, heading back to the office. "Let me outline our plans for the coming days. First and foremost, we must eliminate the nearby zombies as thoroughly as possible, for as time passes, their strength will increase, posing significant challenges ahead. Concurrently, to enhance our offensive and defensive capabilities, you all must master the use of firearms, ideally becoming proficient in all forms of ranged weaponry. Secondly, this will serve as our future base. We need to undertake certain renovations. I will endeavor to dismantle anything that can be removed above ground, then set traps and armaments. The first underground level will be designated for storing ordinary items, while the second underground level will serve as our repository for essential supplies for rest and survival. Of course, these modifications will require considerable time, and there is no rush. Your immediate priority is to learn the use of weapons." As Chen Tao spoke, he produced 2 notebooks filled with densely written pages and sketches. "Here is my preliminary plan and the layout for the base." Should you have any suggestions or opinions, we can discuss them collaboratively. With that, Chen Tao settled into a chair, gazing at Su Muxue and Fang Yunyun. I will follow your lead, Brother Chen. Fang Yunyun's eyes remained filled with trepidation. She could hardly fathom how she would survive in such a post-apocalyptic world. Being taken in by Chen Tao, she naturally obeyed his every command. I have a question. Where do you intend to procure these weapons? Su Muxue inquired. I possess some knowledge of basic equipment modification. I previously assessed the supplies at the storage center, and there are enough resources to fabricate a few weapons. Additionally, some weapons are available in the underground warehouse. Chen Tao replied. Aside from defensive strategies, what about personnel? There must be numerous survivors outside, right? Su Muxue continued her questioning. For safety's sake, our base will not accommodate any more humans in the near future. Chen Tao responded. Hearing this, Fang Yunyun timidly remarked, Brother Chen, do you mean it will only be the three of us here from now on? But more people mean greater strength, which would enhance our ability to fend off zombies and expedite your renovations to the base. Although she did not wish to voice any dissent, the thought of only 3 individuals in such a vast storage center left her feeling rather insecure. The afternoon's encounter with the zombie beast had left a significant psychological imprint on her. I believe 3 people are sufficient. This is merely the initial phase. Although our supplies appear plentiful, an influx of survivors would undoubtedly render them inadequate, Chen Tao asserted. Furthermore, harboring individuals of unknown identities could sow seeds of grave risks for the future. In this world devoid of legal constraints, morality has no boundaries. One can never ascertain who might turn traitor. Su Muxue, who naturally preferred solitude, found Chen Tao's decision to refrain from accepting more survivors rather agreeable. There is no need to be overly pessimistic. The supplies here should last us 4 to 5 years. Once we establish a defensive setup, this place will be the safest sanctuary, Chen Tao said with a smile. I have no further questions. Who will take the night watch? Su Muxue asked Chen Tao. Night watch? If zombies were to breach our defenses, we would be utterly annihilated, she remarked with a sense of inevitability. Chen Tao had contemplated this issue early on. However, after numerous simulations, he had a clear understanding of when danger might arise. Thus, the necessity of a night watch seemed somewhat superfluous. Indeed, a night watch is essential. Chen Tao ultimately nodded. For him, the simulator was merely an auxiliary tool. Until an event transpires, nothing is absolute. Otherwise, the outcomes of most simulations would not differ so significantly. The simulated information should serve merely as a reference. When Chen Tao made different decisions, the results invariably changed. Moreover, the information generated by the simulations was rather simplistic. For instance, he had been unprepared for the zombie beasts that day. To mitigate any potential risks, these crucial security measures could not be overlooked. You take the first half of the night, and I'll take the latter half, Su Muxue declared, rising to head towards the adjacent lounge. No need, I can manage alone, Chen Tao insisted. It is far too unsafe for one person to keep watch all night, especially with the need to venture out and eliminate zombies tomorrow. The voice of Su Muxue resonated through the corridor. Chapter 26. Leave it to me, no problem. The night sky, illuminated by a pale yellow moon, hung in the depths of the inky blackness. Fang Yunyun sat on a bench outside the lounge, gazing upward. Her emotions had stabilized considerably, yet the overwhelming impact of the zombies was too great for her to fully digest in such a short time. Still awake at this hour? Chen Tao approached Fang Yunyun slowly. I can't sleep, Brother Chen. It seems the moon is much smaller tonight than before. Fang Yunyun pointed at the moon in the night sky. Perhaps, Chen Tao replied casually. Today is Father's Day. I have no memories of my father. My grandmother said he was quite rebellious and ran away from home when he was young. The only time he returned was to hand me over to her. And since then, I have heard nothing from him, Fang Yunyun murmured to herself. Yunyun, I understand that everything that has happened today has been a significant blow to you. When I first learned of the apocalypse, my heart was filled solely with panic and fear. However, as long as we are alive, we must confront all of this. Even without the apocalypse and zombies, life is inherently cruel. It has merely shifted forms. Everyone has their own purpose and value. You should not dwell in the past or live in fear. With me here and your sister Sue by your side, we will protect you. Likewise, we need your strength to overcome fear, and in doing so, you will grow strong. Chen Tao spoke in a gentle tone. He had often indulged in such motivational platitudes before, yet in this apocalyptic world, sometimes such words could indeed inspire the heart. Fang Yunyun turned to meet Chen Tao's gaze. Brother Chen, I will do my best. Chen Tao smiled softly and nodded. Go rest now. There is much to be done tomorrow. Okay. Fang Yunyun nodded, rising to head toward the lounge. The moon has indeed diminished considerably. Chen Tao observed the crescent moon hanging in the night sky, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He did not linger, for there were numerous tasks yet to be completed. First, Chen Tao moved the gravity training chamber from the van to the basement level 2, gathering the necessary materials to enhance it using his domain frequency strengthening ability, upgrading the double gravity training chamber to an 8-fold gravity chamber, perfectly suited for his current needs. Next, he reinforced the Shin Iron Spear, requiring materials for the 5th enhancement that were both unseen and unheard of to Chen Tao. Then, he placed the compressed air cannon not far from the office area, while the remote electromagnetic gun and all weapons gathered from the basement level were stored in the inspection area warehouse across from the office, temporarily designating this space as a weapons storage zone. Finally, he headed to the monitoring room, utilizing his inside eye ability to upgrade and modify the monitoring system, expanding its range and enabling timely alerts, thus eliminating the need for them to keep watch through the night. Having completed all these tasks, the clock struck midnight. Chen Tao habitually retrieved his mobile phone and opened the apocalypse simulator. First day of the apocalypse concluded. Survival points earned, 205. Note, successfully surviving a day earns 20 points. Killing zombies earns 155 points, and enhancing weapons earns 30 points. Remaining survival points, 205. Basic survival simulation requires 500 points, insufficient points to simulate. Regardless of the survival simulation or the simulation shop, one must slay zombies to proceed. He checked his domain energy, which stood at 2,342 points, revealing a considerable gap to the requisite 10,000. The city center should be teeming with zombies. He could explore that tomorrow. Chen Tao opened the map of Jiang City, meticulously planning his route for the following day. Chen Tao, you should rest. I will take the night watch. Su Muxiue, clad in a fitted outfit and wielding a machete, approached him. Though Su Muxiue had trained in martial arts for years, her physique was not particularly robust, but rather slender, especially in her tight attire. Her delicate waist was accentuated, causing Chen Tao to momentarily lose focus. Ahem, that one TB necessary. I've modified the surveillance system. As long as a zombie appears within 10 meters of the base, an alarm will sound. Chen Tao, realizing his lapse in composure, quickly cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Is that contraption reliable? Su Muxiue harbored skepticism regarding these so-called alarm systems and artificial intelligences. In her eyes, the only trustworthy entities were the weapons she wielded. Rest assured, Chen Tao began, but before he could finish, the alarm of the base blared. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Chen Tao sighed ruefully, hastily grasping his dark iron spear and striding toward the entrance, with Su Muxiue closely following. Upon arriving at the base's entrance, they found no immediate signs of disturbance. After a brief pause, the sound of impact against the door echoed intermittently. Leave it to me, I've got this. Su Muxiue exclaimed, ready to charge out, but Chen Tao grasped her arm firmly. Miss, you haven't awakened yet. If you get injured, it would be troublesome. Please return to rest. I assure you, I can handle this. Chen Tao implored with earnestness. He had anticipated that Su Muxiue would possess such a combative spirit. Then you go fight. I'll watch from the side. All right. Chen Tao conceded, albeit reluctantly. The base's entrance swung open just wide enough for 2 individuals, and the zombies outside eagerly jostled to enter. Among them, 2 particularly robust zombies surged forward. Yet, what awaited them was not sustenance but the cold steel of a spear. To expedite the conclusion of the conflict, Chen Tao fully opened the base's entrance, and dozens of zombies surged toward him with frenzied determination. No. Your movements are far too rigid. What have I taught you? A gun should not rely on force. Force is but a deathly method. It must reside within the heart for the mind to remain agile. This was a phrase frequently uttered by Su Muxiue's master. The mastery of marksmanship cannot rely solely on fixed postures. Such stances are rigid and lifeless. If one merely memorizes these techniques, their shooting will become mechanical and inflexible, leading to dire defeats when faced with truly formidable opponents. In the current circumstance, a loss equates to death. There are no other alternatives. Chen Tao, in the midst of his assault, held the upper hand, clearly positioned in an invulnerable state, primarily due to his overwhelming strength. If his adversary possessed strength comparable to his own, or even merely half of it, defeat would be inevitable. It seems that the previous reinforcement training you underwent was still insufficient. Sumu Shui gently rubbed her forehead. My practice time has been too short. I have yet to fully grasp it. Chen Tao awkwardly remarked after dispatching the last zombie. I practiced for even less time than you. Yet I have already mastered the foundational 13 forms. Su Jie is a prodigious talent and a martial arts genius. How could I possibly compare? Spare me the flattery. Tomorrow, I will practice shooting, and you will practice wielding your weapon. With that, Sumu Shui turned and strode toward the break room. Tomorrow? Chen Tao hesitated, suddenly recalling that in the prior simulation, he had not mentioned venturing into the city center. Would there be any danger if he went there to slay zombies? With so many formidable talents at my disposal, venturing outside Jiang City should pose no problem. Chapter 27. Ingenious, yet unrefined PFF. The bullet pierced the abdomen of the zombie. Yet this merely slowed its movements. It seemed to have lost all sensation of pain. PFF. Another bullet struck the neck, resulting in no significant spray of blood. But the zombie faltered and fell. Alas, such poor marksmanship. It took 2 shots to kill it. Sumu Shui, seated in the van, set down her sniper rifle, shaking her head in despair. Master marksmen are forged through the relentless practice of shooting. You have only just begun, and that is quite commendable. Chen Tao offered words of encouragement. The van had engaged its autopilot mode. Proceeding slowly along the route Chen Tao had meticulously mapped out toward the city. Both Chen Tao and Sumu Shui sat in the back, rolling down the windows, using their sniper rifles to eliminate the scattered zombies outside. Their experience with sniper rifles was relatively brief, and their accuracy indeed left much to be desired. Chen Tao's sniper rifle was identical to Sumu Shui's. They had prepared 2,000 rounds for the purpose of honing their shooting skills. As the van glided past a supermarket, approximately 7 or 8 zombies were pounding against its doors. Chen Tao smiled slightly. With so many zombies gathered together, perhaps he could hit 2 or 3 with a single shot. The sniper rifle, enhanced by Chen Tao, now possessed significantly greater power than a heavy sniper rifle, capable of effortlessly penetrating armored vehicles. Bang! The bullet flew unerringly between 2 zombies, piercing through the supermarket's outer wall, which erupted into a cacophony of panic from within. Cough! Cough! The vehicle is moving too quickly. I missed my target. Chen Tao offered an excuse. Sumu Shui remained silent, once more raising her firearm. Her eyes, the head of the zombie, and the crosshair aligned in a perfect line. As the vehicle continued its slow advance, Sumu Shui had to anticipate the bullet's trajectory. Steady her breath, inhale deeply, and then hold her breath, her index finger poised steadily on the trigger. Each motion flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation or delay. Pop! Pop! The bullets pierced through the head of the first zombie and struck the neck of the second. Chen Tao swallowed hard, astonished. He couldn't help but wonder if Sumu Shui had once been a sharpshooter. If she awakened her full potential, wouldn't that be a force to be reckoned with? Chen Tao's heart raced at the thought. Sumu Shui nodded slowly, swiftly reloading her weapon and dispatching the remaining zombies with precision. Shooting moving targets is indeed a challenge, she remarked as she set down her sniper rifle. The van continued its journey toward the city center, where another horde of zombies appeared in the distance. Leave this to me, Chen Tao declared, his eyes narrowing with determination. The speed of these zombies had noticeably increased since yesterday. If his first shot missed, they would be far more difficult to hit as they fled. Sumu Shui lowered her weapon, trusting in his confidence. Don't worry, none will escape, Chen Tao assured her with certainty. Intrigued, Sumu Shui regarded him thoughtfully. Could it be that he was concealing his true abilities to avoid undermining her confidence? However, Chen Tao did not raise his sniper rifle. Instead, he made his way to the rear of the van. The vehicle had been completely modified, with the back seat and trunk now interconnected. Closest to the trunk door stood an enormous wooden crate, nearly occupying the entire trunk space, which Chen Tao had loaded earlier that day. Sumu Shui assumed it contained firearms or ammunition. As the trunk door opened slowly, Chen Tao dismantled the crate, revealing its contents, causing Sumu Shui to furrow her brow in surprise. Aim and fire, Chen Tao commanded just as he finished speaking. A powerful shockwave erupted, dispersing outward like a tangible force, launching like a cannonball. Boom! A massive crater formed not far away, and the zombies were flattened into a mere pulp. Now this is exhilarating, Chen Tao laughed. The power of the compressed air cannon was tremendous, and its greatest advantage was the absence of ammunition consumption. Yet, it was not without its drawbacks. Besides having a shorter effective range, each use required a period to recharge before the next shot could be fired. It lacks finesse, Su Muxue remarked, shaking her head. This is what one might call brute ingenuity. Chen Tao decided to guard the compressed air cannon from that point on. Knowing that as long as there were projectiles and the distance was manageable, he could unleash a direct attack, far surpassing the harvesting efficiency of a sniper rifle. Meanwhile, Su Muxue continued to practice her aim with the sniper rifle, her overall proficiency rapidly improving despite occasional misfires. Half an hour later, the van had entered the city center, where the number of zombies was indeed greater than in any other location. Chen Tao decided against using the compressed air cannon any longer, as the time required to accumulate ammunition was excessively lengthy, and overall, it could not match the killing speed of a long gun. Furthermore, the abundance of buildings in the city center posed a risk. There were areas where survivors might be hiding. If Chen Tao were to misfire and collapse a barricade or wall, any potential survivors concealed behind it would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Chen Tao had no intention of rescuing anyone, nor did he wish to harm others. Preparing for close combat? Su Muxue inquired as she observed Chen Tao picking up the black iron spear. Indeed, with so many structures around, the compressed air cannon and long-range weapons were impractical. Chen Tao nodded in agreement. Just right, I could use some warm-up. Su Muxue set aside her sniper rifle to retrieve her machete. You haven't awakened yet. If you were to be injured by a zombie, you could easily become one yourself. Let us wait a couple more days, and then you can slay to your heart's content. Chen Tao quickly restrained Su Muxue. The crucial issue is that your marksmanship is woefully inadequate. I simply cannot bear to watch. Well then, consider this an opportunity for me to gain practical experience. Just guide me from the vehicle. Chen Tao replied. Su Muxue glanced at the zombies outside, fully aware that stepping down to engage them without any protection was indeed perilous. But if you get hurt, I'll be fine. I have already awakened, and they can't harm me. Chen Tao possessed the talent of virus immunity, as long as he did not sustain a fatal injury. He was not concerned about infection. Just be careful. Su Muxue relinquished her machete. Upon seeing this, Chen Tao felt reassured. Su Muxue's displayed abilities truly astonished him, which heightened his concern for her safety. Should Su Muxue engage in combat with the zombies, a significant portion of his focus would inevitably shift to her, hindering his own performance. Bang, bang, bang. Before Chen Tao could exit the vehicle, Su Muxue had already switched to her handgun, eliminating nearby zombies without pause. She truly did not rest for a moment. Chen Tao shook his head, gripping the black iron spear with one hand as he began to clear the streets of zombies. Su Muxue continuously alternated between her handgun and sniper rifle, providing long-range suppression and occasionally offering guidance on Chen Tao's shooting technique. Chen Tao divided the city center into 6 zones, and they spent the morning clearing most of the zombies in the first area. The second area was near the pedestrian street, which would likely harbor even more zombies. As Chen Tao prepared to return to the van and move on to the second area, before he could turn around, a nearby garbage bin suddenly toppled over, and an unkempt old man tumbled out, muttering incoherently, "The apocalypse is upon us. The apocalypse is coming." Chen Tao shifted to a two-handed grip on his gun, watching the old man warily, while Su Muxue aimed her sniper rifle at his head. Aside from exhibiting signs of mental instability, his body had not decayed, suggesting he had yet to succumb to infection. It is likely he was merely provoked, Su Muxue remarked with an air of tranquility. After all, most individuals confronted with such an abrupt catastrophe would not maintain the same composure as Su Muxue. Chen Tao, having prepared himself psychologically due to his experience with the simulator, remained relatively calm. In contrast, Fang Yunyun's reaction appeared most typical. However, it struck Su Muxue as odd that, amidst so many zombies, he had not been attacked. Her expression hardened, her finger poised to pull the trigger. The apocalypse is imminent, the old man continued to mutter to himself. The apocalypse has already arrived. Chen Tao gripped his black iron gun, assuming a stance indicative of an impending attack. Possessing the talent of insightful eye, he had discerned that this old man was a zombie, yet sensed that he was somehow distinct from the others. No, the apocalypse has not yet descended. The elder shook his head vigorously, fixing his gaze on Chen Tao with utmost seriousness. When will it arrive, then? When the volcano erupts, when the meteor falls. A desolate emptiness clouded the old man's eyes. Chen Tao had already begun to step forward, but halted upon hearing the elder's words. "How do you know?" Chen Tao inquired with astonishment. "I am." The old man suddenly contorted into a grotesque visage, his arms rapidly decaying into a bloody mass, before a colossal blood-filled protrusion erupted forth. Whoosh! At that moment of transformation, Su Muxue fired her bullet. Bang! The bullet struck the ground, failing to inflict any harm upon the elder. Observing this, Su Muxue swiftly reloaded and fired 5 more rounds, leaving a mark on the elder's forehead. After a brief moment of surprise, Chen Tao regained his composure. He had anticipated the elder's transformation, yet could not fathom how the old man had knowledge of the impending catastrophe. It seemed that defeating him was the only way to uncover the truth. Chen Tao mused internally, launching a fierce assault with his black iron gun. Clang! A sound akin to a violent metallic clash reverberated into Chen Tao's horror. He felt a searing pain in his palm. This was a sensation he had never experienced since acquiring his strength. "Retreat!" Su Muxue shouted, firing her weapon once more. Whoosh! The sharp claws grazed Chen Tao's chest. Had he not reacted swiftly, aided by Su Muxue's timely shot that momentarily halted the elder's movement, he would have likely met his demise. "I was careless." Chen Tao felt a sting in his chest, alarmed by the realization that he had focused solely on weight training, neglecting to enhance the defense of his Tai Chi suit. "Chen Tao, he is far too powerful." Su Muxue furrowed her brow, acknowledging that the elder had completely surpassed her understanding. "We must leave." Chen Tao resolutely decided to cease fighting, recognizing that life itself was of paramount importance. He relinquished the thought of discarding his Tai Chi uniform and engaging further, for if the old man possessed any hidden cards, he would find himself in an untenable position. Su Muxue swiftly opened the trunk and squeezed into the driver's seat, setting the course and speed of the vehicle. Just as the van was about to accelerate, Chen Tao executed a roll and clumsily tumbled into the trunk. The old man, witnessing this, had no intention of allowing their escape and charged forward at full speed, only to be thwarted by the closed trunk door. A violent crash ensued, yet the van remained unscathed. The road showed signs of significant damage, yet the van's speed soared to nearly 200 miles per hour. At such velocity, even elite-level zombies could not keep pace. "Feng Wu, you have just merged with T1 and are yet to fully command the energy within your body. You should not pursue any further." A woman clad in red, draped in a black cloak, and possessing an alluring figure, appeared behind the old man. Had she not shot him, he would have long since succumbed to death. The old man lamented. "He is far more formidable than you imagine. Even without that woman, you would find it challenging to vanquish him." As her words echoed, the mutated old man reverted to his original form. After a moment, the old man departed, and the woman lifted her cloak to reveal her true identity, Zhang Chun, whom Chen Tao had encountered at the gym. She raised her right hand and spoke softly into her wristband. "President Jean, evaluation complete. Chen Tao's ability is classified as B-level, with a potential awakening of 98. Nonetheless, his potential is at least S-level. Then we shall wait a while longer to act. The T2 virus is still under development, and he will serve as a backup experimental subject for now." Zhang Chun continued her report. "There is also a woman accompanying Chen Tao, judging by her appearance. She is likely Su Muxue from the Panlong Mountain Martial Arts School, with a C-level ability, a potential awakening of 85, and an A-level potential. This qualification is acceptable. Let her remain as a T2 experimental subject as well." "Understood," Zhang Chun replied respectfully, shrouding her face once more with her cloak before making a graceful leap, vanishing from sight. The doors of the storage center closed again after a van sped inside. "Sister Su, Brother Chen, you are back." Fang Yunyun's face, once filled with worry, was now illuminated with joy. "During our absence, no zombies entered, correct?" Su Muxue inquired as she descended from the van. "None. A few zombies attacked the gate in the morning, but they left after an hour," Fang Yunyun responded. Su Muxue nodded, opening the rear door to assist Chen Tao out. "Brother Chen, you are injured?" Fang Yunyun exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. Though her acquaintance with Chen Tao was brief, she had always perceived him as confident and in control. She could scarcely fathom that he had returned wounded after only his second outing. Chen Tao, clutching his still bleeding chest with one hand, smiled and remarked, "It's nothing serious, just a minor abrasion." He was not concerned about the minor injury. After all, he possessed immunity to the virus and was certain he would not turn into a zombie. "Please assist him to the lounge," Su Muxue instructed. Upon hearing this, Fang Yunyun did not dare to delay for a moment and quickly helped Chen Tao to his feet with utmost care. It's truly nothing, just a minor wound, Chen Tao remarked, somewhat exasperated. Although his injury appeared quite severe, it was not overly painful. He could even sense his wound healing rapidly. After entrusting Chen Tao to Fang Yunyun, Su Muxue turned to leave. Where is Sister Su going? Fang Yunyun inquired. I have no idea. Chen Tao replied with a shake of his head. Once the two had arrived in the lounge, Su Muxue followed closely behind, carrying 2 bottles of medicine and some bandages. Remove your shirt, Su Muxue commanded, almost imperiously. Isn't that inappropriate? Chen Tao responded, feeling a bit awkward. Fang Yunyun blinked, and moments later, her ears turned slightly red. Su Muxue set down the medicine and forcefully pulled open Chen Tao's shirt. Although Chen Tao was significantly stronger than Su Muxue, all his strength seemed to dissipate under her control, leaving him nearly incapable of resistance. Do not move, Su Muxue said calmly. She then opened the 2 brown bottles. And Chen Tao could clearly see that it was merely ordinary iodine. The 2 bottles of iodine were poured onto Chen Tao's chest, causing no intense sting. Once the wound was thoroughly cleaned, Su Muxue skillfully bandaged it. The injury was indeed quite minor, yet it warranted attention, especially in a post-apocalyptic world. In Chapter 29, Strategize and Act, at Chen Tao's base, in front of the weapons storage area, Su Muxue performed basic maintenance on the firearms as per Chen Tao's instructions. After prolonged use, firearms accumulate residue within the barrel. Unattended, this residue can lead to increased malfunction rates over time. Grease can solidify and obstruct the barrel, potentially causing the weapon to explode, while gunpowder residue may jam the firing mechanism, preventing the bolt from moving. Even though Chen Tao had reinforced most of the firearms, their operational principles remained unchanged. They simply exhibited enhanced accuracy, power, and range proportionately. On this day, Su Muxue expended nearly 1,000 rounds of ammunition, hence the sniper rifle and pistol required meticulous care. Though her experience with firearms was limited, her fondness for these new weapons grew steadily. In the lounge, Chen Tao took out his notebook and began to peruse it. Eager to acquire more survival points and domain energy, he had ventured to the city center on the 2nd day of the apocalypse, a place likely teeming with zombies. Based on numerous simulations, Chen Tao naturally surmised that aside from the fortified zombies, the elite-level zombies on the 17th day were the strongest in the entire Jiang city. However, what he failed to consider was that perhaps the version of himself in the simulation was exceedingly cautious. After a single visit to the Twin Towers, his range of activities was confined to the vicinity of the base. The information recorded in his notes represented all that Chen Tao could potentially encounter within the simulation. Jiangcheng was vast, and there were surely formidable and unimaginable zombies lurking in the areas that Chen Tao had not explored in the simulation. This time, he was venturing into the city center, a place never mentioned in the simulation, effectively altering the trajectory of his development. Although the timeline would remain unchanged, events such as volcanic eruptions or meteor strikes would still occur. The order and intensity of the zombie appearances could very well shift. Moving forward, he must act with foresight, simulating scenarios before devising plans, and ultimately putting them into practice. According to the original plan, the zombies during the first 8 days would not be overly strong, allowing him to hunt them recklessly. Now, it appeared he must exercise restraint, even if it meant a slower pace of hunting, ensuring his own safety took precedence. The city center was far too perilous, so he decided against venturing there for the time being. Instead, he focused on areas with denser populations. Chen Tao opened the map on his phone. A detailed copy of Jiangcheng's map he had extracted from the storage center's database, which provided thorough annotations of the city's demographic distribution. The eastern region comprised residential districts, with a significantly larger permanent population compared to the city center. However, he hesitated, for this experience had proven exceedingly dangerous, nearly costing him his life. With so many people in the east, it was conceivable that there might be exceptionally powerful zombies there too. Yet, remaining here was not a viable option either, as the scarcity of zombies rendered it impossible to unlock stores before the volcanic eruption. After midnight, he would assess how many survival points he could accumulate. If he had enough for another simulation, it would simplify matters. At present, the most prudent course of action was to wait. Once enough information was gathered from the simulation, Chen Tao could proceed with confidence. Brother Chen, dinner is ready. Fang Yunyun knocked on Chen Tao's door. All right, I'll be right there, Chen Tao responded, stowing away his notebook. Given our ammunition consumption today, within 3 days, the firearms in the armory will be reduced to scrap metal, Su Muxue remarked, setting down her chopsticks and glancing at Chen Tao. Indeed, but we currently lack sufficient gunpowder and metal to manufacture more bullets, Chen Tao acknowledged. Aware of the imminent ammunition shortage, once these supplies were exhausted, the speed at which they could eliminate zombies would undoubtedly diminish. There is a military base in the northern suburbs, Su Muxue stated calmly. However, it is quite distant, which would increase the likelihood of encountering unforeseen events. The current ammunition supply should last us for several days. I recommend clearing the nearby zombies first before heading to the military base for supplies, Su Muxue added. The apocalypse has only recently begun. We must act with urgency. The zombies in the vicinity are too dispersed, wasting a significant amount of our time. Chen Tao shook his head. The zombies within a 200 to 300 meter radius of the base have already been eliminated. Beyond that range, while there are indeed numerous zombies, as Chen Tao pointed out, they are excessively scattered. What shall we do next? Su Muxue inquired. I need to slay a substantial number of zombies. Chen Tao replied candidly. The city center is perilous. Perhaps the residential area in the east harbors a multitude of zombies. Though the level of danger remains uncertain, Su Muxue remarked, her brow furrowing in contemplation. I have pondered this dilemma previously. It is indeed a complex issue. Suddenly, the small cafeteria fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Fang Yunyun wished to offer a suggestion. Yet unfamiliar with the surroundings and lacking Su Muxue's capabilities, she remained silent. I am truly useless. I cannot assist in any way, Fang Yunyun thought to herself. After a moment, Chen Tao broke the silence. It is getting late. I will devise a concrete plan upon my return, and we shall discuss it further tomorrow morning. Very well. Su Muxue nodded in agreement. Having reached no conclusion, the trio tidied up the utensils and exited the cafeteria. Sister Su, please teach me how to shoot. Fang Yunyun gazed earnestly at Su Muxue. The armory contains primarily heavy sniper rifles and machine guns. This is not merely a test of physical endurance, Su Muxue cautioned. I understand. I fear neither hardship nor exhaustion, Fang Yunyun asserted resolutely. Su Muxue, observing the fervor in Fang Yunyun's eyes, could distinctly perceive her yearning. All right, follow me to the armory. Su Muxue acquiesced, proceeding directly towards the armory. Fang Yunyun was taken aback by Su Muxue's swift agreement and the immediate commencement of her instruction. A smile of uncontainable joy spread across her face as she hurried to keep pace with Su Muxue. Ah, she is still so naive. Learning from her is merely courting adversity. Chen Tao shook his head, casting a sympathetic glance. He then inspected the electrical and surveillance systems, ensuring all equipment was functioning correctly before quietly returning to his room. Having slain over 400 zombies the previous day, earning 200 points, and with today's tally, he estimated he would acquire at least another 400 points, sufficient for a simulation. Chen Tao mentally calculated. In the simulations prior to the apocalypse, he had gleaned significant information. Yet, the overly simplified early data had left him somewhat unprepared for the actual devastation that ensued. His previous simulations had been overly cautious, while his current actions seemed rather reckless. A simulation needed to occur promptly to facilitate the most prudent decisions. Chen Tao retrieved his phone, watching the seconds slip away until fatigue overcame him, marking the clock at midnight. End of the second day of the apocalypse. Survival points earned. 503, 20 points for surviving a day, 493 points for slaying zombies. 10 points deducted for injury. Remaining survival points, 708. Remaining domain frequency energy, 3024. Goodness, injuries also incur point deductions? Chen Tao felt a wave of exasperation. Nevertheless, the remaining points were more than sufficient for a survival simulation. In the wake of the apocalyptic descent, a pivotal simulation unfolded for Chen Tao. The following day, he ventured into the city center and encountered a formidable zombie, an encounter that could very well alter the course of the future. Chapter 30. The inaugural simulation of the apocalypse. Would you like to expend 500 survival points to initiate the basic survival simulation? Note: the basic survival simulation will be conducted based on existing conditions. The day of initiation will be considered the first day, with a maximum survival period of 20 days. If survival time reaches the limit without death, the simulation will automatically conclude. The notion that the basic simulation could only extend to 20 days was somewhat limiting. However, 20 days would suffice. The basic survival simulation has officially commenced. Day 1. You and Su Mushua ventured to the eastern residential area, vanquishing numerous zombies and discovering many survivors. Day 2. A rescue team arrived, and you acquired ample ammunition supplies. You alerted Han Zhong to the impending emergence of more powerful zombies and a volcanic eruption. Day 3. Su Mushua succumbed to slumber, prompting your decision to refrain from further excursions. This timeline seemed amiss. In all prior simulations prior to the apocalypse, Su Mushua typically began to awaken on the 6th day following the catastrophic event. Yet this time, her awakening occurred a day earlier. Something must have transpired during their visit to the residential area that triggered Su Mushua's premature awakening. Chen Tao asserted confidently. However, the simulator merely presented outcomes without elaborating on the intricacies of the events. It appeared that a visit to the eastern residential area was imperative. According to the simulation, the journey to the east bore no threats and, moreover, facilitated Su Mushua's early awakening. If he could comprehend the method behind her accelerated awakening, could he not also enable himself and Fang Yunyan to awaken earlier? This would significantly enhance their collective survival capabilities. Resolute in his decision, Chen Tao continued to peruse his phone. Day 4. The number of zombies surrounding the base increased, prompting you to commence their eradication. Day 5. A multitude of zombie hounds emerged, launching an assault on the base. In the subsequent days, Chen Tao within the simulation focused on eliminating the ravenous zombie hounds, yet their numbers seemed to swell exponentially. Day 8. Su Mushua completed her awakening, and you received a distress message from Han Zhong, which you chose to ignore. Day 9. You and Su Mushua successfully cleared all zombies surrounding the base. Day 10. You and Su Mushua ventured to the rescue team's camp, only to discover that all personnel had perished. Day 11. Elite zombies launched an assault on the base, severely injuring Su Mushua and rendering her unconscious. Day 12. The base's electrical system malfunctioned, and the surveillance system was disrupted. You and Fang Yunyan tended to the gravely wounded Su Mushua. From day 13 onward, the simulator's information solely pertained to Chen Tao caring for Su Mushua and her gradual recovery, until day 17, when the elite zombies abandoned their assault on the base. Given the current defensive measures in place, it seemed that the elite zombies could not breach the base, and maintaining their position was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. On the 18th day, the tragic demise of Su Mushua cast a somber shadow over you, prompting you to commence the cleansing of the zombies surrounding the base. Mushua is gone. Chen Tao's expression turned grave. The elite-level zombies indeed posed a significant threat. By the 19th day, you had successfully completed the preliminary renovations of the base, restoring communication in an attempt to connect with other camps. On the 20th day, the construction of the coastal city refuge was finalized, establishing contact with you. In summary, you had slain a total of 471 ordinary zombies, managing to survive for 20 days, with a remaining survival score of 208 and residual domain frequency energy of 495. Despite not engaging many zombies in the subsequent days, Chen Tao had already dispatched at least 2,000 earlier, significantly boosting his domain frequency energy. During this simulation, the emergence of elite zombies necessitated that Chen Tao remain mostly within the confines of the base. Unbeknownst to him, the formidable strength of the elite zombies was far greater than he could fathom, leading him to associate the elderly man he encountered with this elite-level threat. Should his suspicions prove accurate, the circumstances would become even more precarious. His venture into the city center had already attracted the attention of the elite zombie, thus altering the timeline of its appearance compared to the pre-apocalyptic simulations. Furthermore, the loss of Su Mushua, his most vital ally, on the 18th day, represented the gravest misfortune for Chen Tao. Although he possessed numerous formidable talents, it seemed that only the might of mountains and rivers, which enhanced his strength, held significant value. The remaining abilities, such as Eye of Insight, technological development, and domain frequency enhancement, were auxiliary. Virus immunity rendered him impervious to infection, while polyglot was temporarily inconsequential. The sole talent that could be deemed truly powerful was Wasteland Wanderer, which remained dormant. To ensure his survival extended further, he needed to devise a strategy to enhance his strength. Alternatively, leveraging his numerous auxiliary talents to fortify the base's defenses was also a commendable option. Moreover, Su Mushua's safety was imperative. His solitary strength was insufficient to confront the challenges ahead, including the looming volcanic eruption, and he would require her protection upon awakening on the 100th day. After pondering for a moment and jotting down some notes, Chen Tao resolved to formulate his next steps upon returning from the Eastern Residential District. After all, the domain frequency energy he had acquired surpassed his expectations, and the zombie population in the Eastern District was anticipated to be substantial. At this pace, he could potentially unlock the simulator shop within 3 days, thereby equipping himself with additional strategic advantages. Chen Tao stored his notebook and proceeded to the second basement level. Initially, he believed his strength was sufficiently robust, disinclined to pursue further enhancement. However, the appearance of the elderly man and the mention of elite zombies within the simulation imposed an immense, unseen pressure upon him. Valuable time could no longer be squandered. Thus, Chen Tao activated the eightfold training chamber, determined to utilize his rest period to further strengthen his physique. In the east, the sky brightened with hues of dawn, as a gentle ray of sunlight graced the earth. Fang Yunyun had risen early to prepare breakfast, as Chen Tao and Su Muxue had been burdened with an enormous workload lately, leading to a considerable consumption of food. While breakfast was still being prepared, Su Muxue practiced with a machete in the open area before heading to the weapon storage to select a few firearms. Su Jia, breakfast is ready, Fang Yunyun called out from the entrance of the dining hall. Upon hearing this, Su Muxue, with her gear in hand, made her way towards the dining hall. Su Jia, Brother Chen isn't in the room. He is a grown man. He can't just vanish. Let us eat first. Su Muxue placed her weapons at the entrance and quietly entered. Fang Yunyun had expected Su Muxue to accompany her in searching for Chen Tao, but to her surprise, Su Muxue headed straight for breakfast. Are we not waiting for Brother Chen? Fang Yunyun inquired. Don't worry, if I have matters to attend to, he will be just fine. Su Muxue replied with a shake of her head. Am I really that formidable? She added just as Chen Tao's voice echoed from the dining hall. It's not that you're strong. It's that you run fast. Su Muxue remarked coolly as she settled into a chair. That was a tactical retreat. Su Muxue's words triggered memories of Chen Tao's hasty escape the previous day. What are our plans for today? He asked, approaching the dining table and casually pulling out a chair to sit. Can I join you to the Eastern Residential area? Fang Yunyun looked at Chen Tao with hopeful eyes. We barely made it back yesterday. Those zombies are tougher than we anticipated. For your safety, you should remain at the base. Once you awaken, we will take you with us. By the way, I found a few old walkie-talkies in the warehouse last night and refurbished them. You can keep one. So in case of any emergencies at the base, you can notify us promptly. Chen Tao produced a fist-sized spherical device, which was indeed the old walkie-talkie he mentioned. This gadget hasn't been used in years, but it has strong anti-interference capabilities and a long transmission range. I don't have much to do at the base. Brother Chen, please assign me some tasks. Fang Yunyun requested, gazing at Chen Tao. Just wait a moment. I'll grant you access to the underground level. If you have time, tidy it up down there and clear out 3 rooms, Chen Tao instructed. After finishing breakfast, Chen Tao and Su Muxue began to prepare their weapons. Although the previous night's simulation had unfolded without incident, Chen Tao couldn't shake off a sense of unease, as if the old man could appear at any moment. Chapter 31. Afraid you might damage my blade. On June 19th, 2035, at 8:30 a.m., an old-looking van departed from Chen Tao's base, heading northeast. Are you a prophet? Su Muxue asked skeptically. Of course. Chen Tao replied with conviction. How come you didn't foresee that zombie yesterday? I can only foresee significant events, such as the arrival of zombies, volcanic eruptions, or meteor strikes. As for the trivial matters, it is naturally impossible to encompass them all. Otherwise, I would be invincible. Wouldn't I? Chen Tao glanced at Su Muxue, who nodded in agreement. We should arrive at the residential area in about 2 minutes, Chen Tao declared as he retrieved his Xian iron gun. Along the way, they encountered only a few scattered zombies, which they chose to ignore in order to maintain their speed. Soon, the van halted before a residential area filled with tube-shaped buildings. The terrain here was complex and the space was confined, making it unsuitable for the van to enter. You can wait here for me, Chen Tao instructed. Use this. Su Muxue handed him her machete. Ever since Chen Tao met Su Muxue, this machete had been her constant companion. Even with a sniper rifle, a weapon of greater firepower, she still preferred to wield her blade. In the hallways and alleys, the Xian iron gun would be of little use. The machete was far more practical. But I'm not very skilled with a machete. Chen Tao furrowed his brow. Although Su Mushua had taught him some basic techniques, he had primarily practiced marksmanship, leaving him somewhat unaccustomed to the blade. With the brute strength you possess, do you really need any technique? Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, as you said yesterday. Su Mushua unfastened her sidearm and handed him 2 small pistols as well. Take this walkie-talkie. It will aid you in supporting me if necessary. Chen Tao retrieved an old-fashioned walkie-talkie from his pocket. Go forth with peace of mind. Su Mushua responded, accepting the walkie-talkie he tossed to her. Upon hearing this, Chen Tao paused momentarily, but chose not to say anything further. He simply turned and walked away, machete in hand. The eastern residential area spanned even larger than the city center, housing the majority of the working class. After traversing a small street for about 400 to 500 meters, he arrived at the rented apartment where he dwelled. This area was quite familiar to him. Many of the old buildings had now collapsed, exposing rebar and concrete, presenting a scene of utter devastation that left Chen Tao feeling melancholic. However, he had no time for sentimentality, as dozens of zombies, akin to starving hounds, charged towards him with fervor. Their speed and ferocity had noticeably increased since yesterday. Nevertheless, with Chen Tao's current prowess, even clad in the heavy Tai Chi uniform, he could easily overpower these zombies. With swift and decisive strikes, he dispatched them as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Then, Chen Tao's gaze landed upon a particularly corpulent zombie wielding a steel pipe, its yellow shirt tattered beyond recognition. This zombie, resembling his landlord in appearance, was not drastically altered, allowing Chen Tao to recognize him with a pang of realization. He held no animosity towards his landlord, yet neither did he harbor any fondness. Whenever rent was due, the landlord would arrive with several young men to collect the payments. Chen Tao's income remained relatively stable. He had never defaulted on his rent and had not experienced any discord with his landlord. The only information he had about the landlord came from the tenant next door. This landlord had once hailed from a remarkably influential family. His father was a real estate magnate in Jiangxing. However, due to a decline in property prices and mismanagement of several projects, the company eventually went bankrupt. Before his death, his father left behind a considerable fortune and dozens of properties. Relying on these assets, the landlord led a rather leisurely life. It was only when the apocalypse descended that the notion of equality among all beings could be observed. A truly lamentable realization. Chen Tao shook his head. Equality among all beings? Do those lowly individuals possess such formidable power? The landlord chuckled ominously, casting a glance at Chen Tao. What I mean is, you shall meet your demise at my hands. Just as they have. Chen Tao replied with an air of indifference. Oh, I had not realized before that you were so arrogant. The landlord sneered. With a swift motion, a sound akin to the slicing of air resonated as the sharp blade of a spear cleaved towards the landlord. Clang. Sparks flew as the metallic clash reverberated in Chen Tao's ears. Chen Tao executed his strike with all his might, yet the landlord parried it with a steel pipe. The spear, originally crafted from an exceptionally rare metal, was capable of slicing through iron with ease, and Chen Tao had reinforced it thrice. Nevertheless, despite the weight of his strike, it merely left a dent in the steel pipe. Chen Tao was not surprised. Ordinary zombies had grown significantly stronger, let alone this enhanced one. He had never intended to achieve a one-hit kill. In the moment the spear met the steel pipe, Chen Tao exerted force with both hands, swiftly lifting the spear again, transitioning from a downward thrust to a sweeping slash aimed at the landlord's waist. Clang. The landlord, seemingly corpulent and cumbersome, exhibited remarkable agility to block the attack once more. This presented a genuine challenge for Chen Tao, who poured every ounce of his strength into accelerating his assault, unleashing 5 strikes in the span of a mere second. To the naked eye, the speed of Chen Tao's attacks was nearly imperceptible, even while clad in a weighted Tai Chi suit. Otherwise, his intensity and velocity would have surpassed this current state by 4 or 5 times. However, despite his rapid assaults, they fell short, as the landlord successfully deflected each one. I must admit, you possess some skill. I've had my fun. It's time to end this. The landlord said, his expression now serious. Whoosh. Just as the landlord finished speaking, a sound of air slicing filled the space from his rear. Instinctively, the vigilant landlord moved to evade. Seizing this opportune moment, Chen Tao did not hesitate. Swish. In a flurry, he unleashed 5 successive strikes, and the landlord was swiftly cleaved in two. Indeed, it was over. Chen Tao breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally hoped to find an opportunity to remove his Tai Chi suit. I saved you twice. On the roof of a lowly dwelling. Su Muxue retracted her sniper rifle. I had intended to strike back only when it attacked and reveal the flaw. Chen Tao protested. Very well. I shall refrain from intervening next time. Su Muxue replied coolly. Indeed, your inaction this time left me in considerable peril. Thus, I am grateful for the heroine's life-saving intervention. Chen Tao inclined his body slightly. One must never hope for one's opponent to falter, for it is often oneself who first exposes a weakness. Su Muxue gracefully leapt down from the low roof. Were you not instructed to wait in the vehicle? How did you come here? Chen Tao approached Su Muxue. I feared you would ruin my blade. Su Muxue retorted coldly. Chapter 32. A good habit of striking down the unfortunate puff. Puff. Chen Tao struck the landlord's body twice more with his dagger. Do you harbor a grudge against him? Su Muxue's brows furrowed slightly. No grudge. Chen Tao shook his head. Then what is this? Striking down the unfortunate is indeed a commendable habit. Chen Tao remarked meaningfully. Su Muxue nodded and quietly approached the landlord's corpse. He is beyond the realm of revival. No further strikes are necessary. Chen Tao admonished. Su Muxue seemed undeterred, bending down to examine the landlord's body, where she discovered a green glass vial nestled within the tattered pocket of his coat. Examining the deceased is also a commendable habit. Su Muxue retrieved a glove from her pocket and picked up the vial. Chen Tao donned the glove she offered, took the vial, and with bated breath, opened it. Inside was barely a drop of pale green liquid. He narrowed his eyes, the talent of insight, revealing information previously unknown to him. Item, T1 virus. Threat, unknown. Effect, allows cells to surpass their original limits within a short period, granting extraordinary physical prowess and nearly limitless metabolic capabilities. Drawback, the rate of metabolism correlates with intake and is highly unstable. This is bad. As Chen Tao was absorbing the information, the last drop of green liquid in the vial vanished, seemingly evaporated in an instant. He desperately searched his memory, suddenly recalling a piece of information from a simulation. That the Kyoto research team had determined the zombie virus possessed airborne transmission capabilities. Chen Tao hastily resealed the vial, feeling that any action taken now would be too late. Muxue, are you all right? Do I appear to be in distress? Su Muxue maintained her composure. Though uncertain of its efficacy, I shall attempt it nonetheless, Chen Tao declared, as he used his blade to make a small incision on his fingertip. What are you doing? Su Muxue inquired, bewildered. I cannot explain fully at the moment. I just need a couple of drops of blood, Chen Tao replied. Su Muxue's brows furrowed in hesitation. Hurry, my wound will heal soon, Chen Tao urged. Upon hearing this, Su Muxue ceased her doubts, grasped Chen Tao's hand, and began to draw from his fingertip. The cool, crimson lips made intimate contact with Chen Tao's fingers. Possessing the gift of viral immunity, he pondered whether Su Muxue would also attain such immunity after consuming his blood. As it entered her mouth, it likely reached her stomach, perhaps to be directly dissolved by gastric acid. Chen Tao mused quietly, only to hear Su Muxue begin to voice her complaints. The cut you made is far too small. This is flesh, doesn't it hurt? I barely extracted a few drops. I should make another incision. Su Muxue brandished a dagger. No, that's unnecessary. Consuming too much of this isn't good. Chen Tao flinched at the sight of the glinting dagger. But I truly haven't had enough. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Tao quickly pointed in a direction. There are zombies over there. He then charged forward with his machete, and seeing this, Su Muxue refrained from further protest. Picking up a steel pipe from the ground and following closely behind him, the two advanced rapidly into the depths of the street, one leading and the other trailing. Chen Tao's knife skills became increasingly refined, while Su Muxue's marksmanship progressed at an astonishing pace. After a while, Su Muxue's speed began to falter. I'm running low on bullets. You should return to the vehicle and drive it forward, Chen Tao replied. The residential area in the eastern part of the city was vast. This section of tenement buildings was filled with rental units, closely packed and confined. The next area comprised high-rise apartments, home to middle-income residents, merely a few hundred meters apart from the tenement buildings. All right, I'll go get the car and wait for you up front. Su Muxue nodded and turned back. Chen Tao hastened his clearing efforts, as only two connected tenement buildings remained. These two buildings were relatively intact, and not many zombies resided within. After methodically clearing 2 floors, he heard faint sounds of weeping from above. It seemed there were survivors here. At the corner of the staircase on the third floor, a mass of tables, chairs, and door panels obstructed the way. "Help us, please," a voice cried from the stairwell. They did not know who Chen Tao was, but his earlier display of slaying zombies on the street had left them in awe. To them, he appeared more valiant than any cinematic hero. A celestial being descended to aid them. "A rescue team will arrive tomorrow. If you survive until then, they will surely come for you," Chen Tao stated, preparing to turn away. "Please, we beg you, save us and take us away." A few individuals, still possessing some strength, attempted to muster their energy to move the heavy obstacles blocking the stairway. "I will not take anyone with me. Without these barriers, you might not survive the night," Chen Tao replied coolly. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous survivors. Some pleaded desperately, while others resorted to threats and bribes, yet he remained unmoved, his heart as hard as iron. In truth, each time confronted with the anguish of parting, Chen Tao's heart would be stirred by tumultuous waves. He would inevitably ponder whether, should he find himself in a dire predicament one day, there might be others willing to extend a helping hand. Perhaps, those passing by at that moment would make the same choice as himself, merely striving for survival. A faint, almost imperceptible voice broke through, causing Chen Tao to halt momentarily. "My brother, our two buildings lack a water supply. We can only draw water from the well downstairs. The meager reserves on the third floor have dwindled, especially after the chaos 2 days ago. We are a dozen souls here, and my little daughter is burning with fever. Your kindness, even a mere cup of water, would be a great salvation." Through the narrow crevice of an obstruction, Chen Tao glimpsed a woman cradling a girl at the stairway, her voice tinged with desperation. The girl, appearing around 11 or 12 years of age, weakly opened her eyes, locking gazes with Chen Tao. "Do you have a rope and a bucket?" Upon hearing Chen Tao's inquiry, tears of hope welled in the woman's eyes. After all, while one might survive several days without food, the absence of water, compounded by the fever, meant her daughter would not endure until morning. Chen Tao descended once more, and at that moment, a bucket was tossed down from a third-floor balcony. He swiftly filled the bucket with water and secured his compressed food supplies in a bag, fastening it to the rope. "What a serendipitous encounter. Who would have thought I'd see you here?" Chen Tao remarked as he prepared to leave with the bucket, only to be interrupted by a grating voice behind him. "You old fool, I let you off yesterday, and yet you persist in haunting me." Chen Tao turned to face an elder standing a short distance away. "Had it not been for the adult's intervention yesterday, you would already be a lifeless corpse." As he spoke, the elder's appearance began to undergo a dramatic transformation. "Adult?" Chen Tao furrowed his brow. Chapter 33. Enough of the games, let us conclude. On the third floor of the East City tenement, a dozen individuals peered anxiously over the edge, observing a fierce struggle unfolding below. A young man clad in a white Tai Chi suit was engaged in a life-and-death battle with a grotesque creature of fearsome visage. At that moment, the youth found himself at a disadvantage, limited to mere defense with no means to counterattack. The onlookers clenched their fists, some even contemplating aiding the young man. Yet the monster was simply too terrifying and immensely powerful. Their intervention would only lead to their own demise. "I have a few bricks inside. If I could strike that creature, it might prove effective. But what if you miss?" "Absolutely not. Even if you hit the creature, it is unlikely to be defeated. Once that man in white falls, the monster will surely come after us in retribution. You are truly ungrateful. He just brought us water and food." "Humph. One must look after oneself. Besides, it was you who pleaded for him to save you, not I." "Then put down the food." "On what grounds?" "The food is to be shared equally. This portion is rightfully mine." A few individuals began to quarrel on the third-floor balcony. Meanwhile, the battle below escalated to a fever pitch, with the monsters seemingly gaining the upper hand. "I have had enough. It is time to end this." The creature taunted the young man. "You lot never change your lines, do you?" The youth wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, with a swift movement, retreated, distancing himself from the monster while slightly twisting his body to shed the white Tai Chi robe. A futile struggle. The monster scoffed, quickly closing the distance to the young man. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere, and those on the third-floor balcony shielded their eyes, unwilling to witness the gruesome demise of the youth at the hands of the beast. After a moment, one brave soul dared to open his eyes. Peering through his fingers, he beheld the scene below. His face was a portrait of disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers, and his mouth agape in astonishment, large enough to fit his fist. Is he even human? No, he is a god. A woman trembled as she spoke. Downstairs, the formidable monster lay in pieces, having been cleaved into dozens of chunks, while the young man calmly donned his attire and strolled away. Benefactor, what is your name? Chen Tao, he replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Such a whimsical occurrence seemed only possible in childhood dreams. Perhaps this was the essence of altruism, provided one ensured their own safety first. In truth, upon encountering this creature, Chen Tao's initial instinct was to flee. However, after a careful examination with his discerning eye, he concluded that the adversary did not possess elite-level strength, only slightly surpassing a reinforced zombie, a stark contrast to the data he had observed the previous day. As long as his movements were swift enough, vanquishing the foe would be a simple task. Following a brief moment of tentative assault, Chen Tao made his judgment and put it into action. In the instant they clashed, Chen Tao swung his machete with all his might, disregarding any semblance of technique, frantically hacking dozens of times. Ultimately, his opponent was reduced to mere flesh. With only 2 buildings left, why is this taking so long? Su Muxue scrutinized Chen Tao intently. There are many survivors on the 3rd floor of that tenement. I shall go comfort them. Chen Tao declared earnestly. Comfort? Are there women more beautiful than I there? Su Muxue inquired. Chen Tao's body tensed. They are all elderly folk. Ah, so you have a penchant for mature women. Su Muxue teased. That doesn't sound like something you would say. What has transpired? Chen Tao attempted to turn the tables, but Su Muxue had already dismissed him. Crossing 2 streets, the van entered the high-rise residential area. All the buildings here were remarkably well preserved, and the community featured dual-lane pathways, allowing the van to navigate seamlessly between the towering edifices. The number of zombies here seems significantly reduced. Su Muxue surveyed her surroundings. The residents in this area are fewer than those in the nearby apartment complex. And since the outbreak occurred on a weekend, many people had gone to the city center. Chen Tao responded. This should expedite the cleanup. Su Muxue nodded in agreement. Yes. You can wait for me in the vehicle. Just as Chen Tao finished speaking, the van came to a halt beneath an apartment building, and he brandished his machete. Charging inside. Observing Chen Tao ascend the stairs, Su Muxue retrieved several bags from the trunk, returned to the passenger seat, and turned on the car's music, leisurely cracking open a packet of sunflower seeds. By the time Chen Tao had cleared an entire building, Su Muxue had finished her seeds. Your pace could use some improvement. Su Muxue remarked, observing Chen Tao. The building is quite tall, and there aren't many zombies on each floor. It feels somewhat inefficient. Chen Tao sighed. What should we do then? Return? Su Muxue inquired. Chen Tao glanced at his watch. It's still early, and there's nothing of great importance at the base. So let's continue for a while. All right, keep up the good work, sanitation worker of the apocalypse. Su Muxue gave Chen Tao a thumbs up, switching to another building. Chen Tao resumed his task, while Su Muxue pulled out a bag of chips. Swindlers, swindlers. Such a large bag of chips, yet it's mostly air. Su Muxue exclaimed in frustration, though she dared not waste any. After all, in this apocalypse, every snack counts. Before long, dusk fell, and Chen Tao had cleared the entire high-rise residential area of zombies. Let's head back to the base. Ahead lies the luxurious villa district, which is spacious and has fewer zombies, so going there would be a waste of time. Burp. Very well. Su Muxue nodded. Goodness, how much have you eaten this afternoon? Not too much. The stock in the delivery area is overflowing, so I was helping to clear out the warehouse. Eating too many of these isn't healthy and could lead to weight gain. You never know when there might be a shortage, so it's best to indulge while we can. Su Muxue said nonchalantly. Don't worry, your life is quite resilient. Really? Of course. Don't forget, my awakened talent is prophecy. How long can I live then? Su Muxue asked curiously. Approximately, until death. Chen Tao replied earnestly. As the van traveled along the severely damaged roads, it was remarkably smooth, yet now, on the well-maintained highway, the vehicle swayed unsteadily. At 7:30 in the evening, the van returned to the base. Fang Yunyun had already prepared the meals in advance and was currently using a forklift to transport goods from the warehouse. Although her skills with the forklift were not yet proficient, she managed to handle it with a semblance of competence. Brother Chun, the items on the 2nd underground floor are relatively few, and I have organized them according to your plan. I am preparing to reorganize the sorting and delivery areas, moving some non-perishable food items to the 2nd underground floor. Fang Yunyun informed Chen Tao. Today has truly been exhausting for you. Not at all. It is the only contribution I can make. Fang Yunyun hastily shook her head. Yunyun, how is your marksmanship practice coming along? Su Muxue inquired. I practiced for a while this morning, but since I was low on ammunition, I didn't want to waste it. Fang Yunyun replied. Indeed. The issue of ammunition must be resolved promptly. Su Muxue turned her gaze towards Chen Tao. Ammunition is not a concern, Yunyun. Is there ample space remaining on the underground level? There are still many vacant areas. Very well, when the ammunition arrives tomorrow, let us store it on the underground level. Chen Tao nodded. Where will we procure it? Su Muxue asked. We need not lift a finger. The ammunition will come to us. Chen Tao said with feigned profundity. In the deep of night, with the moon hanging high and a gentle breeze blowing, the vicinity of the tenement building lay shrouded in darkness. The survivors hiding on the third floor clung to their last vestiges of hope, awaiting the arrival of a rescue team. Meanwhile, in the open space below, a woman clad in red and possessing an alluring figure crouched down, meticulously examining the scattered chunks of flesh on the ground. Boss Jean, the creature has perished. Just a failed prototype. You can handle it. I have examined it, and it appears the virus within has mutated. Then send its remains to the branch laboratory and hand it over to Dr. T. I have also discovered a survivor here. Their abilities are currently unaccessible, but awakening potential may be rated at 99 with an SS-level potential. The woman rose gracefully, her gaze fixated on the balcony of the third floor. SS-level potential? I will immediately dispatch someone. Dr. T will surely find this survivor exceedingly intriguing. The woman lightly touched her wristband and then leapt effortlessly to the third-floor balcony. Meanwhile, the survivors within remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. Chapter 34. Exceptionally gifted on June 20th, 2035, at midnight, the fourth day of the apocalypse had commenced. In the underground level 2, within Chen Tao's gym, the eightfold gravity training pod slowly opened. Habitually, he picked up his phone to check the latest updates from the simulator. The third day of the apocalypse has concluded. Survival points earned, 729. Remaining survival points, 937. Remaining domain frequency energy, 8,124. I never anticipated that the domain frequency energy would accumulate so swiftly. By the end of the day, I should be able to unlock the simulator's marketplace. I wonder what will be available inside. Chen Tao felt a flicker of anticipation within. His current survival points were sufficient for a basic simulation, yet he hesitated. Today's endeavors were quite smooth, apart from encountering 2 formidable enhanced zombies, which posed a challenge. But the information was largely consistent with that of the previous simulation. A basic simulation would reveal only events within the next 20 days. Meaning if he undertook the simulation today, he would only gain an additional day's insight compared to yesterday. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Tao resolved to refrain from simulating until a significant unforeseen event occurred. Approximately every 10 days, a simulation should suffice. It is prudent to accumulate the remaining points for a substantial number of simulations after 90 days. Chen Tao pondered. For him, the awakening at 100 days represents a pivotal turning point. He must identify and eliminate potential threats through multiple simulations before his formal awakening. The apocalyptic traveler possesses a golden talent, suggesting its effects are exceedingly powerful, and thus, the awakening may also require a considerable amount of time. This conclusion was drawn from Chen Tao's simulations conducted prior to the apocalypse. Typically, other awakeners require about 3 days, while Su Muxue's awakening consistently spans 6 days. Putting away his phone, Chen Tao surveyed his surroundings. It is imperative to bolster the base's defenses before the awakening. The base has already undergone 4 rounds of enhancements. And despite his exhaustive efforts, he has yet to locate the materials necessary for a 5th enhancement. To further augment safety, he must introduce additional offensive and defensive weaponry. This necessitates Chen Tao's technological research ability, although it consumes a significant amount of domain frequency energy. Once the shop is unlocked, he plans to commence the production of a substantial arsenal. Domain frequency energy. Today he must continue to hunt zombies. Initially, he believed the city center would host elite-level zombies, only to discover they were merely stronger than the enhanced zombies. Currently, the residential areas of East City have been largely cleared, and Chen Tao has redirected his focus to the city center. According to the database, the city center is the most populous area in Jiang City, providing the opportunity to eliminate a greater number of zombies in a short span of time. However, an abundance of zombies also signifies heightened danger. Chen Tao has yet to engage in direct combat with elite-level zombies. Analyzing the data from the simulator, It is clear that with his current strength, he stands no chance against them. Strengthening his power remains the priority. Chen Tao quietly approached the storage room and, after a brief interval, returned to the gym equipped with wrist guards and leg bindings, deftly utilizing domain frequency energy to enhance them 4 times each. The wrist guard alone now exceeds a weight of 200 kilograms. Upon donning the wrist guards, Chen Tao immediately felt as though his hands were encumbered with lead, especially given the formidable weight of his Tai Chi suit. After a brief period of acclimatization, he re-entered the 8-fold gravity chamber to continue his intensive strength training. In the southeast corner of the storage center, an area once cluttered with miscellaneous items and tools has been transformed into a small shooting range by Fang Yunyun. Lying prone on the ground, she aimed a rifle at a target 100 meters away. Bang! The bullet soared forth, almost hitting the bullseye. A promising display of talent, very impressive. Chen Tao stood behind Fang Yunyun, observing the bullet holes on target number 3, nodding in approval. Fang Yunyun's face flushed crimson at the words, "Brother Chen, I was actually aiming for target number 1. Chen Tao's smile froze. Target 1 was a considerable distance of 20 to 30 meters away from target 3. Moreover, Fang Yunyun's firearm had been enhanced by Chen Tao, resulting in exceptional accuracy. Ahem. It's all right. There is still ample room for improvement. Keep striving. Thank you for your encouragement, Brother Chen. I shall certainly continue to work hard." Fang Yunyun nodded earnestly. "Yunyun, have you had any exposure to medical knowledge?" Chen Tao inquired cautiously. In previous simulations, there had only been one instance where Fang Yunyun was specifically mentioned, when Su Muxue was injured, and it was Fang Yunyun who provided aid, enabling a swift recovery. Medical knowledge? No, I haven't. Fang Yunyun shook her head. In ancient military campaigns, provisions always preceded the troops. Logistics are vital in warfare. I understand logistics. But where can I learn? Fang Yunyun stood up, looking towards Chen Tao. Before the apocalypse, I backed up various professional knowledge materials. There is a computer in the storage area of the facility. If you have time, you can study there. All right, I shall go take a look now. No need to force it. Just do your best. Chen Tao replied with a smile. Just as Fang Yunyun departed, a rumble accompanied by loudspeaker announcements echoed outside the base. The rescue team has arrived. Su Muxue emerged from the warehouse, wielding a machete. They arrived quite early. The gates of the base slowly opened as Chen Tao leaned against the wall by the door. How many survivors do you have? A massive armored vehicle came to a halt outside the base, the loudspeaker blaring with urgency. Is Captain Han Zhong here? Chen Tao asked directly. Have we met? The hatch of the armored vehicle opened, revealing a sturdy, handsome man with a wheatish complexion, who peered out at Chen Tao. You are Han Zhong. Chen Tao scrutinized the man. He had researched Han Zhong's information prior to the apocalypse. Yet the present individual appeared far more weathered than his photographs, sporting an unkempt beard, as if he had not groomed himself in some time. On the 17th, at 11:52, I called you. Is it you? Han Zhong's expression shifted slightly. Please drive the vehicle in. I have crucial information. Han Zhong hesitated, as he had never met Chen Tao and could not fully trust him. Brother Han, come inside. It's safer here than out there. Su Muxue beckoned from behind Chen Tao. Sister Su, you are here too? Han Zhong was taken aback. He and Su Muxue were fellow disciples, though she had joined much later. By the time Su Muxue became a disciple, Han Zhong was already enlisted. I arrived here long before the zombie outbreak. Su Muxue nodded. Drive in. Han Zhong commanded, and the armored vehicle turned and slowly entered Chen Tao's base. Chapter 35. I will wait for your return. Awakeners? Do you mean to say that humans can become stronger? Han Zhong gazed at Chen Tao in disbelief. Chen Tao offered no extensive explanation. Instead, he casually picked up the dark iron spear, effortlessly brandished it a few times, and then planted it firmly before Han Zhong. Actions often speak louder than words, and having witnessed the spear before, Han Zhong was acutely aware of its formidable weight. Nevertheless, he could not resist attempting to lift it. Despite exerting all his strength, the spear remained utterly unmoved. With the emergence of zombies, what else could possibly transpire? Han Zhong relinquished his grip, placing his trust in Chen Tao's words. Of course, his faith in Chen Tao was further bolstered by the presence of Su Muxue standing behind him. I have awakened a power, and I can also sense events that may unfold in the future, Chen Tao stated nonchalantly. The notion of foreseeing future events? While the awakening of human potential was within Han Zhong's comprehension, the ability to predict was undeniably mystical. However, Each prediction does inflict some damage on my body. Chen Tao sighed. What have you foreseen? Han Zhong could not help but inquire. Captain Han, have you made any discoveries on your journey here? Chen Tao responded with a question of his own. The number of zombies seems to have diminished. Han Zhong replied. Indeed, I have recently cleared the surrounding zombies. And I have also addressed some in the eastern residential area. This should alleviate some pressure for you, Chen Tao remarked. I see. Han Zhong realized. Their camp had only recently been reconstructed, and yesterday a rescue team had been formed. They had ventured into the residential area for search and rescue, but found neither survivors nor zombies. Today, they decided to visit the storage center first, as it was likely to be the most resource-rich location. After all, I should be among the first awakened. And it is only right to assist you by eliminating dangers in advance. Though my ammunition has been significantly depleted, Chen Tao made his intentions clear. Ammunition? That is easily arranged. Our camp has an ample supply. Han Zhong responded generously. On the 25th day of the zombie outbreak, which is July 11th, there will be a massive volcanic eruption. We must prepare in advance. Chen Tao stated. A volcanic eruption? Han Zhong gasped. These zombies are already troublesome enough. Combined with a volcanic eruption, it would spell utter annihilation for humanity. This is merely the beginning. Chen Tao replied gravely. At these words, Han Zhong inhaled sharply but quickly regained his composure. However, the deputy captain beside him lacked Han Zhong's steadiness. Captain Han, do you believe humanity will face extinction? The deputy captain asked, his voice trembling. In the grand scheme of Earth's timeline, humanity's existence is but a fleeting moment. I do not believe any species can endure eternally. I simply do not wish to witness this grim reality. Therefore, as long as I draw breath, I shall never forfeit any chance of survival, nor will I easily abandon any of my compatriots. Han Zhong declared emphatically. Upon hearing this, the deputy captain was invigorated, his face shedding any trace of fear and unease. Upon witnessing this, Chen Tao silently nodded. Han Zhong was indeed exceptional. With just a few words, he not only calmed the hearts of those around him, but also ignited their fighting spirit. Chen Tao could distinctly perceive the righteousness and formidable charisma emanating from Han Zhong. Perhaps the very qualities that define a competent leader. He believed he lacked such an aura and had never aspired to be a leader. His sole desire was to survive in this apocalyptic world. Mr. Chen, our camp currently shelters 400 survivors, along with over 300 professionally trained soldiers. It is likely that we will also encounter some awakened individuals here. If you could join us, it would be a formidable alliance. I can unconditionally oblige any request within my capacity. Han Zhong said sincerely, gazing at Chen Tao. Thank you for your generous offer, Captain Han. I have a rather reclusive nature and prefer solitude. Joining your camp would undoubtedly bring you considerable trouble. Chen Tao politely declined. Brother Chen, the tea is ready. Fang Yunyun approached, carrying a tea tray. Han Zhong glanced behind Chen Tao, noticing Su Muxue standing with a machete, seemingly lost in thought. Well, since that is the case, I shall not press you, Mr. Chen. Nevertheless, the doors of our camp will always remain open to you. You are welcome to visit at any time, Han Zhong declared. Indeed, indeed. Chen Tao responded with a smile. I will send a transport team this afternoon. 100,000 rounds of ammunition, 200 sniper rifles, assault rifles, and machine guns, as well as 50 rocket launchers. However, due to damage to our electronic facilities, we are unable to conduct precision remote guidance. Han Zhong continued. This acquisition far exceeded Chen Tao's expectations, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Mr. Chen, while these supplies may seem limited, they represent our utmost capabilities. Han Zhong added. There are also some weapons that require specialized personnel for operation. If you need assistance, I can assign a few individuals to help. As the saying goes, the more friends one has, the more paths one can tread. Moreover, with someone as powerful and foresight as Chen Tao, even if friendship was not attainable, it was imperative to cultivate goodwill. No need for such formality. This is already sufficient. Chen Tao replied, sipping his tea. Captain Han, it is indeed fate that we encounter one another in this dire time. We may find ourselves needing to assist each other in the future. Chen Tao added with a smile. Hearing this, Han Zhong's heart leaped with joy. Since you have expressed such sentiments, I shall refrain from further politeness. Although our current strength is lacking, rest assured that we will do everything in our power to assist you should you require it. Then I extend my gratitude to you. Captain Han, I will also do my utmost to aid you in the future if you find yourself in need. By the way, the East City residential area should now be secure. You might consider sending someone to conduct a rescue operation there. We visited last night and found no survivors. Han Zhong replied, shaking his head. How could this be? The zombies were indeed cleared, and there should have been several survivors. Could there possibly be some that escaped detection? Su Muxue furrowed her brow. It is also possible that the survivors are hiding, Chen Tao speculated. Let us conduct another search tomorrow, Han Zhong suggested. The two engaged in a brief exchange of pleasantries, and Chen Tao proceeded to impart some words of caution to Han Zhong. It was not until 2 hours later, approaching noon, that Han Zhong, accompanied by his team, departed in an armored vehicle. Chen Tao also gifted Han Zhong a set of communication devices, enabling them to maintain contact in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Initially, he had planned to venture into the city center in the afternoon to eliminate zombies, but by 2:30, ammunition and weapons had arrived at the base. Consequently, Chen Tao spent the entire afternoon strategizing and arranging. As night fell, Chen Tao dined with Feng Yunyun and Su Muxue in the cafeteria. According to the first simulation post-apocalypse, Su Muxue was set to awaken the following day. In the days to come, the number of zombies would surge dramatically, and Chen Tao felt that their current preparations were still somewhat inadequate. I must go out tonight, Chen Tao announced, putting down his chopsticks. Are you heading to the city center? Su Muxue inquired. Indeed, Chen Tao nodded. He aimed to accumulate 10,000 units of domain frequency energy before midnight to unlock the store. To achieve this, he would need to eliminate approximately 1,900 ordinary zombies. I will await your return, Su Muxue said, gazing at Chen Tao. She refrained from insisting on accompanying him this time, as he had informed her the previous day about her potential awakening. The prospect of awakening held profound significance for anyone. And although Su Muxue was uncertain of what her transformation would entail, she was well aware of Chen Tao's formidable strength and was filled with anticipation for her own awakening. Given the uncertainty of timing, should she encounter trouble at dawn while beginning her awakening, the consequences could be dire. Chen Tao was still contemplating how to persuade Su Muxue to remain at the base when he was somewhat taken aback by her decision not to accompany him. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to return before midnight, Chen Tao assured her as he rose and made his way outside. Chapter 36. Crimson Rain in the Hazy Moonlight. A van sped through the streets of the city center. Chen Tao had already cleared 3 zones and was en route to the 4th. Crossing the pedestrian street and passing through a park, the van came to a halt before a towering building. The Jiangxing Commercial Center stood as the second tallest structure in Jiangxing, surpassed only by the Twin Towers. This area represented the city's central business district, encompassing finance, trade, culture, services, and a plethora of commercial offices and hotels, making it one of the most densely populated regions. Glancing at the time, Chen Tao noted it was already 10:30 in the evening. He intended to finish clearing this area before returning to the base, leaving the remaining 2 zones for another occasion. In Jiangcheng, mid-June nights were typically quite cool, yet this evening felt exceptionally humid, with sporadic clouds completely obscuring the faint moonlight. Armed with his mysterious iron spear, Chen Tao searched for zombies. However, to his astonishment, he found not a single trace of a zombie in sight. After spending an hour meticulously scouring the entire commercial center, both inside and out, he found no signs whatsoever. Strange, Chen Tao remarked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Unusual occurrences often signal the presence of something sinister. It seems prudent to depart from this place. Chen Tao had already vanquished numerous zombies in the 2nd and 3rd zones. And for the sake of safety, even though his domain frequency energy had not reached 10,000, he resolved to return to the base. A drop of icy rain splattered onto Chen Tao's dark iron gun. To his horror, he discovered that this rain bore a faint crimson hue, reminiscent of diluted blood. An inexplicable sense of impending danger surged within him. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards his van, accelerating to maximum speed. The simulator had not mentioned anything about rain. Chen Tao was uncertain whether it had never rained in any of the simulations or if it had rained, but that information was omitted. If it were the latter, he need not worry excessively and could continue his normal course of action. However, if it were the former, this crimson rain could irrevocably alter the events that were to unfold. It seemed that past midnight, a simulation was imperative. Just as Chen Tao departed from the city center, the previously silent commercial center erupted with a series of chilling roars. Was it too early to enter the 2nd phase of experimentation? Beneath the commercial center, dozens of meters deep, an enormous laboratory housed an elderly man clad in a white coat, engaged in a phone conversation. The experimental zones around the world have all entered the second phase. A male voice resonated through the receiver. But the T2 virus is not yet perfected. The old man replied with a shake of his head. Our time is running short. Upon returning to the base, past midnight, Chen Tao quickly shed his outerwear. Leaving the dark iron gun in the armory, he proceeded to the disinfection chamber for a thorough cleansing before taking the elevator down to the second underground level. Brother Chen, you're back, Fang Yunyun exclaimed as she rushed out of Su Mushua's room upon hearing the elevator's activation. Where is Su Mushua? Chen Tao inquired. She has fallen asleep, Fang Yunyun replied. When did she doze off? Did she exhibit any reactions before sleeping? Chen Tao pressed on. About 10 minutes ago, around 12:30. Sister Su said she would wait for you to return before resting. We were organizing the ammunition on the first underground level when, not long after, she complained of thirst and felt quite overheated. I checked her temperature, and it had already reached 43 degrees. I hurried to find antipyretics, but by the time I returned, Sister Su was lying on the floor. I then carried her back into the room. Fang Yunyun recounted meticulously. Did you administer any medication to Su Mushua? Not yet. Fang Yunyun shook her head. All right, keep an eye on her. By the way, do not give her any medication. Chen Tao instructed firmly. Understood. Fang Yunyun nodded. Chen Tao then turned and made his way to the monitoring room on the second underground level. This monitoring facility had originally been situated on the upper ground level, but had been relocated here by Chen Tao the previous day. All surveillance records can only be accessed by Chen Tao himself. He reviewed all the footage from midnight until now, finding the content almost entirely consistent with what Fang Yunyun had described. The final frame lingered on Fang Yunyun as she carried Su Mushua into the room. Given that they were both females, Chen Tao maintained his principles and did not set up any surveillance in their quarters. He hoped that the simulation would not undergo any alterations. Chen Tao first opened his phone to check the information from the simulator. End of the fourth day of the apocalypse. Survival points earned, 591. Remaining survival points, 1528. Remaining domain frequency energy, 10920. The domain frequency energy had finally reached 10,000. Engrossed in slaying zombies, Chen Tao had not diverted his attention to the domain frequency energy. Jiang City, a moderately developed second-tier city, had a population exceeding 5 million. In 4 days, accounting for the zombies he had slain in the simulation, accumulating 10,000 domain frequency energy was not particularly significant. He was not in a hurry to unlock the shop, for even if he did so now, based on his experience from books and games, it might entail certain costs to exchange for items from the store. At this moment, Chen Tao's most pressing concern was the survival simulation. He needed to ascertain whether this red rain had any impact on subsequent events and whether Su Mushua's awakening would proceed as smoothly as before. The primary survival simulation officially commences. Day 1. The number of zombies around the base increases. You utilize weapons to eliminate them. Day 2. Su Mushua's body temperature continues to rise. While tending to her, you persist in clearing the zombies around the base. For the following duration, Chen Tao found himself engaged in a repetitive cycle of caring for Su Mushua and exterminating zombies. Day 6. Su Mushua successfully awakens. You receive a distress signal from Han Zhong. You bravely charge through the horde of zombies towards Han Zhong's camp. Su Mushua's successful awakening was a relief. Everything seemed to be returning to normal. A knowing smile graced Chen Tao's face. Day 7. After slaying numerous zombie dogs in the camp, you find yourself somewhat exhausted. A significant number of survivors within the camp begin to awaken, but the camp is besieged by elite-level zombies, and you perish, stunned by his demise. Chen Tao was momentarily at a loss. Summary: ordinary zombies slain, 971. Enhanced zombies slain, 5. Survival duration, 7 days. Remaining survival points, 1028. Remaining domain frequency energy, 11941. It appeared that in direct confrontations, he was still no match for elite-level zombies. The emergence of elite zombies had come sooner than expected. Otherwise, he could have waited for most of the camp's inhabitants to successfully awaken, along with Su Mushua and himself, which would have afforded them at least a 70% chance of victory. Although Chen Tao had only survived 7 days during this simulation, he had still gathered crucial information. Su Mushua had successfully awakened. Moreover, the red rain had not had any substantial effect on him. Perhaps this rain was a normal natural phenomenon in the post-apocalyptic world. He had merely been overthinking it, Chen Tao murmured to himself. After recording the simulation information, Chen Tao returned to the main page of the simulator, expending 10,000 domain frequency energy to unlock the store system. Chapter 37. Transactions in the Apocalypse. Opening the Apocalypse store. Achieving the transaction in the Apocalypse. Simulator milestone achievement. Achievement points. 4. Transaction in the Apocalypse. First attainment of this achievement, accompanied by a bonus of 2,000 domain frequency energy, as soon as Chen Tao unlocked the Apocalypse store. A soft blue light emanated from his phone screen, and he received an achievement. Before even beginning to shop, he was gifted domain frequency energy, which was, for Chen Tao, undoubtedly a delightful piece of news. The lock symbol adjacent to the Apocalypse store gradually faded away, and without hesitation, Chen Tao tapped the screen of his phone. The phone's interface transitioned, revealing numerous images of items. Arranged in 4 rows and 3 columns, there were a total of 12 items. However, the majority of them appeared in gray. By expending domain frequency energy, acquire information about the items. By expending domain frequency energy, refresh the types of items. Chen Tao stroked his chin, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The items in the Apocalypse store were not directly obtainable by merely consuming domain frequency energy. Instead, purchasing an item only granted him information, and he would have to seek out the items himself based on that information. He felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. In just a few days, elite zombies would emerge, and he might not even be able to venture beyond the gates of the base. Thus, acquiring information would be of little use. Furthermore, the distances to those items were unknown, if they were situated in remote mountains or arid deserts. Wouldn't that render his domain frequency energy a complete waste? Chen Tao found he could only purchase 3 types of items. One was the location information for star iron, ore, necessary for fortifying the walls, with the description stating, consume 2,000 domain frequency energy, location extremely far. The second item was equipment for enhancing a sniper rifle, also marked with a note indicating its distant location. With such clarifications, Chen Tao was disinclined to purchase it at that moment. Lastly, there was an image of a vial. Primary Awakening Potion Formula. Consume 3,000 domain frequency energy, location very close. What purpose could this serve? Could it perhaps allow ordinary individuals to awaken directly? Chen Tao speculated. The items in the store would only reveal their complete information upon purchase. This was a formula, likely containing the location of materials nearby. Could it be that the base housed these materials? However, expending 3,000 domain frequency energy left Chen Tao in a quandary, as acquiring such energy might not be as easy in the coming days. He paced a few steps in the monitoring room, then directed his gaze to the monitor displaying the scene in front of Su Mushue's door. Let us purchase it first, even if I incur a loss. I shall accept it. Chen Tao steeled himself and directly expended 3,000 domain frequency energy. Instantly, a flurry of text appeared densely on his phone screen. Beginner's Awakening Potion Formula. This formula is exclusively for use before the first awakening, capable of enhancing the success probability of awakening and significantly augmenting the abilities acquired thereafter. The introduction to this potion's formula is rather simplistic, yet it stirred considerable turmoil within Chen Tao's heart. He was aware that his awakening would commence on the 100th day, and it would be the golden Doomsday Wanderer talent. If he were to utilize this potion, to what astounding heights could this golden talent ascend? Chen Tao quickly composed himself and began to examine the materials required for the formula. Smallpox mutated virus, red flame virus, and the essence extract of the tree of life super immunity serum. Goodness, is this concocting a virus or an awakening agent? Chen Tao was taken aback. Moreover, the inclusion of an immunity serum, doesn't that counteract the effects? He tapped on the smallpox mutated virus with his finger, and his phone instantly displayed a compass, indicating east longitude, north latitude, with an arrow pointing towards the specific location of the item. Following the directional prompt, he arrived at a warehouse on the underground floor. This area housed goods that had yet to be dispatched. Chen Tao and Fang Yunyun had moved these items here the previous afternoon. Could it be? Such perilous substances were here. A chill raced down Chen Tao's spine. If these viruses truly resided within the warehouse, while he might remain immune, Fang Yunyun and Su Mushue would undoubtedly face dire consequences. He meticulously rummaged through the pile of goods, and several packages tightly wrapped in foam boxes came into view, which, according to his phone's guidance, were indeed the ones he sought. Chen Tao examined the tracking number on the boxes, which indicated the delivery address, 888, Anil Street, Xianyang District. Jiang City, ground floor of the Gemini building. The shipping address was the bioengineering company. Extracting all the packages, Chen Tao still felt a lingering apprehension. It was too risky. The consequences of an accidental virus leak were unimaginable. He carried all the materials back to the second underground level and spent several hours clearing out a room to serve as a laboratory. Though modest, the laboratory was relatively well equipped. After all, with his eye of insight, coupled with various documents he had copied in advance, it was no great challenge to modify some instruments. As dawn broke and Fang Yunyun went to prepare breakfast, Chen Tao slowly stretched in the laboratory. This was the first time he felt fatigue since entering the apocalypse. According to the formula's proportions, the beginner's awakening potion was only missing the super immunity serum to be complete. Chen Tao dripped his own blood into a test tube, initiating the extraction and separation process. After another half hour, the potion was finally concocted. Would this truly be effective? Chen Tao gazed at the red potion he had prepared, his face etched with skepticism. He checked his survival simulation points, which remained above 1,000, allowing for 2 more simulations. Chen Tao could not ascertain the safety of the serum. Should it cause any issues after administering it to Su Muxue, the consequences would be dire. The initial survival simulation commenced. On the first day, you injected Su Muxue with the basic awakening serum, and her temperature rose rapidly while the base was besieged by zombies. Yet you paid no heed. On the second day, you occasionally cleared the surrounding zombies. By the 6th day, Hanzhong sent a distress signal, but you chose not to respond. Su Muxue remained unconscious. Upon noticing the lack of updates regarding Su Muxue on the 6th day, Chen Tao became increasingly anxious. On the 7th day, Su Muxue awoke, and together you cleared the nearby zombies. She had awakened a day later than prior instances. The sight of Su Muxue regaining consciousness brought Chen Tao considerable relief. Now, he awaited to observe whether her abilities had undergone any transformation. On the 8th day, you and Su Muxue ventured to Hanzhong's camp, only to find no survivors. On the 9th day, elite zombies appeared outside the base. And together you and Su Muxue repelled them, though she sustained minor injuries. In previous simulations before the apocalypse, encountering elite zombies often resulted in death. And in the first survival simulation, Su Muxue had suffered serious wounds. It appeared her strength had indeed improved. If she were to adapt further, she should be capable of defeating elite zombies. Chen Tao's apprehension finally found some solace. On the 11th day, Su Muxue recovered, and you both commenced outings to eliminate zombies. By the 15th day, you encountered elite zombies again, triumphing without her incurring any injuries this time. On the 17th day, you completed the initial modifications to the base, restoring communication and attempting to connect with other camps. By the 18th day, the refuge in Binhai City was completed and established contact with you. On the 19th day, you and Su Muxue captured an elite zombie and brought it back to the base. What was happening? Why was he bringing a zombie back to the base? Chen Tao felt perplexed. On the 20th day, you transferred all supplies from the base to the 1st and 2nd underground levels in preparation for a volcanic eruption. After recording these events, Chen Tao refrained from further analysis and took the basic awakening serum to Su Muxue's room. Chapter 38. I won't tell Sister Su. Brother Chen, I noticed you were busy, so I didn't dare to disturb you. The food is still being kept warm. Fang Yunyun, who was attending to Su Muxue, quickly rose upon seeing Chen Tao enter. She had prepared breakfast before 6 o'clock, but the laboratory door had remained shut, and fearing to interrupt Chen Tao's work, she came to care for Su Muxue first. Have you eaten? Not yet. Fang Yunyun shook her head. Go eat first. I'll keep watch for a while, and then you can switch with me. All right. Fang Yunyun nodded and hurriedly exited. As Fang Yunyun left, Chen Tao quietly approached Su Muxue's bedside and gently tugged down her shirt, revealing her snow-white shoulder. He was just about to retrieve the syringe containing the crimson serum when he suddenly turned around and encountered Fang Yunyun, her face flushed with embarrassment. Ahem, Chen Gu. I just came to grab my coat. She stammered, pointing to the garment draped over the chair. The temperature outside had abruptly dropped, prompting her to return and put on her clothing before venturing out again. Oh, I'm just administering an antipyretic injection to Su Muxue, Chen Tao clarified. Fang Yunyun nodded, her gaze lowered, and hurriedly exited the room. Why do I feel as if I have committed some clandestine act? Chen Tao furrowed his brow, then proceeded to inject the serum into Su Muxue. After observing her for a while, he noted no significant changes. Chen Gu, I've finished. Fong Yunyun returned a short while later. All right, keep an eye on her for a bit. I'll go grab a bite to eat. Chen Tao nodded in response. By the way, don't worry, Chingu. I absolutely won't mention anything to Sister Su. My lips are always sealed. Fong Yunyun declared earnestly. What I mean is, you need to monitor her temperature, and if anything seems off, inform me immediately. Chen Tao's brow creased slightly. Okay. Fong Yunyun blinked in understanding. With a sigh, Chen Tao made his way to the base's cafeteria. The cafeteria had been relocated from the ground level to the subterranean floor, cluttered with various items, equipment, and ammunition. Fortunately, the space was ample. Otherwise, these items would have had to remain exposed. Typically, breakfast in a post-apocalyptic world would be rather meager, sufficient merely to stave off hunger. However, in comparison to the standards of Chen Tao's life before the apocalypse, the current fare was a remarkable upgrade. Freshly baked bread, 2 beef patties, 2 eggs, and a glass of dairy product awaited him. Within the base, aside from the eggs, which would last just over a month, there was an abundant stock of all other ingredients. Having never indulged in such a bountiful breakfast before, he had been too preoccupied with slaying zombies and organizing the base in recent days to savor a meal. Today, however, he could afford to relish it. Just as he picked up his chopsticks, both his phone and the room's alarm went off simultaneously. So many zombies? Through the surveillance footage on his phone, Chen Tao could clearly see hundreds of zombies outside the base, relentlessly battering against the outer walls and gates. He had no intention of heading out just yet. After all, there would be ample time for zombie hunting in the future. After swallowing a beef patty, Chen Tao nodded in satisfaction, noting it was a tad salty. No sooner had he spoken than his walkie-talkie crackled to life. Chingu, Sister Su's temperature is alarmingly high. You need to come check on her. Fong Yunyun's anxious voice came through. All right, I'm on my way. Chen Tao, not bothering to savor his meal any longer, hurriedly stuffed the remaining slices of bread and beef into his mouth, downed the glass of dairy product, and raced towards Su Mushu's room. Chingu, Sister Su's temperature is far too elevated. We must think of something. She can't be in danger. Fong Yunyun spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks. As Chen Tao approached Su Mushu's bedside to assess her condition, Fong Yunyun hurriedly covered her mouth, striving not to disturb him. Indeed, as anticipated, her body temperature began to rise. Chen Tao nodded to himself. Su Mushu, once fair as jade, now appeared pallid, her body trembling uncontrollably. Do not worry. This condition will persist for a while. Refrain from administering any medication. If anything unusual occurs besides the high fever, promptly inform me. Chen Tao instructed Fong Yunyun. Understood. Fong Yunyun dared not inquire further and merely nodded emphatically. I shall clear the zombies outside. With that, Chen Tao exited the room. Fong Yunyun returned to her seat beside the bed, grasping Su Mushu's feverish hand. Sister Su, you must hold on. You cannot succumb. Tears streamed down Fong Yunyun's cheeks, falling onto the back of Su Mushu's hand, only to evaporate swiftly. Her current temperature had reached at least 50 degrees, and Fong Yunyun could scarcely fathom the torment inflicted upon her body at such a high fever. Would she truly awaken? In this base, I am the most useless. I can neither assist Brother Chen nor Sister Su. If it were possible, I would gladly trade my life for your safety, Fong Yunyun murmured, undeterred by the searing heat radiating from Su Mushu's arm as she clung on. Outside the base, Chen Tao wielded his Xian Tai gun, plunging into the horde of zombies. Compared to the previous day, these ordinary zombies exhibited a marked improvement in reaction speed and attack power, momentarily catching Chen Tao off guard. The ground was riddled with craters. Stepping into one sent a splash of light red rainwater flying, staining the surrounding earth a shade of pink. Chen Tao gasped for breath. Having observed merely hundreds of zombies on the surveillance footage, yet more surged toward him from the distance. Come on, the more, the better. In Chen Tao's eyes, they were not zombies, but mere moving energy entities. To expedite the battle, Chen Tao shed his Tai Chi attire, including his wrist guards and leg wrappings. Instantly, a powerful force erupted from within him, leaving him with an overwhelming urge to unleash it. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air as he exerted a slight force, and the Xian Tai gun shot forth with astonishing speed and terrifying power. Bang! 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 One after another, 7 or 8 zombies fell without resistance, their bodies shattered by the direct impact of Chen Tao's assault. This strength had significantly increased since his last encounter with the fortified zombies, filling him with exhilaration. Simultaneously, He worried that the Chen Tao gun might not withstand his fierce strength. I have reinforced the Chen Tao gun 4 times. It should withstand this power. Chen Tao continued his relentless onslaught. In the span of a single meal, the corpses of the zombies behind him had already piled into a small mountain. My current strength is already formidable, yet I find myself utterly incapable of contending with the elite-level zombies. Just how powerful are they? Chen Tao pondered in silence. Before Su Muxiue completed her awakening, he was determined to safeguard Han Zhong's camp. After all, in this apocalyptic world, having an ally to rely upon would undoubtedly ease his burdens. Chapter 39. Domain Frequency Energy Generator. June 22nd, the 6th day after the apocalypse. Chen Tao spent less than an hour this morning dispatching a solitary zombie before returning to the base. As he found the greatest challenge was not the increasing strength of ordinary zombies, but rather the overwhelming presence of corpses. He possessed the talent of viral immunity, alleviating his concerns about any potential plague. However, the stench from the bodies was truly unbearable. The recent sweltering weather, compounded by high humidity, allowed even within the confines of the base to permeate the air with a noxious odor. Fang Yunyun had gone to the ground-level warehouse to fetch some supplies and returned to the basement, where she spent several minutes retching. Who could withstand this? Chen Tao sat in the monitoring room, his brow furrowed in distress. Adding to his anxiety was the staggering electricity consumption of the base. He had initially believed that the energy harnessed from solar power, supplemented by various storage batteries and fuel, would suffice for a year or two. Yet, the solar energy generated was woefully inadequate to sustain the base's operations. In just 20 days, they would face the threat of a volcanic eruption. Chen Tao had researched that a large-scale eruption from a supervolcano would trigger a series of catastrophic chain reactions, including a prolonged volcanic winter. Countless ash particles would be thrust into the sky, drifting across the globe, effectively blocking the sun's heat and light from reaching the earth, plunging the world into winter, a condition that could persist for several years. Thus, soon enough, Chen Tao's solar energy would become entirely ineffective, ceasing to provide power. Currently, the greatest drain on energy came from the machinery used to transport goods, as supplies were moved to the basement and second floor, perpetually depleting the energy reserves. However, in 3 to 5 days, most machines could be halted. Still, the energy required to maintain lighting, surveillance, and the operation of a few machines exceeded Chen Tao's initial estimates. Beyond solar power, the only alternatives Chen Tao could conceive were hydropower and wind power. The base was neither a coastal city nor situated in a location conducive to hydropower, which was therefore dismissed. Wind power required ample space and was highly constrained by environmental factors, rendering it similarly impractical. As for nuclear energy, it necessitated a reliable nuclear power plant, a technology Chen Tao lacked. Even if he possessed the knowledge, the production of components and the costly maintenance would be insurmountable. It was a daunting challenge. Surviving in this post-apocalyptic world demanded not only formidable strength and ample resources, but much more. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Tao gently pressed his thumb against his temple. Where there's a will, there's a way. He would leave the rest for later. Unable to arrive at any solution, he reluctantly retrieved his phone to check the simulator. Total simulation attempts, 3. Total retained talents, 7. Total achievements gained, 9. Milestone achievement points, 11. Remaining survival points, 830. Remaining domain frequency energy, 4729. The simulator shop requires 5,000 domain frequency energy. Yet most of the items within are currently of little use. Perhaps it would be wiser to focus on technological research instead. Technology is indeed the foremost productive force. As Chen Tao spoke, he began to utilize the technology research talent. Although this talent is of purple grade, it is by no means inferior to golden talents. After a brief moment of hesitation while contemplating the 3 options presented before him, Chen Tao expended 1,000 domain frequency energy to select industrial technology. Given that the base's weaponry is sufficiently stocked and there is enough food to last for several years, Chen Tao opted for industrial technology. He once again spent 1,000 domain frequency energy and acquired a blueprint. Domain Frequency Energy Generator Blueprint can be used to manufacture a domain frequency energy generator. Upon seeing the name, Chen Tao immediately grasped its function, finding the additional description superfluous. He slowly absorbed the newfound information in his mind, feeling both astonished and exhilarated. This was precisely what he desperately needed at this moment. Most importantly, The construction of the entire device was not overly complex, at least not for Chen Tao. By dismantling a few dozen intelligent machines within the base, he could assemble this power generation apparatus. According to the blueprint specifications, the generator would require a footprint of at least 100 square meters, necessitating the reallocation of an area on the second underground level. The entire power generation device consists of two components, one for energy reception and the other for energy conversion and transmission. The energy reception device is relatively portable, only slightly larger than a mobile phone, capable of extracting energy from flora, fauna, and even minerals, which is then fed into the conversion device for processing. To Chen Tao's understanding, the highest conversion efficiency surprisingly comes from the corpses of zombies. Naturally, prior to employing the energy reception device, one must ensure that the target is either deceased or utterly motionless. Chen Tao felt immense satisfaction with the domain frequency energy generator. With over 2,700 domain frequency energy remaining, he hesitated not and expended another 2,000 to draw yet another blueprint from industrial technology. A blueprint for an intelligent shield tunneling machine? After some investigation, Chen Tao grasped the general function of this device. The shield tunneling machine is designed for tunnel excavation. While this intelligent variant boasts numerous enhanced features, it can excavate designated spaces according to preset programs, simultaneously reinforcing the structure as it digs. This is indeed a remarkable tool, capable of completing the development of the third underground level in the shortest possible time. Before the apocalypse, Chen Tao believed that the spaces on the first and second underground levels were vast enough to accommodate their storage needs. Now, the weapons and ammunition delivered by Han Zhong occupy half of the space on the first underground level, while other goods also demand considerable room. Additionally, 2 refrigerated chambers have been moved down from the surface. The available space on the second underground level is even more limited, as it already hosts 3 personal quarters: a communal restroom, Chen Tao's training room, a surveillance room, a vital supply storage facility, and a newly operational laboratory, reaching the maximum capacity of that level. Soon, a power generation apparatus will need to be constructed, and the space has become utterly insufficient. Chen Tao also contemplated the possibility of future injuries, necessitating a nearly sterile medical room. On the 100th day, he will undergo awakening, requiring a more robust, independent chamber. All these considerations suggest that even expanding to a third level may not suffice. However, the material requirements for the intelligent shield tunneling machine are exceedingly high. Even if all the machinery in the base were disassembled, it could not be constructed. Chen Tao furrowed his brow, relieved that the development of the third level is not urgent. His immediate focus is on manufacturing the power generation device. After a day of diligent work at the base, dismantling dozens of machines, he successfully created the energy receiving apparatus, with the energy conversion and transmission device also halfway completed. This progress far exceeded Chen Tao's expectations, primarily due to the comprehensive tools and materials available at the base. Otherwise, even with a month's time, he would not have been able to achieve it. During this period, he also took the palm-sized energy receiving device outside for a trial. By simply aligning the interface with a zombie's corpse, within seconds, the body would rapidly desiccate, ultimately transforming into a fine, grayish powder. To his astonishment, he discovered that a single zombie's body could provide enough power for the entire base for an hour, showcasing an exceptionally high conversion rate. With this ample electricity, Chen Tao retrieved the remote electromagnetic gun for testing. The weapon's power is nearly comparable to that of a rocket launcher, yet its lethality against zombies is even more formidable and precise. Most importantly, it does not require frequent ammunition changes. The only drawback is its substantial power consumption. However, with a sufficient power source at his disposal, Chen Tao can easily support the consumption of the remote electromagnetic gun. He mused that he must manufacture several more for contingencies. Chapter 40, Jiang City, Survivor Camp. On the 7th night of the apocalypse, Chen Tao successfully completed the construction of the domain frequency energy generator, integrating it into the base's power grid. He produced over 50 units of the energy receiving apparatus, each capable of storing electricity for several days. After clearing the zombie corpses outside the base, it could sustain high-load operations for an entire month. He aptly named this energy receiving device Power Treasure. Subsequently, he disassembled the rifles and machine guns stored on the first level, transforming and reassembling them into 63 remote electromagnetic guns. Ordinary firearms, even after undergoing 4 enhancements, pale in comparison to the formidable power of long-range electromagnetic guns. Moreover, the materials required for such enhancements are alarmingly scarce. With these weapons at their disposal, perhaps Han Zhong and his team could fend off the relentless onslaught of zombies. Chen Tao gazed at the array of long-range electromagnetic guns. Based on prior simulations, Han Zhong's camp was home to a significant number of awakened individuals. Should they all reach their potential, they would undoubtedly become a considerable asset. Chen Tao had often contemplated the notion of persuading Han Zhong to relocate the camp to the base, yet reason swiftly quelled such thoughts. After all, if even the Kyoto refuge could harbor disguised zombies, it was plausible that there could be traitorous, awakened ones among them. Chen Tao harbored no absolute confidence in his ability to fully manage this unfamiliar group of awakened individuals. Utilizing Han Zhong's awakened ones as external support seemed the safest approach. According to the simulation, Han Zhong's camp was projected to be attacked by elite-level zombies within 10 days following the apocalypse, coinciding with the awakening of most survivors. Chen Tao planned to venture to Han Zhong's camp the following day, deliver the weapons, and conduct a simulation. If they could repel the elite zombies, he would remain to assist Han Zhong and the others. However, should the simulation yield results akin to previous ones, with elite zombies utterly overwhelming the camp and offering no chance for retaliation, Chen Tao would not hesitate to return to his own base. He was willing to provide aid to Han Zhong's camp within reasonable limits, but he would certainly not place himself in jeopardy. Brother Chen, Sister Sue's temperature has returned to normal, came the voice of Fang Yunyun over the vintage intercom. Good, you've worked hard these past few days. Mushue will complete her awakening in 3 or 4 days. Chen Tao replied, it's no trouble at all. Without you and Sister Sue, I would have perished at the hands of the zombies long ago. Fang Yunyun responded promptly. Chen Tao stowed away the intercom, grasped his mysterious iron gun, slung a long-range electromagnetic gun over his shoulder, and casually grabbed a few power banks. Upon exiting the base, he first cleared a swath of land using the mysterious iron gun before commencing with the long-range electromagnetic gun. The stored energy within the long-range electromagnetic gun could sustain uninterrupted fire for approximately an hour and a half, while high-load recharging required half an hour. With an hour and a half of continuous output and fire suppression, annihilating thousands of zombies posed no challenge. However, Chen Tao was yet to assess the weapon's efficacy against elite-level zombies. Before long, midnight had passed. After recharging his energy banks, he returned to the base. End of Day 7 of the Apocalypse. Survival points earned, 510. Remaining survival points, 1638. Remaining domain frequency energy, 7,201. These past 2 days have yielded significant rewards. After employing the long-range electromagnetic gun, Chen Tao's speed in dispatching zombies had increased several-fold. Should he engage in simulations daily, the accrued domain frequency energy would also multiply. However, in the interest of ensuring stability, Chen Tao had no intention of squandering his simulation points. Yin, why are you still awake at such a late hour? Chen Tao noticed a room on the lower floor illuminated, so he decided to take a look. He found Fang Yunyun intently focused on her computer. Not at all. I'm not tired, she quickly replied, shaking her head. As Chen Tao entered the room, he glanced at the computer screen, which displayed various medical academic reports. Can you comprehend these? He inquired. I understand only a small portion. My education is limited, so I must learn gradually, Fang Yunyun responded, bowing her head. Do not push yourself too hard. If you feel fatigued, you must rest. Your health is of utmost importance. Rest assured, Chenggu, I feel much stronger lately. Fang Yunyun even gestured animatedly. Chen Tao smiled faintly, preparing to turn and leave when he suddenly recalled an important matter to discuss. I need to go out in the morning and will return by tonight at the earliest, or it might take up to 4 days. 4 days is quite a while. Upon hearing this, Fang Yunyun's face instantly reflected concern. After all, she was merely an ordinary person now, lacking any ability. And she was unfamiliar with the firearms in the warehouse. If Chen Tao were not present, she could hardly fathom how to confront those terrifying zombies. The base's defenses are robust. Even the most formidable zombies cannot breach it. As long as you do not open the main gate, there will be absolutely no issues. Can I contact you with this? Fang Yunyun inquired, grasping an old walkie-talkie tightly in her hand. Of course. I will check in with you every 4 to 5 hours to ensure our mutual safety, Chen Tao replied with a smile. All right, Chenggu, you can go with confidence. I will take care of Sister Sue. As long as I am alive, there is no need to be overly anxious. There will be no unforeseen incidents. Chen Tao patted Fang Yunyun on the shoulder. Hearing his words, she felt considerably reassured. On the morning of June 24th, a thick fog enveloped Jiang City, drastically reducing visibility. Fortunately, the van was equipped with an automatic cruise function, allowing Chen Tao to leisurely recline in the passenger seat. After his modifications, the van's interior space had expanded significantly. The trunk was loaded with a total of 60 long-range electromagnetic guns and 3 compressed air cannons. The northern part of Jiang City had once been a pivotal military stronghold, boasting advanced weaponry, elite troops, and defenses capable of withstanding nuclear strikes. Currently, it had transformed into a survival camp for Han Zhong and others. Without such formidable fortifications, it was likely that the camp would have been utterly obliterated before elite-level zombies even arrived. Chen Tao had resided in Jiang City for a considerable period, but this was his first visit to this particular location. The van stopped outside the camp, where the height of the outer wall was more than 3 times that of Chen Tao's base. In its unfortified state, the base's defenses were insignificant in comparison. The immensely heavy iron gate slowly creaked open, and a horde of zombies rushed frantically towards the entrance. With a barrage of gunfire, a dozen machine guns simultaneously unleashed their fire, effectively keeping the zombies at bay. The van smoothly entered the camp, and the iron gate behind it gradually closed. The personnel lined up on both sides stood with remarkable poise, their spirits evidently high. In a world ravaged by chaos, witnessing such vigor astonished Chen Tao. Perhaps this was the result of years of diligent cultivation. He sighed inwardly. The grand welcome even instilled a sense of nervousness within him. "Comrade, may I ask if you are Chen Tao?" A young man approached the van and inquired with a smile. Chen Tao was momentarily taken aback. The term comrade seemed to belong solely to the pages of a book, and hearing it unexpectedly was quite surprising. Indeed, he nodded affirmatively. There was a minor issue in the team, so Captain Han went to handle it and instructed us to wait for you. The young man then led Chen Tao into the depths of the camp. Chapter 41. The Lion Speaks. "Brother Chen, is this what you refer to as awakening?" Han Zhong glanced at the person lying unconscious on the bed, a hint of worry etched on his face. "Yes, they should be beginning to awaken. Typically, this awakening period lasts around 3 to 7 days, Chen Tao confirmed with a nod. "Wait, once they awaken, will they possess superpowers?" Han Zhong still seemed somewhat incredulous. "Indeed, their abilities will be enhanced, but I cannot precisely ascertain the extent of the effects." Chen Tao replied ambiguously. After all, he had merely gleaned some insights through simulations and had yet to witness the specifics firsthand. "After years of military service, I have encountered many bizarre phenomena. Yet the current situation is truly perplexing," Han Zhong remarked with a sigh. "Given the reality we face, we can only strive to do our best." Chen Tao reassured him. "Shall I mention you brought some firearms?" Han Zhong shifted the conversation, looking towards Chen Tao. "Yes, Captain Han. You may first assess the power of these weapons." Chen Tao responded with a smile. "Excellent." Han Zhong, accompanied by a team, proceeded to the entrance of the camp with Chen Tao. The guards on either side immediately prepared for action. Their movements were swift and formidable, their stances with the firearms seemingly frozen in time. The heavy weapons firmly held without the slightest tremor. Even Chen Tao, whose strength far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, could not help but be impressed. "Open the door." Han Zhong's voice, though not loud, resonated with authority, reaching the ears of everyone present. With a crackle, a robust arc of electricity surged forth, targeting the zombies outside the gate. The first row of zombies was struck down, enveloped in black smoke as a gentle breeze carried the scent of charred flesh throughout the camp. Moreover, not only were the zombies in the front affected, but even those behind suffered to some extent. Such immense power in this weapon, Han Zhong exclaimed in astonishment. "And it can sustain continuous fire." Chen Tao replied with a grin. "With this, there's no need for aiming. We can simply suppress with firepower." The deputy captain chimed in with a laugh. "Indeed, this is the true essence of an electromagnetic gun." Han Zhong nodded repeatedly. The design of electromagnetic guns dates back several decades and has undergone continuous research and development over the years. The latest generation of these weapons is predominantly based on railgun technology. Utilizing 2 conductors as the launching framework, the projectile is lodged between them, forming an integral part of the circuit. When a massive electric current is introduced, It generates a formidable magnetic field that propels the projectile forward, automatically severing the circuit upon its discharge. Although this railgun requires ammunition, its range may be extended, yet its destructive power remains akin to that of a sniper rifle. Within Han Zhong's camp, numerous electromagnetic guns exist, albeit with limited practicality. However, Chen Tao's long-range electromagnetic gun astounded Han Zhong with its performance and might. Initially, Han Zhong intended to inquire about the origins of this weapon, but he restrained himself at the last moment. Incidentally, this electromagnetic gun consumes considerable power, Chen Tao remarked. No worries. Prior to the emergence of the zombies, controllable nuclear fusion had already been developed, albeit in experimental stages and not publicly disseminated. Underground, we have several reactors, so our power supply is currently secure. Is this experimental phase reliable? Han Zhong mused apprehensively. No one can guarantee that. At worst, we shall perish alongside the zombies outside. Brother Chen, the weather outside is inclement. Let us retreat indoors, Han Zhong suggested. Moments later, the camp gates slowly closed, and Chen Tao followed Han Zhong and others deeper into the camp. Located over 30 meters beneath Han Zhong's camp is a temporary command center, where Chen Tao sat at Han Zhong's right. Recently, the zombies have indeed grown increasingly formidable. The external defenses may not hold for much longer. Han Zhong sighed. The external defenses? Chen Tao furrowed his brow, then suddenly grasped the situation. Captain Han, may I borrow some paper and a pen? Han Zhong did not delay, gesturing with one hand for the deputy captain to bring the requested items. Chen Tao took the paper and pen, hastily scribbling 6 or 7 lines of notes. Captain Han, does the camp possess these materials? Han Zhong examined the paper closely after receiving it. Only a portion. However, I can procure the remaining items if necessary. Can we gather them before noon today? No need. Just give me an hour, Han Zhong asserted confidently. If we can assemble these materials, we need not worry about the camp's safety. Chen Tao replied with a smile. I will dispatch someone to retrieve them immediately. Just place them near the camp's outer wall, Chen Tao instructed. During their conversation, Han Zhong's mention of defense enlightened Chen Tao. In simulations, elite zombies had attacked his base for several days without breaching its defenses, ultimately forcing them to abandon the assault. This was due to Chen Tao having reinforced the entire perimeter and subterranean structures of the base 4 times, rendering its defensive capabilities terrifyingly robust. Likewise, to assist Han Zhong's camp in withstanding elite zombies, why engage in direct confrontation? As long as the defensive capabilities are sufficient, Han Zhong and his companions will remain safe. Once all the awakeners in their camp complete their awakening, Chen Tao and Sumu Shui will coordinate from the outside, launching a pincer attack that will undoubtedly spell doom for the elite-level zombies. Moreover, the energy consumption required to reinforce the walls is minimal, and it is expected that all fortifications can be completed today. Have you been in touch with the outside recently? Chen Tao inquired. Well, for some reason, many of the signals we send out are being interfered with. However, we have specialized communication equipment internally, allowing us to convey some basic information, came the response. And what of the situation in other areas? Chen Tao pressed on. The strongest preservation of strength appears to be in the direction of Kyoto, while the other major cities have suffered severe damage. Kyoto has at least 100,000 survivors, all relocated underground and under heavy firepower. They have even eradicated hundreds of thousands of zombies. Kyoto still has so many people. Chen Tao expressed his astonishment. Indeed, there are also quite a few survivors in several other cities, but our Jiang city belongs to the most severely affected group, Han Zhong replied. In recent decades, plans and drills have been established for disasters such as volcanic eruptions and nuclear wars. This includes the construction of underground facilities, food storage methods like compression and dehydration, and the preparation of conventional weaponry. Our area is too small, and our equipment is limited. Moreover, during those days, Jiang City was in the midst of a defense rotation. Everything came too suddenly, catching us off guard. Otherwise, we might have been able to launch some counterattacks. Though Han Zhong articulated this, he understood that even without the defense rotation, the situation would not have been significantly better. From what he gathered, most regions were overrun with ordinary people turned into zombies. However, the circumstances here were different. Their military base had also experienced infections in the early stages. Without Chen Tao's timely reminder, he too might have fallen victim. Thus, he harbored a deep sense of gratitude towards Chen Tao, though he was not adept at expressing it. To Han Zhong, words held little importance. actions were the truest testament to one's intentions. After engaging in conversation for over an hour, Chen Tao gleaned more information. Although this knowledge may not hold immediate significance, it could prove useful in future simulations. I still require some materials. I'm unsure if you have any, Brother Chen. Whatever you need, just ask. If I can procure it, it will be no problem. I need to draft several blueprints, Chen Tao replied, swiftly utilizing the command room's computer to create sketches. We should be able to process some of it. If we cannot manufacture it, having the raw materials will suffice, he continued. This is part of the blueprint for the intelligent shield tunneling machine. Given the multitude of required components, even dismantling most of the machines in the base would not yield enough. So, with a spirit of experimentation, Chen Tao inquired of Han Zhong. As the days draw closer to the volcanic eruption, Chen Tao finds his opportunities to scour for materials diminishing. He aims to manufacture the intelligent shield tunneling machine sooner, thereby continuing to expand the space downwards. Additionally, I require some building materials. Besides the downward expansion, Chen Tao also intends to reinforce the walls above ground. Yet the base is running low on construction supplies. Is there any problem with delivering these to your base? Indeed, Chen Tao felt somewhat guilty for asking for so much. But considering the considerable effort he had put into fortifying the camp's defenses, he felt justified in his request. Delivering these items is no issue. But those zombies can be quite ferocious. Leave the zombies to me. Very well, it seems we may not have time today. I shall dispatch someone to transport them to you tomorrow, Han Zhong stated. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and the materials for reinforcing the camp were ready. Chen Tao returned to the surface. Amidst the bustling crowd, he spotted a familiar figure. Mr. Chen, you have also arrived, Zhang Chun said, wheeling a small cart of bricks past Chen Tao. Chen Tao nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 42, Researching Zombies? The dense fog enveloping Jiang City gradually dissipated by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the outer walls of Han Zhong's camp had been substantially reinforced by Chen Tao. Although the walls appeared unchanged externally, their defensive capabilities had increased exponentially. To ensure the safety of the camp, Chen Tao planned to bolster the passage leading underground as well. However, he found himself somewhat low on domain frequency energy. This camp, having been converted from a military base, was significantly larger than Chen Tao's own, leading to an energy consumption that exceeded his expectations. As evening approached, Chen Tao ventured out to eliminate zombies, intending to complete the camp's fortifications before conducting a simulation to assess any changes in outcome. Yin, what is the current status? Chen Tao inquired during a brief respite. Pulling out his vintage walkie-talkie. Everything is normal. Her temperature has not risen again. Fang Yin replied. If any issues arise, inform me immediately, and I will return at once. Understood, Brother Chen. For now, all is well. At present, the number of zombies was increasing, and Chen Tao was concerned about potential mishaps during his return trip, so he resolved to address matters here before heading back to the base. End of the 8th day of the apocalypse. Survival points acquired, 610. Remaining survival points, 2,248. Remaining domain frequency energy, 6512, with over 6,000 units of domain frequency energy. There was ample power to reinforce the remaining areas. Chen Tao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Brother Chen, it's getting late. Perhaps you should rest. Han Zhong approached Chen Tao. That sounds reasonable. Han Zhong escorted Chen Tao to the 13th level underground, where he had prepared a small room for him. The room was not particularly large, measuring only around 20 square meters, but it was more than sufficient for one person to rest. Aside from a bed and a chair, there were no other furnishings. Not even a decorative item, although a watercolor painting adorned the wall. On this evening, Brother Chen finds himself in a position of constraint, offering hospitality that may fall short of expectations. I hope for your understanding. Brother Han need not stand on ceremony. After exchanging pleasantries, Han Zhong left 2 guards on duty and retired for the night. The following day, Chen Tao, accompanied by the deputy captain, thoroughly surveyed the entire subterranean structure, reinforcing several critical locations. Subsequently, he followed the supply vehicle to transport the necessary construction materials back to his base. After assessing Su Mushua's condition and exchanging a few words of counsel with Fang Yunyun, he returned once more to Han Zhong's camp. He needed to fabricate the intelligent shield tunneling machine, which would require a greater quantity of materials, complicating the logistics. Chen Tao planned to have it delivered directly to the base via armored and transport vehicles. Upon returning to the camp, Chen Tao did not hasten to construct the intelligent shield tunneling machine, but instead made his way to the 13th level underground to initiate a survival simulation. The primary survival simulation has officially commenced. Day 1. You learn that the camp has fortunate survivors who have completed their awakening, beginning to assess their abilities and helping them adapt to their physical transformations. Day 2. A horde of zombie dogs besieges the camp. You lead the first group of awakened individuals to combat them, successfully eliminating a significant number of zombie dogs and defeating 3 enhanced zombie dogs. Day 3. You discover that Su Mushue has awakened, and elite zombies appear outside the camp. You decide to observe for a day. Day 4. Under the intense assault of elite zombies, the camp remains fortified. After analysis, you conclude that with your current capabilities, you cannot guarantee the defeat of elite zombies and prepare to wait further. In the ensuing days, Chen Tao in the simulation continuously monitored the movements of the elite zombies, all the way to the 10th day. Day 10. You summon Su Mushue to converge at the camp. Together with the awakened individuals, you charge forth, delivering a severe blow to the elite zombies. Day 11. You and the awakened individuals search for elite zombies in Jiang City. Day 12. You abandon the search and return to the base with Su Mushue. Day 13. All communications are restored, allowing for the transmission of normal signals. Day 14. You gather information regarding other cities and issue a warning for a volcanic eruption, collaborating with Su Mushue to clear the zombies surrounding the base. Day 15. You and Su Mushue capture an elite zombie and bring it back to the base. Even now, Chen Tao remains perplexed as to why he would bring a zombie back to the base. Such an action is exceedingly perilous and utterly uncharacteristic of him. Day 16. The construction of the 3rd level of the base is completed, and you begin to transfer goods to the 3rd level. Day 17. The ground trembles as all supervolcanoes erupt simultaneously. You are well prepared and remain unaffected. Day 18. Communications are interrupted once more. You study the elite zombie in the laboratory, making extensive records. Am I truly researching elite zombies? Have I indeed made extensive records? If only the recorded content could be displayed. Chen Tao gently stroked his chin, aware that such a possibility was unattainable. Day 19. Zombies re-emerged outside the base, and several elite-level zombies appeared as well. For safety's sake, you did not venture out. Day 20. You continued to remain in the laboratory, observing the captured elite-level zombies. Summary. A total of 621 ordinary zombies were slain, 3 enhanced zombies were vanquished, and survival lasted for 20 days. Although Chen Tao had yet to comprehend the rationale behind studying an elite-level zombie, the objective of this simulation had been achieved. Through enhancement, the camp could undoubtedly withstand the assaults of elite-level zombies. In truth, there was no need for him to linger here. He could complete the intelligent shield tunneling machine and return directly to the base. Chen Tao murmured. For him, crafting these devices was not a daunting task. Once all the components were fabricated, he could assemble them according to the blueprints etched in his mind, akin to constructing a Gundam. However, remaining to observe the awakened ones could also prove beneficial. Chen Tao reconsidered. After all, on the 100th day of the apocalypse, he too would begin to awaken, and it would be prudent to familiarize himself with the changes that would ensue post-awakening. While he could glean some insights from being with Su Mushue, having only her as a reference might introduce an element of randomness. Moreover, the differing symptoms between genders could yield varied results. Thus, staying here to observe might indeed be Chen Tao's most prudent choice. Resolute in his decision, Chen Tao commenced the creation of the intelligent shield tunneling machine. During this time, he also communicated with Fang Yunyun. Brother Chen, rest assured, everything is normal. Yes, if anything arises, contact me promptly. With Fang Yunyun's care, Chen Tao felt secure remaining at the camp. Setting down the old walkie-talkie, Fang Yunyun proceeded to Su Mushue's room, where, as per routine, she measured Su Mushue's temperature once again. Sister Su, today marks the 5th day of your coma. Brother Chen mentioned that you would awaken on the 7th day. Only 2 days remain. In her state of unconsciousness, Su Mushue could not respond to Fang Yunyun's words, and it seemed that Fang Yunyun had grown accustomed to conversing with herself during these days. How can there still be something in this trash can? Fang Yunyun furrowed her brow upon noticing the trash can by Su Mushue's bedside. Prior to her awakening, Su Mushue had tidied her room, and the trash can had been emptied. Since then, it had not been used, leading Fang Yunyun to assume it contained no refuse. Yet today, she inadvertently discovered that there was indeed something inside. I am truly careless, not even noticing the garbage. At first intending to retrieve the plastic bag within and dispose of it, a closer inspection revealed that only a used syringe lay inside. In a world where resources were scarce, every plastic bag was precious, utilized one less with each passing day. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Yunyun set aside the plastic bag and resolved to directly dispose of the syringe in the machine designated for handling household waste. Fang Yunyun accidentally pricked her index finger with a needle. In an instant, bright red blood oozed from the wound. Instinctively, she sucked on it a few times. After all, the injury was minor and did not warrant a band-aid. Brother Chen mentioned this was a fever-reducing medication, so it should pose no significant issue. Though Fang Yunyun initially intended to inform Chen Tao about her mishap, she reconsidered, deeming it a trivial matter unworthy of interrupting him, and thus dismissed it from her mind. Chapter 43. The Origin of Zhang Chun. Within the camp, Chen Tao had just completed the assembly of the main body of the intelligent shield tunneling machine when the deputy team leader approached him. Mr. Chen, someone has awakened in the rest area. I'm on my way. Chen Tao promptly set down the components in his hands and followed the deputy team leader to the rest area. A total of 89 individuals had been unconscious. And on this, the third day, 14 had just regained consciousness, leaving 75 still in a state of oblivion, the deputy team leader reported. What of the others? Chen Tao inquired. 47 have normal body temperatures, while the remainder is still suffering from high fevers. The two made their way to the entrance of the rest area, where a group of guards barred their path. After a brief negotiation, the deputy team leader managed to secure their passage. For the safety of the awakened, as well as the others, access to the area was restricted to only Han Zhong, the deputy leader, and medical personnel. No one else was permitted nearby. Given the unpredictable reactions of the newly awakened individuals, Chen Tao quickly entered the room. Aside from the 14 who had just regained consciousness, there was also Han Zhong and a doctor clad in a white coat, examining the awakened individuals. What is the situation? Chen Tao asked, noticing Han Zhong's furrowed brow. Some individuals have not fully regained consciousness. They have merely awakened but respond to questions with silence, Han Zhong replied. Chen Tao approached a young man's bedside, who was still connected by numerous wires to a device that aided the doctor in monitoring his condition. Their cells are exceedingly active, yet the signals from the cerebral cortex are rather weak, the doctor informed Chen Tao after his examination. Chen Tao had no prior experience with such situations, as the simulator had never delved into the intricacies of awakening. Nevertheless, he conducted a meticulous examination. While his understanding of the awakened was limited, he was well versed in all matters regarding zombies. At the very least, they had not succumbed to becoming undead. After his inspection, Chen Tao spoke softly. Approximately half an hour later, the young man in the easternmost bed murmured, "Thirsty." The doctor quickly rushed over to check, while Han Zhong poured a cup of water to bring over. With Chen Tao trailing behind, observing from a distance. Following a series of questions and tests, it was confirmed that the individual had regained his senses and was capable of standing. "Do you feel any changes in your body?" Chen Tao asked. "Not really." The young man shook his head. Soon after, the other 13 also regained consciousness. "Let us separate them for now," Chen Tao suggested quietly to Han Zhong. "Agreed." Han Zhong nodded. "I shall pose some questions to them shortly." "Certainly." Han Zhong is exceedingly cooperative with Chen Tao. Subsequently, Chen Tao conducted individual inquiries with 14 individuals, each presenting unique circumstances. Some reported feeling an overwhelming surge of strength, others perceived an enhancement in their vision, while a few experienced the sensation of their surroundings seemingly slowing down. A greater number, however, reported a complete lack of sensation, as if they had simply indulged in a deep slumber. Chen Tao separated them to prevent mutual influence or the creation of psychological suggestions. He meticulously scrutinized every detail, even inquiring whether they had dreamt during their unconscious state. Responses varied greatly. Yet, prior to their complete return to consciousness, a singular voice echoed in their minds, repetitively intoning the phrase, "for the survival of humanity." This was their sole shared experience. The inquiries persisted until nightfall, during which a portion of the resting group began to awaken. Chen Tao also questioned them and ultimately assessed their capabilities. By 10 o'clock in the evening, a total of 35 individuals had awakened, among whom 27 exhibited extraordinary abilities, while the remainder showed no anomalies. Of the 27, 18 demonstrated a marked enhancement in their powers, while the others were merely healthier than the average person. Moreover, those who awakened later exhibited a greater likelihood of possessing extraordinary abilities, with an amplified degree of enhancement. All had heard the phrase for the survival of humanity resonate in their dreams. Chen Tao contemplated the content of his notes, lost in thought. If the duration of slumber dictated the strength of their abilities, how long would Chen Tao's doomsday walker need to remain in repose? Furthermore, the peculiar repetition of that phrase prior to their awakening was undeniably strange. It was the first day of awakening, and the majority remained in slumber. To attain genuinely valuable results, it was imperative for all to awaken completely and for a period of observation to ensue. Should these awakened individuals indeed harbor issues, indications would manifest during simulations, but the current information was still too scant. A few more days of waiting were necessary. Chen Tao tucked away his notes and exited the room, preparing to continue assembling the intelligent shield tunneling machine. At midnight, a thick fog enveloped Jiang City, the dampness causing Chen Tao some discomfort. "Mr. Chen, you have yet to rest?" A melodious voice inquired from behind him. Chen Tao replied coldly, not needing to turn around to discern that it was Zhang Chen. Despite his frosty demeanor, Zhang Chen displayed no signs of embarrassment. "Mr. Chen, is this weapon intended for exterminating zombies?" Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her white long sleeves, and while her attire at the camp was somewhat conservative, it did little to conceal her curvaceous figure. Given the increasing strength of zombies, it is imperative to create more potent weapons. Chen Tao continued to install the components. "Yet, I believe, Mr. Chen, that your physical strength alone could vanquish those vile zombies," Zhang Chen asserted earnestly. "Human strength, after all, is limited." As Chen Tao responded, a sudden wave of confusion washed over him. He had no intention of engaging with her, yet inexplicably, he found himself continuing the conversation. Zhang Chen discovered a brick, seemingly discarded during a shipment, in the open space. She brushed off the dirt and moved it to a spot several meters away from Chen Tao, settling down. Chen Tao anticipated further inquiries from her, but soon only the sound of metal clashing filled the air. Zhang Chen occasionally glanced at him, at times gazing upwards, perhaps trying to glimpse the moon, yet the heavy fog rendered her efforts futile. "Have you seen that girl named Fang Yunyan?" Zhang Chen inquired suddenly. Chen Tao paused, refraining from answering her. Instead, he picked up a large gear and affixed it to the machine. "When I was a child, my family was impoverished, often going days without food. Besides my mother, I had a younger brother and sister, both significantly younger than I. Eventually, in hopes of earning some money for my family, I went to Jiangxing to work. I remember my first paycheck. I kept only a small amount for myself and took the rest home. Seeing my siblings well fed was my greatest joy. But just a few months later, my mother called to say my sister had gone missing. When I first met Fang Yunyan, I even mistook her for my sister. Her eyes and demeanor were so similar." Zhang Chen mused, her gaze fixed on the sky. "Then why did you send her away?" Chen Tao instinctively asked. "This place is too filthy," Zhang Chen replied slowly, rising and walking toward the camp. Chen Tao furrowed his brow, watching her retreating figure, a strange sensation stirring within him. A blend of sympathy and concern washed over him. Something felt amiss with Zhang Chen, yet he could not articulate what it was. He even employed his talent, insightful eye, to examine her, finding her data comparable to that of a normal human, which eased his apprehension. Moments later, Han Zhong emerged with a team to expedite the construction of Chen Tao's intelligent shield tunneling machine. Han Zhong had dispatched several security personnel to assist with the assembly, significantly reducing the manufacturing time. Ding! Chen Tao's phone emitted a soft ping. The 9th day of the apocalypse had come to an end. What would an elite-level zombie be like? At that moment, Chen Tao felt not a shred of fear, but rather a sense of anticipation. Chapter 44. The Awakening of Fang Yunyan. On June 26, 2035, the dense fog that had enveloped Jiangxing began to dissipate. Bright sunlight once again illuminated the earth. Yet within the survivor camp of Jiangxing, an atmosphere of dread still lingered. In a room on the 13th underground level, Chen Tao rose and retrieved an old intercom. Due to his busy schedule of observing and inquiring about the awakened, followed by the late-night construction of the intelligent shield tunneling machine, he had not contacted Fang Yunyan the previous evening. "Yunyan, please respond if you receive this." "Yunyan." Chen Tao's heart suddenly tightened. Previously, whenever he called, Fang Yunyan would respond within 2 seconds. Yet this time, he had been calling for a full 2 minutes. At the onset of the zombie outbreak, Communication in Jiang City had become futile, with all signals disrupted. Given the considerable distance, Chen Tao's phone was incapable of receiving surveillance footage from the base. He had to simulate the situation once more. Remaining composed, he acknowledged that he had several chances to simulate. Should the results indicate everything was normal, he would have no cause for concern. However, if abnormalities arose, he would still have time to act. Survival simulation system officially activated. Day 1. A horde of zombie dogs besieges the camp. You lead a group of awakened individuals to eliminate them. Day 2. You are still unable to contact Fang Yunyun at the base. Elite zombies have emerged, and weighing the pros and cons. You choose to remain in the camp. Day 3. You receive a response from Su Muxua. Fang Yunyun has fallen into a coma, and you continue to stay in the camp, awaiting your opportunity. Fortunately, Su Muxua had awakened, suggesting that the base should be secure. Chen Tao breathed a sigh of relief. In his heart, Su Muxua's significance was second only to his own life. In countless simulations, it was nearly always Su Muxua who sacrificed herself to protect him. Thus, in reality, Chen Tao would spare no effort to ensure her safety. Fang Yunyun was in a coma? Could it be that she was about to awaken? Chen Tao recalled the earlier simulation data, which clearly indicated that Fang Yunyun's awakening occurred on the 62nd day. Something must have transpired at the base, causing her to awaken prematurely. Touching his chin, Chen Tao felt a strong desire to return to the base and uncover the truth. However, in the simulation, he had only led the awakened individuals out of the zombie encirclement on the 7th day, a full 3 days earlier than the previous instance. Day 7. You lead the awakened individuals out of the camp. Several of them divert the elite zombies, and you finally return to the base. Day 8. You contact Han Zhong and learn that all the awakened individuals who accompanied you have perished. Your spirits are greatly dampened, and that night, you engage intimately with Su Muxua. Chen Tao's face flushed with embarrassment. He found himself at a loss for words. Day 9. You begin planning the base's defenses. Fang Yunyun remains unresponsive, and that night, you again engage intimately with Su Muxua. Chen Tao discovered that once he had been intimate with Su Muxua, it became nearly impossible to refrain from continuing. It was rather absurd. He shook his head. By the 14th day, the elite zombies seemed to have abandoned their assault on Han Zhong's camp, turning their fierce attention toward Chen Tao's base. Throughout the simulation, Chen Tao focused on fortifying the base, monitoring Fang Yunyun's condition, and exercising, neglecting the zombies outside. Day 16. A volcanic eruption occurs. Fang Yunyun awakens, and the zombies outside retreat. If Fang Yunyun had begun to awaken when communication was lost, then her awakening would have taken 16 days. This is the longest awakening time for Chen Tao since the simulation commenced. Day 17. You began testing Fang Yunyun's abilities, but she proved to be just as ordinary as any other person, leading you to reluctantly abandon the tests. Day 19. A horde of zombies appeared outside the base, yet you chose to ignore it. Day 20. Elite-level zombies emerged once more, seemingly stronger than before, but you remained indifferent. Summary. You have killed 391 ordinary zombies and 3 enhanced zombies, surviving for 20 days. Remaining survival points, 2048. Remaining domain frequency energy, 8,212. In this iteration of the simulation, Chen Tao refrained from capturing the elite-level zombies, possibly due to his ongoing observation of Fang Yunyun's peculiar situation. If I return to the base now, I should still have time, Chen Tao thought, his brow furrowing. He was more concerned about his own base, especially the safety of Fang Yunyun and Su Muxua, than the security of this encampment. However, judging by the simulation's outcome, there had not been any significant changes at the base. His understanding of the awakened individuals was just beginning. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Chen, there are numerous zombies outside the camp. The anxious vice captain rushed to Chen Tao's door. These beasts are truly quick to arrive. Chen Tao frowned. He then put away his notes, adjusted his attire, and followed the vice captain to the temporary operations command room of the camp. Inside the command room, apart from Han Zhong, there were the leaders of various squads and several technical personnel. Brother Chen, this is the current situation outside. Han Zhong, without any unnecessary pleasantries, pointed directly at the large screen, addressing Chen Tao. Chen Tao turned to look, and dozens of surveillance devices transmitted real-time images from outside the camp. A dark mass obscured the view, making it impossible to discern the exact number of zombie dogs. Unlike the zombies from previous days, many zombie dogs had climbed onto the backs of others, forming a human ladder. The outer wall of the camp stood 5 to 6 meters high. They could not breach it immediately. However, given the current circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the zombie dogs stormed into the camp. I have ordered the majority of ground supplies and guard personnel to be relocated underground. Many heavy weaponry are too cumbersome to move and have been abandoned. Our greatest concern now is that if they breach the camp, they will shatter the defenses leading to the lower levels. Han Zhong glanced at Chen Tao again. Chen Tao's gaze remained fixed on the screen. The visual impact was indeed staggering. Moreover, while Chen Tao possessed remarkable strength, his physical defenses were only slightly superior to that of an ordinary person. If besieged by such a multitude of zombie dogs, sustaining injuries would be quite easy. Captain Han, do not worry. The intensity of these zombies' attacks cannot penetrate the underground. Chen Tao replied calmly. Yet even if they cannot break in, maintaining a position at the exit poses a significant latent danger. Interjected the vice captain. On the periphery, I established several machine gun positions, as conventional weaponry had become ineffective. Bullets could scarcely penetrate their exterior. A rare flicker of fear crossed Han Zhong's face. Yet, they were not the most formidable challenge. Chen Tao spoke in a calm voice. Chapter 45, Primary Enhancement Potion. In Jiang City, within the survivor camp, on the 13th underground level, in the operations command room, Han Zhong was engaged in discussions with the others on how to counter the assault of the zombie dogs and to devise the forthcoming defense strategies. Initially, Chen Tao sat upright, attentively listening. However, within 10 minutes, fatigue set in, and he took out his phone to occupy himself. Han Zhong and the vice captain dared not voice their discontent. Yet, discontent brewed among the others. In such a life-and-death situation, everyone needed to be fully alert, with no room for negligence. Meanwhile, Chen Tao appeared leisurely, engrossed in his phone, exuding an aura of indifference. Han Zhong continued to heed his counsel, even bestowing a significant amount of resources upon him. Rumors circulated in the base that Chen Tao's arrival had attracted so many zombies, labeling him as the bringer of calamity. Chen Tao, though aware of such gossip, dismissed it with disdain, confident in his current strength, unperturbed by the opinions of ordinary individuals. Reclining in his swivel chair, Chen Tao opened the shop within the apocalypse simulator. The items remained unchanged. The primary awakening potion recipe already purchased, now rendered gray. However, an item beneath it had transformed into color. Primary enhancement potion recipe consumption domain frequency energy, 8,000, close proximity. The last time he browsed the apocalypse shop, Chen Tao's domain frequency energy had yet to reach 6,000, preventing him from acquiring this item. Only when the domain frequency energy was sufficient would the purchase option appear. This item was even more expensive than the awakening potion recipe, though its efficacy would not be far behind. Yet, how close was close? Chen Tao pondered, stroking his chin. For the moment, Han Zhong's camp did not require further enhancement, and his own base had been fully upgraded. Domain frequency energy could not be reproduced, so it was prudent to make the purchase first. With this thought, Chen Tao proceeded to buy it. Primary enhancement potion recipe. Can craft the primary enhancement potion. Usable after the first awakening, providing a one-time boost to awakening abilities. This was a valuable item. He could produce several for the camp members to test. If the results were promising, he would prepare one for Mu Shui. Moreover, it could also be used after his own awakening. Chen Tao's heart soared with delight. But as he glanced at the materials required in the recipe, a frown creased his brow. What were these materials? He had never even heard of them. Hey, kid, I've had enough of your antics. We're in a life-and-death crisis, and you still have the leisure to play on your phone. Moreover, where are we? This is the operations command room. Your behavior is utterly frivolous. A team leader, unable to tolerate further, stood up in exasperation. Wang Yong, sit down. Han Zhong admonished the squad leader sternly. Captain Han, Wang Yong stifled the words that threatened to spill from his lips, though his heart brimmed with indignation. He complied with the command and returned to his seat. Ahem, my apologies, I did lose my composure a moment ago, Chen Tao admitted, recognizing his earlier lapse in demeanor. Brother Chen, the situation is indeed quite dire, and tensions are high. I apologize on Wang Yong's behalf, Han Zhong said, directing his gaze toward Chen Tao. The room fell into a puzzled silence. According to survivor accounts, Chen Tao had once been an ordinary courier, while he had managed to fabricate a shield tunneling machine. It was hardly a weapon against the undead. Why, then, did Captain Han place such significance on him? Only the vice captain and a few guards were aware of the remote electromagnetic gun that Chen Tao had brought. During the test of the weapon's power outside, they had remained within the camp and had not witnessed it. Otherwise, they would not have dared to voice any criticism against Chen Tao. Captain Han, do you know where we might find these items? Chen Tao inquired, handing his phone to Han Zhong. The Biological Research Institute should possess them. And where is it located? Han Zhong responded, in Jinlian City, but it is quite close to us, just over 100 kilometers to the northwest of the camp. Chen Tao nodded, retrieving his phone. He casually selected a material, revealing a location that indeed pointed to the northwest. I must go there. His casual declaration startled everyone present. After all, the large screen in the command room displayed countless ferocious zombie dogs, relentlessly attacking. Venturing out now could result in obliteration within seconds. Do you need assistance? I can assign a few people to accompany you, Han Zhong offered. The squad leaders exchanged alarmed glances. While these individuals were not afraid of death, they were not eager to throw their lives away in vain. If they were to perish, they wished it to be with purpose and value. Accompanying Chen Tao outside would be a complete waste of life. Chen Tao initially considered refusing. There was no one in the camp who could truly assist him. However, he soon realized that it would be wise to bring someone familiar with the terrain. He had never visited the research institute, and delays could lead to significant complications when elite zombies emerged. Is there anyone familiar with that area? Just one will suffice, Chen Tao stated. Wang Yong, didn't you study at the research institute before? Accompany Brother Chen on his journey. Han Zhong directed his attention to Wang Yong. Before Wang Yong could respond, several squad leaders rose to their feet. Captain Han, Wang Yong is exceptionally talented. He topped the provincial solo combat competition and is a prodigy from the School of Life Sciences. It may not be appropriate to send him. Report. Captain Han, I am from Jinlian and know the area well. I volunteer to go, though I am not a member of the Jinlian group. I have spent a considerable amount of time there and am well acquainted with the terrain. I hereby submit my request to proceed. Captain I Bang. Han Zhong suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Everyone, take your seats. After all these years of following me, how can you exhibit such a lack of discipline? Wang Yong. Yes. Wang Yong immediately stood up. You go. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Wang Yong declared loudly. Captain, if we open the main gate now, those zombies will inevitably invade the camp. Observing Chen Tao and Wang Yong depart, the vice captain approached Han Zhong from behind and spoke in a low voice. I am aware that even if we do not open the gate, those zombies will breach our defenses within half an hour. However, the passageways above the 5th floor have yet to be fortified with defenses and fire points. They should not be able to ascend. Han Zhong gazed at the command center S screens. In truth, he harbored little confidence, as the number of zombie hounds outside was alarmingly high. Even the most fortified armored vehicles within the base would struggle to withstand an assault from those ravenous creatures. In the command center, a palpable silence enveloped the room, with everyone fixated on the surveillance screens. Their concern did not extend to Chen Tao's safety, yet Wang Yong remained a cherished comrade from their past battles, a bond forged in the crucible of war. On the ground, Chen Tao grasped two weapons resembling sniper rifles, handing one to Wang Yong before wielding an iron gun himself. He spoke to Wang Yong with an air of ease, while Wang Yong maintained his serious demeanor. Shortly after, the pair climbed into Chen Tao's nearly decrepit van. Captain Han, please open the gate. Chen Tao's voice crackled through the intercom. Without hesitation, Han Zhong pressed the switch to open the main gate. Chapter 46. Come and retrieve some supplies. Bang, bang, bang. The reverberating sounds of violent impacts echoed, and inside the vehicle, Wang Yong was prepared to face his demise. However, even the zombie hound swarm, which could not be repelled by armored vehicles, only caused the dilapidated van to shake slightly. This vehicle is remarkably resilient, Wang Yong exclaimed. It's just average. I've been reluctant to replace it after so long. The van barreled through, crushing a multitude of zombie hounds and breaking free from the encirclement. In the command center, Han Zhong exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. As the van departed, the camp's gates swiftly closed once more, yet within those fleeting seconds, several hundred zombies surged through the entrance. Fortunately, the initial defenses held firm, showing no signs of being breached. What is this young man's true background? He appears to possess some remarkable skills. I hope Wang Yong returns safely. The other team leaders in attendance also began to ease their anxieties. How old are you this year? Chen Tao casually inquired, glancing at the directional coordinates on his phone. 24. Wang Yong replied. No need to be so tense. Your captain is not here. Chen Tao chuckled. Comrade Chen, I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense. Haha, it's nothing. Were our positions reversed, I might have resorted to violence. Chen Tao shook his head. You might not stand a chance against me. I was the runner-up in the National Youth Martial Arts Competition. The National Youth Martial Arts Competition? Which year? In 2025. Then you must be acquainted with Su Muxue, right? Chen Tao inquired. She was the champion that year. What? Do you know her too? Me? I know her more than well. A subtle smile appeared on Chen Tao's face. Are you her boyfriend? I suppose that could be said. Though our relationship is not yet defined. How astonishing. Why? Looking at your seemingly frail demeanor, how could Sister Su possibly take a liking to you? Wang Yong seemed puzzled. Chen Tao was momentarily taken aback. This was the first person since the apocalypse to regard him as weak. Are you quite close with Muxue? Not particularly. I lost to her in the competition back then, but I always felt she had employed underhanded tactics to secure her victory. And what happened afterward? She managed to best me 3 or 4 more times. Wang Yong felt a bit awkward. By the way, she is also a disciple of our team captain. Though it has been over 9 years since we last met, even if we were to cross paths now, I doubt she would recognize me. As they conversed, the van had already departed Jiang City, and on the highway leading to Jinlian City, the number of zombies had significantly diminished. Do you have any insights regarding the Biological Research Institute? Chen Tao asked. It is a national-level biological research institute, encompassing approximately 30,000 square meters. With 9 research laboratories focused on molecular biology, monoclonal technology, bacterial polysaccharides, molecular virology, and more, alongside a laboratory management center. Wang Yong was well-versed in the institute's details and elaborated for Chen Tao. It seems the experimental equipment within is unlikely to be lacking, Chen Tao murmured. Indeed, the Jinlian Biological Institute enjoys international renown, with its various apparatuses reaching globally leading standards. Wang Yong nodded. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the Jinlian Biological Institute. Chen Tao took out his phone, which displayed a red indicating the location of the materials. There seemed to be very few zombies around here. Wang Yong observed his surroundings. Yes, but you should exercise caution. Chen Tao disembarked, wielding his black iron spear, while Wang Yong followed closely with his electromagnetic rifle in hand. After taking a few steps, they passed by a flower bed, and Chen Tao approached to inspect it. It seems it hasn't rained here recently. Chen Tao grasped a handful of exceedingly dry soil. He then glanced at the pond, noticing the water was somewhat murky, with green algae floating atop the surface. While journeying from the base to the Hanzhong camp, he had observed that many ponds had turned red, a result of the red rain. However, it appeared that red rain had not fallen here, and the distant zombies moved with great sluggishness. Do zombies vary by region? Chen Tao furrowed his brow. Although his phone displayed the location of the target, it was merely a 2-dimensional representation, while the research facility comprised 7 or 8 buildings, the tallest reaching up to 20 stories. If they were to search floor by floor, it would likely take them until nightfall. Wang Yong, take a look at these items and estimate where they might be. Chen Tao held his phone before Wang Yong. Strains, toxins, and cultured cells? I have a general idea of their location. Wang Yong lifted the electromagnetic rifle, leading the way. Chen Tao remained vigilant, following closely behind. After effortlessly dispatching a few sluggish zombies, the duo entered the main building of the Research Institute. They first arrived at a laboratory on the 3rd floor, where Wang Yong aimed the electromagnetic gun at the glass door. With a crackling sound, a blinding arc of light flashed, yet the glass door merely darkened, showing no signs of shattering. This defense is comparable to that of an enhanced zombie, Wang Yong mused, aware that even an anti-material sniper rifle could not breach this glass door. With a thud, Chen Tao swung his dark iron gun, striking the glass door. Despite Wang Yong standing at a distance, he felt as though his eardrums might burst, accompanied by a prolonged ringing in his ears. With Chen Tao's full force, a dense web of cracks appeared on the glass door. With a forceful shove, Chen Tao broke through the remaining strands of glass fiber. How is this possible? Wang Yong's eyes widened. There are many impossible things. Chen Tao urged, don't dawdle. Our time is limited. As he spoke, he stepped inside. Don't move. While Chen Tao was examining the compass on his phone, Wang Yong suddenly raised his gun, pointing in a direction. No, please don't kill me. An elderly man, clad in a white lab coat and appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, emerged from beneath a desk. Mentor? Wang Yong. Chen Tao noticed their recognition but chose to disregard it. instead following the prompt to approach a nearly 2-meter-tall safe. "Wait, what are you doing?" Just as Chen Tao was about to force open the safe, the old man stopped him. "Taking something." Chen Tao replied nonchalantly. "The contents are highly dangerous." The old man warned. "I am aware. If you attempt to force it open, everything inside will be damaged." Chen Tao inquired, "Can you open it?" The old man glanced at Wang Yong. "Mentor, this is Mr. Chen. He can be trusted. We need both of us to input our fingerprints and password." "What about the other person?" "He is on another floor. I don't know how he is faring." "Wang Yong, stay here and guard. I will go find him," Chen Tao declared, gripping his rifle before turning to leave. Chapter 47. Chen Tao's Strength. He was a bit too hasty, failing to ask for a description of that individual. Chen Tao surveyed the room filled with 7 men and 8 women, his brows furrowing slightly. "Brother, I implore you, save us." Several individuals beseeched him in unison. "Can any one of you unlock the safe on the 3rd floor of the main building?" Chen Tao inquired directly. "I can. I am capable." A middle-aged man in his 40s, completely bald, stepped forward. "Follow me," Chen Tao replied coolly. "Esteemed sir, could you also take my colleagues with you?" the middle-aged man asked softly. Recognizing the value of such talent for future construction and research, Chen Tao nodded in agreement, intending to send them to Han Zhong's camp first. Reuniting with Wang Yong, Chen Tao successfully obtained the items he required. "Select the essential, compact instruments from this laboratory," he instructed before departing. The group trailing behind him, though lacking in strength, endeavored to carry several delicate instruments. Along the journey, they encountered dozens of zombies. Chen Tao swiftly dispatched them, reducing the undead to mere heaps of flesh. Those who witnessed such a gruesome sight turned pale with fear, yet they stifled their terror in a desperate bid for survival. The van resumed its course on the Jinjing Expressway, and Chen Tao noted the time. It was nearly 2 hours ahead of schedule, largely due to Wang Yong's assistance, which had minimized delays in gathering materials. Half an hour later, the van entered the boundaries of Jiang City, where the number of zombies surged dramatically. Chen Tao speculated that the successful completion and endurance of the refuge in Binhai City might be attributed to a lesser or weaker zombie presence there. In stark contrast, the ordinary zombies in Jiang City appeared to be 3 to 4 times more formidable than those in the neighboring Jinlian City. "There are just too many zombies," Wang Yong exclaimed, glancing towards the front right of the van. Chen Tao followed his gaze, spotting a congregation of hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies, all eerily still and silent. At the forefront of this horde, perched on a stone bench by the roadside, sat a young girl clad in a red dress, her glossy black twin tails cascading down to her waist, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old. "Have I seen her before?" Chen Tao wondered, his brow furrowing once more. However, the van sped past too quickly for him to ponder further. Perhaps she was someone he had encountered during his past delivery work? Yet, why did the zombies not attack her? Concerned that lingering too long might provoke unforeseen circumstances, he chose not to pause. "Captain Han, I have returned. Please open the gate." Chen Tao's voice crackled through the vintage intercom at Han Zhong's side. He quickly turned to the surveillance screen, confirming the presence of an old van parked outside the camp. The sheer number of zombie dogs was overwhelming, with many of them clinging to the van's roof, so numerous that they were nearly undetectable unless one looked closely. The gates of the camp creaked open, and as the van entered, a horde of zombie dogs surged into the compound. At this juncture, whether the gates remained open or closed mattered little, for nearly 1,000 zombies had already breached the camp, utilizing makeshift ladders to gain entry. Yet the entrance to the underground remained unassailable. "Do not open the doors." Chen Tao grasped his Xian Tai spear firmly. "Brother Chen, this is far too perilous. Perhaps we should request the captain to send reinforcements," he urged. "If we open the entrance now, the survivors inside will likely be slaughtered." Chen Tao shook his head, brandishing the spear, leaping from the vehicle, and swiftly closing the door behind him. The noonday sun blazed down, reflecting off the Xian Tai spear, casting a chilling gleam. With each swing, Chen Tao produced a sound akin to slicing through air, simultaneously dispatching several zombie dogs. These creatures exhibited astonishing resilience. Sniper rounds merely left slight indentations upon impact. Yet, when confronted by the Xian Tai spear, they were obliterated into fragments. Chen Tao's most pressing concern was his lack of defensive capability, rendering him susceptible to zombie attacks. Thus, he maintained his position with his back toward the van, exploiting the spear's considerable reach. Physically, Chen Tao was formidable and immune to viruses, but in other respects, he had not undergone significant enhancement. A mere handgun would suffice to eliminate him if he were truly targeted. He could only await the awakening to assess its effects. However, the sheer number of zombies he faced was overwhelming. After 2 hours of relentless combat, fatigue began to set in, and his reflexes dulled. During this time, a massive zombie dog managed to close in, lacerating his right arm. The relentless tide of zombie dogs enveloped the occupants of the van in a palpable despair. Furthermore, the formidable giant zombie dog prowled nearby, ready to seize upon any moment of Chen Tao's inattention, catching him off guard. Is it truly that powerful? Is he even human? Is this the strength of an awakened one? Yet, the awakened within the camp are but a fraction of his prowess. The squad leaders in the command room stared at the monitor, momentarily dazed. After all, this was no cinematic spectacle. Even the most advanced robots of today could not endure such intense strain. Captain, I believe Mr. Chen is beginning to falter. Allow me to lead a support team to relieve some of his burden. The vice captain suggested solemnly. The task of providing support should fall to our first team. We are the elite among the special forces. Another interjected. Let our second team handle it. We assure you we will fulfill the support mission. The command room buzzed with excitement as everyone clamored to offer fire support to Chen Tao. An awakened individual with such extraordinary abilities as Chen Tao was undeniably vital to the camp's survival, even at the cost of immense sacrifice. We cannot allow Chen Tao to perish outside. Deputy Captain Han Zhong spoke up. Instantly, the command room fell silent once more. Assemble. Select 20 elite members, armed with long-range electromagnetic rifles, and prepare to assist me. The captain hesitated slightly. Obey the command. Yes. The deputy captain swiftly exited, choosing 20 individuals. Moments later, Han Zhong entered the elevator with his fully armed team. Just before the doors closed, he said in a low voice, "Once we emerge, seal the elevator and every entrance on each floor. If I do not return, the camp will be entrusted to you." Han Zhong. The deputy captain's words were left hanging as the elevator doors shut. 13, 12, 11. The elevator ascended rapidly, nearing the surface. I can't hold on any longer. Chen Tao sighed. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of force with his Xian Tai gun, shedding his Tai Chi outfit. Thud, thud. His arm guards fell heavily to the ground. Let us see the results of my training these past few days. With narrowed eyes, Chen Tao gazed at the distant, prowling giant zombie dog. A woo. The colossal creature seemed to sense the impending danger and instinctively retreated a few steps. Chapter 48. Compounding the Elixir Ding. The elevator doors slowly opened. For the safety of the camp's survivors, the elevator could ascend no higher than the second basement level. Thus, even if the zombie dogs breached the defenses, they would only affect the lower 2 levels at most. Han Zhong took a deep breath, fully aware of the external circumstances and mentally prepared for sacrifice. Within seconds, he led his team to the safety door at the first floor entrance. Call the deputy team. Open the first floor safety door. His voice was resolute, devoid of any fear or trepidation, as if he were executing a routine task. The 20 individuals following closely behind moved in perfect unison, betraying no signs of anxiety. As the safety door to the surface swung open, blinding sunlight poured in upon Han Zhong. Immediately, the nauseating stench of blood and decay assaulted their senses. Though fully armed and wearing gas masks, the acrid odors were still unmistakable. Han Zhong readied his weapon and stepped out first. He was momentarily stunned. Those behind him stood still, uncertain. Captain, what is happening? We are too late. Han Zhong forced a bitter smile. The ground of the camp was littered with the carcasses of zombie dogs, piled high like small mountains. The giant zombie dog had been firmly pinned to the ground by Chen Tao's Xian Tai gun. It had struggled briefly, but now lay motionless. Captain Han, you've arrived just in time. Lend me a hand. Chen Tao greeted Han Zhong at the entrance with a smile. The gentle smile, observed by the crowd, instilled a sense of fear within them. They found it hard to fathom how Chen Tao could have annihilated so many zombies in such a brief span of time. What a terrifying prowess. Approaching in a daze, Han Zhong instinctively stepped forward to Chen Tao's side. This device is an electric treasure. Simply place this interface on the corpse of the zombie and press the red button, like this. Chen Tao demonstrated, and the corpse quickly began to wither and age, ultimately reducing to a small pile of powder scattered by the wind. Dispose of these bodies, lest a new plague arises. Chen Tao instructed. Understood. Han Zhong nodded in agreement. Chen Tao returned to the vehicle and retrieved over 20 electric treasures, distributing them among the group. Exercise caution. If you find a zombie that isn't completely dead, do not approach it. Allow me to handle it, Chen Tao cautioned. The camp was indeed littered with numerous corpses, yet Han Zhong and his companions were well trained, clearing them at a pace far swifter than Chen Tao had anticipated. A few zombie dogs attempted to breach the walls, but with his mysterious iron spear, Chen Tao dispatched them one by one. Occasionally, a stray zombie was eliminated by Wang Yong wielding a remote electromagnetic gun. After more than half an hour, most of the corpses had been cleared. Han Zhong covered the personnel retreating to the underground, while Chen Tao was the last to evacuate. I require a laboratory, Chen Tao declared to Han Zhong. The 10th floor has a biochemical lab. I will have it cleared immediately. Han Zhong responded affirmatively. Subsequently, Chen Tao tallied all the materials and followed the vice captain to the laboratory on the 10th floor. Although the necessary materials were considerable, the configuration was rather straightforward. Within just an hour, Chen Tao successfully prepared a batch of beginner enhancement potion. He recounted the remaining materials, noting that he could produce at least 50 more potions. Let us test the effects. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the camp began distributing compressed food to all personnel. Chen Tao received 3 buns, 2 eggs, and a can of beef, far superior treatment compared to Han Zhong. The camp still had thousands of cans, yet each portion consumed was one less available. This long-term storable food, capable of providing substantial nutrition and energy, was exceedingly precious in the apocalypse, and Han Zhong could hardly bear to take a bite. Captain Han, I wish to locate Awakener number 5. Due to the multitude of Awakeners in the camp, some sharing names, Chen Tao assigned them numbers for easier identification. Certainly. Han Zhong complied with Chen Tao's request, as always. Setting down the walkie-talkie, Chen Tao opened the can of beef, even beginning to reminisce about his base. After all, during his time at the base, Fang Yunyun had prepared an array of dishes daily, most of which were quite delectable. Just a few more days until we return. I must endure. Chen Tao sighed, shaking his head. Unbeknownst to him, the sustenance he currently enjoyed was a luxury that those in the camp could scarcely aspire to. Knock. Knock, knock. The laboratory door was rapped 3 times. Come in. Chen Tao set down the steamed bun in his hand. Wang Yong entered, accompanied by a young man in his 20s. Brother Chen, Captain Han instructed me to bring him. Very well. Chen Tao nodded. By the way, have you had your meal? The food just arrived, but I haven't had the chance to eat. Wang Yong replied. Come, let us dine together. No, I still have to stand guard shortly. Brother Chen, I'll take my leave now. In the laboratory, only Chen Tao and the 5th Awakened One remained. Comrade Chen, greetings. Upon observing the 5th Awakened One's standard posture, Chen Tao discerned that he too was a soldier under Han Zhong. I have developed a drug that requires testing, Chen Tao stated candidly. Captain Han has instructed me to cooperate with all your endeavors. Chen Tao nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to administer the freshly prepared primary enhancement serum to the 5th Awakened One. Approximately 10 minutes post-injection, he fell into a stupor. It is now 5:07. Chen Tao glanced at the time and recorded it in his notebook. He initially contemplated commencing the simulation to observe the results. But after a moment's reflection, he abandoned this plan. The current circumstances were fundamentally in alignment with the information derived from the simulation. Even if he simulated, it would likely yield repetitive content. The 5th Awakened One soon regained consciousness, prompting Chen Tao to inquire about his condition. What do you feel? It's as if I possess boundless energy. The 5th Awakened One responded. What about during your unconsciousness? Did you experience any peculiar dreams? I have no recollection. My mind felt utterly blank, and then I awoke. The 5th Awakened One answered earnestly. Let us proceed to conduct a physical assessment. Chen Tao escorted the 5th Awakened One to the 12th floor for a comprehensive examination, employing various instruments to assess his physical condition. The results were strikingly evident. Chen Tao held 2 data reports, one recorded prior to the injection of the primary enhancement serum and the other subsequent to it. The latter indicated that in terms of strength, reflexes, endurance, and speed, the metrics had nearly doubled. Within the base, the 5th Awakened One was the strongest entity aside from Chen Tao himself. With further adaptation and continued training, his prowess was bound to enhance even more. Armed with the reports, Chen Tao made his way to the Temporary Operations Command Center on the 13th floor. Chapter 49, Elite-Level Zombies. On June 27, 2035, the 11th day since the outbreak of the zombies. Before dawn, Chen Tao had already risen and ventured to the laboratory to continue preparing the primary enhancement serum. He intended to concoct 50 doses, reserving 20 for Han Zhong's camp, and taking the remaining 30 back to his own base. Even though Chen Tao's base harbored no intention of sheltering survivors, possessing a surplus of supplies could hardly be deemed detrimental. Currently, the number of individuals who had undergone awakening at the camp had reached over 130. Furthermore, dozens more began their awakening yesterday, including Wang Yong, who was on duty that night. After a few more days of observation and data compilation, he would be ready to return home. Having been away for such an extended period, Chen Tao remained preoccupied with the situation at the base. Had it not been for the results provided by the simulator, he might have returned much sooner. Calling. After preparing 20 doses of potions, Chen Tao decided to take a brief respite. Habitually, he picked up the vintage walkie-talkie and called out a few times. Received. Initially expecting no reply, Chen Tao began to rise when a familiar voice emerged from the device, accompanied by a rather noisy background. Mu Shui, you're awake? Chen Tao exclaimed, seizing the walkie-talkie again. Where are you? Su Mu Shui inquired. I'm at Han Zhong's camp. It was attacked by zombies, and I came to lend a hand. Chen Tao replied. Do you need me to come over? No. I'll be heading back in a few days. Are you fighting zombies? Chen Tao asked, his curiosity piqued by the cacophony. A few zombie dogs breached the base. I'm just cleaning them up. Su Mu Shui responded. They can't penetrate the lower levels of the base. I know. But I wanted to test the capabilities I acquired after awakening. How is it? Not great, Su Mu Shui replied. Did something go awry? Chen Tao's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, do you feel any unusual sensations now? Not particularly, just that the intensity of my strength pales in comparison to yours. In a sheer contest of power, I wouldn't stand a chance. Chen Tao couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. After all, he was endowed with the golden talent, strength beyond mountains, making it clear that he was not a mere awakened individual to be compared with. You've just awakened. Perhaps you're still adjusting to the changes in your body. Chen Tao offered a word of comfort. Perhaps. By the way, Yin Yun has also fallen into a coma, so she should be awakening too. Su Mu Shui mentioned. Yes, she must have awakened early. Is her body temperature abnormal? No, it's normal. Normal temperature? Are there any other irregularities? Chen Tao continued to probe. Aside from her muttering in her sleep, nothing else. Muttering? What kind of muttering? I don't understand. Su Mu Shui replied coldly. Chen Tao furrowed his brow. The walkie-talkie was rather inconvenient for communication, so he resolved to return soon to gather more information. The two quickly concluded their conversation. Simultaneously, Su Mu Shui had finished eliminating the zombies at the base and returned to the second underground level. She first went to Fang Yin-Yun's room to check on her condition. Everything appeared relatively normal, except for the incessant murmurs. Brother Chun, I want to tell Sister Su. Upon hearing this, a layer of frost seemed to envelop Su Mu Shui's face. She was uncertain whether it was Chen Tao who had done something to her, or if he had been secretly involved with Fang Yin-Yun. Chen Tao, I await your return. Su Mu Shui inhaled deeply, striving to calm her emotions as she headed to the storeroom to prepare breakfast. Why did Mu Shui's tone seem peculiar? Could it be that there was an issue with the awakening process? Chen Tao felt a pang of regret. He should have remained at the base during Su Mu Shui's awakening. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the laboratory door. Come in. The vice captain hastily opened the door. Mr. Chun, there is something amiss. It is not just a matter of an awakener. It appears to be a zombie. It is currently attacking the entrance security door, and the door is already showing signs of deformation. Observing the vice captain's anxious demeanor, Chen Tao realized the gravity of the situation. He set aside his tasks and promptly followed the vice captain to the temporary command room on the 13th underground level. What is happening? Chen Tao inquired as he entered the command room. It does not bode well. The security door is unlikely to hold much longer, Han Zhong remarked, his expression equally grim as he scrutinized the monitor screen. Is that her? Chen Tao also gazed at the surveillance footage. A girl of around 11 or 12, with an innocent appearance and long twin ponytails cascading down to her waist, appeared on the screen. Chen Tao had encountered this girl on his way back from Jinlian City the previous day. Could she truly be an elite-level zombie? Chen Tao furrowed his brow. At that moment, the little girl was vigorously pounding on the underground security door with her delicate fists. Despite her appearance as a charming young girl, her strength surpassed that of Chen Tao. At first glance, she could easily be mistaken for a human, but after dealing with zombies for an extended period, Chen Tao discerned her true nature at once. She was indeed a zombie. Her complexion was pallid, her eyes bloodshot, and her arms and neck bore faint reddish spots. I have dispatched personnel with electromagnetic guns to guard the second-floor entrance, Han Zhong reported. However, the long-range electromagnetic guns only possessed a limited lethality against ordinary zombies. Targeting such a creature would merely be akin to a tickle. Chen Tao shook his head. He was well aware of the electromagnetic gun's capabilities. Its strengths lay in swiftly eliminating standard zombies without the frequent need for reloading, boasting significantly greater power than anti-material sniper rifles. Yet, this weapon could not contend with fortified zombies, let alone this elite-level zombie. We cannot simply wait for our doom, Han Zhong declared solemnly. What is the current status of the security door? Chen Tao inquired. The entrance security door consists of 3 layers, and the outer layer has already shown slight deformation. At the current rate of attack, it will likely be breached within a day. As soon as Han Zhong finished speaking, the little girl seemed fatigued and sat down outside to rest. To genuinely breach the security door, it would likely take more than a day. Moreover, every layer below had been fortified. Chen Tao narrowed his eyes. However, it is only a matter of time before they succeed. The vice captain voiced his concerns. I have successfully developed a potion that can enhance the awakened, and its effects are remarkably evident. As long as we possess a sufficient number of powerful awakened individuals before it descends upon us, it will pose no significant threat. This is splendid news. Let us not squander time. I shall summon all the awakened. Han Zhong exclaimed hastily. The materials are limited and can only yield 20 doses, which must be administered to the strongest awakened, Chen Tao reminded. Chapter 50, Preparing for Battle, Part 1, Outside the Camp. The frequency of attacks from the elite-level zombies has diminished, yet Han Zhong and the others remain undeterred. After meticulous selection, apart from Awakened number 5, Han Zhong and Chen Tao chose 3 others from those who had already completed their awakening to receive the primary enhancement potion. The remaining potions have become the most crucial confidential items, securely stored in the depths of the camp. After all, humanity's awakening has only just begun, and stronger awakened individuals will undoubtedly emerge in the future. These precious potions must be reserved for those most suited to benefit from them. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. During this time, Chen Tao has gathered extensive data on the awakened and the bodily changes following the administration of the primary enhancement potion. Furthermore, while producing the potion, he consulted numerous documents and sought advice from several experts at the Biological Research Institute. It was discovered that the toxic strains and fungi required for the potion could be extracted from the bodily fluids of zombies. However, the concentration within them is exceedingly low, necessitating the hunting of thousands of ordinary zombies to procure even a few materials for a single potion. Though the feasibility is quite low, it has nonetheless provided Chen Tao with a direction. It is no wonder that the simulation repeatedly mentioned capturing that elite-level zombie back to the base. Chen Tao seems to grasp the underlying reason. The simulation did not indicate that he had administered enhancement potions to the awakened. Their current strength should far exceed that depicted in the simulation. Perhaps it is time to challenge the elite-level zombies. In addition to crafting potions and training the awakened, he would also visit the command room to closely observe the zombies' every move. As time progressed, the intensity of the zombies' attacks gradually weakened. Chen Tao felt that this presented the perfect opportunity for a surprise assault. More importantly, the time spent outside the base has indeed been prolonged. During his communications with Su Muxua, her demeanor has grown increasingly aloof. Thus, he intends to take action earlier and return to the base. Before proceeding, Chen Tao habitually runs a simulation. Ever since acquiring the simulator, he has never engaged in battles without assurance. Primary survival simulation officially initiated. Day 1. You lead the awakened of the camp in a proactive assault, engaging in fierce combat with the elite-level zombies. The elite-level zombies are overwhelmed and retreat. You sustain minor injuries, while several awakened suffer serious wounds. You return to the base. Minor injuries? As long as they are not life-threatening, they are acceptable. The following day, a power outage occurred at the base, prompting you and Su Muxua to eliminate the zombies within. You administered a strength-enhancing serum to Su Muxua, resulting in a notable improvement in her capabilities. Could the zombies inside the base be those zombie dogs? Chen Tao speculated. On the 3rd day, the number of zombies surrounding the base increased, and you continued the extermination efforts. By the 4th day, you commenced modifications to the base. On the 5th day, The expansion of the underground third level was completed, and you collaborated with Su Muxue on planning and layout. Subsequently, Chen Tao and Su Muxue continued the cycle of base renovations and zombie eradication. On the 9th day, you established communication with other camps. On the 10th day, the coastal city and surrounding areas completed their shelter renovations and extended an invitation for you to visit, which you politely declined. On the 11th day, an elite-level zombie emerged. You and Su Muxue worked in unison to severely injure it and brought it back to the base. On the 12th day, you observed the elite-level zombie and documented a wealth of information. On the 13th day, a volcanic eruption occurred, awakening Fang Yunyun. After conducting tests, you discovered that Fang Yunyun's physical state had not improved. Following this, you injected her with the strength-enhancing serum, which yielded no effect. On the 14th day, you learned of Fang Yunyun's awakened talent and commenced experiments on the elite-level zombie, achieving some promising results. What exactly is the nature of Fang Yunyun's awakened talent? Chen Tao furrowed his brow. The simulation merely indicated that he was aware of the talent's effects, yet no specifics were provided. On the 15th day, numerous enhanced zombies appeared and began their assault on the base. You remained in the laboratory, engrossed in research. On the 18th day, through a message from Han Zhong, you learned that the coastal shelter had suffered significant damage, and your research on the elite-level zombie had made substantial progress. On the 19th day, the Kyoto shelter's research achieved major breakthroughs, releasing extensive information regarding the zombie virus, while a vaccine targeting the virus was rapidly advancing. You captured a significant number of enhanced zombies. On the 20th day, a tyrant-level zombie emerged near the coast, and a multitude of survivors fled from that direction. However, you did not take them in, as they proceeded towards Han Zhong's camp. In summary, you have slain 931 ordinary zombies and 4 enhanced zombies, surviving for 20 days. Remaining survival points: 3819 remaining domain frequency energy, 9214. It seems the time has come to challenge the elite-level zombies. Chen Tao stroked his chin and exited the laboratory. In the underground 13th level, within the operations command room, Han Zhong was engaged in discussions with the leaders of various squads regarding the distribution of food. Some individuals experienced a significant increase in their consumption post-awakening. According to current rations, the food consumption within the camp would far exceed expectations. Furthermore, a portion of the group was still awakening, and once they did, the camp's food supply would undoubtedly become strained. If personal rations were reduced, how long could they last? Han Zhong inquired in a solemn tone. In a span of 1 or 2 years, the awakened must undergo intensive training. However, should we reduce their rations, the effectiveness of such training would undoubtedly diminish. If zombies were to breach our defenses, we would be utterly unprepared. What about the rations for ordinary people? Han Zhong inquired further. Currently, there are no awakened individuals, and they are only receiving 1 meal a day. It truly cannot be reduced further. Moreover, there is a possibility of stronger awakened individuals emerging. The vice-captain shook his head. What of the 7th and 8th floors? Han Zhong turned to the captain of the 4th team, who was responsible for logistical support. The crops under experimentation will take at least 6 months to yield results. The captain's face darkened. Originally, the 7th and 8th floors were designated for equipment storage, but they have now been entirely transformed to cultivate high-yield crops. Yet, we may not be able to wait that long. Han Zhong shook his head. If we cannot grow enough, we shall procure some from elsewhere. Chen Tao, standing at the doorway, spoke softly. Brother Chen, do you have a plan? Han Zhong felt a spark of hope upon seeing Chen Tao. I wish to lead a team to deal with that zombie outside. This would allow us to search the surrounding area and, hopefully, find some food. Chen Tao replied. But that zombie is formidable. The vice-captain glanced at the surveillance feed, where the petite zombie was seated outside the secure door, seemingly resting. Brother Chen, how confident are you? Han Zhong asked. I am 80% certain we can repel it. Chen Tao asserted. 80% is good. Han Zhong hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding. What do you need? I will do everything in my power to assist you. Chapter 51, Fierce Battle with an Elite Zombie, Second Update. The 11th floor of Han Zhong's camp has been transformed into a training ground for the awakened. It is equipped with a plethora of training apparatus, all enhanced by Chen Tao, making it perfectly suited for high-intensity training of the awakened. Adjacent to the training area is a lounge of over 80 square meters. At this moment, Chen Tao stood in the lounge, flanked by 4 awakened individuals. They are the 4 strongest among the awakened in the camp. The fifth awakened, the first to use the basic enhancement serum, is a young man who wields a nearly 1 meter long blade. He possessed some foundational swordsmanship skills, and with Han Zhong's guidance, he has nearly no rivals in the camp aside from Chen Tao. The 11th awakened, known as the big guy, stands 2 meters tall with an imposing physique. After awakening, his skin hardened remarkably, granting him extraordinary defensive capabilities. He once tested an anti-material sniper rifle and astonishingly suffered no skin abrasions. This level of defense has long been a source of envy for Chen Tao. The 18th awakened is the only female among the four. Although her strength is modest, her speed and reflexes are the swiftest in the entire camp. Even when Chen Tao removes all his burdens, he still cannot match her in pure speed. The weapons he wielded were 2 daggers, which had been enhanced by Chen Tao, allowing them to slice through iron as if it were mud, exhibiting an unparalleled sharpness. The final individual was the 20th awakener, endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities. As long as he did not sustain lethal injuries, he could recover rapidly. In terms of strength, he was second only to the 5th awakener. You should all be somewhat acquainted with the elite-level zombie outside. Our singular objective today is to repel it. Its power far surpasses your imagination. Thus, after repelling it, do not succumb to the temptation of recklessness. Chen Tao reiterated emphatically. Yes, the 4 echoed in unison. After we repulse it, I will take my leave for a while, and it will not appear around the base for a short time. You must seize this opportunity to search for supplies and stockpile as much as you can, as long as you remain together during your actions. Even if you encounter some enhanced zombies, you will not be threatened, Chen Tao cautioned. Though their time together had only spanned a few days, Chen Tao had developed a profound understanding of them. Their unyielding resilience and readiness for self-sacrifice commanded his respect. Chen Tao valued his own life immensely. When faced with life and death situations, he would never choose to sacrifice himself for others. However, this did not preclude him from admiring those who willingly offer themselves for the greater good. Brother Chen, are you leaving? Brother Chen, if you go, what will happen to us? There is no feast that does not eventually disperse. Moreover, my base is also in Jiang City, which allows us to support one another. Chen Tao patted their shoulders with a smile. Will you return in the future? The 5th awakener inquired. Of course, my vehicle will arrive in just a few minutes. After dealing with the elite-level zombie outside, Chen Tao would depart immediately, hence the early farewell to his companions. It's getting late. Let us proceed quickly. Having imparted his instructions, Chen Tao turned and walked toward the elevator, with the 4 hastily following behind. The elevator ascended swiftly to the 2nd underground level. And as they stepped out, the elite-level zombie above seemed to sense their presence. Moments later, the 5 arrived at the safety door of the entrance. Captain Han, please open the door. Chen Tao gripped his mysterious iron spear tightly. Creak. The safety door, slightly deformed, emitted a harsh screech as it opened. 18 swiftly darted forward, initiating the attack. Whoosh. The dagger grazed the zombie's left arm, leaving only a faint wound. As the zombie raised its hand to strike, the 5th awakener brought down his large blade, while 18 maneuvered behind 11, and 20 advanced in tandem. The 4 coordinated with remarkable synergy, managing to engage the enemy effectively. Even without gaining a distinct advantage, Chen Tao remained vigilant, having shed all excess weight before their exit. He thrust his spear forcefully, aiming directly at the zombie's neck. The seemingly desperate clash between the 2 parties was, in truth, merely a mutual probing, lacking the full exertion of their powers. Thud! The dark iron spear struck the zombie's throat, but merely grazed the surface of its skin. Chen Tao's body momentarily faltered, despite pouring all his strength into the thrust. He could not penetrate further, the spear bending at an awkward angle. The zombie, fixated on Chen Tao, seized the shaft of the spear with a vice-like grip. This was an undeniable contest of strength, while the attacks from the other 4 resembled a torrential downpour, relentlessly battering the zombie. Such immense power. Chen Tao was inwardly astonished. Having assumed that the zombie possessed only formidable defenses, yet, in raw strength, it appeared to surpass him. A sudden jolt. The zombie exerted its force, and Chen Tao felt his body lifted as he was flung into the air. Observing this, number 11 quickly retreated, catching him just before he hit the ground, providing a buffer that spared him from injury. It seemed the zombie recognized that Chen Tao posed the greatest threat among the 5 and disregarded the others, advancing directly toward him. Be careful, Chen. Number 11 stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Tao. With a swift motion, the zombie pierced through 11's left arm. Vulnerability, right shoulder. A glint of cold light flashed, and Chen Tao, standing behind 11, gripped the spear with determination and thrust it forward with great force. The spearhead struck the zombie's right shoulder with a brutal impact. A strange roar erupted from the zombie as the dark iron spear punctured its limb. During this period, Chen Tao had primarily utilized his Eye of Insight for the installation of shield machines and various weapons, occasionally employing it to assess the conditions of others. In combat, he had largely relied on sheer force, crushing obstacles once unburdened. This had led him to neglect developing the habit of using the Eye of Insight in battle. However, just moments ago, upon witnessing 11's injury, he instinctively activated the Eye of Insight to assess his condition, inadvertently discovering the zombie's weakness. The severely injured zombie staggered back several paces, and without a moment's hesitation, Chen Tao unleashed a barrage of fierce thrusts at its right arm with the spear. Simultaneously, the other three allies directed all their firepower at the same target. After a frenzy of attacks, the skeletal structure of the zombie's right shoulder became exposed. Yet it seemed impervious to pain, its expression growing increasingly dazed. The bloodshot in the zombie's eyes diminished significantly, and it emitted a raspy voice. "You are that girl from the East City Tower." Chen Tao abruptly recognized the identity of the zombie. With a roar, the zombie clutched its head with both hands. Half kneeling on the ground, Chen Tao shifted to grip the spear with both hands, poised to launch a surprise attack when the zombie suddenly sprang to its feet and bolted toward the campus periphery. Along the way, it encountered several blocking zombie hounds, which it dispatched effortlessly with a mere flick of its hand. Through simulation, Chen Tao understood that this zombie ultimately retreated, but he had not anticipated such a sudden departure. Until the elite-level zombie completely departed, Chen Tao suddenly felt a twinge of soreness in his body. He ambled over to number 11, conducted a brief examination, and discovered that his injuries were not life-threatening. Grasping his long gun, he retrieved some clothing from the entrance of the safety door and settled into his van. With a honk, the vehicle set forth, departing the camp. Chapter 52, Su Mushue's Dream, Part 3, on a sun-drenched afternoon. A dilapidated van came to a halt before the gates of the base. So many zombie dogs. Chen Tao observed the perimeter, where at least hundreds of the creatures lay lifeless, and he surmised that they must have fallen to Su Mushue's hand. He gently pressed the remote, and the base's gate began to creak open. Inside the compound, a staggering number of zombie dog corpses littered the ground. Exiting the vehicle, Chen Tao was enveloped by the acrid scent of blood. The power banks he brought were fully charged, and with some empty ones still remaining on the second underground level. Clearing these bodies would be a mere trifle. "Mushue, I have returned." Chen Tao called out joyfully towards the safety door, but after a prolonged silence, there was no response. Furrowing his brow, he recalled that he had re-registered his fingerprint during the modifications. Just as he raised his hand to touch the fingerprint lock beside the safety door, it swung open unexpectedly. As Chen Tao's words lingered, a fragrant aroma wafted in, swiftly followed by a chilling gust. Su Mushue emerged, wielding a spear knife, clad in a flowing red garment. "Mushue, let us discuss this matter." With a menacing aura, Su Mushue positioned the spear knife against Chen Tao's shoulder, its keen edge pressing against his neck. This blade was one that Chen Tao had personally enhanced, and he had no doubt of its sharpness. "Did you engage in any misdeeds while I was unconscious?" Su Mushue inquired coldly. "While you were in a state of unconsciousness, I accomplished quite a bit. What exactly did you do?" A hint of bashfulness flickered within Su Mushue, though her expression remained as frosty as ever. "I administered an agent designed to enhance your physique." And then, for the past few days, he had immersed himself in research, preparing enhancement agents while meticulously recording vast amounts of data regarding awakened individuals. Coupled with Su Mushue's sudden interrogation, he found himself momentarily at a loss for details. "And then what?" Su Mushue pressed further. "Then I instructed Fang Yunyun to take good care of you before departing the base for Han Zhong's camp, where—" "Enough. Let us proceed to the monitoring room. Bring up the footage from my time of unconsciousness." Su Mushue's brows knitted slightly. Seeing Chen Tao evade her questions, she deemed it more prudent to review the recordings directly. "No problem, but could you kindly lower the knife first?" Chen Tao gestured to the spear knife at his neck. Upon hearing this, Su Mushue promptly sheathed the knife and turned back towards the base. "Women are indeed a source of vexation," Chen Tao mused silently. Unbeknownst to him, Su Mushue's emotions were far more intricate. If an entanglement were to occur between her and Chen Tao, she found herself at a loss as to how to proceed. Should she depart from this place? Reflecting on the days spent with Chen Tao filled her with unforgettable memories. Moreover, upon awakening to find Chen Tao absent, an indescribable sense of loss enveloped her, a feeling she had never before experienced. Yet, remaining here posed its own dilemmas. They had not established any definitive relationship, and yet an inappropriate connection had formed, leaving Su Muxue to ponder the ensuing awkwardness she would have to confront. Before long, the pair arrived at the surveillance room, with Chen Tao entering his fingerprint to access all footage from June 21st onward. He was eager to understand why Fang Yunyun had begun her awakening after his departure. Su Muxue's eyes were glued to the screen. This is the serum I formulated. It enhances the abilities of those awakening. In the footage, Chen Tao carefully placed a syringe and vial into a box, which he then took to Su Muxue's room. Moments later, Fang Yunyun emerged, only to retreat back into Su Muxue's room within seconds. Why did she come out blushing? Su Muxue questioned. I was administering an injection. She might have misunderstood. Chen Tao clarified. An injection? Su Muxue instinctively placed her hand on her hip. It wasn't an intramuscular injection. It was administered in the shoulder, Chen Tao further explained. Su Muxue felt a flush creep onto her cheeks as she continued to observe the screen, ultimately finding nothing of significance. Could it be that nothing had transpired? While a sigh of relief escaped her, it was accompanied by a tinge of melancholy, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. I only enter your room for a maximum of 10 minutes. There is hardly time for anything, Chen Tao remarked. If one wishes to accomplish something, half a minute is sufficient, Su Muxue retorted, immediately feeling the weight of embarrassment from her own words. I'll go check on Yunyun, she declared, choosing not to pursue the matter further as she turned to leave. How perplexing. Chen Tao shook his head, returning his focus to the surveillance footage. Fast-forwarding to the 25th. He witnessed Fang Yunyun exiting Su Muxue's room, a syringe in her left hand and her right thumb in her mouth, sucking on it. That's a low-grade awakening serum. Chen Tao quickly paused the footage to discern the syringe's appearance. She must have accidentally pricked herself. Remarkably, even after 4 or 5 days, the serum's effects remained potent. Continuing to observe, he saw Fang Yunyun collapse as she reached the waste disposal area. What followed was Su Muxue's awakening, her care for Fang Yunyun, and her subsequent venture outdoors to eliminate zombies. With no further revelations to uncover, Chen Tao made his way to his laboratory to securely store the low-grade enhancement serum. By now, it was past 7 in the evening, and Chen Tao's stomach grumbled audibly. Dinner is ready. The vintage intercom belonging to Chen Tao crackled to life, revealing the voice of Su Muxue. Come here right away. Chen Tao smoothed his clothing and made his way to the cafeteria. Su Muxue had already served the meal and was seated at the table awaiting his arrival. Clad in a vibrant red outfit, with long, flowing black hair and a waist so slender it seemed almost ethereal, she presented a captivating image. Suddenly, Chen Tao's mind was flooded with succinct information from the simulator. It always seemed to occur during moments of emotional turmoil. Was there something today that affected my mood? Let us eat. Su Muxue's words interrupted Chen Tao's reverie, prompting him to hastily approach the table and pull out a chair to sit down. Perhaps after the awakening, emotions can be quite unstable, Su Muxue hesitantly remarked. She was not accustomed to explaining herself to others, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words. That's a normal reaction. During my time at Hanzhong's camp, I observed hundreds of awakened individuals, many of whom exhibited peculiar behaviors, yet they soon returned to normal. Chen Tao replied. By the way, did you dream of anything while you were unconscious? Upon hearing Chen Tao's question, Su Muxue, who had previously appeared calm, suddenly flushed with embarrassment. I didn't dream of anything, she stammered. This is quite important. You must reflect carefully. Chen Tao urged earnestly. I dreamt of you. And then we fought zombies together. Su Muxue declared with determination. Zombies? What else? As you were waking up, did you hear any sounds? Or did someone whisper something in your ear? Chen Tao pressed on. No. Su Muxue shook her head. In her unconsciousness, she had experienced a long, coherent dream before gradually regaining her awareness. This is peculiar, Chen Tao mused, stroking his chin. Is there a problem? Su Muxue inquired. Your situation may differ from that of the awakened ones in the camp, Chen Tao replied, picking up his chopsticks. Chapter 53. A man only affects my speed of attack. When I lived alone, my meals were quite simple, so I never learned to cook well. Su Muxue remarked, noticing Chen Tao's somewhat ashen complexion. It's fine. Although it's a bit salty, just drink more water. Chen Tao smiled slightly and picked up a piece of beef. This meat seems a tad tough. Sumu Shui commented after tasting a piece. I enjoy this kind of chewiness. Chen Tao valiantly chewed before swallowing. What is the current situation at Han's camp? Sumu Shui shifted the topic. There are over 100 awakened individuals now, with 4 or 5 of considerable strength, sufficient to handle enhanced zombies. Chen Tao explained. What about that elite-level zombie you often mentioned? It fled after being injured. Its whereabouts are unknown, but it should seek us out soon. With our strength, can we combat it? Sumu Shui asked. We will certainly prevail. Chen Tao asserted confidently. After a simple dinner, Chen Tao escorted Sumu Shui into the laboratory. This is my newly formulated enhancement serum, which can equally elevate the abilities of the awakened. Chen Tao produced a vial of the primary enhancement serum. Sumu Shui remained silent, taking a seat beside him and rolling up her sleeves, revealing her skin as pale as jade. Chen Tao meticulously cleaned the injection site with alcohol and iodine before administering the serum. In about 10 minutes, you will enter a brief slumber. Drawing from previous experience, Chen Tao carefully stored the syringe and vial, taking them away for proper disposal. Upon his return, approximately 7 or 8 minutes had elapsed, and Sumu Shui was already lying on the bed, her dark eyes wide open. Aren't you feeling drowsy? Chen Tao inquired. Not at all, Sumu Shui replied. Chen Tao began to organize the data recorded from the Hanzhong camp and subsequently compiled a summary, while casually reviewing past simulation records. He planned the upcoming tasks at the base. Sumu Shui, reclining on the bed, turned her head to observe Chen Tao immersed in his work, and her heart began to race. 30 minutes later, Chen Tao stretched, feeling a bit fatigued, and glanced at Sumu Shui, noting her vibrant energy. Aren't you tired? He asked. Not at all. In fact, I feel like practicing with my blade for a while. Sumu Shui shook her head. Strange. Chen Tao pondered, perplexed. In the Hanzhong camp, the female subject, number 18, had fallen into a stupor 10 minutes after receiving the primary enhancement serum, remaining unconscious for around 20 minutes before awakening. Yet Sumu Shui had not fainted, and according to her, she had not heard the phrase concerning humanity's survival during her awakening process. Perhaps it's just individual variation. After all, your physical constitution is superior to theirs, and you have trained in martial arts for years. Does that mean I have no part in it? Sumu Shui asked. None whatsoever. She immediately rose, declaring, however, I do sense some changes in my physical strength. I'm going out to test myself against some zombies. It's quite late. Let us wait until tomorrow. Chen Tao urged. Besides, I can't sleep anyway. Sumu Shui asserted, grasping her blade as she departed the laboratory. Why can't I control my wandering thoughts? Especially when I see him so diligently engaged in his work. Sumu Shui, you must maintain your composure. You've only just met. Moreover, this is the apocalypse. Fraught with peril, how can one indulge in such romantic notions? Men only hinder my speed in combat. Outside the base, the number of zombies had dwindled significantly, yet, as if in collaboration with Sumu Shui, they suddenly appeared in greater numbers. Oh dear, it's painful just to watch. Chen Tao walked to the monitoring room, intending to review the footage of Fang Yunyun collapsing. Coincidentally, a surveillance feed captured Sumu Shui in the act of dispatching zombies outside. Why are they gathering in such numbers? Chen Tao felt a chill run down his spine. After a moment, he replayed the footage from June 25th, meticulously scrutinizing the segment from when Fang Yunyun exited Sumu Shui's room to the moment she collapsed. Ultimately, the scene freezes at the moment when Fang Yunyun collapses, magnified several times over. There is no discernible difference from a normal awakening. Chen Tao stroked his chin thoughtfully. In the simulations prior to the apocalypse, it was mentioned that Fang Yunyun would awaken on the 62nd day. However, he had administered a serum to induce her awakening prematurely, worrying that it might affect her awakening abilities. With Fang Yunyun's awakening already underway, Chen Tao decided against further interference, wishing merely to comprehend the distinctions between serum-induced and natural awakenings. His earnest investigation was not motivated by a desire for mass production or high-priced sales. Firstly, mass production would outpace his ability to generate resources, and acquiring necessary materials was exceedingly difficult, especially in an apocalypse where money holds no value. Moreover, the darker aspects of human nature would manifest starkly in such times. Even in a militarized camp like Hanzhong's, internal strife was rampant. Should he succeed in creating a serum that enables awakening, it would not only be the zombies to contend with, the vast majority of humanity could pose a greater threat. Chen Tao merely sought to discern the differences between normal and serum-induced awakenings, to determine whether he himself should inject the serum and awaken early. Although the simulator could provide some information, it remained too vague and simplistic. Even with results in hand, he dared not proceed recklessly. He resolved to observe further once Fang Yunyan awakened. The impending disaster in 100 days loomed large. If awakening could be completed around the 40th or 50th day of the apocalypse, he would be far better equipped to face the ensuing challenges. Just as Chen Tao finished reviewing the playback, hurried footsteps and rapid breaths echoed from outside. Suddenly, a pale-faced Su Mushu burst into the monitoring room, her eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. Even amidst the apocalypse, during zombie sieges, Su Mushu had remained composed, never exhibiting such panic. What's wrong? Chen Tao felt a surge of anxiety. There are so many rats outside. Su Mushu stammered. Rats? Chen Tao was taken aback, quickly turning to the monitor. Countless colossal rats had surged into the base. However, they appeared to be merely ordinary zombies, unable to breach the security door at the lower entrance of the base. What is so terrifying about that? Chen Tao furrowed his brow. I've been afraid of them since childhood. Su Mushu's body trembled slightly, clearly shaken. Back when visiting Fang Yunyun's grandmother's house, a rat would appear within 5 minutes, yet the timid Fang Yunyun remained unperturbed. Chen Tao was taken aback by Su Mushu's fear of rats. It's all right, they can't get in. Chen Tao reassured her. No sooner had he spoken than the monitor displayed numerous zombie rats beginning to dig. In mere minutes, the ground of the base had become pockmarked. It seemed necessary to venture out and address the situation. I want to accompany you. Su Mushu stood at the door of the monitoring room. All right, you should rest for now. Chen Tao, armed with his dark iron spear, stepped outside. Chapter 54. The little white mouse delivered to his door. These pesky rodents are indeed difficult to handle. Chen Tao wiped the sweat from his brow and once again wielded his spear with vigor, though they were merely ordinary zombies. The strength of the zombie rats was far inferior to that of the zombie dogs. However, their small size and remarkable agility made them quite a challenge to eliminate. Moreover, their destructive capability was astonishing. Several warehouses within the base had already been significantly damaged, and it was fortunate that Chen Tao had preemptively relocated all supplies underground. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. With a powerful thrust, the dark iron spear pierced through the last zombie rat, leaving Chen Tao exhausted as he collapsed onto the ground. After nearly 4 hours of relentless combat, he had finally eradicated all the zombie rats within the base. Initially, he believed that reinforcing the walls would suffice to deter any zombie attacks, yet it now appeared imperative to arrange for offensive weaponry at the earliest opportunity. After resting briefly, Chen Tao retrieved a power bank and began to clear away the carcasses of the zombie rats. Just as he aimed the power bank at one of the rats, he suddenly heard a faint squeak. Remarkably, this creature still clung to life. Half of its body had been crushed by Chen Tao's spear, and while the other zombie rats would surely have perished from such severe injuries, this one seemed to be salvageable. However, Chen Tao held little interest in saving a single zombie rat. With a firm grip, he raised the spear once more. Squeak. Would begging for mercy spare you? Chen Tao scoffed, letting the spear hover in midair. To his astonishment, he felt as though he could comprehend the rat's words. Stunned, he lowered the spear. Can you understand me, little rodent? Squeak. The affirmative response confirmed his suspicion. Could this be the effect of the language comprehension ability he had acquired? This was the last talent he obtained, one he had deemed the least useful. Yet, it was merely his conjecture. Fascinating. Chen Tao decided against delivering a fatal blow. After clearing away the remaining zombie rats, he dragged the barely alive specimen back to the underground level. At Hanzhong's camp, he had conducted some research on ordinary and enhanced zombies with the personnel from the Biological Research Institute. However, due to equipment limitations, no substantial progress had been made. Nevertheless, Chen Tao had gleaned considerable insights. Considering the diverse characters within the camp, he refrained from further collaboration with the researchers. Now back at his own base, Chen Tao had initially intended to conduct thorough research upon capturing an elite-level zombie. However, with a small experimental rat conveniently presented to him, he was exceedingly pleased. He also saw this as an opportunity to test his understanding of animal language. The space was rather confined. In the laboratory, Chen Tao constructed an iron cage, subsequently reinforcing it 4 times, before confining a zombie mouse within. This particular mouse was notably larger than its counterparts, approximately 3 to 4 times their size, leading Chen Tao to surmise that it might be an enhanced specimen. The cage occupied a significant portion of the laboratory space. He casually tossed in a few pieces of frozen pork and some breadcrumbs, then draped a cloth over the cage. Mindful of Su Mushue's fear of rodents and concerned that the sight of this creature might frighten her. Suddenly, his phone emitted a soft chime. End of the 13th day of the apocalypse. Survival points acquired, 659. Remaining survival points, 4,478. Remaining domain frequency energy, 11014. Unbeknownst to him, he had survived 13 days in this apocalyptic world. Chen Tao couldn't help but reflect on his journey. As time elapsed, the number of zombies increased, and so did the accumulation of domain frequency energy. In the apocalyptic shop, aside from the potions he had already purchased and materials that were exceedingly distant, everything else required 15,000 or even 30,000 domain frequency energy for acquisition. Upon analysis, Chen Tao concluded that the remaining items in the shop were of no immediate use. Prioritizing technological development was imperative to enhance the safety of the base. He extracted energy 5 times, each draw costing 2,000 domain frequency energy, leaving him with approximately 1,000. Laser emitter can be installed within walls, automatically triggered when enemies approach, inflicting continuous damage within a short range. High-energy laser cannon can be placed on flat ground, firing high-energy laser blades at approaching enemies, dealing substantial damage over a considerable distance. Automated repair station can be situated on flat ground, capable of repairing fixed weapons within a 30-meter radius when damaged, storing vast amounts of electrical energy to power nearby weapons. Electromagnetic storm trap can be concealed underground, delivering intense and sustained lethal damage to passing enemies. With a very short attack range, watchtower machine gun can be placed on the ground, automatically targeting enemies for precise strikes, boasting a rapid firing rate but lower damage. Effective over long distances. Gazing at the descriptions of these weapons, Chen Tao could envision their formidable capabilities. Moreover, with the exception of the watchtower machine gun, most attacks were executed through the conversion of electrical energy. Given the current power generation capacity of the base, it was insufficient, but he could certainly expand the facility and install power generation devices throughout. However, he pondered how effective they would be against elite-level zombies. Rubbing his chin, intricate blueprints materialized in his mind. The complexity of the task was daunting. Crafting a long-range electromagnetic gun resembled assembling a jigsaw puzzle with dozens of pieces. The generator and intelligent shield tunneling machine felt like assembling a Lego set with hundreds of components. Presently, these weapons ranked just below the challenge of constructing a battleship like the Missouri. Not only were they difficult to create, but some materials appeared to be exceedingly scarce. However, simplified versions can be crafted according to the design, and when resources become available in the future, a complete version can be created. Initially, Chen Tao was troubled by the relentless onslaught of zombies, but with these new tools at his disposal, he could now rest easy. In a few years, should humanity still exist after the zombies have been eradicated, I shall pen a book entitled I Activated Tower Defense Mode in the Apocalypse. Although I possess no writing skills, I have first-hand experience to draw upon. In his excitement, Chen Tao even entertained a wildly impractical notion. After glancing at the structure diagram of the base and making some simple annotations, he headed towards the power room. Previous simulations had indicated that a power failure would occur on the 14th day of the apocalypse. However, upon meticulous inspection, everything appeared to be functioning normally. Perhaps it was the work of those rats, but they have since been eliminated, and thus the power failure should not manifest. After some time, Chen Tao proceeded to the gym and entered the gravity training chamber. Chapter 55, Conflicts in the Camp. Bang, bang, bang. Before dawn, the training chamber was struck vigorously several times. Mushue? What is it? Chen Tao, still bleary-eyed, looked at Su Mushue, who wore only a thin shirt, her hair cascading around her shoulders, her large, watery eyes pleading for assistance. The old rat. The loose garment did little to conceal Su Mushue's flawless figure, and in this ethereal beauty, there was an undeniable allure. However, there was no time for Chen Tao to indulge in admiration. He promptly exited the training chamber. The gym door was shut, but faint rustling sounds could be heard from outside. Oh no! Chen Tao's heart raced as he grabbed his black iron gun and dashed out. Fortunately, the number of zombie rats that had infiltrated the base was relatively low, and food supplies were scarce. Yet, the power lines had indeed been gnawed through in several places. Within a matter of minutes, Chen Tao dispatched all the zombie rats and proceeded to inspect the entire interior of the base. It turned out to be the ventilation ducts. Chen Tao had reinforced the main structures of the first and second floors, transforming them into superior rebar and premium concrete, but he had overlooked the ventilation system. Thankfully, this oversight did not result in any significant damage. He immediately reinforced the ventilation ducts and increased the number of iron grates. Had it not been for this invasion of zombie rats, the emergence of stronger zombies traversing through these ducts in the future would undoubtedly have led to far greater losses for Chen Tao, perhaps even threatening his life. Upon returning to the gym, Chen Tao found Sumu Shui back to her usual self, attending to Fang Yunyun's condition. Upon discovering the zombie rats, she had rushed to Fang Yunyun's room, carrying her back to the gym where Chen Tao was. "Is everything cleared?" Sumu Shui asked, somewhat awkwardly. "Yes." Chen Tao nodded affirmatively. "I will take Yunyun back to her room now," Sumu Shui said, lifting Fang Yunyun in her arms and quickly departing. Chen Tao changed into a different outfit and headed to the cafeteria to prepare breakfast. Although his culinary skills were mediocre, he was determined not to let Sumu Shui continue to waste ingredients. "Brother Chun, yesterday afternoon, our Awakening Squad conducted a thorough search and made significant gains. We are ready to bring your intelligent shield tunneling machine over today. I hope you have the time." Han Zhong messaged him. "I have time. You can come over any time." "Great. I will send it over shortly." "Captain Han, do you have any discarded artillery or firearms?" Chen inquired. Previously, without any awakened individuals, the wear and tear on weapons during battles against zombies was substantial, and the repair workshop is non-operational. We indeed have a number of pieces of equipment that are now beyond repair. If possible, please bring some along. "Absolutely," Han Zhong replied generously. In the northern part of Jiangcheng, the former military base's old site had begun to take shape as a new sanctuary for survivors. Han Zhong reorganized the original soldiers into 10 small teams, separating the awakened from the non-awakened. Some were tasked with base security, others with transportation, construction, and logistical support. The number of rescued survivors continued to rise, with an increasing number of ordinary individuals awakening their powers. Often, it is not the case that greater ability brings greater responsibility. Rather, it is that greater ability tends to breed greater ambition. Many awakened civilians had begun to express dissatisfaction regarding Han Zhong's distribution of food rations and housing. After all, with the arrival of zombies and the collapse of society, all laws had lost their binding power. Only the strong could survive and dictate everything. Han Zhong's primary dilemma lay in the fact that, as the supreme commander and decision-maker, he had not awakened, which made it difficult for him to command respect. Within the entire unit, he relied on his personal prestige, long-term strategic vision, accurate judgment, and the loyalty of his subordinates to maintain his position as the highest commander. However, in the eyes of the awakened civilians, he struggled to gain their allegiance. Among the 4 strongest awakened individuals in the camp, the first to enhance their powers were number 8 and the burly number 11, both of whom were Han Zhong's subordinates. In contrast, the only female, number 18, and the highly resilient number 20 were rescued civilians. In the early days of the apocalypse, under the threat of zombies, everyone united against a common enemy, suppressing all internal conflicts. Yet now, with the sanctuary's defensive capabilities, there was no longer a worry about zombies, and the previously formidable elite zombies had vanished. The internal conflicts within the sanctuary began to surface gradually. Han Zhong had sensed this early on. The sanctuary was still under construction, and one could not afford to be careless regarding the zombies outside. To stabilize the situation and unite all forces against the undead, he had no choice but to prioritize appeasement. Even the surveillance in the rest area had been completely removed, leading to a gradual decline in oversight of the awakened civilians. After all, they did not possess Chen Tao's level of strength. Should internal strife truly erupt, even a fortified sanctuary might struggle to withstand a zombie onslaught. Before the zombie outbreak, I was merely a most beleaguered worker, enduring disdain and biting my tongue, earning little and failing to find a wife. Now, I have become an awakened one, endowed with this formidable power. It would be a disservice to the heavens not to find a dozen companions to accompany me. Deep within the 6th level of the shelter, awakened one number 87, with a cigarette in his mouth, spoke with an air of arrogance. Indeed, Brother Sun is correct. Yet the strength of the one surnamed Han is too formidable for us to contend with. It is true. I have heard whispers that a super powerful figure stands behind the one surnamed Han, someone named Chen, whose abilities are exceptionally potent. I am aware that this individual is named Chen Tao. He possesses remarkable skills and can concoct a special drug that doubles the powers of awakened beings. If we could manage to secure that individual, we would be able to recruit a vast number of super awakened ones. At that point, we could have not only dozens of companions, but anything we desire. However, there are still countless zombies to contend with. Zombies are of no consequence. We could raise a herd specifically to feed them, or at worst, relinquish half of the earth to them. Enough of future matters. Our upcoming plan is crucial to our eventual success or failure. You must remember to keep this confidential, or else. Awakened one number 87 narrowed his eyes. Their conversation was undeniably audacious. Yet, awakened one number 87 indeed possessed the capability to be so, as he held near infinite regenerative abilities. During the last expedition for supplies, he encountered enhanced zombies, and half of his body was reduced to pulp, yet astonishingly, he recovered within mere minutes. Once a member of the lower strata of society, awakened one number 87's greatest virtue was his endurance. He consistently portrayed himself as simple and loyal before Han Zhong. Now, as the influence of the awakened commoners grows, he too began to consolidate his own power. According to the information I have received, this supply transport is intended for that Chen Tao. Han Zhong has already agreed to let me join the transport team. If conditions allow, I shall capture that Chen Tao and use him to coerce Han Zhong into submission. Awakened one number 87 whispered. But what if that Chen Tao is indeed very powerful? A young bald-headed man inquired. I have already tampered with this batch of supplies. Once we depart, a mushroom cloud will rise from that kid's base, obliterating Han Zhong's support. Even if that kid manages to escape, the repercussions will inevitably fall upon Han Zhong. Awakened one number 87 revealed a chilling smile. Brother Sun's strategy is truly brilliant. Do not remain idle in the camp. Create some troubles for the one surnamed Han. Awakened one number 87 instructed. Chapter 56. Conspiracy before the surveillance. Initially, I harbored great disdain for that group of pests. Chen Tao examined the condition of the ground and walls. And now, Su Muxue, wielding a machete, followed closely behind Chen Tao. The ground level has been nearly stripped bare. It saves me time and effort, which is a fortunate circumstance. Chen Tao remarked with a smile. Are you planning to reinforce the walls further? Su Muxue inquired. Indeed. Chen Tao nodded. At present, these zombies are directly climbing over the walls. What good will it do to make them thicker? Haha, I have my own clever strategies. Chen Tao feigned mystery. A mere mountain dweller. Su Muxue scoffed. Chen Tao paused momentarily, turning to glance at Su Muxue. What is the matter? Nothing. It just feels unlike you to say that. Is the medication still affecting you? Chen Tao teased. I went outside to exterminate zombies. Su Muxue declared before preparing to step outside. The zombies wandering nearby are truly unfortunate. Chen Tao mused, shaking his head. Don't wander too far. Captain Han's supply convoy will be arriving shortly. Supply convoy? We aren't lacking in food, are we? Su Muxue inquired, turning back. It's not food, it's a shield tunneling machine. And perhaps some weapons as well, Chen Tao replied. Upon hearing this, Su Muxue, though uncertain about the purpose of a tunneling machine, chose not to press further, knowing she would eventually find out. As the gates of the base creaked open, she was about to step out when a distant rumbling filled the air. A convoy, stretching for several kilometers, was approaching Chen Tao's base. Is that many? Are they relocating their camp? Su Muxue wondered skeptically. Chen Tao, having heard the sound of armored vehicles, quickly exited the camp. Upon gazing at the seemingly serpentine line of vehicles, a broad smile broke across his face. Those cannons look rather grimy. They appear to be defective. Su Muxue remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. Despite her limited knowledge of such weapons, she could discern their condition. Yes, most of them are indeed broken. Are you planning to create a scrapyard with all this scrap metal? There is no such thing as scrap metal in this world. Only a lack of hands that can turn waste into treasure. You truly are quite arrogant. Su Muxue shot him a glance. Despite her deep admiration for Chen Tao's manufacturing skills, she feigned disdain. The convoy came to a gradual halt at the base's entrance, and number 5 hopped down from the vehicle, flanked by number 20 and the unfamiliar number 87. Brother Chen, The captain has instructed me to deliver these items to you. Number 5 said with utmost respect. Chen Tao nodded. Just drive them into the courtyard. Park wherever you like. Upon hearing this, Number 5 turned and waved his hand, signaling the following vehicles to proceed into the courtyard. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Chen Tao, he went to direct the parking of the vehicles. Why do you keep staring at that person? Do you think he is more handsome than I am? Chen Tao whispered into Su Mushue's ear. Since the moment the man behind Number 5 descended from the vehicle, Su Mushue had been watching him with a subtle intensity. I don't think he seems like a good person, Su Mushue replied, her brow furrowing. You shouldn't judge by appearances. Chen Tao shook his head. My judgment of character has always been quite accurate. This isn't merely about his looks. Su Mushue insisted. All right then. Chen Tao shrugged it off, moving to inspect the nearly defunct cannons. Wait, how is there a timing device hidden in here? So cleverly concealed. Chen Tao's heart raced. Without the eye of insight, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to uncover the secret lurking beneath the metal. It was a specially designed concentrated explosive, possessing an exceedingly terrifying destructive power. With a mere glance through his insightful eye, he discerned that if all the concentrated explosives were to detonate simultaneously, it would be equivalent to the might of 4 or 5 atomic bombs. Furthermore, it contained ground-penetrating warheads, capable of annihilating the enemy even if they were buried several meters underground. Was Han Zhong attempting to harm me? No, Chen Tao shook his head. In the simulations, Han Zhong had sacrificed himself for Chen Tao and had also made sacrifices for the sake of the camp's inhabitants. Moreover, during their real-life interactions, Chen Tao had come to regard Han Zhong as a trustworthy companion. Otherwise, he would not have personally visited the camp to provide Han Zhong with substantial assistance. Naturally, part of Chen Tao's motivation was to acquire experimental data and observe the awakened individuals. Moments later, Chen Tao instinctively lifted his gaze towards the number 87, who was transporting a machine gun. Coincidentally, number 87 also looked at him, their eyes meeting, and number 87 nodded in a gesture of utmost respect. Yet, within that respect, Chen Tao perceived a trace of ruthlessness. Mushue, you should return to your room. Chen Tao approached Su Mushue and spoke in a hushed tone. Upon hearing his tone, Su Mushue sensed something was amiss. As was her custom, she did not inquire further and turned to head back to the underground level. Number 5. Chen Tao beckoned from a distance. Number 5, upon hearing his call, hurriedly approached. Brother Chen, what are your orders? Number 5 inquired respectfully. It's not exactly an order, but I could use your assistance shortly. I wish to reinforce the perimeter walls, Chen Tao explained, presenting the structural blueprints and conveying his intentions to Number 5. Oh, that is quite manageable. With our numbers, we will finish it in no time. Number 5 nodded in agreement. Very well, I appreciate your help. Chen Tao smiled slightly. Don't mention it, Brother Chen. We're all in this together. Just let us know what you need. Number 5 jogged away to gather everyone, assigning tasks that included number 20 and number 87. Meanwhile, Chen Tao casually inspected the scrapped artillery, utilizing his insightful eye ability to discreetly pierce small holes with his dark iron gun at precise locations, dismantling all the detonators without a soul noticing. To ensure the safety of the supplies, this transportation team was comprised entirely of awakened individuals who worked with remarkable speed. Brother Chen, we need to use the restroom. Number 87 approached Chen Tao. Given the current situation, just find a secluded spot. Chen Tao replied with a smile. Number 87 nodded and, along with number 20, made their way to a corner outside the camp's entrance. Simultaneously, Chen Tao took out his phone. The surveillance system at the base could monitor all activities within a kilometer radius, utilizing covert cameras that were imperceptible even to professional detection equipment. We stand no chance against him. You have no idea how formidable he truly is. On the 20th's lips lingered words, accompanied by an expression of lingering trepidation. Even with the addition of the 5th, they were merely 2 against a dozen of us. The 87th furrowed his brow in deep concern. No, I shall never engage in combat with Chen Tao. His strength surpasses your wildest imagination. If you wish to eliminate Han Zhong, I may lend my assistance. The 20th continued to shake his head resolutely. Good heavens, have I truly fallen behind the times? Are conspiracies now so brazenly displayed? Chen Tao chuckled bitterly. He had invested considerable effort into the training of the 20th, as well as administering enhancement serums. Such treachery was intolerable to him. In this apocalypse, is it not permissible to take lives? Chen Tao turned his gaze to the mysterious iron gun in his hand, murmuring softly. Chapter 57. Expansion of the third floor. The transport team was diligently constructing walls at the base. Brother Chen, upon seeing Chen Tao approach, the 20th hastily greeted him with utmost respect. With a sudden flash, the mysterious iron gun gleamed ominously. It shot, finding a vital target before the 20th could react, leading to his untimely demise. Not a word was exchanged. The 20th was slain without ceremony. This left the 87th in shock, his immediate thought being that either Chen Tao or Han Zhong had uncovered his conspiracy. Without a moment's hesitation, the 87th turned to flee the base. Yet, how could his speed rival that of Chen Tao's iron gun? Thud! Chen Tao remained silent, hurling his iron gun like a javelin, pinning the 87th firmly to the ground. I shall not perish. The 87th struggled momentarily before closing his eyes. The sudden turn of events left the busy transport personnel utterly astounded. The 5th glanced at the fallen duo, his pupils constricting sharply. His limbs began to stiffen visibly, immobilized as if firmly anchored to the spot. He could not muster any thoughts of resistance against Chen Tao, even if he were the next target. He could only await his fate. Everyone, remain calm. I am merely assisting Captain Han in clearing the ranks. Please, continue your work. Chen Tao spoke nonchalantly, his gentle smile utterly incongruous with the ruthless actions he had just taken against two formidable awakened beings. 5th, dispose of their bodies. No sooner had Chen Tao spoken than the wounds on the 87th began to heal slowly. Wait. Chen Tao halted the 5th, hastening forward to assess the condition of the 87th. Such remarkable regenerative abilities. Chen Tao was taken aback. Yesterday, while searching for supplies, we encountered a fortified zombie. It had nearly obliterated him, yet he ultimately recovered. The 5th informed Chen Tao. This has become intriguing. Chen Tao murmured to himself. How shall we proceed, Brother Chen? The 5th inquired softly. Leave it to me. Dispose of the 20th far away. Find a suitable place to bury him. Chen Tao directed towards the 87th. Understood. The 5th replied with a bow. Chen Tao, dragging the subject designated as number 87, returned to the second floor of the base. He skillfully gathered some rebar and metal sheets to weld a sturdy iron cage, reinforcing it for added security. While number 87 possessed a remarkable recovery ability, his strength was only slightly superior to that of an ordinary person. Even a standard iron cage could confine him, and before number 87 regained consciousness, Chen Tao had administered a substantial dose of anesthetic. From within a cage draped with a black cloth came faint sounds. Chen Tao turned and lifted the cloth, revealing a zombie mouse, its breath shallow, with its shattered lower body oozing dark red blood. Although his laboratory was somewhat rudimentary, it was equipped with essential research apparatus. After several days of interaction with biological experts and utilizing the data collected by the base, Chen Tao had become adept at experiments involving cells and viruses. He extracted a vial of blood from number 87 for separation and analysis, and after a brief cultivation period, injected it into the zombie mouse. Within 20 minutes, the mouse's mutilated body visibly began to recover, though its shattered hind limbs did not regenerate. A surge of joy filled Chen Tao's heart. Although the results had yet to meet his expectations, he had glimpsed the possibility of replicating the awakened abilities of others. However, Chen Tao remained composed and refrained from immediately administering the treatment to himself. He intended to observe for a while longer, ensuring no adverse effects emerged, and planned to conduct further tests on human subjects to guarantee absolute safety before attempting it on himself. The limits of this recovery ability were certainly a consideration. He stroked his chin as he gazed at the unconscious number 87. Testing the limits of recovery would need to wait until the results from the zombie mouse were conclusive. Otherwise, if he inadvertently caused number 87's death, subsequent experiments would be rendered impossible. As the afternoon approached 3 o'clock, the construction of the outer wall of the base neared completion. Being awakened individuals, their work efficiency was undoubtedly impressive. Brother Chen, shall we tidy up the yard as well? Within the base, the ground was riddled with small holes dug by the zombie mice from the previous night. No need. It's getting late. You all can head back. Chen Tao instructed the team, using an old walkie-talkie to contact Han Zhong. Captain Han, I have sent your team back. Good. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Chen Tao, while maintaining politeness, sought to remind Han Zhong that certain individuals must not be tolerated, as they could lead to significant trouble. What Brother Chen implies is that I have dealt with subjects 20 and 87. This matter pertains to your camp, and I should not have intervened. However, given our acquaintance and your connection with Mu Shui, I took the liberty to act, Chen Tao articulated with measured courtesy, hoping to leave Han Zhong indebted to him. So it is. Thank you, Brother Chen. In truth, I have some understanding of these matters. Han Zhong's camp has just begun to stabilize. At present, it is merely surviving. Should we commence the expulsion of those with ill intentions now, it would undoubtedly affect our cohesion and significantly weaken the camp's strength. If there were no other options, Han Zhong would not tolerate these underhanded actions. Should Captain Han require assistance with matters he finds inconvenient to handle himself, I would be glad to offer my help. I realize Brother Chen has many concerns to address. Before Han Zhong could finish his sentence, Chen Tao interrupted him. Since the onset of the apocalypse, I trust you have sensed Captain Han's sincerity. My intentions are rather straightforward. I hope that when I encounter difficulties, Captain Han will extend his hand in aid. Perhaps such a day may never arrive. Yet in these tumultuous times, fortune is unpredictable. Chen Tao's words were sincere, and Han Zhong was filled with gratitude towards him from the beginning to the end. If the need arises, Han Zhong would not hesitate to step forward. Naturally, Chen Tao would hope that such a day would not come. After their brief negotiation, Chen Tao initiated the intelligent shield tunneling machine, commencing the downward expansion of the third level. The machine operates entirely on electricity, placing the power generation apparatus under considerable strain. Chen Tao abandoned his plans to manufacture weapons and remained in the power generation room to monitor the apparatus. Fortunately, it merely issued warnings without any malfunctions. The expansion of the third underground level proceeded smoothly, with the intelligent shield tunneling machine completing the construction as per Chen Tao's specifications. From the load-bearing walls to the elevator shaft. Having no prior experience in construction, Chen Tao could only explore the process step by step. End of the 14th day of the apocalypse. Survival points earned, 59. Remaining survival points, 4,537. Remaining domain frequency energy, 1069. Today, I only eliminated a few dozen zombies in the morning, resulting in a meager increase in points and energy. Tomorrow, I must plan the third level and also modify those cannons. However, it seems there are not many places that require energy consumption at the moment. Once this busy period concludes, I shall venture out to gather more domain frequency energy. Chen Tao strolled towards the eightfold gravity training cabin. Given his current circumstances, its effectiveness was nearly negligible. With suitable reinforcing materials hard to find, he had no choice but to make do for now. Chapter 58. The battle with the elite zombie. In the early morning, Chen Tao had already prepared breakfast before Su Mu Xue had risen. Why are you up so late today? Chen Tao inquired curiously as he observed Su Mu Xue slowly making her way to the cafeteria. Typically, she would rise early, finishing her breakfast before heading out for morning exercises. Su Mu Xue looked up, dark circles under her eyes, and replied somewhat listlessly. The base trembled for most of the night. I wanted to sleep. The shield tunneling machine's expansion to the third layer not only generated considerable noise, but also caused significant vibrations, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to rest adequately. I shall endeavor to operate the shield machine during the day next time, Chen Tao said, scratching his head awkwardly. What are today's plans? We will expand to the fourth and fifth layers, Chen Tao replied. Su Mu Xue nearly spat out the kanji she had just consumed upon hearing this. Another day of tremors? It won't take a whole day. At most, just a few hours, Chen Tao assured her. If there's nothing for me to do, I'll head outside to eliminate some zombies. This vibration is simply too irritating. Su Mu Xue sighed, rubbing her forehead. Chen Tao had originally intended to expand only one layer. But after examining the weapons, he realized their power consumption was extraordinarily high. Even 2 power generators would not suffice. Consequently, he decided to allocate an entire layer for the installation of frequency domain energy generators. The remaining 2 layers would serve as laboratories and rest areas, while the first and second layers were designated for the storage of food and equipment. After a modest breakfast, Chen Tao activated the intelligent shield tunneling machine to continue the expansion of the fourth and fifth layers, while Su Mu Xue took up her machete and exited the base. Although her strength was not yet comparable to Chen Tao's, her martial arts foundation and skills allowed her to at least hold her own against him. Nonetheless, she harbored no delusions of grandeur. The notion of hunting zombies outside was limited to a radius of 200 to 300 meters from the base. There seemed to be fewer zombies. After a brief search, Su Mu Xue had only managed to eliminate a handful. Gazing into the distance, She spotted a large group of zombies several hundred meters away. However, for some unknown reason, they did not approach the base. For safety's sake, she refrained from engaging them and instead stood at the base's entrance, practicing with her machete. Chop, slash, flick, hack, thrust, stab. The 13 forms of the machete flowed seamlessly, the air pressure generated by the blade leaving distinct marks on the nearby tree trunks. Upon completing her practice, Su Mushue sheathed her machete, and her clothing and hair stirred as if caught by an unseen wind. She still had a long way to go before reaching the realm described by her master. With a sigh, Su Mushue was about to turn back when she suddenly noticed a little girl, around 11 or 12 years old, standing several hundred meters away and watching her. The girl appeared quite docile, yet there was a ghastly wound on her right shoulder that was unsettling to behold. Su Mushue narrowed her eyes and gripped her machete firmly. Having dealt with zombies for some time, she was not easily deceived by appearances. When did she appear? I sensed nothing. She must be significantly stronger than an enhanced zombie. Could she be the elite-level zombie Chen Tao mentioned? As this thought crossed Su Mushue's mind, she retreated towards the base. She had never encountered an elite-level zombie, let alone fought one, so she had no way of gauging its strength. However, she placed her trust in Chen Tao. During their time at the base, he had repeatedly mentioned the elite-level zombies and had cautioned Su Mushue that even united, their chances of survival were slim. A crisp sound reverberated as Su Mushue positioned her machete defensively before her, intercepting a punch from the girl. The speed was astonishing. Su Mushue was taken aback. They had initially been several hundred meters apart, yet the girl had closed the distance in an instant. Following her strike, the girl momentarily faltered, and Su Mushue seized the opportunity to retreat into the courtyard of the base. Yet, like a relentless parasite, the girl pursued her closely. Chen Tao, Su Mushue shouted, her voice piercing the air, before urgently raising her blade to fend off the girl's barrage of attacks. Meanwhile, in the underground level 2, Chen Tao remained fixated on the domain frequency energy generator in the power room, with only the distant rumble from below filling his ears. Why did he feel an incessant sense of unease? Chen Tao murmured to himself, based on the information gleaned from recent simulations. As long as he and Su Mushue did not actively seek out the elite-level zombie, it would take at least 4 or 5 days for one to appear. Aside from that elite-level threat, there should be no other dangers in the vicinity. However, he had overlooked the fact that in none of the simulations had it been mentioned that Han Zhong had transported supplies to Chen Tao's base. It was precisely due to the supply delivery yesterday that the events unfolding today had been altered. Before the transport team could reach the base, they were discovered by the elite-level zombie, which trailed them to Chen Tao's base, where it found him severely wounded. At that moment, outnumbered, the elite-level zombie remained hidden, refraining from launching an attack. It wasn't until today, while it continued to observe the base, that it spotted Su Mushue practicing her knife skills outside. On the ground, Su Mushue and the elite-level zombie had engaged in a fierce combat, exchanging blows in rapid succession. Suddenly, Su Mushue coughed up blood, while the elite-level zombie had its right arm completely severed by her strike. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the intelligent shield tunneling, Chen Tao suddenly heard the alarm sound. Zombies had breached the base. Chen Tao sprang to his feet, retrieving his phone to view the external surveillance footage. An elite-level zombie. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the reasons for its premature appearance, he grabbed the black iron spear and rushed toward the surface. Bang! As Chen Tao opened the safety door to the ground level, he witnessed Su Mushue's body crash heavily onto the ground. Without a shred of doubt, and having shed all burdens, he charged fiercely at the elite-level zombie. Compared to several days prior, Chen Tao's strength had notably increased, reaching the pinnacle of enhancement achievable within the 8-fold gravity training chamber. The black iron spear struck with ruthless precision, targeting the right side of the elite-level zombie. The fierce battle with Su Mushue had drained more than half of the elite-level zombie's stamina, and with its right arm completely severed, it found itself increasingly overwhelmed by Chen Tao's relentless assault. Bang, bang, bang. The Xian Tai spear struck the elite-level zombie, as though it had collided with an indestructible metal, sending a relentless wave of searing pain through Chen Tao's hands. Behind him, Su Mushue staggered to her feet, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with one hand. Once more, she summoned all her strength, and the sound of the Miao knife slicing through the air reverberated. With a fierce hiss, the Miao knife swept with unparalleled momentum, catching the elite-level zombie off guard. Yet, it could not evade in time, and its left leg bore the brunt of the blow. Chen Tao, channeling all his might into his spear, pierced the chest of the elite-level zombie. Roaring in agony, the elite-level zombie, despite sustaining such grievous injuries, still possessed the strength to retaliate. With a thunderous impact, both Chen Tao and Su Muxue were thrust backward several paces. The elite-level zombie, no longer willing to engage, darted away from Chen Tao's base. Muxue, return. Do not pursue a desperate foe. Despite her severe injuries, Su Muxue realized that the elite-level zombie was at its last gasp. If it were allowed to escape, it might not be so easily dealt with in the future. Just as she prepared to chase after it, Chen Tao called her back. Are you all right? Su Muxue turned to face Chen Tao. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Chen Tao retorted. At that moment, during the fierce battle, Su Muxue had been holding her breath, fearing to relax. Now, with the formidable enemy retreating, the pent-up blood and energy within her could no longer be contained and erupted forth. Is this what they call blood spitting? Chen Tao remarked, stepping forward to support Su Muxue. Chapter 59. With me here, even the King of Hell is useless. Chen Tao assisted Su Muxue to the second underground level. Initially, he held an optimistic outlook, believing that with a bit of rest, her injuries would heal. Previous simulations had indicated that in battles against elite-level zombies, Su Muxue had only suffered minor wounds. However, this time was different. At the onset, she had faced the elite-level zombie alone. It was a fight to the death, where she had dealt a significant blow to the elite-level zombie, but had nearly lost her own life in the process. Subsequently, she had forced herself to deliver a final, mighty strike. With the elite-level zombie retreating, the tension in Su Muxue dissipated. Though Chen Tao was not a physician, the laboratory contained several machines for monitoring vital signs and organ health. It became evident that Su Muxue's internal organs had been severely damaged, and she appeared to be on the brink of death. If I should perish, send me back to Panlong Mountain, Su Muxue, a martial artist well acquainted with her own physical condition, murmured. She had once believed that her current strength would suffice to survive in this apocalyptic world. She had even dreamed of a bright future, but that had now become a fleeting illusion. A single, crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye, marking one of the few times she had shed tears in her life. With me here, even the King of Hell is of no consequence, Chen Tao declared resolutely to Su Muxue. Weakened, Su Muxue gazed at Chen Tao, her demeanor unchanged from the past, offering no more than a slight nod in response. Chen Tao approached the iron cage, where the zombie rat exhibited a notable increase in aggression towards him. These creatures regained fragments of their consciousness only when on the brink of death. However, once their physical injuries healed, they would inevitably revert to their mindless state. He meticulously examined the recovery of the zombie rat, yet it fell short of his expectations. The posterior half of the creature was scabbed over, and its functional organs appeared relatively intact, but its hind limbs had not regenerated. Initially, Chen Tao had pulverized a substantial portion of this zombie rat's body with his mysterious iron spear. Its current state was, in fact, a miracle. Was the issue rooted in the extraction process, or was the inability to fully integrate resulting in diminished regenerative capabilities? Glancing at the slumbering subject 87, he pondered, if only he could replicate that formidable regenerative ability. Time was of the essence, as Su Muxue's consciousness gradually faded, leaving Chen Tao with little opportunity to monitor the zombie rat or seek out a human for further experimentation. He hastily tore open packaging to retrieve a fresh needle and syringe, then drew a significant volume of blood from the heart of subject 87. Making his way to the operating table, though not a professional in bioengineering, and having had only brief interactions with experts from research facilities, he had recently perused extensive literature. Nevertheless, his expertise was insufficient to conduct such an experiment. Fortunately, the intricate methods required for the preparation of awakening and enhancement serums were imprinted in his mind alongside the formulas. This knowledge allowed him to extract and splice the necessary components from cells, viruses, and genes. Swiftly, Chen Tao extracted what he deemed the most critical part from subject 87's blood and proceeded to dilute it. After all, Su Muxue was human. While the zombie rat had transcended into a state of undead, their tolerances would undoubtedly differ. To err on the side of caution, he incorporated additional cellular material extracted from his own blood, relying heavily on instinct regarding the potential reactions. With the syringe in hand, He approached Su Mushue's bedside, where she lay entirely unconscious, clinging to the last thread of life. There was a cryogenic freezing apparatus on the first floor. If this endeavor proved futile, he would freeze her temporarily, awaiting the discovery of a viable method to save her. Taking a deep breath, Chen Tao injected the concocted serum into Su Mushue's body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. He experienced the true essence of torment for the first time. Was this truly ineffective? Rising to his feet, he retrieved his mobile device, preparing to use the simulator to assess the results, and then intended to transport Su Mushue to the cryogenic chamber on the first floor. Beep, beep. The vital signs monitoring device emitted a faint sound, causing Chen Tao to freeze momentarily. Mushue, how do you feel? He inquired. I'm not dead. Su Mushue furrowed her brow in disbelief, glancing at her hands, and then pinched Chen Tao. It hurts, she exclaimed through gritted teeth. I told you won't die? Chen Tao exclaimed, clutching his thigh. Su Mushue was not astonished by her survival, but rather by the startling realization that her strength seemed to have amplified. Have all my injuries healed? Su Mushue sat up abruptly. I, too, embraced a dead horse as a living horse mentality, but it may still pose some hidden dangers. Therefore, should you notice anything amiss, be sure to inform me at once. Chen Tao declared with utmost seriousness. I feel an overwhelming surge of primal energy coursing through me. I wish to venture outside and test my mettle against a few zombies. Su Mushue rose to her feet. My dear, you have just recovered. It would be prudent to refrain from strenuous activity. Chen Tao quickly interjected. Alternatively, would you care to spar with me? Su Mushue squinted at Chen Tao. There is a training pod in the gym. You could assess your limits there. Chen Tao suggested. He had also sustained minor injuries during his earlier confrontation with an elite zombie and had no desire to engage Su Mushue in combat. Very well. Chen Tao led Su Mushue to the gym, where the gravity training pod allowed for adjustments ranging from 1 to 8 times normal gravity. Prior to this, Su Mushue had not utilized this equipment, so Chen Tao initially set it to 3 times gravity. This posed little challenge for her. Only upon increasing the gravity to 5 times did she begin to feel some strain. As for 6 times the gravitational force, it was nearly her threshold. Not only had her recovery abilities become formidable, but her strength and endurance had also seen a significant enhancement. Chen Tao licked his parched, cracked lips. Such a potent augmentation made him envious. He pondered how long he would need to observe before seeing results, feeling a sense of impatience creeping in. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Tao retrieved his mobile phone and launched the Apocalypse Simulator. Apocalypse Simulation officially initiated. Day 1. You injected the substance extracted from blood type 87 into your own body, yet detected no changes. You continue to expand your base. Day 2. You severely injured yourself with a weapon, and your wounds remained unhealed. Su Mushue, in addition to tending to Fong Yunyun, also cares for you. What is happening? Why have I not gained healing abilities? Chen Tao was greatly perplexed. Day 3. Su Mushue diligently attends to both you and Fong Yunyun. A small number of zombies appear outside the base, yet Su Mushue does not venture out to eliminate them. Day 4. Your injuries have stabilized, but you are still unable to sit or stand. Su Mushue continues to care for you and Fong Yunyun. Good heavens, just how grievous were my injuries? Chen Tao furrowed his brow. It was not until the 8th day that the Chen Tao within the simulation regained some strength, allowing him to rise from his bed and fortify the base's walls. Chapter 60, Zombie Modifiers. Day 9. An elite zombie appears, and Su Mushue again delivers a devastating blow. Bringing it back to the base, you commence your research on the elite zombie. On the 10th day, you will once again extract the blood and virus from the number 87 and elite-grade zombies for research, yielding significant discoveries. On the 11th day, the earth trembles as all supervolcanoes erupt simultaneously. Fong Yunyun awakens, and upon examining her body, no abnormalities are found. On the 12th day, with Fong Yunyun's assistance, you begin to modify the zombie mice. Although the endeavor fails, it proves to be quite fruitful. On the 13th day, a surge of zombies emerges, and together with Fong Yunyun, you manufacture a multitude of weapons to fend off the horde. On the 14th day, you capture a severely injured zombie dog, conducting further experiments and modifications, achieving preliminary success. When did my enthusiasm for zombie research become so fervent? Are there no other matters to attend to? Chen Tao mused, noting that since the 10th day, there had been no mention of Su Mushue. On the 15th day, the zombie attacks become more ferocious. Yet under the saturated firepower of the base's weaponry, the onslaught is halted. On the 16th day, news arrives that the refuge in Binhai City has been breached by zombies, prompting a flood of survivors and awakened individuals to flee to Jiang City, while you continue your research on the zombies. On the 17th day, news from Kyoto reveals significant progress. With Fang Yunyun's help, you commence modifications on elite-grade zombies, though the attempt fails. On the 18th day, a tyrant-level zombie appears near Binhai, and numerous survivors arrive at the base, yet you do not accept them, as they head to Han Zhong's refuge instead. On the 19th day, you receive word from Wang Yong that over 40 awakened individuals have mysteriously vanished from the refuge. Han Zhong falls into slumber and begins to awaken, sending you a request. After careful consideration, you conclude that the current strength of the base does not necessitate external assistance, and thus do not proceed to Han Zhong's refuge. On the 20th day, contact with Han Zhong's refuge is completely lost, yet your modifications of elite-grade zombies are successful. What does successful modification entail? Chen Tao pondered, somewhat perplexed. Summary: a total of 931 ordinary zombies have been slain, alongside 19 enhanced zombies. 2 achievements have been earned, and survival has been maintained for 20 days. Remaining domain frequency energy, 190. Having injected oneself with more than 5 types of viruses and formulated over 3 types of potions, the achievement of Scientific Pioneer has been attained. Scientific Pioneer enhances capabilities in biological research and improves the success rate of scientific endeavors. Successful modification of elite-grade or higher zombies grants the achievement of Zombie Modifier. Zombie Modifier provides a more comprehensive and systematic understanding of zombies, significantly increasing the success rate of modifications. Accumulating over 10 achievements awards milestone achievement points. 10. A flurry of notifications flashed across the mobile screen, leaving Chen Tao somewhat dazed. In comparison to the previous 2 simulations, this one has provided a wealth of information. Notably, the extraordinary regenerative abilities of number 87 have been successfully replicated in Su Mushua, and within the next 20 days, no discernible side effects have manifested. However, this ability has no effect on Chen Tao. Perhaps this extraordinary regenerative capability is akin to a virus, and my body, due to its immunity to such viruses, remains unaffected. Yet, the primary awakening serum that Su Mushua injected also contained my blood serum. Chen Tao pondered for a while, but could not deduce any conclusions. Furthermore, the awakening time for Fang Yunyun had not changed. However, based on the subsequent simulated content, Chen Tao was able to surmise Fang Yunyun's awakening ability. If it truly pertains to a talent in scientific research, then the workload for my future experiments will indeed be considerably alleviated. Lastly, regarding Han Zhong's refuge. As Chen Tao anticipated, there are many unsavory characters among the survivors. Since he had foreseen the crisis at the refuge, he could discreetly inform Han Zhong without affecting his own base, acknowledging that he could not replicate the capabilities of Subject 87. Chen Tao resolved to abandon this line of research and no longer waste further time on it. After the volcanic eruption, there would be several waves of zombies, and the defensive fortifications of the base must be completed promptly. Bang! Bang! In the courtyard of the base, Chen Tao was modifying the aged artillery. Su Mushua emerged, wielding a machete. After training in the gravity chamber, she had essentially adapted to the changes in her body and her strength had significantly improved. Due to the recent drastic reduction in the number of zombies nearby, the air had also become refreshing. What are you up to? Su Mushua inquired, observing Chen Tao as he swung his hammer. I'm setting up a few electromagnetic cannons outside to combat the zombies. Chen Tao replied. The walls of the base had been further reinforced, now nearing a thickness of 4 meters, allowing Chen Tao's van to traverse easily atop them. How did you come to do all this? It might be a talent acquired after awakening. Upon seeing the design of certain weapons, I can essentially replicate them. Chen Tao responded vaguely. Su Mushua approached and picked up the modified parts that Chen Tao had left on the ground. These should have been produced on a standardized assembly line to ensure their specifications. Yet, you seem to be thoroughly familiar with their dimensions, sizes, and shapes. How did you measure these dimensions? Su Mushua inquired, puzzled. My eyes serve as my measuring tool. Chen Tao replied nonchalantly. Do you need my assistance? Can you help? Su Mushua retorted. Then how can you assist me? I can learn. Su Mushua stated earnestly. Hesitating for a moment, Chen Tao took out his phone. Here are the construction blueprints for the electromagnetic cannon. I drew them previously. The parts are mostly prepared, so you can give it a try. Su Mushua, who had practiced martial arts since childhood, was utterly unfamiliar with the processing of conventional firearms, let alone advanced weapons like electromagnetic cannons. Nevertheless, she took the phone and began to study the blueprints. The temperatures in early July were significantly higher than usual, as if the earth were being roasted in a furnace. Chen Tao had constructed a pergola in the courtyard, yet he felt no respite from the sweltering heat. Curse this weather, there isn't even a hint of a breeze. He lamented. A tranquil mind brings natural coolness, Su Mushua remarked as she began assembling several metal components. You can actually do this? Chen Tao expressed his surprise. The blueprints and instructions are exceedingly detailed. One merely needs to follow them, and it seems devoid of difficulty. With Su Mushua's involvement, the progress of weapon manufacturing accelerated dramatically. As the saying goes, with men and women working together, the toil feels lighter. Suddenly, Chen Tao sensed that the oppressive heat was not as unbearable as before. Chapter 61. A New Crisis, Tyrant-Level Zombies. The base, transformed from a storage center, boasted a total construction area of approximately 20,000 square meters, with an actual footprint of around 3,800 square meters. Its east-west length exceeded 76 meters, while its north-south width surpassed 50 meters. Chen Tao planned to install 2 high-energy laser cannons and a sentry machine gun on each side of the walls. Inside the compound, he intended to place 2 multifunctional repair stations on the ground. At the main entrance wall, he would install 2 high-energy laser cannons and 1 multifunctional repair station, while the rear wall would feature 3 high-energy laser cannons and 2 multifunctional repair stations. He aimed to equip each wall surface with as many laser emitters as possible. Beneath the ground outside the base, he intended to set up electromagnetic storm traps. However, according to this blueprint, the components currently at hand were patently insufficient. He could only proceed with the installation of the simplified high-energy laser cannons for the time being. Through their concerted efforts, the two managed to create 2 simplified high-energy laser cannons in just a day and a half, progress that exceeded Chen Tao's expectations. In truth, the most challenging aspect remained the manufacture of the multifunctional repair stations, with the blueprints alone comprising over 100,000 pages. Chen Tao planned to complete the arrangements for the high-energy laser cannons, laser emitters, and sentry machine guns before temporarily pausing. As for the multifunctional repair stations, he would attend to them when he truly had ample leisure time. In the following 2 days, Chen Tao tasked Su Mushua with capturing a significant number of active zombies for meticulous study. Why are you so fascinated by zombies? Chen Tao had designated the newly expanded 3rd floor as a laboratory. This 3rd floor was comparable in size to the first 2, and nearly half of its space was occupied by the dissected zombies. Each time Su Mushua entered Chen Tao's laboratory, she had to mentally prepare herself. Even one accustomed to bloodshed would find their knees weak at the sight of the laboratory's grim tableau. Sometimes I feel zombies are more reliable than humans, Chen Tao suddenly remarked. Su Mushua's expression stiffened. What do you mean? I discovered a substance within the zombies' brains that is particularly high in metallic content. I suspect someone is using electromagnetic signals to control the zombies' movements, Chen Tao asserted confidently. Someone is controlling the zombies? Su Mushua's demeanor changed. To her, this notion seemed utterly fantastical. How could those zombies possibly be controlled by a person? However, this revelation came from Chen Tao, and she naturally believed it without question. I, too, speculated that even if it were not under human control, it could be another form of life, perhaps a more formidable breed of zombie, or even extraterrestrials. In any case, they are under some form of control. There should be a communication relay station in every area where zombies are active, Chen Tao continued. He was not well versed in this metallic substance. It was only through the hint of the eye of insight that he discerned its existence. Can we locate this communication relay station? Su Mushua inquired. If we could indeed find this relay station, it would validate Chen Tao's hypothesis. If his conjecture were to hold true, dealing with the zombies would become considerably simpler. I currently lack the capability, Chen Tao admitted, before voicing an even bolder idea. To assemble a legion of zombies? The revelations Su Mushua heard that night grew ever more sensational. Indeed, if my theory is correct, I could employ the same methods to control the zombies. However, there are numerous variables involved. Even with an understanding of the principles, implementation could present myriad challenges. Chen Tao sighed. What do you require? Su Muxue asked. What I need most at present are zombies and time, Chen Tao replied. I've reviewed the blueprints for the domain frequency energy generator. It should be feasible to construct. You need not concern yourself with the fourth floor power room. Additionally, I shall endeavor to capture some zombies in the surrounding area in the coming days for your research. Su Muxue did not hesitate. I appreciate your efforts during this time. Chen Tao regarded her with gratitude. We are all striving for a better existence. Su Muxue smiled gently. After Chen Tao imparted a few more instructions, Su Muxue departed the laboratory and proceeded to the fourth floor power room. Time is of the essence. I must complete the experiment swiftly, for I have little left. As he watched Su Muxue leave, a sudden wave of concern washed over Chen Tao. In truth, his research had not been as smooth as he had hoped. Yet, with the aid of the simulator, though the information was often vague, it still allowed him to glimpse some critical insights. Following the simulator's guidance, combined with Chen Tao's diligent study, he had made significant discoveries. However, before he could revel in his excitement for long, a new crisis quietly emerged. Just yesterday, during the simulation on the 20th day, a tyrant-class zombie approached the base in Binhai City. The defenses of the base were utterly inadequate. None of their attacks proved effective. And Chen Tao, Su Muxue, and Fang Yunyun perished without exception. Chen Tao expended all his remaining survival points to simulate 5 times, and the outcomes were invariably the same. In the pre-apocalyptic simulations, Chen Tao had never encountered a tyrant-class zombie, for he had already sought refuge in the Kyoto shelter by that time. He remained entirely unaware of the events transpiring in Binhai and Jiangqing. Now, after laboring so diligently to establish his base, just as it began to take shape, how could he possibly abandon it? Even if he were to abandon this place, where could he possibly go? The danger level of the sanctuary in Kyoto is hardly any less than here. It is merely a matter of dying sooner or later. At present, the only strategy Chen Tao can conceive is to employ the techniques of the foreigner against the foreigner, either by controlling a vast number of zombies to combat the tyrant-level undead, or by finding a way to directly dominate the tyrant-level zombie itself. End of the 17th day of the apocalypse. Survival points gained, 102. Remaining survival points, 235. Remaining domain frequency energy, 6210. Having spent the last 2 days in the laboratory, his survival points have scarcely increased. There are simply too many tasks requiring his direct involvement, and Chen Tao suddenly feels overwhelmed. Furthermore, his research on ordinary zombies is nearing its conclusion. To acquire more data, he must now focus on the elite-level zombies. However, after 2 consecutive encounters with elite-level zombies, he has not gained much advantage. In the last battle, although he severely injured the elite-level zombie, Su Muxue nearly paid with her life. Most importantly, Chen Tao is uncertain whether that elite-level zombie possesses an extraordinary recovery ability. Recent simulations have frequently mentioned that both he and Su Muxue managed to capture an elite-level zombie, leading to the conclusion that its injuries should not have healed. If this is indeed the case, the sooner they locate it, the greater their chances of victory in battle. But where could it be hiding? Chen Tao pondered. Jiang City is simply too vast. Searching for an individual here is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. And moreover, Chen Tao does not have much time to squander. He opened the map of Jiang City on his phone, scrutinizing it carefully, before his gaze settled on the upper right corner of the screen. Tomorrow, he and Su Muxue will investigate this location. Chapter 62. The Bloodthirsty Lolita, Jiangyu, July 4th, 2035, early morning. After having breakfast, Chen Tao and Su Muxue armed themselves and drove straight to the tenement building in the eastern district of the city. I hope that elite-level zombie is here, Chen Tao murmured. Su Muxue sat in the back seat, silently polishing her machete. As I suspected, that elite-level zombie is still in a severely injured state. If the 2 of us strike together, we might just scare it away. Chen Tao continued. Are you planning to lure it out? Su Muxue looked up at him. Yes, I will first search the tenement building. If I do find it, I will devise a way to draw it out, and then we can work together to subdue it. Chen Tao nodded. Then take your machete. The narrow terrain of the tenement building will limit the effectiveness of the Xian iron gun. All right. Chen Tao accepted without hesitation. Before long, the van arrived at the outskirts of the tenement building area. Chen Tao, wielding his machete, ventured deeper into the building. Where do all these zombies come from? Chen Tao frowned as he did not travel far before being confronted with a mass of zombies blocking his path. Not long ago, the area had been thoroughly cleared of zombies, yet now there are at least thousands of them. Bang! It has been quite a while since I last moved. Let me warm up with you. Chen Tao removed his outer Tai Chi garment, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. He held nothing back and charged into the horde of zombies with his machete. Crack! Crack! Su Mushue finished the last packet of chips and began to chew slowly. Has he been gone for so long without returning? Su Mushue strapped a long-range electromagnetic gun to her back and picked up the heavy black iron spear. How cumbersome. Just how strong is this fellow? Su Mushue furrowed her brow. Despite her recent awakening and subsequent enhancements, she had been training in the gravity chamber. Lifting the black iron spear felt excessively burdensome. With her current strength, it was not difficult to lift it, but wielding it in battle would be an entirely different matter. Shaking her head, she abandoned the idea of using the black iron spear. Thankful that she had prepared beforehand by coiling the nine-dragon whip around her waist, an effective weapon in critical moments. Have you found the elite-level zombie yet? Su Mushue inquired through an old-fashioned intercom, reaching out to Chen Tao. Not yet. There are numerous zombies obstructing the way. I'll clear them out first. Should I come over? No need for now. I can handle it myself. Chen Tao replied. Hearing this, Su Mushue reluctantly set aside the electromagnetic gun. Yet the snacks she had brought were nearly finished. Meanwhile, Chen Tao had already dispatched 700 or 800 zombies. These creatures had gained strength, only slightly weaker than the initial enhanced zombies. Even though Chen Tao was giving his all, they still posed a considerable challenge. His arms and back bore visible scars. But thankfully, his immunity to the virus protected him from infection. However, the pain from the wounds was undeniably real. After hours of fierce combat, Chen Tao finally cleared the obstructing zombies. There were likely still many more lurking in the surrounding buildings, but he chose to ignore them and proceeded deeper into the area. Soon, he arrived once again at the end of this section. It was here that he first encountered an elite-level zombie. Although it seemed to retain some semblance of humanity at that time, Chen Tao ascended to the third floor with practiced ease. The debris meant to fend off zombies still blocked the staircase. How did they transform into zombies? Chen Tao pondered. Bang! Crack! The machete struck fiercely, shattering the obstacles. As expected, upon reaching the third floor, the elite-level zombie was hiding in a corner of the balcony. Its right arm had been severed, and its right leg was also missing. In its only remaining hand, it clutched a patchwork teddy bear, appearing exceedingly tragic. Chen Tao felt no pangs of compassion. After all, the figure before him was a zombie, and a formidable elite-level one at that. A moment's negligence could cost him his life. Uncle Chen Tao. Just as he was about to make his move, the elite zombie suddenly lifted its head and gazed at him. I can no longer endure this. I do not wish to be a mere machine for killing. The creature's eyes reflected helplessness and despair. I know you are not in control of your actions. Chen Tao tightened his grip on the spear, maintaining a safe distance from the elite zombie. Can you kill me? My mother is dead, and my father has also perished. Do you not wish to know who is responsible for your parents' demise? Do you not want to discover who transformed you into this? Chen Tao inquired. She shook her head vehemently. I cannot control myself. I can help you. Chen Tao replied earnestly. Is that truly so? Her eyes shimmered with tears. Indeed, come with me. Upon hearing this, the girl staggered to rise, and Chen Tao found a wooden stick amidst the debris to offer her as a makeshift crutch. My vehicle is parked outside. Chen Tao followed closely behind her, his spear firmly gripped, never wavering for an instant. I am in so much pain, the girl said laboriously. This will soon pass. Chen Tao reassured her. Do you remember your name? I am Jianging Yu. The girl responded. How old are you? 12. She seemed to regain her normal faculties. Yet the injuries on her body and the red marks on her neck continually reminded Chen Tao that this girl was not truly human. On the streets of the tenement building, numerous zombies appeared, but upon catching sight of Jianging Yu, they scattered in all directions. Chen Tao had no interest in pursuing them. His primary task was to watch over Jianging Yu. A few minutes later, they arrived at the van, where Su Mushue opened the trunk. So smooth? I can hardly believe it, she remarked. When Chun Gu takes action, he is worth two. Chen Tao chuckled. What sweet talk did you employ? Inside the van's trunk, there was an iron cage taller than a man. For safety's sake, Chen Tao first secured Jianging Yu within it. Should she suddenly turn hostile, the confined space of the vehicle could very well spell doom for both him and Su Mushue. In a laboratory situated underground, 100 floors beneath the commercial center of Jiang City, an elderly man clad in a white lab coat shook his head with a sigh. Subject T-2001 has gone off the grid. I will send someone to search for it, a middle-aged man replied solemnly. Forget it, it has lost all value. The elder sighed once more. Alas, it was the most perfect specimen I had ever encountered, but the T2 virus is merely a prototype, and we were too hasty. The Zhangchun side has discovered several promising survivors and awakened individuals. I can have her bring new specimens. The T2 virus project must not be halted. The middle-aged man asserted with determination. In the T-2001, valuable data was indeed obtained, and the forthcoming experiments should proceed more smoothly. The elder nodded. Chapter 63, Zombie Mosquito. Jiang Yingyu crouched in the corner of the iron cage, observing Chen Tao as he busily worked. A sharp pang of pain caused her body to tremble slightly, her left hand gripping her beloved teddy bear tightly. Despite its filth and the unsightly patches adorning it, the teddy bear remained her most treasured possession. Chen Tao sighed. He was currently unable to treat Jiang Yingyu's injuries. He had conducted numerous experiments on zombies, and whenever a zombie regained its abilities, it would become frenzied and exceedingly aggressive. Only when severely injured or on the brink of death could it regain a semblance of rationality. Jiang Yingyu's current condition was, therefore, the safest for Chen Tao. He needed to find a way to eliminate the virus within her or sever the possibility of her being controlled before he could attend to her wounds. Due to the zombie virus, although Jiang Yingyu's injuries were indeed grave, they would not pose an immediate threat to her life in the short term. Chen Tao pondered whether an elite-level zombie could yield the metallic substance he sought. Previously, he had conducted extensive experiments, discovering that extracting the highest concentration of a certain metallic substance from the brains of ordinary zombies would result in their immediate demise. This was also the reason why targeting the head was the most effective way to eliminate zombies. Seeing Jiang Yingyu's pitiable state stirred a flicker of compassion within Chen Tao. After all, she was still so young. While he had slain zombies of a similar age to Jiang Yingyu, those had been entirely devoid of reason at the time of their deaths, leaving him with no moral burden. However, using Jiang Yingyu as a subject for experimentation posed a grave risk. Should he fail, her chance of survival would be non-existent. The simulations had repeatedly indicated that he had experimented on elite zombies without any reports of her demise. Knock, knock, knock. As Chen Tao hesitated, the door to the laboratory was gently rapped upon. Su Muxue entered, carrying some prepared food and milk. She had never felt any sympathy for zombies, but witnessing Jiang Yingyu's forlorn appearance evoked a modicum of pity within her. At the very least, she should have some food, Su Muxue murmured. Yes. Chen Tao nodded in agreement. Thank you, big sister, Jiang Yingyu said, her voice choked with emotion. It's nothing, no need to thank me. Su Muxue reached into the cage and gently patted Jiang Yingyu's head. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the base's alarm system blared to life, and two high-energy laser cannons on the perimeter wall activated simultaneously. Chen Tao glanced at his phone. The screen was too small to discern anything significant, prompting him to hurriedly rush to the monitoring room. However, even on the large screens in the monitoring room, no zombies were visible entering the base. The alarm continued to blare, and the high-energy laser cannons incessantly discharged lasers, pushing the base's power system to the brink of its limits. After all, the other two power generation units are yet to be constructed. What on earth is happening? Chen Tao stared at the monitor in confusion, hoping to find some clues. Could it be invisible zombies? Su Muxue had also arrived in the monitoring room. Invisible zombies? Chen Tao was taken aback. Such creatures had not been mentioned in the simulation. However, the information provided by the simulator was indeed rather scant, and it was possible that such details had been omitted. I will go out to investigate. You stay here and do not venture out, Chen Tao instructed Su Muxue before departing from the monitoring room. On the surface of the base, Chen Tao gripped his mysterious iron gun tightly, cautiously surveying his surroundings, yet found nothing unusual. Could it be a malfunction in the surveillance system? Chen Tao murmured to himself. Suddenly, a swarm of fist-sized mosquitoes buzzed over the fence and entered the base, heading straight for Chen Tao. So large, Chen Tao hurriedly swung the mysterious iron gun. But those mosquitoes were exceedingly agile, rendering his weapon ineffective. A few of them even landed on his arm, their proboscises piercing his skin and voraciously sucking his blood. Chen Tao slapped his arm hard, only to find his hand coated in a thick, sticky liquid that made him feel nauseous. Moreover, several zombies, having enjoyed a few sips of blood, unexpectedly collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. Is my blood toxic? Yet, this meager quantity of blood could hardly satiate so many zombie mosquitoes. After a while of flailing about, Chen Tao managed to squash one mosquito, while the rest continued to hover around his head. At that moment, he dared not retreat to the lower levels of the base. If he inadvertently brought these mosquitoes back with him, it would surely spell trouble. The swarm of zombie mosquitoes grew ever larger. Chen Tao was not particularly afraid of any viruses they might carry. His only concern was their blood-sucking prowess. If he did not find a way to deal with these zombies soon, he feared he would be drained to the last drop. In the monitoring room, Su Muxue watched the unfolding chaos outside with mounting anxiety. Suddenly, she recalled that on their way back, those ordinary zombies had fled in panic upon seeing the van, something that had never occurred before. It is essential to remember where Chen Tao is present. Those zombies are far more frenzied than when encountering ordinary humans. There is no time for hesitation. If I do not act now, he may lose his life. Su Muxue strode into the laboratory and unlocked the cage holding Jiang Yingyu. Her sister, Jiang Yingyu, appeared bewildered. Come with me. Without further ado, Su Muxue supported the severely injured Jiang Yingyu and headed outside. As the safety door swung open once more, the zombie mosquitoes hovered as if frozen in place, simply flapping their wings without attacking anyone. Chen Tao, coming quickly. Upon returning to the second underground level, Chen Tao felt a lingering sense of dread. Had it not been for Su Muxue rescuing Jiang Yingyu, he might have truly met his end out there. Unexpectedly, these seemingly inconspicuous little creatures proved to be even more formidable than the enhanced zombies. As Chen Tao's words faded, the vintage intercom crackled to life. Brother Chen, we have encountered a swarm of mosquitoes and bats transformed into zombies outside the shelter. Many awakened ones have already perished. You should refrain from venturing out in the near future. Although Han Zhong's warning came a tad late, Chen Tao expressed his gratitude nonetheless. By the way, we went to the South District yesterday and discovered that all the animals in the Jiangxing Zoo have vanished. The Jiangxing Zoo is the largest of its kind in Jiangxing, home to hundreds of species and nearly 10,000 animals. Thank you, Captain Han, for your warning. I shall exercise caution. Chen Tao recognized the gravity of the situation. The troubles posed by these animals far surpassed those of ordinary humanoid zombies. It seemed he truly could not afford to go outside anytime soon. With that, Chen Tao set down the vintage intercom and spoke solemnly to Su Muxue. Su Muxue merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Chapter 64, Mechanical Modification Blueprint. Jiang Yingyu is nothing short of a walking cheat code. With a remote electromagnetic gun in hand, Chen Tao could hardly conceal his elation. Su Muxue stood behind him, gazing at him in bemusement. Tap, tap. Outside the safety door of the base, swarms of zombie mosquitoes were struck down by the remote electromagnetic gun, tumbling to the ground. Though the gun was effective, it struggled against the remarkably agile zombie mosquitoes, consuming substantial energy while failing to eliminate many of them. However, with the elite zombie Jiang Yingyu at his side, those mosquitoes seemed to regard her as a deity. Paralyzed with fear, while hitting moving targets might pose a challenge for Chen Tao, he could easily strike a stationary one with his eyes closed. In just half a day, he had dispatched over 600 zombie mosquitoes. These creatures exhibited remarkable vitality. Some were incinerated into charred orbs, while others merely succumbed to temporary paralysis. Chen Tao's obsession with studying zombies had reached a frenzied level. He spared no effort in dissecting even these mosquitoes, ensuring that any that were not entirely lifeless were brought back to the laboratory for examination. The significance of these zombie mosquitoes to Chen Tao was far greater than that of ordinary humanoid zombies. Firstly, their cerebral structure was entirely distinct, with the metallic substances in the brains of zombie mosquitoes being considerably easier to extract. Secondly, the proportion of metallic substances in the brains of zombie mosquitoes was markedly lower than in those of other zombies. Chen Tao was astonished to discover that after removing all metallic materials from their brains, the majority of zombie mosquitoes could survive. Zombies could indeed exist without these metallic substances. It was merely that my previous methods were perhaps flawed. The dissection of the zombie mosquitoes provided Chen Tao with a fresh perspective. Once the majority of the zombie mosquitoes outside the base were eradicated, Su Muxue went on to capture several ordinary zombies to bring back. In this instance, Chen Tao meticulously extracted the metallic substance from the brains of zombies multiple times, each extraction yielding merely a few micrograms, followed by suturing. Although the progress was slow, the results were remarkably effective, with the previously aggressive and bloodthirsty zombies exhibiting significantly stabilized emotions. As the experiments continued, Chen Tao made a new discovery. The later captured zombies contained almost no traces of this peculiar metallic substance. Yet they demonstrated greater strength, and their internal viruses proved more challenging to eradicate. Chen Tao had yet to conduct research addressing this situation. His primary focus remained on how to safely remove the metallic substance from Jiang Yingyu's brain while preserving her abilities and life. On the evening of July 5th, Chen Tao commenced the extraction of the metallic substance from Jiang Yingyu's brain. To his surprise, the situation was far more favorable than anticipated. He noted that the metallic material in her brain appeared to be minimal, or perhaps in a state of atrophy and decomposition. The reason for this eluded him, as the Eye of Insight provided no precise data on the matter. Remarkably, this minuscule quantity of metallic substance could be entirely eliminated within a dozen surgical procedures. The operation proceeded exceptionally smoothly, and Jiang Yingyu's post-operative condition was excellent. Monitoring her vital signs revealed a seemingly enhanced strength. Generally, one would expect a reduction of such a substance to weaken a zombie's capabilities. Why, then, did she exhibit signs of enhancement? Chen Tao found himself perplexed. Perhaps this was the distinguishing factor between elite zombies and ordinary ones. His understanding of this aspect was limited. Without the Eye of Insight, he could not have conducted such extensive experiments, let alone isolate the metallic substance from a delicate brain. How did it go? Su Muxue inquired with concern as Chen Tao emerged from the laboratory, drenched in sweat. Very successful, Chen Tao replied with a smile. That's wonderful. Su Muxue sighed in relief, her previous tension dissipating instantly. You seem quite concerned about Jiang Yingyu, Chen Tao remarked. Perhaps it is merely an overflow of maternal affection. Su Muxue responded, her tone playful. Chen Tao nearly choked on his words before he could reply, but Su Muxue had already turned and departed with graceful ease. Sighing, Chen Tao reflected on the numerous intimate encounters that had occurred within the simulator. Had even a single one been genuine? It was possible that a child might have already been conceived. End of day 19 of the apocalypse. Survival points earned, 721. Remaining survival points, 1394. Remaining domain frequency energy, 28611. In the past couple of days, Chen Tao had dispatched a multitude of zombie mosquitoes, causing the domain frequency energy to surge from over 2,000 to nearly 30,000. Initially, he contemplated utilizing technological research to extract some blueprints. However, upon further reflection, even if he were to acquire powerful weapon designs, their manufacture would require both time and materials, two resources he was critically lacking. Moreover, he speculated that the weapons produced through military technology could only provide limited defense against enhanced zombies. After all, the talent for technological research and development is merely a purple-level aptitude, akin in strength to that of the mighty. Yet, what he is destined to confront in the future are the tyrant zombies, far more terrifying than the elite-level undead, and potentially even stronger variants. Relying solely on self-developed weaponry is utterly insufficient. Chen Tao accessed the apocalyptic shop within the Doomsday Simulator, and his attention was immediately drawn to a blueprint at the bottom requiring 25,000 domain frequency energy for purchase. Blueprint for human mechanical modification, limbs, consumption of domain frequency energy, 25,000, proximity, relatively close. Goodness. Without needing to read the description, one could easily surmise the purpose of this item. Is he truly embarking on the path of mechanical ascension? Chen Tao felt a surge of excitement within. When domain frequency energy is insufficient, these items appear dimmed, rendering their names nearly illegible. The proximity noted last time was in Jinlian City, so it should not be too far this time, Chen Tao speculated. During his last preparation of the primary enhancement potion, the materials indicated a proximity that was merely a little over 100 kilometers away. In just over 10 days, the tyrant-level zombies would emerge. Gritting his teeth, Chen Tao expended 25,000 domain frequency energy to procure the blueprint from the apocalyptic shop. Intermediate titanium alloy, intermediate titanium aluminum alloy, intermediate composite materials, intermediate nanomaterials, intermediate flexible textile materials. Dozens of materials dazzled Chen Tao's senses, and he would need to strengthen these materials. Otherwise, they would not meet the intermediate requirements. With the impending volcanic eruption, prompt action was imperative. Chen Tao checked the locations of the remaining materials, noting that they were almost all situated in the same area, which greatly alleviated many troubles. Xiaoyu, once you return to normal in a few days, I shall procure you new hands and legs. Chen Tao glanced towards the cage, where Jiang Yingyu still clutched her teddy bear with one hand. Chapter 65, The Half-Mechanical Zombie. Brother Chen, we have contacted shelters from various regions and warned them of the impending volcanic eruption. Preparations are already underway. In the morning, Han Zhong excitedly messaged Chen Tao. As long as we can minimize the damage, that's all that matters. Chen Tao replied with a smile. The number of survivors in Kyoto has doubled compared to before, and there are many in Binhai City as well. The total commander of the Binhai shelter is my former superior, who has suggested that we relocate there. After all, the Binhai shelter's scale and resources are hundreds of times greater than ours, along with over 1,000 awakened individuals, Han Zhong stated. If Han Zhong leaves Jiangqing, he might not awaken in time. Wait, the emergence of tyrant-level zombies in Binhai precedes Han Zhong's awakening. If he goes to Binhai, he will undoubtedly encounter tyrant-level zombies. What is Captain Han's decision then? Chen Tao inquired, maintaining a neutral expression. I wish to seek your counsel, Brother Chen. Han Zhong asked with a smile. Shortly, super zombies may also appear in Binhai, and with the strength of the Binhai shelter, they would be utterly incapable of resisting. Chen Tao stated directly. Then I shall not go. Brother Chen, may I share this information with my former superior? Han Zhong inquired tentatively. Of course, but he may not necessarily believe you. And even if he does, where can they go? With the scale of your refuge, can it accommodate so many people? Chen Tao retorted. This matter is beyond my control. I merely wish to remind my old leader. I am indifferent. Chen Tao replied. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Chen. May I ask what your next plans are? Will you remain at your base indefinitely? That seems to be the case, Chen Tao answered ambiguously. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I am at your service. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two ended the call. Chen Tao's primary focus now lay in countering the tyrant-level zombies. He must ensure his own safety before attending to the affairs of others. Mu Shui, I need to venture out today? Su Mu Shui asked. Do you need me to accompany you? No, the base is currently filled with many experimental zombies, including an elite level 1, so it is imperative to keep someone stationed here. Moreover, my destination is over 100 kilometers away. If any delays arise, Fang Yunyun will be left unattended. Chen Tao shook his head. All right, you go ahead. Su Mu Shui nodded. Now that communications have been restored and phones are operational, make sure to inform me at the earliest, if anything arises. Understood. Do you have anything else to say? Or any other matters to attend to? Chen Tao asked with a faint smile. Be cautious on the road. You are being rather dismissive. Su Mu Shui replied, producing 2 small daggers from a black cloth bag at her waist. These are for self-defense, I presume? She remarked before slowly departing. Forget it. Chen Tao sighed, uncertain whether Su Mu Shui was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending to be. He had yet to engage in any of the simulated scenarios. Everything remained purely theoretical. How could one merely indulge in the visual without any practical experience? Chen Tao grasped his firearm and entered the van. With a roar, the van sped away from the base. Meanwhile, Su Mu Shui returned to the monitoring room. Her gaze fixed on Chen Tao's van until it vanished from view. Return soon. Otherwise, I will miss you. In a county near Binhai City, on the southeastern edge of Jiangqing, stood a large non-ferrous metal company known as Jiangtai Company, Limited. This company specialized in the production and processing of various titanium and titanium alloy rare metals, as well as various metal composite materials. It had invested substantial funds in technological development and held numerous overseas patents and technologies. Due to encountering numerous zombies obstructing the way, Chen Tao wasted considerable time and only reached Jiangtai Company by noon. Over 400 kilometers should be a relatively short distance. How could the difference be so vast? Just a few more kilometers ahead, and I will reach Binhai City. Chen Tao, wielding his Xiantai spear, descended from the van and made his way directly to the factory of Jiangtai. Guided by his mobile device, he swiftly located the coveted titanium alloy metal. Goodness, this processing equipment surpasses mine by leaps and bounds. Chen Tao thought, instinctively activating his insight eye to examine the machinery. Each parameter exceeded that of the lathe he had constructed himself. As he lacked the blueprints for such machinery and had relied solely on trial and error to meet his needs. If only I could take this back with me, he mused, gently caressing the machine, utterly captivated. Given the capacity of his van, he could fit a small CNC lathe. Yet here lay an impressive array of over a dozen types of processing equipment. Moreover, it was unlikely he could transport all the metals he intended to take, let alone the lathes. But just as he pondered this, a dull thud echoed behind him. Startled, he turned to see a colossal, terrifying zombie lumbering toward him. This creature was unlike any he had encountered. It appeared a patchwork of horrors, with a power drill affixed to its left arm and a chainsaw to its right. Its entire body was encased in sturdy iron plating, indicating an extraordinary level of defense. Chen Tao quickly employed his insight eye once more. Type: semi-mechanical zombie. Level: bronze. Threat: 479. Characteristics: skin made entirely of metal, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Weakness: slow reaction time. With the head as its only vulnerable point. Bronze level: it seemed significantly more formidable than the enhanced zombies, yet not as powerful as the elite ones. Even so, given his current strength, he would stand little chance against this semi-mechanical zombie without the aid of Su Mushua. What a blunder! I should have brought Mushua along. The semi-mechanical zombie wasted no time, raising its chainsaw menacingly. Buzzing. The teeth of the chainsaw whirred rapidly as it swung toward Chen Tao. Clang. The Chen Tai spear was raised above his head, colliding with the chainsaw, sparks flying in all directions as a visible groove was etched into the spear's body. Almost immediately, the zombie swung its left arm, the drill spinning furiously as it lunged toward Chen Tao's chest. Damn! Chen Tao cursed under his breath, exerting his arms forcefully to deflect the chainsaw, then retreating swiftly. The zombie towered nearly 3 meters, its massive frame making it challenging to strike its head. A roar reminiscent of a tiger echoed from outside the factory. If a few more zombies, even enhanced ones, were to arrive, he might find himself utterly overwhelmed. In this critical moment, survival instinct kicked in, and Chen Tao began to contemplate retreat. Thud! A violent crashing sound resonated from outside the factory, through the shattered glass window. Chen Tao watched helplessly as his van soared into the sky before crashing heavily to the ground. Given the van's robust construction, such an impact should not have rendered it inoperable. However, it landed with its tires facing upwards. In Chapter 66, children are often indecisive. Clang. The chainsaw clashed once more with the dark iron spear as Chen Tao, leveraging his superior strength, repelled the relentless assault of the zombie. Yet, the creature's power seemed inexhaustible. While Chen Tao began to feel the strain of fatigue, although the head of the zombie was its weak point, despite 3 attempts, Chen Tao had failed to inflict significant damage. The iron spear in his hand was battered and bruised, and the cacophony of cries from outside grew increasingly chilling. This particular horde of zombies exhibited a surprising adherence to combat decorum. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chen Tao realized that while he could endure in a one-on-one confrontation, in a melee, he would have long succumbed. Typically, elite-level zombies would stay at a distance during combat, with enhanced and ordinary zombies adhering to a strict hierarchical structure. Yet, the half-mechanical zombie before him was clearly on par with elite zombies, as its presence deterred the others from advancing during their fierce battle. As the zombies' attacks intensified, Chen Tao found himself retreating until he was cornered. With no escape in sight, with a sudden burst of determination, he thrust the spear into the ground, using the rebound to leap into the air, landing squarely on the head of the zombie. Discarding the iron spear, he drew 2 small daggers from the white belt strapped around his waist. These daggers, having been reinforced by Chen Tao, were now exceedingly hard and capable of slicing through steel. The principle of an inch longer is stronger. An inch shorter is more agile applied here. The daggers required wrist strength for precision attacks, and combined with their inherent strength, they plunged directly into the zombie's cranium. I will pierce you. I will pierce you. I will pierce you. Chen Tao shouted hoarsely, rallying his spirits. The wall opposite him was soon drenched in the blood that sprayed forth from the zombie's head. Ultimately, in its thrashing, the entire wall collapsed. Outside, thousands of animalistic zombies stared hungrily at Chen Tao. Clang, clang. After vanquishing the half-mechanical zombie, Chen Tao discarded the 2 daggers. Had the melee begun? He bent down to retrieve his iron spear. Roar! A massive black zombie wolf, larger than a lion, lunged at Chen Tao. With a single thrust, he toppled the zombie wolf to the ground. My strength appears to have surged significantly. Before he could fully comprehend the change in his body, dozens of beastly zombies charged at him in unison. Perfect. I shall practice my skills on you. With a long spear in hand, Chen Tao fought valiantly. The ground outside the factory painted with rivers of blood that flowed towards the northern gate. He was unaware of how long he had battled. Feeling as though day had turned to night, his strength nearly depleted as he finally vanquished all the zombies. Thud. Exhausted, Chen Tao collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Even during the previous encounter alongside Su Muxue against Jiang Yingyu, he had exerted less effort than in this harrowing ordeal. Yet, as his energy waned, a warm current surged through his limbs and coalesced in his abdomen. On a regular day, even after relentless training with his spear, he would not have experienced such exhilarating relief. How refreshing, Chen Tao exclaimed. On the second day of the 6th lunar month, during the minor heat of summer, the night air felt stifling. He gazed up at the sky, murmuring to himself, the moon seems smaller tonight. The last time Fong Yunyan remarked on the moon's diminutive size, Chen Tao had dismissed it, but upon closer inspection this evening, he noticed that the crescent moon appeared significantly smaller than before. Could it be that the moon was truly on the verge of disappearing? A shiver coursed through him at the thought. If the moon were to vanish, the calamity it would bring could be far more terrifying than the outbreak of zombies. Such consequences were unimaginable to Chen Tao. Perhaps he was overthinking it. He shook his head. With disasters occurring so frequently, uncertainty loomed over whether he would see the sun rise tomorrow, leaving no time to ponder the visibility of the moon the day after. After resting for over an hour, Chen Tao regained his strength. He first righted his vehicle, then retrieved a power bank to convert the corpses of the zombies into energy. However, when he arrived at the half-mechanical zombie, he hesitated, ultimately deciding against converting it into electricity. After all, the numerous components on this creature might prove useful if salvaged. Looking at the machines and metal materials within the factory, he found it difficult to part with any of them. Only children make choices, he thought, before circling around and proceeding outside. In front of another factory, 3 containers awaited, filled with additional metallic materials. Without a moment's hesitation, he utilized domain frequency energy to reinforce the 3 containers. To his astonishment, the reinforcement process required an unexpectedly large amount of domain frequency energy. When he had reinforced his van previously, it had only consumed 200 to 300 points. Yet now, the initial reinforcement of the containers demanded 300 points, the second 500, and the third 700. Chen Tao currently possessed just over 3,000 points of domain frequency energy. After midnight, he would receive more. Having slain so many zombies today, along with a half-mechanical zombie comparable to an elite level, he was certain to earn a substantial amount. Chen Tao proceeded to reinforce the first container with the domain frequency energy at hand, a process that took an hour and a half in total. The end of the 20th day of the apocalypse. Survival points acquired, 892. Domain frequency energy acquired, 10, 921. Remaining survival points, 286. Remaining domain frequency energy, 11, 338. Chen Tao once again expended 400 points of domain frequency energy to enhance 2 additional containers. The fortified containers not only improved their defensive capabilities, but also increased their carrying capacity. With these 3 vehicles alone, it would be impossible to transport all the metals and CNC machines of Jiangtai Corporation, yet taking approximately 3/5 would suffice. This quantity was ample for Chen Tao's current consumption needs, and with the CNC machines for processing, he would save a considerable amount of time. Upon returning, he would need to expand the base downwards. Otherwise, there might be no place to store these materials. Chen Tao ambled towards the van, having no immediate intention of loading goods. After all, despite his enhanced strength, he remained fundamentally human and required necessary rest. Before retiring for the night, he placed a video call to Su Muxue to inquire about the situation at the base. How is everything at the base? All is well. When will you return? Su Muxue inquired. I should be back tomorrow morning after I collect some metal materials from Jiangtai Group in the south of the city. There is much more here than I anticipated, so it will take some time to transport. Are there many zombies there? Not many. I scarcely encountered any along the way. There are a few ordinary zombies in the factory, but they didn't even provide me with a warm-up opportunity. Chen Tao chuckled. Do not let your guard down. Even if the adversary seems weak, one must still exert their utmost. Yes, I will be cautious. Ensure you keep the dagger safe. It is exceedingly sharp. I have carried it for years and have grown accustomed to it, but since it is your first time handling it, be wary of injuring yourself. I have secured it as you instructed. Even with significant movement, it poses no danger. Chen Tao displayed the well-polished dagger at his waist to Su Muxue. With communication signals restored, video calls posed no issue. The two conversed for over 10 minutes before Chen Tao ended the call. a duration that was unusual even during their time at the base. Indeed, distance cultivates beauty. Not long after lying down in the van, a torrential downpour commenced outside. The rain still a vivid red, strikingly beautiful, yet eerily ominous. Chapter 67. The Awakened blocking the path. Drip drop. The residual droplets on the van fell into the small puddles below, sending ripples cascading outward. Splash. Chen Tao stepped out of the van, his foot landing in a puddle, splattering the crimson rainwater. It seemed last night's rain was quite substantial. Chen Tao surveyed his surroundings, noticing that the water in the ditches flanking the factory had overflowed. Achoo! A gentle breeze swept through, prompting Chen Tao to sneeze suddenly. Time to get to work. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can return home. Chen Tao rubbed his hands together, first loading a vehicle with non-ferrous metals, then filling another with processed alloys, and finally loading a third with several CNC lathes, including the remains of a half-mechanical zombie. After 4 enhancements, all 3 containers possessed automatic cruising capabilities, and Chen Tao set their speed to 100, directing them towards the base. Subsequently, he drove a van to a small research facility a few kilometers away, where he located the remaining nanomaterials and flexible textiles. The process of gathering materials proceeded remarkably smoothly. Within a mere 10 minutes, the van caught up with the 3 containers, adjusting its speed to approximately 100 miles per hour, trailing behind them. Mu Shui, I am already en route to the base, and I shall arrive in no more than half an hour. Chen Tao sent a voice message. All right, I will await your arrival at the base. Mu Shui promptly replied, engrossed in a cooking tutorial on her phone. Aware of her lack of culinary talent, she had no grand illusions of producing a gourmet dish. However, she figured it was worth attempting to create something edible. On the other hand, just as Chen Tao set down his phone, the leading container abruptly halted, as if it had collided with something. What is going on? Chen Tao's expression shifted, and he quickly stopped the van to investigate. Not far away, he spotted a figure, disheveled and filthy, their bodies smeared with grease and mud. Their hair was matted and elongated, sharp nails glimmered ominously, while their bloodshot eyes resembled those of a beast. Blocking the path of the first vehicle, Chen Tao quickly discerned that the individual was likely a female human, an awakened being. Behind her loomed hundreds of mutated zombies, all enhanced. It was the first time Chen Tao had encountered an awakened being capable of commanding zombies, inciting a sense of curiosity within him. Bang! The Xian Tai gun swung ferociously. Regardless of the curiosity swirling in his mind, Chen Tao understood that this battle was unavoidable, and it was better to resolve it swiftly. The awakened being, akin to a wild savage, moved with astonishing speed, and Chen Tao's strike missed, creating a substantial crater in the ground. Roar! Simultaneously, the mutated animals behind the awakened being unleashed a collective roar, charging towards Chen Tao, while the awakened ones circled around, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. We are all humans, Chen Tao shouted at the awakened being amidst the skirmish. Do I appear to be human to you? The awakened one retorted hoarsely. I may be able to assist you. Chen Tao swiftly retreated, positioning himself in front of the container. Assist me? How so? At the very least, I can help you become a more normal human and provide you with stable shelter and ample food. Chen Tao continued. He first contemplated arranging for this awakened being to stay at Han Zhong's refuge. Given the current situation, her abilities far surpassed those of subjects number 5 and 18. Moreover, she seemed capable of controlling the mutated beasts, harboring immense potential. I yearn to consume you, or perhaps be consumed by you. I require no assistance. The awakened one showed no interest in the treatment proposed by Chen Tao. I am not in the habit of devouring humans. As Chen Tao spoke, he removed his Tai Chi attire. It seemed the only course was to subdue her first, then gradually persuade her. The Xian Tai spear was once again brandished, hurtling towards the distant awakened one. However, her speed was astonishingly swift. Even with all his might, Chen Tao found himself unable to keep pace. In a bid to elevate his speed, he discarded the Xian Tai spear and opted for a dagger. Yet still, he found himself lagging far behind the awakened one. Her intellect was not to be underestimated. She recognized that in a contest of strength, she was no match for Chen Tao. Thus, she resolved to exploit her advantages of speed and endurance, gradually wearing him down, waiting for the moment he faltered to strike decisively. Seeing that he could not catch up to the awakened one's pace, Chen Tao redirected his efforts towards exterminating the zombie beasts. These undead creatures, having escaped from the zoo, were all enhanced-level zombies, presenting considerable challenges for Chen Tao. Witnessing the demise of numerous zombie beasts pained the awakened one deeply, and as Chen Tao grew bolder, showing no signs of exhaustion, it became apparent that it might be she who would falter first. With a swift thrust, the Xian Tai spear glimmered coldly and pierced through the skull of a zombified lion, which fell without even a chance to resist. The awakened one felt a surge of trepidation. I shall grant you a reprieve this time. Should we meet again, I shall devour you whole. With a disdainful snort, she vanished into the distance. The surrounding zombie beasts scattered like frightened birds. Chen Tao stood firm, watching until the last of the undead had retreated before slightly bending his body to hastily return to the van. His abdomen and back bore the marks of brutal clawing. Yet the blood of the zombies he had slain concealed any visible injuries. Moreover, his valiant demeanor masked his wounds so effectively that the awakened one remained oblivious to his condition. Upon reaching the van's control panel, he was able to configure the settings for the 3 nearby containers, selecting new targets, plotting routes, and adjusting the speed for automated cruising. Once completed, Chen Tao's consciousness began to blur. The virus immunity could only shield against harmful viruses and offered no remedy for excessive blood loss. Such a waste of blood. With that thought, he succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Minutes later, the 3 containers and the van came to a gentle halt outside the base's entrance. Su Muxue, observing from the monitoring room, recognized Chen Tao's return, but he did not exit the vehicle. The zombies surrounding the base had been thoroughly eradicated, prompting Su Muxue to open the gates. Chen Tao, she called tentatively, met only by an eerie silence. Her heart tightened as she rushed to the van, exerting all her strength to open the door, yet it remained steadfastly locked. Through the window, she beheld Chen Tao, bloodied and battered. Chen Tao. Su Muxue frantically pounded on the van's door, never before having felt such a loss of composure. Bang, bang, bang. Her fist struck heavily against the window, causing her knuckles to bleed from the force, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing her desperate assault. With a faint glimmer of consciousness, Chen Tao managed to unlock the door with a trembling finger. Hearing the click, Su Muxue abruptly yanked the door open, disregarding the blood covering Chen Tao as she lifted him into her arms, hastening towards the underground level. It's fine, just a bit of blood loss. I won't die. Why cry? Chen Tao weakly uttered. Who said I was crying? I just got sand in my eyes. Chapter 68, Basic Recovery Potion. Ouch, it hurts. Chen Tao grimaced in pain. Oh, you still feel pain? I told you not to go out without your sister. Su Muxue changed his bandages with care. I wanted to take you, but the base can't be left unguarded, and Yun Yun is still unconscious. Yun Yun? That sounds rather affectionate. Su Muxue applied iodine to Chen Tao's wounds. Although he had assured her that he wouldn't get infected, she habitually applied a little extra. Aren't you the same? Chen Tao winced as he spoke. All done. Be careful. You might not be so lucky next time. Su Muxue replied with a hint of irritation. You lack any sense of gratitude. When I awakened, you didn't take care for me this way. Chen Tao sighed. When I awakened, where were you then? At Han Zhong's camp, perhaps enticing some naive girl. Heaven bear witness, with zombies everywhere, I had no such thoughts. Chen Tao retorted with conviction. Oh, really? Su Muxue narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him. Absolutely not. In the face of disaster, my only concern was how to protect everyone. There were no improper thoughts at all. Chen Tao insisted earnestly. Precisely during such turmoil, thoughts multiply. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to die? Su Muxue suggested, enticingly. You have a point. Bang. Before Chen Tao could finish, Su Muxue closed the door and exited his room. You lack chivalry. This is manipulation. Besides, any thoughts I have are because of you. Chen Tao shook his head. Lacking the formidable recovery ability of Subject 87, his wounds healed at a slow pace. With a multitude of tasks left unfinished, resting longer meant facing the tyrant zombies with even greater peril. Uncertain of the true effectiveness of the end times walker talent, he thought that even half the recovery ability of Subject 87 would be satisfactory. Presently, the only attributes Chen Tao envied were defense, agility, and recovery capabilities. Today marks the 21st day of the apocalypse, and I must await the 100th day to awaken, Chen Tao sighed. According to the longest survival record in this desolate world, awakening occurs on the 100th day, which was the case during his journey to the Kyoto refuge. Now, he has gradually enhanced the base, yet the challenges he faces grow increasingly formidable. he has contemplated an early departure to the Kyoto refuge. But based on his understanding of the simulator, it is highly unlikely that it would reveal the identity of the zombies concealed among humanity. Thus, he has many concerns to guard against. In this bleak era, while the goodness of humanity is not absent, the malevolence is far more vividly manifest. At the Kyoto refuge, he would confront not only the unknown zombies, but also the treachery and suspicion among humans. Surviving there proves to be far more difficult than focusing solely on fortifying the base here. Despite the inherent risks, Chen Tao ultimately chose to remain at the base to continue its enhancement and construction. However, at present, he is injured, which will inevitably delay the progress of these fortifications. Boom. While Chen Tao was in his room, reviewing his notes, the entire chamber suddenly trembled. What is happening? Could the volcano have erupted ahead of schedule? No. The frequency of this tremor feels so familiar. Chen Tao, puzzled, quickly took out his phone to inquire about Su Mushue's situation. I have activated the intelligent shield tunneling machine and am expanding the 5th and 6th floors. Expanding the 5th floor should suffice, Chen Tao stated. With your pace and scavenging, even building 10 more floors might be a stretch. Those are crucial items, not mere scraps, Chen Tao emphasized. Su Mushue had already ended the call. After her enhancement, Su Mushue's strength is second only to Chen Tao's. While Chen Tao recuperates, Su Mushue has restructured the base. The 1st floor is designated for miscellaneous items, the 2nd for weapons, and the 3rd has been transformed into a mechanical processing and metal storage area. The 4th floor is reserved for the power room. As there are numerous weapons on the surface that require electricity, placing the power room on this floor alleviates some pressure on the power distribution system. The 5th floor serves as a laboratory, while the 6th is designated as the living area, encompassing dining and resting spaces. Upon Chen Tao's recovery, he plans to relocate the monitoring room to the 6th floor for enhanced safety. Ultimately, each floor is equipped with a small independent power generation room to ensure that any malfunction in the 4th floor power room does not impact the other areas. Following this design, Su Mushue commenced her extensive renovations in the afternoon. This is unbearable. Chen Tao attempted to rise and walk, but the wound on his back split open, blood seeping through the bandages. Due to symptoms of blood deficiency, he felt dizzy and on the verge of fainting. Relying solely on Mushue for these tasks would lead to an unacceptably slow progress, as she struggles to operate many of the machines. Suddenly, a thought struck him: the apocalypse shop. How could he have forgotten this crucial aspect? Last time when I accumulated over 20,000 domain energy, the shop displayed numerous items available for purchase, among which was a recovery potion. Basic recovery potion recipe. Consumption of domain energy, 10,000. Extremely close proximity. Basic recovery potion, capable of restoring non-fatal injuries in a short period. Initially, Chen Tao deemed this item to be excessively costly with little utility. Yet now it held immense significance for him. If it could facilitate rapid recovery, it would save Chen Tao considerable time recuperating, allowing him and Su Mushue to swiftly complete the renovation of the entire base, as well as fully restore Jiang Yinyu's body. Following that, he would continue to enhance the base's defenses and augment his own strength. Without hesitation, Chen Tao expended 10,000 domain energy to purchase the basic recovery potion recipe, a serum from an awakened individual with formidable restorative capabilities. Such items were abundant. Most of the ingredients listed in the recipe could be extracted from his own laboratory, the most crucial being the serum from an awakened individual with healing abilities. Subject number 87 was still detained by Chen Tao, and whenever he desired the serum, he could draw a vial at any time. However, given his current physical condition, the likelihood of him personally concocting the potion was slim. Mushue, I require your assistance with something. Chen Tao called Su Mushue, who was busy with the expansion. What? You want me to handle these vials and jars? Aren't you worried I might accidentally poison you? Su Mushue furrowed her brow. After all, she had never dealt with such items, and she was completely unfamiliar with the laboratory tools. Sister Su, you are exceptionally intelligent. I will video call you and provide guidance from here. It will be absolutely fine. Chen Tao encouraged her. All right, I will give it a try. Su Mushue nodded. Chapter 69. His recovery ability is strong. Drawing more is no issue. How much blood is needed? Su Mushue inquired. Just grab any syringe and draw a little. Chen Tao replied casually. Is this enough? Su Mushue asked, holding up the syringe in front of the phone camera. The syringe, as thick as her forearm, was filled with bright red blood. This is slightly excessive, but given his strong recovery, drawing some should be fine. Chen Tao was momentarily taken aback. Is this an anticoagulant? Indeed. Add it to the blood, and then place it in the centrifuge for separation. Although Su Muxue had never encountered such experiences and could not operate the instruments, under Chen Tao's meticulous instructions, she only failed a few times before successfully concocting a batch of the basic recovery potion. Upon seeing the potion, Chen Tao was astonished, marveling at subject number 87's recovery capabilities. If Su Muxue failed a few more times, she might be unable to extract even a drop of blood from number 87. Come, dear, it's time for your injection, Su Muxue declared, entering Chen Tao's room with the reagent. Have you been stimulated in some way? This was the first time Chen Tao witnessed Su Muxue display such a playful demeanor, and he found it somewhat disconcerting. I haven't been stimulated, just feeling a bit excited. You mentioned that once the zombies are eradicated, I could embark on my research. Is there a future in that? Su Muxue inquired with a smile. As for your future, I cannot say, but there will undoubtedly be a number of victims. Chen Tao jested. Your life is currently in my hands. Be mindful of your words, Su Muxue cautioned. Chen Tao shook his head helplessly. Our time is limited. It was rare for Su Muxue to feel such joy, as she truly experienced a sense of accomplishment. Soon, she returned to her usual demeanor and injected Chen Tao with the primary recovery potion. No, this cannot be. Chen Tao suddenly clutched his chest. What is wrong? Did I err in a step? Chen Tao, do not frighten me. Su Muxue quickly bent down to assess his condition. With a sudden burst, Chen Tao sprang up and planted a fierce kiss on Su Muxue's fair cheek. You tricked me. Su Muxue fumed, immediately brandishing her dagger. Chen Tao, startled, rolled off the bed. Muxue, we can discuss this. In Chen Tao's room, a fierce scuffle ensued. One was aggressive and swift, while the other had an impenetrable defense. They engaged in combat for nearly an hour, both eventually exhausted before halting. I did not intend to tease you. Chen Tao defended himself. You still dare to say that? Not satisfied yet? Enough. Chen Tao quickly surrendered. Su Muxue snorted coldly and exited with the dagger in hand. Chen Tao, meanwhile, set down his weapon. Clutching his waist, it said to move around for better efficacy. Yet why do I feel so sore? After a brief rest, Chen Tao and Su Muxue began to transport items around the base. In truth, the process was swift. They merely operated the machinery to complete the tasks. They toiled until deep into the night, having nearly finished arranging the 4th and 5th floors. There was no rush to install the power rooms. Chen Tao first modified the surveillance lines and relocated the control room to the 6th floor. It's getting late, we should rest. Su Muxue wiped the sweat from her brow. I'll go check on Xiaoyu, Chen Tao replied. Do you need assistance? No, you should rest. He shook his head. End of day 21 in the apocalypse. Survival points earned, 367. Domain frequency energy acquired, 921. Remaining survival points, 2,653. Remaining domain frequency energy, 2259. Tomorrow, I must enhance materials. I wonder if this amount of domain frequency energy will suffice. If I do not need 10,000 points of domain frequency energy to purchase the formula for the primary recovery potion, the energy for enhancement would be entirely adequate. Yet, I cannot be certain now. If all else fails, I shall seek out a location teeming with zombies to accrue more domain frequency energy. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Tao recalled the individual he encountered earlier that morning, a human awakened possessing formidable strength and the ability to command a multitude of zombie beasts. This piqued Chen Tao's immense interest. Should he acquire the capability to control enhanced zombies to confront the tyrant-level zombies, mere enhanced zombies would undoubtedly be insufficient. He would require a substantial number of elite-level zombies to even stand a chance. The information regarding the tyrant-level zombies was scant. He only knew that simulations indicated they could effortlessly dismantle all existing defenses at the base. Presently, all hope lay with Jiang Yingyu. Chen Tao did not wish for her to engage the tyrant-level zombies in battle, but rather viewed her entirely as a subject for experimentation. If she could be enhanced to a quasi-tyrant level, it would enable Chen Tao to undertake further enhancements for himself and Su Muxue. In such a scenario, they might possess a fighting chance against the tyrant-level zombies. Should the mechanical exoskeleton prove inadequate, he contemplated the creation of a mech in a similar style. Though this task appeared considerably daunting, shaking his head to dispel these fanciful thoughts, Chen Tao quickly succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in a refuge far away in Binhai City. Commanders deliberated for several hours regarding the information Chen Tao had divulged. The likelihood of a volcanic eruption was exceedingly high. According to geological surveys conducted prior to the zombie outbreak, the Yellowstone, Tambora, Katla, and Changbai Mountain Tianchi volcanoes were all in an active phase. Given our refuge's defensive capabilities, even if these volcanoes were to erupt, levels below 10 are absolutely secure, asserted a middle-aged man. An elder concurred, indeed, regarding the zombie assault. Commander Zhang Fuqiang of Binhai City remarked somberly, "That young man is undoubtedly alarmist. Our safety rating has reached the highest level of 7. If zombies could breach this, humanity would face total annihilation." The middle-aged man scoffed. "Correct. In times of chaos, such charlatans abound. Without uttering terrifying proclamations, how could they capture attention?" The elder nodded. "However, this information was obtained from Han Zhong. I still have faith in his judgment." Fuqiang replied softly. Perhaps Han Zhong was misled as well. Moreover, if his predictions hold true, to where could we possibly relocate? Kyoto lies thousands of kilometers away, and en route, how many formidable zombies would we encounter? If those tens of thousands were to truly evacuate, scarcely a fraction would remain. Indeed, among the nearby provinces and cities, our refuge is the most fortified. The refuge in Jiangxing may not even reach a level 3 standard. We should send someone to engage with that Chen Tao and ascertain the situation. Fuqiang pondered for a moment before issuing his command. Chapter 70. The noble spirit. In the early morning, the sun shone brightly, and the weather was fair. However, the inhabitants of the apocalypse had long lost the capacity to appreciate the beauty of this summer season. While Chen Tao was attending to his morning routine, his phone suddenly rang. The mobile screen displayed a series of unfamiliar numbers, the address being Binhai City. "Hello?" Chen Tao answered the call. "Good day. May I ask if you are Chen Tao?" A middle-aged man's voice resonated through the line. In his courteous tone, Chen Tao discerned the demeanor of someone accustomed to authority. "Yes, I am. And you are?" "Mr. Chen, I am Fu Chang, the head of Binhai City." Realizing that it was Commander Fu, whom Captain Han had mentioned on numerous occasions, Chen Tao instinctively adopted a polite demeanor. "I heard from Han Zhong that you have awakened the gift of a prophet." "Indeed. May I inquire about the forthcoming events in Binhai City?" Typically, Chen Tao would not divulge such intricate details to a stranger, but out of mutual respect, he succinctly relayed the information. On July 11th, a volcanic eruption will occur, followed by a devastating zombie attack on July 16th. Devastating? To what extent? The shelter will be entirely destroyed, and the survivors will flee. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Chen. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly repay your kindness today. Fu Chang ended the call, his mind swirling with unease. The timing was astoundingly precise, unlike the charlatans of the streets. Better safe than sorry. It seems a contingency plan is imperative, Fu Chang murmured to himself. As for this brief encounter, Chen Tao dismissed it from his thoughts. He no longer harbored hopes of receiving aid from other humans. His reminders were merely an act of shared humanity, a desire for survival in a world that had become unbearably lonely. After completing his morning routine, Chen Tao proceeded to the laboratory to continue extracting the metallic substance from Jiang Yingyu. This marked Jiang Yingyu's fourth surgery, and 1/3 of the metallic matter still resided in her brain. The operation went exceptionally well, but merely a few minutes post-surgery, Jiang Yingyu developed a high fever. Initially, Chen Tao attributed this to a potential post-operative infection, a normal occurrence, considering that Jiang Yingyu was in a semi-zombie state, and her recovery capabilities surpassed his own significantly. However, the fever persisted, and several hours later, her temperature soared even higher. What could be the cause? Could it be that too much of the metallic substance was extracted at once? Yet, the quantity removed this time was considerably less than before. Chen Tao paced back and forth in the laboratory, unable to fathom the reason behind Jiang Yingyu's fever. He could only turn to the simulation results for insight. Apocalypse simulation commences. Day 1. You alerted Binhai City about the volcanic eruption and zombie crisis. Jiang Yingyu began experiencing a high fever, while you and Su Mushue continued to renovate the base. Day 2. You discovered that all zombies from whom the metallic substance had been extracted had perished. Jiang Yingyu's fever persisted, and you and Su Mushue ventured out to eliminate several zombies. In Chen Tao's laboratory, numerous live zombies remained, the subjects of his experiments. In the initial phases of experimentation, he had extracted all the metallic matter from the zombies' brains, resulting in their immediate demise. Subsequently, after verification, it was determined that the metallic substances could be extracted multiple times, with each extraction yielding only about 1/10 of the total amount, ensuring the survival of the zombies. Currently, there are 41 zombies in the laboratory from which the metallic substances have been extracted, all still alive. Are they all dead? Would this experiment not be yet another failure? Chen Tao furrowed his brow. Day 3. You continue to observe Jiang Yingyu's condition, having abandoned all other experiments on the zombies. The base renovations are nearly complete, and both you and Su Mushua have experienced a rise in power. Day 4. The earth trembles as all the supervolcanoes erupt simultaneously. Fang Yunyang awakens. You conduct an examination and find no abnormalities. Day 5. Jiang Yingyu awakens. Upon examination, the metallic substance in her brain has vanished, and she has undergone a successful awakening, emerging stronger than before. Jiang Yingyu has actually awakened, and the metallic substance dissipated post-awakening. Chen Tao stroked his chin. This revelation is profoundly significant for him. His previous assumptions may have been misguided. It appears that completely extracting the metallic substances from the zombies does not allow for prolonged survival. Instead, one should extract approximately 2/5 to 3/5 of the substance, and then find a way to facilitate the zombies' awakening. This approach not only enhances their power, but also liberates them from the control of the metallic substances. Day 6. With Fang Yunyang's assistance, you create a mechanical simulation for the right arm and leg, successfully installing them for Jiang Yingyu. A horde of zombies appears outside the base, and Jiang Yingyu effortlessly dispatches them. Day 7. You resume your research on zombies, and with Fang Yunyang's help, you make significant discoveries. Jiang Yingyu has fully adapted to the simulated mechanical arm. It seems this truly suits Jiang Yingyu. I wonder if I should continue experimenting on myself. Chen Tao continued to read on. Day 8. A larger horde emerges, but alongside Jiang Yingyu and Su Mushua, you fend off the onslaught. Day 9. You receive news that the coastal refuge has been destroyed by the horde, with many survivors fleeing to Jiangcheng and Kyoto. You have completed the modifications for the ordinary zombies. Day 10. Research in Kyoto regarding the zombie virus has made great strides, and you begin investigating modifications for the enhanced zombies. This seems to validate my hypothesis, extracting a portion of the metallic substance, then utilizing a primary awakening agent to assist them in awakening. Day 11. Tyrant-level zombies appear near the coast, and numerous survivors from the area arrive at the base seeking refuge. You deny them all entry, and they head to Hanzhong's shelter. You have completed the modifications for the enhanced zombies. Day 12. Hanzhong begins to awaken, while many awakened individuals go missing from the shelter. You manage to locate several elite-level zombies for modification, though the results are far from ideal. The emergence of tyrant-level zombies is premature. Give me a little more time, and I will be able to complete the modifications for the elite-level zombies. Day 13. Communication with Hanzhong's shelter is lost, and progress has been made in the modifications for the elite-level zombies. On the 14th day, a tyrant-level zombie appeared outside the base, inflicting severe injuries upon you and Jiang Yingyu, while Su Mushua and all the modified zombies perished. Wang Yong led the awakened from the shelter to rescue you and Jiang Yingyu. On the 15th day, you utilized a basic recovery potion, but your injuries were too grave, rendering the potion ineffective, and you succumbed to death. In summary, you vanquished 342 ordinary zombies and 3 enhanced zombies, surviving for 15 days. Remaining domain frequency energy, 2631. Although you were unable to prevail, there was indeed significant progress compared to previous simulations. At the very least, you did not die on the spot. The final results of the simulation greatly bolstered Chen Tao's confidence. Subsequently, he selected a room for Jiang Yingyu on the 6th underground level, ensuring her safety, as the laboratory was still housing numerous zombies, making it unsuitable for rest. After settling Jiang Yingyu, Chen Tao and Su Mushua began constructing power rooms on each level. Mushua, what do you think of Hanzhong? Chen Tao inquired suddenly amidst their busy work. Senior Brother Han? By the time I entered the sect, Senior Brother Han had long since graduated. Though my interactions with him have been limited, he is undoubtedly a trustworthy individual, Su Mushua replied with conviction. Those who dedicate themselves to martial arts and cultivate their character invariably exude a righteous aura. I have sensed this righteous aura in only 2 individuals, my esteemed teacher and Senior Brother Hanzhong. Those lacking mastery in martial arts or whose hearts are clouded by distractions will never manifest such an aura. I am far from achieving that level myself. Chapter 71. A True Man, Unafraid of Death. Captain Han, how is the situation at the shelter? Chen Tao proactively called Han Zhong. Since he resolved the incident at No. 87, most people have settled down considerably. How many individuals in the shelter have injected the enhancement potion? Chen Tao continued his inquiry. Excluding the deceased number 20. 6 individuals have received the enhancement potion, and they are now the greatest assurance for the entire camp. Han Zhong replied earnestly, his tone filled with gratitude. After all, the enhancement potion was left by Chen Tao, and each of those 6 individuals had more than doubled their strength, especially Wang Yong, whose power far surpassed that of No. 5. I shall refrain from elaborating on the events that are to unfold. You are not yet an awakened one. Chen Tao's voice trailed off, leaving Han Zhong on the other end of the line to slowly close his eyes, seemingly prepared for what lay ahead. Before the apocalypse, with Han Zhong's martial prowess, no one in Jiang City could rival him. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, his strength now seemed like a mere paper tiger in the presence of awakened individuals. As his confidence waned, so did his influence. Were it not for his military prestige, allowing him to command the awakened within his ranks, he might have already been ousted from the shelter. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, strength reigns supreme, and the current command is hardly sustainable. The foremost concern of Han Zhong is not his own mortality, but the fear that his successor may be incapable of leading the refuge against the impending onslaught of more ferocious zombies. A true man, why speak of fearing death? Yet, the question remains, whom can he entrust this sanctuary to? With a deep sigh, Han Zhong reflects on his predicament. Captain Han's noble intentions are commendable, Chen remarked. However, it is premature to discuss death. I possess a potion that may awaken one's potential. Perhaps it could aid you, Captain Han. Chen Tao stated directly. An awakening potion? Are you suggesting it could transform me into an awakened being? Han Zhong was taken aback. Indeed. What do you seek in return, my brother? There is no such thing as a free lunch, especially in the apocalypse, where the selfishness of most can easily overshadow all notions of propriety. As always, I find myself well supplied with resources, and the base's defenses are formidable. However, there may come a day when I will require your assistance, Captain Han. I hope you will not decline then. From the previous simulation, Chen Tao observed that during the fierce battle with the tyrant-level zombies, Wang Yong had appeared, possibly saving him from a dire fate. Currently, Han Zhong's refuge is not overly powerful, but if 10 awakened individuals, enhanced by the injection of the strengthening potion, were to join the fray, the outcome might be far less catastrophic. According to Su Mushue's account, Han Zhong's strength prior to awakening surpassed hers, hence, after awakening, it is conceivable that he may become even stronger than Su Mushue. A potion exchanged for assurance is undoubtedly a lucrative deal for Chen Tao, while for Han Zhong, it is a matter of life and death. My brother Chen, even without this potion, should you request my aid, I would not hesitate, even unto death. Han Zhong declared resolutely. Very well, send a trusted confidant this afternoon to retrieve the potion, but this matter must remain a secret from third parties. It pertains not only to your life, but also to my safety. Chen Tao cautioned. A potion that can elevate an ordinary person to an awakened state would certainly cause a stir, attracting countless individuals willing to risk their lives for a chance to try it, which would inevitably create significant troubles for Chen Tao. Rest assured, my brother, those who speculated about this matter within the refuge have been dealt with. That is reassuring. Before you inject the potion, ensure you are in an absolutely secure location. Otherwise, you may encounter peril during the awakening. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Chen. I will exercise caution. As their conversation concluded, Chen Tao commenced the preparation of the primary awakening potion, a task with which he had become quite adept. The remaining materials in the laboratory were sufficient for him to concoct over 30 doses of the primary awakening potion. However, he decided to prepare only 10 for the time being. The remaining 9 would be reserved for experimental zombies, while the other raw materials were to be stored, as they might be needed for the formulation of additional potions. In the afternoon, Wang Yong arrived with subjects number 5 and number 11 to collect the potions. Chen Tao and Su Mushue continued to renovate the base, with the power generation rooms on each floor beginning to operate normally. The transformation of the laboratory on the 5th floor and the living area on the 6th floor was now complete. At this moment, a small number of zombies appeared outside the base, all of enhanced caliber. Sumu Shui stepped out of the base, wielding her machete, while Chen Tao proceeded to the third floor. The 3 vehicles of colored metals and CNC machine tools retrieved from the Jiangtai group were all arranged on this level, alongside the corpse of a bronze-level semi-mechanical zombie. Clang, clang. Chen Tao struck the body of the semi-mechanical zombie, producing a sound akin to metal colliding. This shell was remarkably sturdy. The tip of his mysterious iron spear was already sufficiently sharp, yet despite its weight and Chen Tao's strength, it failed to leave any marks on this metallic shell, showcasing its formidable defensive capabilities. Chen Tao contemplated fashioning this iron shell into armor, although it might restrict his mobility. The allure of such defense was too compelling to ignore. Due to its excessive hardness, Chen Tao spent a considerable amount of time dismantling and reforging it. He truly felt constrained. After donning the armor and swinging the mysterious iron spear, he couldn't help but shake his head. He preferred the sensation of wearing Tai Chi clothing. This armor was rather cumbersome. Chen Tao, dinner is ready. Today, I'll showcase my culinary skills to you. Huh? What on earth have you created? Why are you encasing yourself in a metal bucket? Sumu Shui entered the room, and, upon seeing Chen Tao's new appearance, couldn't help but burst into laughter. What bucket? This is armor, my new battle attire. Are you joking with me? Sumu Shui blinked in disbelief. Is this really that amusing? Chen Tao retorted. Actually, my sense of humor is quite refined, and I usually don't laugh like this, but I truly cannot help it this time. Ha ha ha. Sumu Shui doubled over, clutching her abdomen, mercilessly mocking him. Honestly, aside from being a bit inconvenient and a tad oversized, it's not too bad. Chen Tao looked down, inspecting his armor. You two have your moments of folly. After dinner, I'll customize a suit of armor for you. Sumu Shui stood up, still holding her belly, and walked out. You've monopolized my laughter for a year, ha ha ha. I think it's quite good. Chen Tao attempted to take a couple of steps forward, almost tripping over the metallic contraption. Sumu Shui's culinary skills had significantly improved compared to before, yet she still fell short when compared to Fang Yunyun. Chen Tao had become less picky about the taste of food. As long as it was cooked and not overly seasoned, he could accept it. The two quickly finished their dinner. Go ahead and conduct the experiment. I'll take care of the armor modification. Sumu Shui stifled her laughter. Chen Tao's armor had struck a chord with her sense of humor, prompting an irresistible urge to laugh every time she thought about it. Have you ever made armor? Indeed. I have previously crafted 2 pieces for my master and have also made a few for myself, though they are now too small to wear. Very well. I shall leave the matter of the armor in your capable hands while I delve into the study of zombies. The simulator has provided some successful outcomes, but the specific processes and data summaries require Chen Tao's continuous experimentation. His preliminary trials have yielded some progress. He extracted 2/5 of the metallic substance from a zombie's brain and injected 1/4 of the standard dose of an awakening serum. Remarkably, the zombie began to awaken without succumbing to death. For Chen Tao, this was already a triumph. He now eagerly anticipates observing the series of conditions and data following the zombie's awakening. If all goes well, he could potentially amass a substantial number of awakened zombies using this method. However, the limited raw materials for the awakening serum pose a significant challenge for him. End of day 22 in the apocalypse. Survival points earned, 215. Remaining survival points, 2,368. Remaining domain frequency energy, 2631. Time has flown by today, Chen Tao mused. In just one more day, the volcanic eruption will occur, at which point Fang Yunyun will awaken. According to the simulation data, Fang Yunyun can assist Chen Tao with numerous experiments, thereby greatly reducing his workload. Chapter 72. For the continuation of life, Part 1. Clang, clang, clang. What manner of metal is this, so resilient? Crafting armor from it proves to be no simple task. Sumu Shui retrieved the freshly forged iron plates and relentlessly hammered them with all her might. The armor consists of square plates intricately woven together with cords. The plates are layered both horizontally and vertically, making them impervious to blades, while not hindering the wearer's movements in the slightest. Sumu Shui employed ancient Han techniques, striking each plate nearly 1,000 times to render the already tough metal even more unyielding. The process of hammering is not only time-consuming, but also labor-intensive. The assembly of the helmet, throat guard, breastplate, shoulder guards, abdominal protection, arm guards, and elbow caps presents immense challenges. This technique of armor crafting has become scarce in recent decades. The critical plates were forged by Sumu Shui herself, while the remaining pieces were shaped using machinery. Amidst the rhythmic clangs, Su Mu Shui faintly heard distant howls. Being 3 levels underground, the volume of the outside sounds must be quite substantial. Moments later, the alarm within the base blared. What is happening? Su Mu Shui hurriedly made her way to the 6th underground level. Chen Tao was in the monitoring room, scrutinizing the surveillance feeds. Just some zombie wolves, he remarked. Simultaneously, the high-energy laser cannons and emitters on the base's perimeter were activated, illuminating the night as brightly as day. A multitude of zombie wolves relentlessly attacked the base, yet all perished beneath the searing lasers. The electromagnetic storm traps and sentry machine guns had yet to be deployed, otherwise they would not have been able to approach the walls. The surveillance footage occasionally captured a few zombie wolves leaping towards the walls, most being annihilated by the high-energy laser cannon just as they were about to spring. Some even dared to assault the cannon itself. Where did all these wolves come from? Su Mushua murmured. Captain Han informed me that all the animals from the Jiangxing Zoo have vanished. I suspect they have escaped from the zoo. Chen Tao speculated. But I have visited the Jiangxing Zoo, and there weren't this many wolves. Su Mushua asserted firmly. Chen Tao nodded in response. He had slain numerous zombified animals at Jiangtai Group, likely the very same that had escaped from the zoo. Based on the quantity he had dispatched, it was nearly equivalent to the entire animal population of the Jiangxing Zoo. Chen Tao then produced a map of Jiangbei Province. Although Panlong Mountain hosts a variety of wildlife, it certainly does not harbor such vast packs of wolves. Su Mushua promptly dismissed the idea of the only forest in Jiangxing. Beyond Panlong Mountain, the surrounding areas of Jiangxing lacked deep forests or expansive plains, being encircled by other cities, making the presence of wildlife, let alone wolf packs, implausible. Could it be that the cities to the south have all fallen? Chen Tao furrowed his brow. To the south of Jiangbei Province lies Fengwu Province, and beyond it, the Qinling Mountains. Stretching from the Kunlun Mountains in the west to the Dabi Mountains in the east, the Qinling serves as a geographical divide between the north and south. Within these unending mountain ranges thrive countless wild animals, especially in recent years, where various ecological zones have received unprecedented protection, resulting in a dramatic increase in wildlife populations. If the wolf packs outside truly originate from the Qinling, it would imply that many cities south of Jiangxing, including Fengwu Province, have succumbed to the zombie onslaught. It appears that only a few sanctuaries remain in Huagua. Chen Tao sighed. If this is indeed the case, then our adversaries will not solely consist of humanoid zombies. These transformed beasts possess a ferocity unmatched by humans. Su Mushue gazed at the surveillance screen, her eyes betraying an unmistakable sorrow, an amalgamation of concern for the future and grief for the countless unknown souls who have perished in this calamity. On the very first day of the apocalypse, one should be prepared for the worst. Chen Tao gently patted Su Mushue on the shoulder. I understand. But if we are the last few survivors in the world, what meaning does our existence hold? Su Mushua murmured. Chen Tao had intended to respond. For the continuation of life. But recognizing Su Mushua's somber mood, he deemed such words inappropriate at that moment. Every individual possesses a purpose for existing, perhaps driven by instinct. After all, it is better to survive, even in hardship, than to succumb. I apologize for my earlier sentimentality. We still have much to accomplish and should not dwell in melancholy here. Su Mushua exhaled deeply, turning to depart. As Chen Tao was about to make a further move, longing to embrace Su Mushua, she abruptly departed. Shouldn't one alleviate their melancholy with some engaging activity? Chen Tao furrowed his brow. In the subterranean third level of the base, Su Mushua resumed her relentless strike upon the iron sheets. After an entire night's labor, including the machine-processed iron, she had only accomplished 1/3 of her task. The darkest hour precedes the dawn. A helicopter pierced the dawn's tranquility, descending slowly upon the rooftop of the commercial tower in Jiang City. A young man clad in a leather jacket, his hair dyed a striking yellow, emerged from the aircraft, his countenance grim and his legs trembling uncontrollably. He dared not linger. Dashing towards a private elevator leading to the top floor. The elevator plummeted with an unimaginable swiftness, reaching the subterranean levels in an instant. Where's my specimen? Doctor. T's voice was hoarse. Doctor, I have been guiding the wolf pack's direction, but I did not anticipate that upon entering Jiang City. I am asking you, where's my specimen? Dr. T demanded sharply. With a thud, the young man sank to his knees, terrified. I don't know what happened. The wolf pack was drawn to a building, launching a frenzied assault. There were many cannons inside. With a swift motion, Dr. T struck the young man across the face, sending his head flying like a ball. Useless. He coughed lightly. Investigate that location and the individuals within. Yes. A middle-aged man from Qinling stood respectfully behind Dr. T. Reinforce our manpower. The volcanoes across various regions are about to erupt. We must retrieve all specimens beforehand, Dr. T stated emphatically. Chapter 73, Resource Search, Part 2. Why do you still bear dark circles under your eyes when the shield tunneler was not in operation last night? Chen Tao inquired, approaching the dining table with a tray. Since his acquaintance with Su Muxue, he had seldom seen her adorned with makeup, at most. She applied a touch of moisturizer, truly a natural beauty. I have been forging iron all night. Su Muxue replied nonchalantly. Forging iron? Aren't there machines for that? Can it compare to manual craftsmanship? I have completed 1/3. Today, I should finish the entirety, and tomorrow we can proceed with the connections. Good heavens, that sounds exceedingly laborious. Perhaps I should take over. Chen Tao suggested. Do not mention your armor. Otherwise, I shall be laughing until it hurts. Su Muxue quickly waved her hand. After a simple breakfast, Chen Tao received news from the Hanzhong refuge that Hanzhong had begun to awaken last night, and everything was proceeding smoothly. Subsequently, rather than rushing into the experiment, Chen Tao ventured outside the base to maintain the weapons and clear the corpses of the zombie wolves. After 2 torrential red rains, the encountered zombies are predominantly of the enhanced variety, yet the wolves appear to be mere commoners. Chen Tao yearns to find a living zombie wolf for dissection and observation. However, amidst the nearly 1,000 wolves, not a single one remains alive. Yet, as their numbers will inevitably swell in time, he remains unhurried. With the achievement of 1,000 corpses / any nearby zombies will be drawn to him, and during the next surge of zombies, he can capture a few live specimens to bring back. Having cleared the exterior zombies, Chen Tao proceeded to the power generation rooms on each floor, placing fully charged batteries into the generators. Following this, he went to check on Fong Yunyun's condition. Grandma, please don't leave me. Tears glistened in the corners of Fong Yunyun's eyes, dampening the pillow beneath her delicate hair. Her body temperature has returned to normal, though her occasional delirium persists. Today marks July 9th, the 23rd day since the apocalypse began. According to the simulator's data, Fong Yunyun is expected to awaken on the 25th day of the apocalypse, coinciding with the volcanic eruption. One can only hope that the eruption will not have a devastating impact on their surroundings. Chen Tao's greatest concern lies with the high-energy laser cannons and launchers outside. Should they sustain damage from the volcanic eruption, the restoration process would demand considerable time. It is precisely this apprehension that has hindered him from hastily constructing electromagnetic storm traps and sentry machine guns. After exiting Fong Yunyun's room, he visited Jiang Yingyu before finally returning to the laboratory on the 5th floor. The lab was nearly depleted of the mutated smallpox virus, the red flame virus, and the essence of the tree of life extraction. Furrowing his brow, Chen Tao realized that he had initially anticipated these materials to suffice, even leaving behind some spares. However, the experiments require the awakening of certain zombies to gather more comprehensive and precise data. This need has far exceeded his expectations, and following the experiments, he intends to establish a fully controllable zombie legion, which will necessitate even more raw materials. Basic Awakening Potion Formula consumes 2,500 domain frequency energy, nearby location. Chen Tao acquired the formula and location upon his first purchase. Should he require the location of the raw materials, another purchase would be necessary, reducing the energy cost by 500 for a direct acquisition of these materials' location. Previously, these raw materials were discovered in a warehouse, with the shipping address indicating the biological science group, leading him to speculate that additional materials must still be there. However, this remains mere conjecture. If the materials are absent, it could result in a significant waste of time. Nevertheless, with sufficient domain frequency energy at present, purchasing information is not a loss. Successfully purchased Basic Awakening Potion Formula. The mobile screen shifted to a compass, and prior to enhancing the specific location, an additional option appeared on the screen. 2 nearby locations with required materials detected. Please make your selection. Although the meaning of the options was not explicitly introduced, Chen Tao could easily deduce that a small amount indicated a limited quantity of raw materials available. He hovered his hand over a large amount without committing to a selection. Such items were certainly not benign, Which location would harbor an abundance of materials? Chen Tao hesitated, acutely aware that this was likely a research facility for zombies. Or perhaps even their lair. Venturing forth recklessly posed significant risks. Stuck on the selection screen, he was unable to simulate any outcomes. After considerable deliberation, for the sake of safety, Chen Tao ultimately chose a small amount. The screen of his phone transformed, revealing the familiar compass icon. Upon comparing the map with the direction indicated by the compass, he realized it pointed to the headquarters of the bioscience group. The dangers associated with this location were not to be underestimated. Chen Tao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Time was not on his side. Following the volcanic eruption, it would soon be inconvenient for him to venture outside. Having already expended energy, he now possessed the location. How could he possibly refrain from going? Without further hesitation, he grasped his Xiantai gun and exited the laboratory. I need to go out and search for some supplies. Before leaving, Chen Tao ascended to the third floor to bid farewell to Su Muxue. At that moment, Su Muxue was diligently working on armor plates, perspiration streaming down her face. Going out again? When will you return? She inquired, her tone more inquisitive than usual. It should be soon. I'm heading to the bioscience group. Located in the southernmost part of Jiang City, in Wuda District. There's a pet shelter there. Oh, I know that place. Please be careful, Su Muxue cautioned. With the distance being so short, it will surely be fine. You needn't worry. Chen Tao replied with a slight smile. Chapter 74. The Bionic Mechanical Dog. Part 3. Jiang City Bioscience Company was not particularly renowned and was situated in the remote Wuda district where few people traveled. Chen Tao's van was parked outside the entrance of the bioscience facility. It's quite expansive, he mused. Could it truly be a zombie stronghold? The main building towered at least 30 to 40 stories high, flanked by 7 interconnected buildings, the shortest of which exceeded 10 stories, a far grander scale than Chen Tao had anticipated. With a creak, he struggled to push open the electric gate, which seemed to have remained untouched for years, thick rust cascading down in flakes. Upon stepping into the courtyard, a dozen robust Tibetan mastiffs growled and charged toward him. They Haven Tea turned into zombies? Chen Tao was momentarily taken aback, as he observed no signs of zombification among them. Type: Bionic Mechanical Dog. Level: Bronze. Threat: 398. Characteristics: constructed from ultra-durable metal, these bionic machines boast formidable defenses and agility, lacking pain sensitivity once a target is locked. They pursue relentlessly. Drawback: as a primary bionic creation, they are susceptible to high-intensity electromagnetic interference. So, they were bionic machines. After observing with the eye of insight, Chen Tao discerned the true nature of the Tibetan mastiffs before him. Suddenly, a bionic mechanical dog, larger than a lion, lunged fiercely at Chen Tao. He swiftly positioned his long spear horizontally in front of him, barely managing to block the assault. Several other bionic mechanical dogs followed closely behind. The resounding clash of metal echoed as his spear struck one of the mechanical beasts, shattering its synthetic fur and revealing its silver metallic body. Although their strength did not rival that of elite zombies, their sheer numbers and lack of vulnerabilities posed a significant challenge. Chen Tao even managed to crush the head of one bionic mechanical dog, yet it continued to frantically attack him with its claws, presenting considerable trouble. He fought while retreating until he reached a van, where he promptly turned and climbed inside. The door slammed shut with a thud as the mechanical dogs outside relentlessly battered against the vehicle. Inside the van, Chen Tao switched to a long-range electromagnetic gun, quickly rolled down the window, and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the assailants. In the blink of an eye, all the mechanical dogs lay motionless on the ground, faint arcs of electricity flickering across their bodies. The effectiveness of the electromagnetic gun against the enhanced zombies had diminished significantly, and Chen Tao had initially intended to dismantle it for parts. However, it proved useful in this predicament. He loaded several of the mechanical dogs into the van. With the electromagnetic gun slung over one shoulder and a square insulated box, designed to hold virus reagent vials, on the other, he ensured that the box contained individual compartments with advanced shock-absorbing materials to prevent breakage and leakage during transport. Finally, he grasped the spear and, guided by the compass on his phone, made his way toward the main building of the Biological Sciences Department. Doctor, the 324th Gene Laboratory has been breached. A young man in a lab coat, clutching a folder, stood anxiously at the entrance of Dr. T's laboratory. What about the mechanical dogs? Dr. T inquired, frowning. They were destroyed by the intruder's weapons. The young man replied. Low-grade bionics have too many shortcomings, Dr. T remarked, shaking his head. There is still a vast amount of data and viral samples in the underground research facility. Should we send someone there? The young man asked. All that data is stored on computers. We can remotely obliterate it. As for the viral samples, they are merely original strains and of little consequence. Right now, we are at a critical juncture in the T2 virus testing and lack personnel. It is unnecessary to expend energy on a defunct testing site, Dr. T asserted, shaking his head again. By the way, check this person's information. Dr. T added. Doctor, I have already compiled this individual's information. The young man handed the folder to Dr. T. The individual in question was merely an ordinary courier with a straightforward background, family structure, and social connections. After the initiation of the ZT plan, he visited the city center, where team leader Zhang conducted an assessment of him. Ah, it is he. I remember. Dr. T nodded. The demise of T-1008 is also linked to him, as he has transformed a small refuge based on the original storage center. The experimental subjects from last night all perished before this refuge. The young man provided a brief introduction. It is unexpected that this individual has caused us so much trouble. Dr. T furrowed his brow. Indeed, according to team leader Zhang's report, this person has yet to awaken, yet his power already surpasses that of a typical awakened individual. Once the T2 virus testing is complete, we shall experiment on this individual to assess our results. Dr. T's eyes narrowed slightly. After the young man departed the laboratory, he utilized a remote system to commence the destruction of data within the biological sciences computer. Chen Tao found himself in a location that coincided with the compass mark, yet he did not locate the required materials. Alas, it appears I must search layer by layer. Just as this sigh escaped his lips, all the computers in the room illuminated simultaneously. Chen Tao's expression hardened as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings and turned his gaze to the computer monitor. Backup deletion in progress. On the black screen, white English letters appeared, and Chen Tao approached cautiously, his fingers flying across the keyboard. However, the backup deletion progressed rapidly, and before Chen Tao could intervene, the backups on the computer were entirely erased. This was the first floor of the biological sciences main building, and there were not many crucial documents, so deletion occurred swiftly. This place is not suitable for lingering. I must find the virus and depart promptly. Though Chen Tao was curious about the deleted content, for the sake of safety, he disregarded the computers that were deleting backups and continued his search for the necessary virus floor by floor. After spending over an hour meticulously searching every floor in the same location, he found nothing. What is happening? Could the information be erroneous? Standing on the top floor of the biological sciences main building, Chen Tao began to harbor doubts. After all, he had searched each floor with great diligence, leaving no room for carelessness, yet he truly had not seen any vials containing the virus. Moreover, upon observation, it appeared that this place had been abandoned for quite some time, especially the rooms on the third floor and above, where a thick layer of dust blanketed the ground. Where has the problem arisen? Chen Tao stood before the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor, gazing downward. Could it be below? At the very instant this thought emerged, Chen Tao hurried down the stairs. The entire building's electrical system had collapsed, preventing him from using the elevator. Upon reaching the first floor, he searched every corner but found no entrance to the lower levels. It seems I must take the elevator after all. In another building, Chen Tao located the power supply room. Utilizing his insightful eye, he identified the damaged area and swiftly restored power to the entire building. How were those computers able to power on despite the electrical system malfunctioning? A sudden idea emerged in Chen Tao's mind, yet he had little time to ponder it. As he stepped into the elevator of the main building, he glanced at the buttons. Indeed, there was a sublevel. Chapter 75. A clever breakthrough. First update. Ding. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing the lowest level of the building. Beyond the ground floor, there were a full 25 underground levels. Chen Tao had already spent 2.5 hours in the biological sciences area. The moment the elevator doors parted, dozens of bionic robots approached him. This was the second batch of bionic machines, aside from the bionic dogs encountered outside. Chen Tao reacted swiftly, promptly drawing his remote electromagnetic gun. And without the need for precise targeting, he unleashed a barrage of fire. The bionic beings displayed a significantly greater resistance to electromagnetic interference than the bionic dogs outside, as their movements were only slightly hindered by the shots from the electromagnetic gun. Noticing the dwindling battery life of his remote electromagnetic gun, Chen Tao reluctantly reverted to his Xian iron gun to launch an offensive against the bionic beings. In addition to their superior resistance to electromagnetic interference, these bionic entities boasted a defense far surpassing that of their canine counterparts. While engaging in combat, Chen Tao maneuvered quickly and soon discovered the viruses he sought within a room. Furthermore, in addition to the viruses, he found a dozen test tubes filled with liquids of varying colors. Without concern for their contents, he hastily placed them into his insulated box. Bang! A heavy fist from one of the bionic beings nearly toppled the insulated box, but Chen Tao's quick reflexes saved all the vials. Having gathered all the materials he needed, Chen Tao decided against further entanglement with the bionic entities and swiftly made his exit. Curiously, there was not a single zombie in this biological sciences group. While there were some bionic machines present, they posed little resistance, which took Chen Tao by surprise. He had originally anticipated encountering numerous zombies and various laboratories conducting zombie experiments. Yet, aside from these viruses, there was no indication of any connection between the biological sciences group and the zombie virus. Perhaps the true laboratories were located elsewhere. Chen Tao merely speculated and had no intention of delving deeper, for the time until the volcanic eruption was drawing ever closer. Regrettably, he lamented not being able to capture a few bionic beings for further study. With his capabilities, he could have easily captured one or two, but it would have required considerably more time. Having already spent an entire morning, capturing bionic beings would demand at least another hour or two, and safely transporting them back to the base presented its own challenges. Weighing all factors, Chen Tao abandoned the idea of capturing bionic beings for research, especially since there were already quite a few bionic dogs in his vehicle, which would suffice for his studies for some time. On the third level of the base, thousands of armor plates had successfully completed their strength tests. Even with his utmost effort wielding the Xian Tai spear, Chen Tao could never breach the defenses of this armor, let alone contend with an anti-material sniper rifle. As long as he avoided striking the exposed parts of his body, donning this battle armor rendered him nearly impervious to harm. The interwoven cords were crafted from a remarkably resilient special fiber, further enhanced by Chen Tao, ensuring that even Su Mu Shue's most forceful strike with her Miao knife could not sever them. With the entire suit of armor completed, a considerable number of armor plates remained, prompting Su Mu Shue to fashion a set for herself as well. However, due to insufficient materials for the lower half, she adapted it into a skirt armor. Before Chen Tao returned, Su Mu Shue donned her skirt armor to assess its fit. What a striking heroine she was! Just as she finished putting it on, Chen Tao appeared at the door, dragging the lifeless form of a bionic dog. In that moment, he found himself momentarily dumbfounded. She exuded an air of elegance and martial spirit, reminiscent of a Valkyrie descending upon the earth. The armor clung closely to Su Mu Shue's form, accentuating her slender waist. The bright overhead lights glinted off the armor plates, casting a chilling radiance that perfectly highlighted her aloof demeanor. "You're spying on me," Su Mu Shue glared, her expression shrouded in frost. "I just got back." Chen Tao nearly dropped the Xian Tai spear in alarm, despite facing bronze-level semi-mechanical zombies without a hint of trepidation. He found himself at a loss when confronted by Su Mu Shue's ire. "This armor is for you, and since there were leftover materials, I made a set for myself too," Su Mu Shue declared. "Oh, then shall I try it on?" Chen Tao inquired cautiously. "Go ahead and try it on. If anything feels off, I'll make adjustments." Quickly, Chen Tao picked up the armor, pleasantly surprised by its lightness. "It's so light," he exclaimed. To ensure it doesn't hinder combat performance, it's designed to maximize both power and speed, Su Mu Shue explained. Chen Tao nodded, putting on the fitted Tai Chi suit underneath, followed by the armor. "It fits perfectly," he remarked with a grin. Clang. "What is that for?" The Miao knife struck forcefully against Chen Tao's chest. "Let us have a spar to test its defensive capabilities." "There's no need for a full-blown fight to test defenses," Chen Tao began, but Su Mu Shue's relentless barrage of attacks came rushing at him. "Hey, you're serious about this?" Chen Tao retreated swiftly, with Su Mu Shue hot on his heels. The Miao knife came crashing down upon the armor once more, sending sparks flying. Chen Tao rolled away, clumsily retreating to the side of his Xian Tai spear. With a swift motion, he picked it up and engaged Su Mu Shue in combat. In the underground third level of the base, the sound of metal clashing echoed fiercely. "I can't take it anymore," Chen Tao pleaded. After a morning spent battling bionic dogs and humanoids, he had yet to rest before being thrust into yet another fierce skirmish with Su Mushui. Although Chen Tao possessed immense strength, he was ultimately just a mortal with finite endurance. It had not been long before he could no longer persevere. Come, press on. Su Mushui showed no mercy, each strike executed with remarkable ferocity and cunning. You always rely on brute force in battle, yet your marksmanship has shown no sign of improvement. While sheer strength can indeed overwhelm many, it is finesse that can shatter the heaviest of weights. If you are besieged by countless zombies, how long can you rely on mere brute strength? As she launched her relentless assault, she offered guidance to Chen Tao, who had spent recent days confined to the laboratory. His marksmanship had not only stagnated but had regressed further. In confrontations with genuinely formidable zombies, the efficacy of firearms was alarmingly limited. Even the most powerful anti-material sniper rifle could not penetrate the reinforced defenses of the enhanced zombies. Moreover, the base's high-energy laser cannons inflicted negligible damage upon elite zombies. Thus, enhancing one's own strength remained paramount. Clang, bang. The metallic sounds echoed from the third level, yet the familiar cries of Chen Tao were absent. Chapter 76. The Tenfold Gravity Training Chamber. Second update. Indeed, your progress is commendable. Su Mushui sheathed her knife, primarily due to your exceptional instruction. Chen Tao did not forget to flatter her. I am not swayed by flattery. If you truly care, then procure a gravity training chamber for me. Su Mushui's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chen Tao. A training chamber? That is certainly achievable. Although Chen Tao had yet to construct such a chamber, his insightful eye allowed him to discern its structure clearly, making replication a feasible task. That would be splendid. I won't have to constantly occupy your training chamber any longer. Su Mushui smiled softly. The gravity training chamber had a pronounced effect on her strength enhancement, yet Chen Tao also required its use, which limited Su Mushui's training sessions. In fact, the eightfold gravity training chamber has ceased to further enhance my strength. You may use it without hesitation. Chen Tao stated. Better something than nothing. You should continue using it. Just arrange for a new one for me. Su Mushui replied with a grin. There is something I wish to inform you of in advance. Chen Tao hesitated for a moment before speaking earnestly. What is it? Noticing Chen Tao's demeanor, Su Mushui became serious. After the volcanic eruption, the zombies have grown stronger. And there are now tyrant-level zombies, whose power far exceeds that of elite zombies. In the foreseeable future, it is possible that we may fall to them. Having spent considerable time with Su Mushui, Chen Tao understood her character well. Unlike Feng Yunyun, revealing such matters to her would not dishearten her. Rather, it might ignite her fighting spirit. We have survived thus far. There is nothing that cannot be changed. No matter the tyrant-level zombies, as long as we grow strong enough, they shall fall before our blades. Su Mushui caressed her knife, her tone imbued with confidence. Indeed, there is nothing we cannot alter. Chen Tao nodded in agreement. However, the formidable elite-level zombies present a considerable challenge. You must expedite the construction of the training chamber. I need to intensify my training. Su Mushui gazed intently at Chen Tao. I shall proceed at once. Chen Tao, a man of action, promptly set out to examine the gravity training chamber, sketching the design before ascending to the third floor to commence its fabrication. With the assistance of various CNC machines, Chen Tao's efficiency in processing the components surged exponentially. In just over an hour, he completed all the parts and spent an additional hour assembling the double gravity chamber. Subsequently, he reinforced it with various metallic materials, enabling six-fold gravity training. I want eightfold, Su Mushui asserted earnestly. Eightfold? That's impossible. Your body cannot endure it. Chen Tao vehemently shook his head. Eightfold. I can do it. Su Mushui insisted firmly. Very well, I will observe you during your training. If any mishap occurs, I'll be able to respond promptly. Chen Tao enhanced the six-fold chamber directly to eightfold, after which Su Mushui lay down inside. Initiate. Su Mushui pressed the red button, and the eightfold gravity training chamber began to spin rapidly. If it becomes too much, stop immediately. Through the glass dome of the training chamber, Chen Tao witnessed Su Mushui's head becoming severely congested, her skin even beginning to exude crimson blood. Yet, with her formidable recovery abilities, the blood was swiftly reabsorbed. This agonizing cycle continued, maximizing the training effectiveness despite the extreme pain. After observing for a while, Chen Tao could no longer bear to watch and exited the room. It appears I should also enhance myself. Among the metals brought back by Chen Tao were the materials required for the fifth enhancement of the training chamber. This upgrade elevated the chamber to a 10-fold gravity training apparatus. For Chen Tao, utilizing a 9-fold chamber would be the safest and most suitable option. If he were to leap directly to 10-fold, his body would undoubtedly suffer injuries from the overwhelming pressure. Nevertheless, like Su Mushua, he chose to challenge his limits. As expected, an unfortunate incident did occur. The pressure caused his skin to rupture, but fortunately, his bones remained unharmed. After half an hour of training, Chen Tao emerged from the chamber resembling a bloodied figure. The moment he exited, he exerted all his strength to inject himself with a primary recovery potion. Within 10 minutes, he returned to normal, with a noticeable enhancement in strength. I hope the regenerative capabilities of number 87 can keep pace with my training speed, Chen Tao remarked before diving back into the training chamber. There were still ample materials available for crafting primary recovery potions, though number 87 had been drained of too much blood by Su Mushua, resulting in a slight shortage of serum. Naturally, moderation is key. Chen Tao set a goal of training in the chamber for 8 hours daily, including rest periods. Excessively intense training may not necessarily yield positive outcomes, and he still had a plethora of experiments awaiting his attention. The end of the 23rd day of the apocalypse. Survival points acquired, 671. Remaining survival points, 3,039. Remaining domain frequency energy, 6314. In the early hours of yesterday, a pack of wolves launched an assault on Chen Tao's base. High-energy laser cannons and other weaponry eliminated a multitude of zombie wolves, transforming them into valuable domain frequency energy for Chen Tao. If another pack were to arrive, would I not save a considerable amount of time? However, as one night passed, an unusual calm enveloped the outside world. Meanwhile, in the heart of Jiang City, beneath the 100 floors of a commercial building, Dr. T struggled to contain his emotions. Erupting in fury, wasn't the route supposed to be replaned? What are the test subjects? Doctor, after departing from the Qinling Mountains, the journey was smooth until we reached the southern outskirts of Jiang City, where indeed a new route was taken. Unexpectedly, midway, an awakened individual appeared, dressed like a beggar. With just a whistle, all the zombified animals ceased to obey commands and followed him north. A green-haired youth knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. Do you know where she went? Towards Panlong Mountain. Once she entered the mountains, she vanished from sight. The man continued. Useless. All of you are worthless, Dr. T exclaimed, violently smashing the man's head against the ground. Doctor, news from Binhai indicates new progress with the T2 virus experiments. A man in a white coat approached Dr. T, holding a folder. What progress? Dr. T swiftly took the document and scrutinized it. The capability tests for T2008 have all reached grade A. T2008? The defective specimen that Zhang Chun brought back? It is Feng Wu, originally coded as T1025. During the T1 trials, it displayed B-class metrics, but after testing, it disobeyed commands and was killed by that human named Chen Tao. Notify Binhai to send over the serum samples of T2008. Dr. T's earlier anger dissipated, replaced by a flicker of excitement. Chapter 77. Is he about to confess? Third update. Item. T1 virus sample. Threat. Unknown. Effect. Allows cells to temporarily surpass their original limits, attaining exceptional physical qualities and nearly infinite metabolic capabilities. Drawback. The speed of metabolism is contingent upon intake and is highly unstable, classified as a failure. Chen Tao utilized Inside Eye to examine all samples retrieved from the biological science group. Among them was the T1 virus he had previously encountered in his landlord. There were still over a dozen vials of T1 virus samples. After analyzing their composition, it was evident that, aside from Chen Tao's serum, all other components were akin to those found in basic awakening agents. As I suspected, the compositions of the awakening agents and the zombie virus are nearly identical. This indeed saves me a great deal of time. Chen Tao smiled faintly. These several vials of serum had saved him at least a dozen hours of preparation time. The dosage he administered to the zombies was reduced to a quarter of what a normal human would require, resulting in an awakening period of approximately 15 hours. However, the zombies that awakened, despite their enhanced physical capabilities, exhibited a profound lethargy, resembling wooden puppets. Such awakened zombies were utterly unsuitable for combat. What had gone awry? Was it a flaw in this method? The zombies' brains contained substantial metallic substances that facilitated control over them, yet he had removed this material without providing any suitable replacements. Chen Tao seemed to have pinpointed the crux of the issue. What could serve as a substitute for this metallic substance? He found himself ensnared in a new dilemma. No. He had replicated Jiang Yingyu's awakening process. According to the simulation data, Jiang Yingyu was capable of autonomous combat. Baffled and perplexed, Chen Tao was left with no choice but to temporarily abandon his efforts. He resolved to conduct a comprehensive examination once Jiang Yingyu awakened, as she should be the pivotal breakthrough for all the issues at hand. If he could discern the patterns from her, he could replicate them and assemble an army of zombies. Chen Tao confined the wooden-like zombie in a cage and prepared to commence fabrication of Jiang Yingyu's mechanical arm and leg according to the human-machine modification blueprint. He believed this task should be considerably simpler than constructing a high-energy laser cannon, yet to his astonishment, its complexity exceeded that of a fully automated repair station. Beyond the intricate structures and wiring of the mechanical arm, he also needed to implant a microelectrode array and a brain-machine interface, among other precision components. Even with the blueprints in hand, Chen Tao's current abilities were inadequate for the task. This was exceedingly challenging. After all, he lacked any specialized foundation in this field. He had managed to create those weapons merely by following the blueprints. However, these components required not only adherence to the designs, but also the relevant technology and experience. You continue to observe Jiang Yingyu's condition and have abandoned all experiments on the other zombies. The base modifications are nearly complete, and your strength, along with Su Mushue's, has seen an improvement. This was the information from the simulation regarding the 24th day. Chen Tao had initially considered taking on a challenge, hoping for some progress. Yet reality aligned perfectly with the simulated results. Reluctantly, Chen Tao set aside all his current tasks and made his way to Su Mushue's room, calling for her as she emerged from the training pod. "Are zombies here?" Su Mushue asked as she readied herself to fetch her machete. "No," Chen Tao shook his head. Su Mushue hesitated, looking at him in confusion. "Let us go for a walk." "A walk?" Su Mushue questioned, slightly bewildered. "In 2 hours, it will be dark, and we may not see the sun for quite a while." "All right then." Su Mushue's initial refusal was swallowed before it could leave her lips. Stepping through the safety door that led to the surface, the sun's rays were far from the fervent warmth of midday. Bathed in the gentle, soothing light, one felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Before emerging, Su Mushue had deliberately donned a red cheongsam with a high slit, a garment chosen for her by Chen Tao, and her utmost favorite, which she had never had the chance to wear until today. The two strolled languidly in the expansive courtyard of the base. With Su Mushue quietly trailing behind Chen Tao, they exchanged no words, merely relishing the last vestiges of tranquility and leisure. Their elongated shadows shifted slowly across the ground. After a considerable time, as the sun began its descent, only the remnants of twilight remained on the earth. "Will we never again witness a sunset?" Su Mushue suddenly voiced, her eyes reflecting a sense of reluctance and melancholy. The volcanic winter shouldn't last too long, should it? Chen Tao speculated, for he had never experienced the eruption of a supervolcano, and the simulations had not mentioned the end of such a winter. "Some things are truly cherished only in their absence," Su Mushue remarked, her gaze fixed on the final hues of dusk. "It will return," she reassured herself. With the mood set and the atmosphere enveloping them, Su Mushue anticipated that Chen Tao would utter something profound or heartfelt. Instead, he said, "It's getting late. I should prepare dinner." Su Mushue's brow furrowed slightly as she turned towards the safety door. "Mushue," Chen Tao suddenly called out to her. She paused, her vibrant red skirt fluttering gently with the evening breeze, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Is he about to confess? How should I respond? Her mind raced with inexplicable thoughts. "Let us avoid cooking beef tonight. It's too hard to get right," Chen Tao said earnestly. "Understood," Su Mushue replied, her mood darkening as she descended underground. "Did I overthink it? He invited me to watch the sunset, yet said nothing for ages, and now he complains about my cooking." With a sudden burst of frustration, she wielded the knife with such force that the cutting board split in two. "What's wrong?" Chen Tao inquired upon hearing the noise. "Nothing," Su Mushue shot back coldly, her gaze sharp enough to pierce. At times, the desire to strike a person cannot be concealed. Chen Tao shivered involuntarily. "Oh, it's nothing. I'll head to the lab." End of day 24 in the apocalypse. Survival points earned, 50. Remaining survival points, 3,089. Remaining domain frequency energy, 6314 due to Chen Tao's inactivity in slaying zombies throughout the day. The domain frequency energy remained unchanged. One could only wonder when the volcano outside would erupt. Yet it seemed that the base S volcano had already begun its eruption. What could have transpired to alter Su Mushue's demeanor so drastically? The simulator proved to be utterly unreliable. Events that should have occurred simply did not. Chapter 78. The volcano erupts. In the early hours of the morning, all supervolcanoes, except for Changbai Mountain, began to stir with activity, sporadically ejecting geothermal springs. The trees surrounding these supervolcanoes began to wither in large numbers, and the steam increased significantly. Boom. On July 11, 2035, at precisely 4:38:26 a.m., a powerful earthquake struck simultaneously across all volcanoes. Supersized mounds began to rise around each volcano, and suddenly, a fissure appeared, unleashing torrents of magma that caused the earth to tremble violently once more. The cracks in the mounds multiplied, and with the deafening roar of landslides. The summit of the volcano seemed to be bombarded as if over 1,000 nuclear warheads had exploded every second, propelling debris skyward. A vast array of magma, rocks, and smoke soared into the heavens. Beyond the earthquakes, the most terrifying phenomenon was the volcanic pyroclastic flow. Most of the lava that erupted from the ground cooled and solidified, manifesting as high-temperature solid materials such as pyroclastic flows or volcanic bombs, with temperatures exceeding 500 to 600 degrees Celsius and speeds surpassing that of a Force 10 typhoon. More than 2 hours later, Chen Tao's base lay beneath a shroud of ominous clouds. "Brother Chen," Fang Yunyun intermittently called out. "I'm here. Yunyun, how are you feeling?" Due to the earthquake, Chen Tao did not rest, instead remaining vigilant beside Fang Yunyun out of concern for her safety. Accompanying Chen Tao was Su Mushue. "I want to tell Sister Su," Fang Yunyun mumbled. Chen Tao appeared as if turned to stone, gazing at Su Mushue in an attempt to explain, but could only utter, "I truly did nothing." Su Mushue simply regarded the machete in her hand, seemingly oblivious to his plight. "It's over, even if I jumped into the Ganges. I couldn't cleanse myself." "The Ganges? Wouldn't that just make it dirtier?" As soon as Su Mushue finished speaking, Fang Yunyun slowly opened her eyes. "Brother Chen, Sister Su, you're all here." Although just awakened, Fang Yunyun sensed an unsettling atmosphere. "Cough, cough. Yunyun awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" "I feel fine. As though I've had a good sleep. I feel refreshed and energetic." Fang Yunyun immediately sat up straight. "Did you dream of anything while you were asleep?" Chen Tao continued his questioning. I dreamed a little," Fang Yunyun hesitantly replied. Chen Tao's heart raced with curiosity. Did she have a nightmare? Meanwhile, Su Mushue furrowed her brow, seemingly perceiving everything yet refraining from breaking the silence. "What was the dream? Can you elaborate? This is quite important. Also, did you hear any sounds before you awakened?" "That's a bit hard to say, just that I dreamed of myself, Sister Su, and Brother Chun," Fang Yunyun began, only to be interrupted by Su Mushue. "And me?" "Yes, you were there," Fang Yunyun responded, glancing around. Su Mushue gently rubbed her forehead and sighed. "Do you know what she dreamed about?" Chen Tao looked to Su Mushue, utterly perplexed by their cryptic exchange. "How could I possibly know?" Su Mushue reacted strongly. "You are truly perplexing." Chen Tao gazed at the two women, feeling somewhat helpless. "Did you hear any sounds before you awoke?" "Aside from the voices of you and Sister Su, there were no other sounds," Fang Yunyun replied, her cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Su Mushue, feeling uneasy, finally stood up and exited the room. "Did you not hear any words meant for humanity?" "No," Fang Yunyun answered resolutely. Chen Tao returned to his seat, reflecting on all the awakened individuals he had observed in Han Zhong's refuge. Each of them had heard a voice repeatedly echoing in their ears before awakening. For the survival of humanity. Yet, neither Su Mushue nor Fang Yunyun experienced this phenomenon. Was one of them lying, or was there a discrepancy in their awakening experiences? Could it be the primary awakening serum? Chen Tao suddenly recalled their most significant difference. When Su Mushue was awakening, he had injected her with the primary awakening serum to enhance her awakening effect. Conversely, Fang Yunyun's awakening was triggered by a needle containing the awakening serum piercing her skin. If this were indeed the case, then Han Zhong's dream should also have been devoid of sound. It appears that the only way to validate my hypothesis is to wait until Han Zhong awakens. Chen Tao rose, gazing at Fang Yunyun, and gently said, "It's all right. You should rest well for now. However, I have already rested sufficiently and feel invigorated. Let me do something. Fang Yunyan replied. Do something? I have something to construct. Here are the blueprints. Give it a try. Chen Tao retrieved the blueprints for the fully automated maintenance station from his phone. Very well, no problem. Fang Yunyan examined the blueprints for a while before returning the phone to Chen Tao. Hey, aren't you taking your phone with you? Seeing Fang Yunyan head outside, Chen Tao couldn't help but inquire. I believe I have memorized most of the blueprints. Fang Yunyan waved her hand dismissively and continued on her way. Goodness, is this person even human? To be precise, awakened individuals can hardly be considered human anymore. Chen Tao stroked his chin, confirming Fang Yunyan's extraordinary abilities. Brother Chen. While Chen Tao was lost in thought, Fang Yunyan peeked her head back inside. Where is the manufacturing area? On the 3rd floor. Oh, then I shall head there. Though awakened, it seems my mind still isn't quite sharp. Chen Tao shook his head, having not rested the entire night. He began to feel a touch drowsy after Fang Yunyan's awakening. He returned to his room, entered the training pod, and adjusted the gravity to 9 times normal, ensuring it wouldn't disrupt his rest. 4 hours later, upon awakening, Chen Tao strolled to the processing room on the 3rd floor. 2 massive machines stood prominently in the center of the room. Brother Chen, you're awake? I forgot to ask how many you wanted to build, so I started with 2. You made all of this? Chen Tao was taken aback. Even if he were given an entire day to construct a fully automated maintenance station, it would undoubtedly be insufficient. Absurd. Though Fang Yunyan lacks combat prowess, her manufacturing abilities are unparalleled in strength. With her presence, concerns about the inadequacy of the base's defensive structures are unwarranted. She possesses blueprints for sentry machine guns, electromagnetic storm traps, and high-energy laser cannons. How many of these are needed? Chen Tao, as if he had discovered a beacon of hope, eagerly handed all the blueprints to Fang Yunyan. Previously, he had been unable to manage the weapon production on his own. Had it not been for the necessity of survival, he would have refrained from engaging with such devices. With Fang Yunyan here, liberation is finally within reach. Chen Tao rejoiced inwardly. Chapter 79. Rest assured, Sister Su, we are allies. Second update. What did Chen Tao do to me that you promised him you wouldn't tell me? Su Muxue inquired, standing beside Fang Yunyan in the processing room on the 3rd floor. I promised Brother Chen I wouldn't disclose it to Sister Su. Fang Yunyan replied, somewhat troubled. You agreed not to tell me, but you didn't promise me that. Sharing this with me is unrelated to him. Su Muxue laughed. Well, that seems somewhat reasonable. Actually, there's nothing much to it. I misunderstood Brother Chen. That day, he went to administer some sort of injection to you and pulled down your clothes, which I saw. And I thought he intended something else. Fang Yunyan explained. He pulled down my clothes. Su Muxue's eyes widened in shock. And no, not completely. Just your arm was exposed while he was administering the injection. Fang Yunyan quickly gestured to her shoulder. Upon hearing this, Su Muxue sighed in relief. She had no intention of dwelling on the matter further, and observing Fang Yunyan's demeanor, she noted her lack of cunning. In the future, if you find yourself in danger, I will do everything in my power to protect you. However, there are certain matters you must not conceal from me. Rest assured, Sister Su, we are allies. Fang Yunyan nodded earnestly. You carry on. I shall not intrude upon your work. With that, Su Muxue departed from the processing room. The clock on the wall indicated 8 in the morning, yet the external surveillance revealed a shroud of darkness. With a resounding clap, Chen Tao activated the high-intensity floodlights both inside and outside the compound, illuminating the surroundings. He harbored no fears of attracting zombies. In fact, he welcomed their presence, as it would accelerate the growth of his domain frequency energy. After all, aside from the tyrant-level zombie, the base's defenses could withstand any other zombie assaults. Initiate high-energy laser cannon diagnostics. Chen Tao commanded on the computer. The diagnostics for the high-energy laser cannon completed, revealing minor deformation of the casing that did not impede its normal operation. The laser emitter was also examined, showing no damage and functioning correctly. The perimeter walls were assessed and found intact, without any damage. By observing the surveillance feed and the readings from the base's monitoring equipment, Chen Tao was able to ascertain that all weapons within and outside the base were operational, and the power system exhibited no anomalies. Prepare for the imminent emergence of tyrant-level zombies. Chen Tao settled into his chair within the surveillance room. Outside the base, a considerable number of zombie corpses lay scattered. I shall venture forth to clear them away. Su Mushua strolled into the monitoring chamber and, through the screens, discerned a multitude of deceased zombies beyond the walls. They had not been felled by the base's weaponry, but rather succumbed to the volcanic eruption. From now on, I must carry this. Chen Tao produced a gas mask and protective suit. Does a volcanic eruption generate radiation? It is not radiation. The air outside is laden with sulfur compounds and dust. Contact with the eyes can lead to immediate blindness, and inhalation of these toxic gases can suffocate a person. Chen Tao elucidated. Then, is the combat armor rendered useless? In a few days, the contaminants will settle, at which point we can discard the protective gear for the armor. However, the eruption has only recently occurred, and pollution is at its peak. Occasional aftershocks may arise, so it is best not to venture outside. Chen Tao advised. Then I shall return to the training pod. Su Mushua nodded in agreement. Chen Tao remained in the monitoring room, observing the conditions surrounding the base. The suspended dust in the air rendered visibility exceedingly low. However, the surveillance system had been enhanced by Chen Tao, and with the assistance of powerful spotlights, he was still able to clearly perceive all happenings both inside and outside the base. He noted that the fallen zombies frequently twitched, indicating they were not entirely deceased. Their once decayed skin had been thoroughly eroded by sulfur compounds, exposing flesh and bone, with some zombies even emitting wisps of black smoke. Remarkably, they had not perished. It appears the vitality of these zombies is exceptionally resilient. Only by obliterating the metallic matter within their brains can they be utterly vanquished. Chen Tao focused intently on the transformations of the zombies, when suddenly, a bloodied and mangled zombie sprang to its feet. Goodness, it has risen again. Chen Tao recoiled in shock. This unforeseen spectacle was indeed terrifying. The zombie, corroded by sulfur compounds, retained only remnants of flesh, with some areas revealing ghastly white bone. Shortly after rising, its flesh began to scab over, a layer of blackened hardshell adhering to its body. Type: mutated zombie. Level: enhanced. Threat: 329. Characteristics: defense superior to that of ordinary enhanced zombies, movements more agile. Metal objects it contacts will suffer severe corrosion. Weakness: head. This level of threat is second only to that of the bionic mechanical hounds. Chen Tao furrowed his brow. During his visit to the biotech group, those bionic dogs had indeed posed considerable challenges for him. Without the long-range electromagnetic gun, he might have required significantly more time. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Shortly after the first zombie stood, a multitude of surrounding zombies rose as well. Moreover, all of their levels were enhanced. It seems the sulfur compounds have indeed fortified these zombies. Chen Tao's expression subtly shifted. Initially, these enhanced zombies posed a considerable challenge, but after undergoing further augmentation, the base's weaponry would likely struggle to inflict fatal damage upon them. ZZZ. In the monitoring room, Chen Tao activated the high-energy laser cannon, unleashing a powerful beam that struck the first standing zombie. Poof! A plume of black smoke erupted from the zombie's body, leaving a moderate indentation on its head. Yet it remained unpierced. ZZZ. Another intense beam shot forth, this time lasting longer, and the depression in the zombie's head deepened further. Bang! Like a watermelon plummeting from a great height, the zombie's skull exploded instantaneously, its remaining body collapsing slowly to the ground. The might of the high-energy laser cannon was indeed formidable, capable of dispatching zombies of this caliber. However, the duration required to eliminate a single zombie was excessive, and the electrical energy consumed necessitated the absorption of more than 2 zombies to replenish. Given such consumption rates, sustained attacks would be utterly unfeasible. Chen Tao frowned slightly. Bang! The reactivated zombies began to assault the base's walls. Given the wall's defensive capabilities, withstanding such attacks posed no issue. However, the high-energy laser cannons stationed atop the walls were not as resilient. Chen Tao rose, realizing that he must venture out to eliminate this troublesome predicament. Chapter 80. Repaired. But dozens of parts remain. Third update. Sizzle. The Xian iron gun was withdrawn from the zombie's head. Such a gruesome scene had become second nature to Chen Tao. Was this the finesse that could shatter 1,000 pounds? Chen Tao retracted the Xian iron gun, surveying his surroundings, where all the mutated zombies lay defeated. Under the guidance of Su Mushua, Chen Tao had made remarkable progress in marksmanship, gaining a nascent understanding of finesse. In the past, facing such a multitude of formidable zombies, even with utmost effort, he might not have been able to vanquish them all, and he could have sustained severe injuries himself. Yet now, he felt as if he had merely completed a warm-up exercise. Before he even commenced serious exertion, all the zombies had already fallen. However, after eliminating the zombies, Chen Tao noticed that the Xian iron gun felt significantly lighter in his grasp, not due to an increase in his strength, but rather because the weapon seemed to have corroded. He refrained from inspecting the state of the Xian iron gun and instead retrieved a power bank, aligning the interface with the zombie corpses to rapidly convert energy. The energy harvested from these zombies surpassed that of ordinary ones by more than threefold. It appeared that the stronger the zombie, the more energy it provided, which would adequately suffice for the consumption of the high-energy laser cannon. Nevertheless, the power of the high-energy laser cannon was somewhat lacking, and the speed of elimination was relatively slow, due to material constraints. The weapons Chen Tao had crafted were essentially simplified versions, still exhibiting a considerable gap in performance compared to true high-energy laser cannons. He believed that if he could manufacture the complete high-energy laser cannon according to the blueprints, these mutated zombies would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Without materials, all was but a futile notion. Chen Tao sighed. Soon, only 4 or 5 corpses of the mutated zombies remained outside the base. Chen Tao chose not to convert them into energy, but instead brought them directly back to the laboratory. Brother Chen, I have completed the task you entrusted to me, Fang Yunyun exclaimed as she approached the laboratory entrance. At that moment, Chen Tao was dissecting a mutated zombie, and upon seeing Fang Yunyun approach, he hurriedly obscured the dissection table with a curtain. Among the 3 of them, Fang Yunyun possessed the most timid disposition. Witnessing such a gruesome and bloody scene would likely haunt her for days, rendering her unable to eat or sleep. Did you say those weapons are all completed? After ensuring the curtain was properly in place, Chen Tao regarded Fang Yunyun with incredulity. Yes, many of the metal materials did not meet the design specifications, so I had to create a simplified version, but it was done quickly. So soon? Are they functional? Chen Tao expressed skepticism, suspecting that Fang Yunyun might have merely assembled an empty shell. I'm not entirely sure, but I didn't dare to test them in the processing room. They should work, right? Fang Yunyun replied uncertainly. Let us move them out for a trial. Chen Tao operated the transport machine to position the fully automated maintenance station beside the wall and connected all the circuits. Start. Chen Tao pressed the activation button of the fully automated maintenance station. The skylight of the station slowly opened, and a mechanical arm extended from within, moving towards the high-energy laser cannon, where dazzling lights flickered as the cannon was swiftly repaired. It's truly effective, Chen Tao exclaimed with delight. Following the previous layout, he proceeded to install the remaining sentry machine guns, high-energy laser cannons, and electromagnetic storm traps in their designated places. This is outrageous. How can it be done so quickly? Fang Yunyun's awakened abilities aligned closely with Chen Tao's expectations, yet the results exceeded his wildest imagination. After more than an hour, all weapons and traps were set up, and Chen Tao returned to the base interior. Brother Chen, how did those weapons perform? Fang Yunyun inquired nervously as she stepped forward. They are functional and operating normally. But how did you manage to accomplish this? Chen Tao could not restrain his curiosity. I'm not entirely sure. After awakening, my comprehension of many things has significantly improved. The materials you previously asked me to review were nearly incomprehensible to me, but now it all seems clear. Not only in weapon manufacturing, but also in medicine. It's as if I've performed thousands of surgeries. Fang Yunyun spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Chen Tao felt a surge of excitement and quickly asked, "Can you create a chip? I can provide you with the blueprints." He had long intended to craft a mechanical arm for Jiang Yingyu and even possessed the blueprints for human mechanical modifications. Yet the initial hurdle of the chip and brain-machine interface had stymied him. I'm not certain, but I can certainly try, Fang Yunyun replied. Let us go and give it a shot. Chen Tao seemed to perceive a glimmer of hope and eagerly grasped Fang Yunyun's hand, making his way towards the laboratory. Feeling the warmth of Chen Tao's palm, Fang Yunyun's heart began to race, akin to a lost little rabbit frantically bumping about. I must admonish you. Your physical condition is rather poor. After merely a few steps, you are panting and sweating profusely. This simply won't do. Chen Tao's voice broke through Fang Yunyun's fanciful thoughts, grounding her back in reality. I shall certainly pay heed to exercising in the future. Fang Yunyun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chen Tao handed his phone to Fang Yunyun and dragged over the remains of several bionic mechanical dogs from the corner. These can be disassembled at will. I had intended to follow the blueprints and use these bionic models as references to recreate them. However, the complexity is quite daunting. Chen Tao furrowed his brow. Let me first examine the blueprints. Fang Yunyun opened the phone and meticulously reviewed all the diagrams related to human-machine modifications. Observing Fang Yunyun's focused demeanor, Chen Tao refrained from interrupting, patiently waiting by her side. As time passed, Chen Tao, after stifling a few yawns, succumbed to slumber in a chair. Meanwhile, Fang Yunyun began utilizing the base's computer to access a plethora of research papers on chip processing and bionic manufacturing, subsequently dismantling the bionic mechanical dog. Inside the bionic dog lay a surveillance listening system capable of transmitting information even in the absence of a signal. Fortunately, it had been compromised by a strong electromagnetic force. However, protecting against electromagnetic interference is relatively simple. One merely needs to filter out the electromagnetic waves. Why, then, had this machine not incorporated such a feature? As Fang Yunyun completely disassembled the bionic dog, she uncovered numerous vulnerabilities. Talking to herself, she repaired and reassembled the bionic mechanical dog. Yunyun, what are you doing? Chen Tao awoke to find Fang Yunyun applying fur to the bionic dog. This dog looks rather bare. It appears much more endearing with its fluffy coat. Is this the bionic mechanical dog? Chen Tao inquired. Indeed, I have repaired it. Fang Yunyun nodded affirmatively. Those, Chen Tao pointed to the numerous spare parts scattered on the floor, are from the bionic dog? Precisely, Fang Yunyun replied. I salvaged the damaged bionic dog. And now we have dozens of surplus parts. This situation seems rather dubious. Chapter 81. Basic anti-corrosion on the third floor of the base, in the processing room. Fang Yunyun had successfully affixed fur to the bionic dog. Compared to the original, her restored version was notably smaller. Chen Tao harbored serious doubts that Fang Yunyun intended to keep them as playful pet dogs. Brother Chen, I shall install a command software on your phone, allowing you to issue commands directly through it, Fang Yunyun announced, taking Chen Tao's phone and moving to the computer to commence programming. Perhaps you should download it onto your phone. It would be nice to take it for a stroll now and then, Chen Tao suggested. Very well. Without Chen Tao's consent, Fang Yunyun proceeded to install the software on her phone. Chen Ge, would you like to give it a try? Observing the endearing little dog, Chen Tao felt somewhat exasperated. With the imminent threat of the tyrannical zombies drawing closer, it seemed rather imprudent to squander time, energy, and resources on such trivial matters. However, recognizing that Fang Yunyun was a young lady of significance to him, he refrained from reproaching her. Let us hold off on trying it for now. Oh, I have nearly comprehended the principles behind the mechanical arm. However, the entire manufacturing process may require considerable time. Are you suggesting that it can be created? Absolutely. Fang Yunyun nodded affirmatively. Excellent. Should you require any materials, do let me know, and I shall find a way. The resources here are ample, and the processing equipment is quite comprehensive. All right, you focus on your work. I shall not disturb you. Should you need anything, feel free to summon me. Rest assured. Chen Ge. As Fang Yunyun watched Chen Tao depart, she bent down to stroke the bionic mechanical dog. I haven't given you a name yet. What shall it be? How about Duo? What do you think? Woof woof. The bionic mechanical dog exhibited no flaws, resembling a living pet. I knew you would like it. Hello, Duo. My name is Yunyun. Woof woof. Duo nuzzled its head against Fang Yunyun's chin. All right, I have many tasks to attend to. Woof woof. Duo nodded eagerly and raced to the processing table, curiously inspecting everything around. Fang Yunyun smiled gently and followed suit towards the processing table. If the goal were merely to replace a lost limb and allow for normal movement, creating the mechanical arm would be an exceptionally straightforward task. However, manufacturing it according to Chen Tao's design schematics proved to be far more complex. This mechanical arm not only needed to move fluidly, but also withstand tremendous impacts. Becoming the sharpest of weapons. Duo, could you forge those metals while I work on the chip? Fang Yunyun organized all the materials and components before formally commencing her task. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the laboratory, Chen Tao continued his dissection of the mutated zombies. The sulfides had completely fused with the zombies' dermal tissue, forming a layer of black, hard shell that ordinary weapons could not penetrate. Moreover, a highly corrosive slime adhered to this hard shell. It was this very unknown slime that had corroded Chen Tao's mystical iron gun. Tests revealed that the corrosiveness of this liquid surpassed even that of aqua regia. However, it showed no corrosive effect on polytetrafluoroethylene, high-grade alkanes, and certain metallic elements. Chen Tao's mystical iron gun had undergone 4 enhancements and was only corroded around the edges after vanquishing the mutated zombies. In contrast, metals such as gold, silver, and iron could be completely dissolved within mere seconds. It appears that close-range weapons are no longer viable against these zombies. This liquid contains many substances that are not corrosive, yet none can be crafted into weapons of high tensile strength. The damage inflicted by ranged weapons is insufficient. Even if a complete high-energy laser cannon were to be manufactured, capable of effortlessly exterminating these undead, it remains unwieldy and impractical for outdoor excursions, leaving one still without a suitable weapon. The apocalyptic shop. A spark of inspiration ignited in Chen Tao's mind as he hastily seized his phone and opened the apocalyptic simulator. He selected the 3rd row of the shop and the 2nd item, basic anti-corrosion coating formula. Energy consumption, 4,000, proximity required. Chen Tao had previously encountered this item, but it was of no use at that time, so he refrained from expending any energy. However, it has now become imperative to procure this anti-corrosion formula. With over 6,000 units of energy still at his disposal, and having dispatched numerous zombies today, more would surely come by evening. He made his purchase without hesitation. The materials required included aberrant zombie blood, an active diluent, a thixotropic agent, and a hardener. Aside from the aberrant zombie blood, all other components were readily available in the base S general supplies, considered commonplace materials. The aberrant zombie blood, however, lay right before Chen Tao. The entire preparation process proceeded with remarkable simplicity and efficiency. He first applied a layer of the basic anti-corrosion coating to his Xian iron gun, which gleamed more brightly and felt far more comfortable in his grasp. Bang! Chen Tao placed the Xian iron gun against several other aberrant zombies, and no signs of corrosion manifested. Indeed, it proved effective. Chen Tao nodded approvingly. Oh, the blade of Mu Shui also requires a coating. With the coating in hand, he made his way to Su Mu Shui's room. The volcano had finally erupted. Without the winter of the volcano, the efficacy of the T2 virus would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Dr. T observed through the surveillance monitors the transformed zombies outside, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Doctor, the dissection analysis of the 18th awakened individual from the Jiangxing refuge has been completed. A man in a white lab coat entered the laboratory, carrying a folder. Unknown serum? This serum possesses potent immunological properties, capable of preventing viral invasion of the nervous system and obstructing the formation of T substances in the brain, while still allowing for cellular enhancement. Do you know the source of this serum? Team leader Zhang mentioned that it originated from Chen Tao. Once again, Chen Tao? Doctor. T squinted his eyes. Indeed. Team leader Zhang also indicated that Chen Tao's strength may have reached an A rank. Have the test results for the T-2008 serum from Binhai been released? The virus has undergone numerous uncontrollable mutations. Producing it will require extensive experimentation, taking at least 3 months to several years. Ensure that Binhai sends over the T-2008. Dr. T commanded. T-2008 encountered a minor issue, and they planned to first breach the coastal shelter, where they discovered several individuals of significant research value. The man responded with utmost respect. Immediately summoned T-2008. The research value of Chen Tao far surpasses that of those ordinary humans. Dr. T's voice rang out sternly. The prioritization of the Jiangxing region was established by headquarters, ranking above all other domestic areas. Then I shall notify them. The man hastily replied. Not a notification, but an order. Should they dare to delay, I will promptly request headquarters to withdraw from the coastal pilot. The man bowed in acknowledgement and swiftly exited the laboratory. Chen Tao, Class A, with a peculiar serum. Fascinating. Doctor. T squinted his eyes, revealing a sinister glint. Chapter 82. Her name is Duo, and I gave birth to her. Bang. Su Mushua executed a graceful turn, delivering a perfect spinning kick that struck the door. The door, along with Chen Tao, was propelled outside, crashing harshly onto the ground. Why didn't you knock? Su Mushua quickly grabbed a towel to wrap around her damp form. Cough, cough. Chen Tao clutched his chest, staggering to his feet. Su Mushua had restrained her strength, otherwise Chen Tao would have been unable to rise for several minutes. I just mixed up a new paint, and was so excited to tell you right away. Plus, you didn't T-lock the door. It opened by itself when I pushed. Chen Tao explained awkwardly, glancing at Su Mushua. And you still looked Su Muxue glared in anger. You were already wrapped up, and I truly saw nothing. I swear. Chen Tao insisted earnestly. The towel, relatively thin, offered a subtle allure under the soft glow of the light. Get out, I need to change. But I'm right here. I'm leaving this instant. Chen Tao yielded, standing up. Muxue, let me borrow your knife. I'll apply a corrosion-resistant coating. Su Muxue suppressed her fury, her long, fair legs stamping down fiercely on the ground. The knife on the floor rebounded from the impact, and Su Muxue leapt, kicking the blade's handle. The knife soared toward Chen Tao like an arrow loosed from its bow. He quickly dodged, and the knife lodged itself firmly into the wall behind him. Is there anything else? Nothing. Chen Tao exclaimed, yanking the knife free and hastily departing. Half an hour later, Su Muxue, clad in a pristine martial arts uniform, approached the laboratory. Chen Tao, are you there? Her cold voice sent a shiver through Chen Tao inside. Yes, he called out, opening the laboratory door. Su Muxue entered with her hands behind her back. Momentarily taken aback by the sight of Chen Tao, fully armed as if prepared for a fierce battle. Where's my knife? Su Muxue inquired with a smile. It has been coated, it is still drying. Chen Tao gestured toward the knife resting on the weapon rack. Su Muxue nodded, tossing a dagger from her hand behind her back towards Chen Tao, who instinctively caught it. A dagger? Ding! Before Chen Tao could react, Su Muxue had already lunged forward. Gripping a short blade in her other hand, thrusting it towards him. She truly intends to strike. My marksmanship has nearly reached its peak. It's time to practice with the dagger. As she spoke, the short blade clashed against Chen Tao's armor, sending sparks flying. Without the armor, you would have perished. Whoosh! Su Muxue waved her hand again, the dagger slicing towards Chen Tao's neck. Ding! This time, Chen Tao reacted in a timely manner, parrying the blow with the dagger in his hand. Unyielding, Su Muxue pressed on, continuing their close combat. The long spear, while formidable, was restricted in close quarters. Close combat techniques are essential for survival and self-defense. Su Muxue continued. Chen Tao recalled the wild woman he had encountered not long ago, whose speed was astonishing. Had she been bolder, engaging him in close quarters, he might not have returned from that encounter. The clashing of the daggers echoed throughout the laboratory. Although their battle was intense, they caused no damage to the laboratory's equipment. 2 hours later, Chen Tao sat on the floor, breathing heavily. Su Muxue took a seat nearby, just showered, now drenched in sweat. I feel my close combat skills have significantly improved. Chen Tao glanced at the dagger in his hand. Not quite there yet. Su Muxue shot him a sidelong glance. This is just the beginning, I assent it. With teacher Su's guidance, I will undoubtedly progress rapidly. And fix my door when you get a chance. Rest assured, this time I will install an automatic locking mechanism. Once closed, no one will be able to open it. Chen Tao readily agreed. No sooner had he spoken than Fang Yunyun sent a message. Brother Chen, the mechanical arm is ready. Great, I'll be right there. Chen Tao replied. Fang Yunyun's speed exceeded Chen Tao's expectations, yet after the surprise from the last time, he managed to remain composed this time. Yunyun has completed the mechanical arm. Shall we go see it together? Chen Tao inquired. Su Muxue did not respond but nodded. The two ascended to the processing room on the 3rd floor. Woof woof. As soon as the door opened, a fluffy white dog barked at the entrance. What an adorable little dog. Upon seeing the puppy, Su Muxue's frosty demeanor melted away, and she immediately scooped it up. Yunyun, where did this little dog come from? Sister Su, her name is Duo. I gave birth to her. Huh. Both Su Muxue and Chen Tao were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances with Fang Yunyun. No, that was a slip of the tongue. I made her. Fang Yunyun quickly clarified. She often does this. You'll get used to it. Chen Tao shook his head and approached the processing table. Is this dog a fake? Su Muxue moved closer to Fang Yunyun. It cannot be entirely dismissed as false. It is a bio-inspired mechanism endowed with normal cognitive abilities and emotions, and its intelligence quotient can continually improve. The notion of mechanical intelligence evolving is rather daunting. Su Muxue furrowed her brows. Sister Su, do not worry. Duo is quite obedient. Fang Yunyun replied with a smile. This arm is incredibly heavy. Chen Tao exclaimed as he lifted the mechanical arm from the workbench. Even with his formidable strength, he found it somewhat strenuous, which attests to its considerable weight. Indeed, it is quite weighty. I made slight modifications to your design, enhancing its sturdiness and offensive capabilities. Fang Yunyun remarked, approaching Chen Tao. This is the interface for recharging. The palm can be opened to unleash lasers and electromagnetic assaults on adversaries. It can be detached through brain control and transformed into a lightsaber, if the materials suffice. I can even continue to upgrade it. How impressive does that sound? Fang Yunyun raised her chin, a hint of pride illuminating her expression. It was the first time Chen Tao had witnessed such confidence in her. Without a doubt, she possessed the merit to feel this way. This device is indeed formidable. If it truly operates as you describe, I would certainly stand no chance. Su Muxue marveled. Indeed, I almost considered detaching my own arm to attach this one. But it is far too heavy for me to lift. Fang Yunyun shrugged. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Chen Tao nodded in admiration. Brother Chen, whom do you intend to give this to? Fang Yunyun inquired softly. The girl from the 6th floor, your neighbor. Su Muxue replied. Oh, that little girl? Does she possess such strength? Fang Yunyun asked incredulously. She should, after all, she is an elite-level zombie. Chen Tao stroked his chin. Ah, Fang Yunyun squealed, an elite-level zombie. You are still quite the sensationalist. Chen Tao patted Fang Yunyun on the shoulder. But Coco is a zombie. Fang Yunyun struggled to accept this. Chapter 83. Preserving One's Life. On the 3rd floor of the base, Fang Yunyun carefully grasped a diminutive black chip with tweezers. Once this chip is implanted in her brain, can I control her? Chen Tao inquired. Not this one. It is designed to control the mechanical arm and leg. Fang Yunyun shook her head. Chen Tao had not made this request prior to the creation process. Could it be modified? Chen Tao asked. It can, but some imperfections may arise, Fang Yunyun replied. Her brows knitted in concern. What kind of imperfections? Chen Tao pressed on. Due to the lack of database support, there will be deviations when executing commands. And there may be delays when issuing commands spontaneously. Most importantly, she must erase all memories, becoming an emotionless machine, if she retains subjective judgment. It may conflict with your commands, leading to dire consequences. According to Fang Yunyun's current technological prowess, she can only transform Zhang Yingyu into a more advanced bionic robot, albeit with half of her flesh remaining intact and the other half being mechanical. Consequently, Zhang Yingyu would inherit all the shortcomings of bionic robots. Furthermore, erasing all her memories would be tantamount to killing her. Brother Chen, I believe we should wait until she awakens before making any decisions, suggested Fang Yunyun. Indeed, we should observe her condition once Zhang Yingyu regains consciousness, agreed Su Muxue. Before installing her mechanical arm, I can also implement a safeguard. Fang Yunyun suddenly conceived a more prudent approach. What kind of safeguard? We could program the chip to prevent her from issuing commands to harm Brother Chen. Should such an idea arise, a self-destruction protocol would be activated, Fang Yunyun explained. Chen Tao shook his head upon hearing this. What if she intends to kill me? She could simply approach me and then self-destruct. What I mean by self-destruction is that the chip would self-erase, damaging her brain and rendering her a vegetable, Fang Yunyun clarified. That sounds feasible. Let us incorporate that safeguard, and then wait for her to wake up for further observation. However, I feel there is no need to be overly fearful. Su Muxue remarked, her brows slightly furrowed. This isn't fear, it's caution. After receiving Chen Tao's approval, Fang Yunyun resumed her work on the chip, setting up a detonation program. This program was rather intricate, requiring Fang Yunyun a considerable amount of time to complete, while Chen Tao and Su Muxue returned to their respective quarters. According to the information garnered from the simulations, after her transformation, Zhang Yingyu would continuously assist Chen Tao in eradicating zombies, invariably perishing at the hands of tyrant-level zombies. However, given that Zhang Yingyu had awakened from a zombie state, Chen Tao remained somewhat apprehensive. End of the 25th day of the apocalypse. Survival points earned, 550. Remaining survival points, 2,439. Remaining domain frequency energy, 3,314. Due to changes in the real-world environment, the acquisition of domain frequency energy has been affected. Each kill of a zombie with strength below elite level grants 1 point of domain frequency energy. Each kill of an elite level zombie grants 30 points of domain frequency energy. Each kill of a tyrant level zombie grants 80 points of domain frequency energy. No wonder the domain frequency energy from mutated zombies is so meager. It seems I need to slay more zombies in the future. According to the simulator, Zhang Yingyu is expected to awaken today, and the number of nearby zombies is also set to increase. We can take her out to collect some domain frequency energy. Aside from domain frequency energy, his survival points are sufficient for 7 simulations. PLL also check for any new developments following the volcanic eruption. If all goes as planned, he will directly install the mechanical arm and leg for Jiang Yingyu today, whereas previous simulations indicated this would only occur on the 27th day. Additionally, he had visited the biological sciences sector, where Su Muxue crafted him exceptionally resilient armor. In addition, he also facilitated Han Zhong's premature awakening, and that shelter would become the ultimate variable. Chen Tao had refrained from simulating for several days, not wishing to squander simulation opportunities, instead opting to prepare thoroughly before assessing the outcomes. The apocalypse simulation has officially commenced. Day 1. Jiang Yingyu awakens, and you engaged in inquiries and testing with her. You and Fang Yunyun equipped Jiang Yingyu with mechanical arms and legs, and you ventured out with her to eliminate zombies. Day 2. You received news about the Jiangxing shelter, confirming Han Zhong's successful awakening. The number of zombies surrounding the base increased, and you and Jiang Yingyu went out to exterminate more zombies. Han Zhong's awakening was a success. Upon seeing this notification, Chen Tao felt a stir of excitement. He now possessed an additional asset to combat the tyrant-class zombies. Day 3. Fang Yunyun crafted 2 powerful bionic mechanical dogs. You proceeded to the bioscience group and retrieved the remaining bionic robots for Fang Yunyun to modify. Su Muxue and Jiang Yingyu dispatched a substantial number of zombies. You learned that the Binhai shelter had been breached by zombies, resulting in considerable losses. The information on this third day was rather extensive. Firstly, Fang Yunyun had produced stronger bionic dogs. Although the specifics of their strength were not mentioned, Chen Tao's willingness to risk another venture to the bioscience group post-volcanic eruption indicated the formidable power of these 2 bionic dogs. Moreover, Chen Tao returned unscathed, suggesting that the bioscience group was still relatively secure, albeit with some complications regarding the bionic beings. Secondly, the breach of the Binhai shelter occurred a day earlier than in previous simulations. Day 4, a zombie tide emerged, and you, Jiang Yingyu, and Su Muxue vanquished a multitude of zombies. You received news that it was indeed the tyrant-class zombies that had breached the Binhai shelter, and they were now heading towards Jiangxing. This is dire. It seems the tyrant-class zombies are arriving ahead of schedule. Chen Tao's expression shifted, as he recalled the numerous times he had fallen victim to these tyrant-class zombies in the simulations. Day 5. Fang Yunyun's bionic modifications were completed. You captured numerous mutated zombies for research with Fang Yunyun. Day 6. Significant progress was made in Kyoto's research on the zombie virus. As the first batch of zombies at the base began to awaken, the experiments on zombie awakening had commenced, though it remained uncertain how many zombies were included in this initial batch. Day 7. Survivors from Binhai appeared outside the base, but you chose not to take them in. You, Jiang Yingyu, and Su Muxue continued to eliminate zombies. Day 8. The tyrant-class zombies emerged and began their assault on the base. Caught unprepared, you scrambled to respond, sustaining severe injuries alongside Su Muxue. The bionic robots were damaged, but Han Zhong led the awakened individuals to join forces and ultimately vanquished the tyrant-class zombies. This occurred a full 2 days earlier. Given my nature, I would never confront a tyrant-class zombie without preparation. Yet in the simulation, I engaged directly, demonstrating the base's defenses were inadequate. Collaborating with Han Zhong and others could potentially lead to a decisive defeat of the tyrant-class zombies if proper preparations and defenses were established in advance. On the 9th day, Su Muxue's condition deteriorated, yet Fang Yunyun managed to provide treatment, preserving her life, albeit at a significant cost to her strength. While the number of zombies surrounding the base surged dramatically, Chen Tao consoled himself, reflecting on Su Muxue's remarkable recovery ability, grateful that she at least survived. On the 10th day, you regained your strength and ventured out with Jiang Yingyu to eliminate zombies. On the 11th day, the first wave of awakened zombies successfully emerged under Jiang Yingyu's command. You received news that numerous awakened individuals had gone missing from the Jiangxing refuge. On the 12th day, a tyrant-level zombie made its appearance, and you collaborated with Jiang Yingyu to fend it off. The first batch of awakened zombies was completely annihilated, and Han Zhong and his team arrived, delivering a crushing blow to the tyrant-level zombie. Chen Tao, upon reflecting on the information, resolved that had they prepared adequately from the outset, they could have vanquished the tyrant zombie. Chapter 84. The Slaughter of Thousands of Corpses. On the 6th floor of the base, Chen Tao was intently focused on his phone. On the 13th day, the second wave of zombies began to awaken. and the horde surrounding the base grew increasingly formidable, rendering defensive weapons ineffective. Yu and Jiang Yingyu continued to clear the zombies in the vicinity. On the 14th day, the base's outer wall collapsed, and all weaponry was destroyed. Yet Yu and Jiang Yingyu pressed on with the extermination of the surrounding zombies. The zombies were too powerful. If this base could not withstand them, how were other human refuges managing? Chen Tao pondered the situation. The base's walls had undergone 4 enhancements, and with the eye of insight, they were rated as intermediate fortifications. Not even volcanic eruptions, flash floods, or tsunamis could breach them. Yet now they failed to withstand the relentless assault of the zombies, showcasing their terrifying might. On the 15th day, beast-like mutated zombies appeared, breaching the 2nd floor of the base. The research team in Kyoto developed a vaccine that prevented transformation even after severe injury from zombies. And a potion capable of awakening ordinary individuals was also under development. How had these refuges managed to survive? My base defenses should be superior to theirs. How did they create an awakening potion? On the 16th day, you retreated to the 4th floor, facing a shortage of electrical power, while Jiang Yingyu's strength waned and Fang Yunyun was injured. On the 17th day, you fell back to the 5th floor. Jiang Yingyu perished in battle. Fang Yunyun was killed by zombies, and Su Muxua suffered severe injuries as the 2nd wave of awakened zombies arose. This was dire. Was Kyoto truly unscathed? On the 18th day, you led the 2nd wave of awakened zombies into a bloody battle, and Han Zhong arrived to provide support, covering your and Su Muxua's retreat to the Jiangxing refuge. Han Zhong displayed remarkable bravery. It seemed the awakening potion had not been misallocated. On the 19th day, the Jiangxing refuge came under siege from zombies, with a tyrant-level zombie emerging, significantly enhanced in power. Han Zhong and the other awakened souls fell in battle, and ultimately, you two succumbed to exhaustion against overwhelming odds. Summary: a total of 791 ordinary enhanced zombies slain, 821 mutated enhanced zombies defeated, 42 elite zombies vanquished. Surviving for 19 days. The residual domain frequency energy stands at 16,186. The formidable aberrant zombies yield but a meager amount of domain frequency energy, which seems utterly unreasonable. Chen Tao is already aware that the energy acquired from slaying aberrant zombies has diminished, yet he cannot help but voice his frustration. In a single simulation, having exterminated a total of 10,000 zombies, he has achieved the 10,000 corpses slaughter accomplishment. The 10,000 corpses slaughter indicates that excessive hunting of zombies draws their attention and animosity, while simultaneously instilling terror in the weaker ones. A mere 1,000 corpses slaughter once attracted a horde of zombies, and now, with the escalation to 10,000 corpses slaughter, other accomplishments offer some benefits. But these two achievements are akin to harbingers of death. Chen Tao previously regarded this accomplishment favorably, believing it would spare him the trouble of hunting zombies, as they would conveniently come to him for harvesting domain frequency energy. Yet, it now appears that fortune and misfortune are inextricably linked. According to the simulation data, as long as he prepares in advance, even if he cannot vanquish the tyrant-level zombies, they will be incapable of inflicting substantial harm upon him. Ironically, the most formidable challenge arises from the easily dispatched zombies, of which there are an overwhelming number. Chen Tao furrows his brow. Before the apocalypse, he had once recorded a survival streak of 100 days, yet at that time, he had merely been lurking in a refuge in Kyoto. Now, with the vast base standing as an immobile target, support is scarce, save for the Hanzhong refuge nearby. The prospect of fending off a tide of zombies presents considerable difficulty. Why, when such a large refuge in Kyoto remains unscathed, does this horde fixate on my humble sanctuary? Chen Tao seeds inwardly. In truth, during all prior simulations before the apocalypse, Chen Tao had never been as formidable as he is now, thus evading the attention of zombies. However, present circumstances have shifted dramatically. Both he and the entire base have garnered the focus of Dr. T and his associates, rendering the situation vastly different. After pacing in his room for a few moments, still without a solution, Fang Yunyun hurriedly approached Chen Tao's door. Brother Chen, that little girl is about to awaken. So early? Chen Tao glanced at his phone, noting that it was just past midnight. Subsequently, he and Fang Yunyun made their way to Jiang Yingyu's room. Standing by the bedside, Chen Tao observed as Fang Yunyun peered in from the doorway, while Su Muxua, wielding a spear, leaned against the entrance with her arms crossed. Please don't kill me. Mama. Jiang Yingyu's petite frame trembled incessantly, her pillow soaked with tears. Chen Tao grasped her icy left hand, and gradually, she fell silent. Time passed, and eventually, the tears at the corners of her eyes had dried. Outside, Fang Yunyun had returned to her room to rest, while Su Muxue remained motionless like a statue. Chen Tao's demeanor grew somewhat dazed. After all, his daily workload was substantial, compounded by the continuous need for planning and revising strategies. Without adequate sleep, he felt he could not endure. You should rest, Su Muxue spoke in a low voice. I will keep watch. If she awakens, I will call for you. No, I'm fine. Chen Tao involuntarily yawned. Su Muxue glanced at Chen Tao, but chose to remain silent. After a few minutes, Chen Tao, seated in a chair, tilted his head and fell into a deep slumber. Sister, where are we? Jiang Yingyu slowly opened her dark eyes, and the first sight that met her gaze was a warm smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Su Muxue had been focused on Jiang Yingyu and, noticing her eyelids fluttering, approached her with concern. This is a very safe place, Su Muxue reassured her with a smile. Had Chen Tao been awake at that moment, he would have been utterly astonished, for he had never witnessed Su Muxue's tenderness before. Uncle Chen Tao. Jiang Yingyu turned to look at the still sleeping Chen Tao. Do you feel any discomfort? Su Muxue asked gently. My arm. Where's my arm? Jiang Yingyu shook her head, suddenly realizing that her right arm was missing. Ah! A sharp pain shot through her head, as if countless steel needles were stabbing at her every nerve. Everything will be all right. Everything will be all right. Su Muxue quickly picked up Jiang Yingyu in her arms. Monsters are monsters. Jiang Yingyu cried out in fear, burying her head in Su Muxue's embrace. What? Are zombies coming? Where's my gun? The startled Chen Tao, awakened by Jiang Yingyu's cries, jumped up from his chair. Upon seeing Su Muxue holding Jiang Yingyu with a stern expression, he instantly became alert and awkwardly scratched his head. Even old tigers need to nap sometimes. Chapter 85. The installation of the mechanical arm. Uncle Chen, did I kill many people? Jiang Yingyu asked, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Chen Tao. No, those were not your actions. It was the wicked individuals controlling you who committed those acts, Chen Tao reassured her, gently patting her left shoulder. Will they control me again? Never again. I will ensure they can no longer manipulate you. Chen Tao replied with a serious expression. I trust you, Uncle Chen. Jiang Yingyu nodded earnestly. Do you feel any discomfort? Chen Tao inquired. Jiang Yingyu shook her head. I'm just a bit tired. She slowly closed her eyes once more. Jiang Yingyu had an elder brother, but he mysteriously vanished when she was 10 years old. In their quest to find him, her parents resigned from their jobs, and to this day, they have not uncovered any leads. With their financial stability shattered, the family of 3 was forced to relocate to the cheapest tenement for temporary shelter. On that fateful day, during the outbreak of the zombies, she witnessed her father being killed by one of them, saw him transform into a zombie, and witnessed her mother slay the creature. She and her mother fled to the 3rd floor, where former neighbors barricaded the stairs with furniture and iron rods. That night was etched in her memory. She could never forget the chilling cries that surrounded her and the sound of nails scraping against metal. Jiang Yingyu was terrified, suffering from a persistent high fever throughout the night. In her delirium, she saw her long-lost brother and the towering figure of her father. The zombies are merely hungry. Once satiated, they shall refrain from attacking us. Let us cast those 2 women aside. Jiang Yingyu felt someone pushing her. At that moment, a man appeared downstairs, as if descended from the heavens, vanquishing all the zombies. Jiang Yingyu vaguely recalled her mother requesting water from that man. Summoning all her strength, she opened her eyes. Through the gaps in the obstacles at the stairway, she discerned the man's figure. He was not remarkably handsome nor strikingly charming, yet he exuded an overwhelming sense of safety for Jiang Yingyu. It was as though she beheld the ethereal visage of her brother, soon followed by that of her father. The 2 spectral figures slowly merged, gradually solidifying into the likeness of that man. Jiang Yingyu, feverish and with her consciousness fading, found this image firmly etched in her mind. Later, she awoke within a transparent glass jar filled with liquid, surrounded by numerous individuals clad in white coats, bustling about. After an indeterminate time, a kindly elderly man approached her, his face radiating warmth, and behind him stood a remarkably familiar young man. Jiang Yingyu gazed at him, yearning for help, yet found herself unable to voice it. Soon, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. When she awakened again, she embarked on an endless spree of slaughter. with fleeting glimpses of a man's figure occasionally stirring her to brief lucidity. Hello, Xiaoyu. My name is Fang Yunyun. You may call me Sister Yunyun from now on. Jiang Yingyu opened her eyes to see a remarkably elegant young woman standing by her bedside with her hands clasped behind her back. Sister Yunyun, hello? From now on. I'll call you Xiaoyu. Is that all right? Fang Yunyun inquired. Certainly, my mother used to call me that. Jiang Yingyu replied. Is this your teddy bear? Fang Yunyun produced a dirty, patched teddy bear from behind her. Yes. Jiang Yingyu nodded vigorously. I've placed a small device inside this teddy bear. So whenever you feel bored, you can converse with it. Really? Jiang Yingyu was taken aback. Hello, Xiaoyu. I am the little brown bear. The teddy bear's voice was not mechanical but imbued with emotion, its tone rising and falling melodiously. Truly, it can really talk. Do you like it? Fang Yunyun asked. I do. Jiang Yingyu nodded repeatedly, accepting the teddy bear with her left hand and engaging it in conversation. Outside the room, Chen Tao and Su Mushua watched silently. Fang Yunyun has effectively won over Xiaoyu. Chen Tao chuckled ruefully. Can Xiaoyu truly slay zombies in this state? Su Mushua inquired, her brows furrowing slightly. It seemed Chen Tao suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Presently, Jiang Yingyu resembled an innocent child, while the act of killing zombies was undeniably brutal and sanguinary. Chen Tao's base was abundantly stocked, nurturing one more individual posed little burden. According to his plan, Jiang Yingyu is an indispensable asset in their battle. Without her, not only the impending zombie tide, but also the forthcoming tyrant-level zombies would be sufficient to annihilate them all. Su Mushua gazed at Jiang Yingyu, who wore a radiant smile inside the room, and sighed. I truly wish she wouldn't have to confront those zombies any longer, but reality dictates otherwise. Let us first take her for a test, suggested Chen Tao. In Chen Tao's laboratory, a new testing chamber had been added, resembling a double-door refrigerator. This was a creation of Fang Yunyun, who had constructed it while designing a mechanical arm for Jiang Yingyu. As soon as a person or a zombie stepped inside, it could swiftly assess various abilities and provide an overall score. Chen Tao's eye of insight was remarkably adept at analyzing machines, displaying an array of detailed data. However, when observing individuals or zombies, it only yielded general statistics regarding type, level, danger level, strengths, and weaknesses. Is this accurate? Chen Tao inquired. Absolutely accurate, Brother Chen. You can give it a try? Fang Yunyun replied with a smile. Skeptically, Chen Tao stepped inside. Ding. Intelligence, 120 strength, 380 agility, 150 overall ability, 180. What is the maximum score? Chen Tao asked, examining his results. There is no maximum score. For instance, an average person scores between 90 to 100 in intelligence. Those with above average intelligence score between 110 to 120. Exceptionally intelligent individuals range from 120 to 140. And geniuses score above 140. Fang Yunyun explained. Sister Su, why don't you give it a shot? All right. Su Mushua entered the chamber. Ding. Intelligence, 140 strength, 355 agility, 210 overall ability, 175. Wait a minute. I am only slightly lower in one category, so why is my overall ability not higher than his? Su Mushua pondered, perplexed by the data. Overall ability encompasses additional capabilities beyond these three metrics, including physical limits and future potential, among others. Fang Yunyun clarified. Have you tested yourself? Chen Tao asked. Not yet, Fang Yunyun replied as she stepped inside. Ding. Intelligence, 325 strength, 75 agility, 80 overall ability, 110. That intelligence is off the charts. Chen Tao exclaimed, his eyes widening. That intelligence doesn't include emotional intelligence, right? Su Mushua queried. Certainly not. Chen Tao responded. You are all teasing me. Fang Yunyun frowned. Uncle Chen, Sister Su, Yunyun Jia. Weren't we supposed to test my physical abilities? Jiang Yingyu timidly asked from the side. Ahem, let us first check if the machine works properly. Come here, Xiaoyu. Chen Tao beckoned. Ding. Intelligence, 125 strength, 320 agility, 100 overall ability, 175. Why does everyone have a higher intelligence than me? Chen Tao's expression turned visibly awkward as he reviewed the results. In truth, his intelligence has surpassed that of the vast majority of humanity. Yet the other three are even more inhuman. After assessing Jiang Yingyu's abilities, the group ultimately decided to equip her with mechanical arms and legs. Chapter 86. Do you believe in light? How do you feel? If there's any discomfort, I can make adjustments, Fang Yunyun gently inquired, standing beside Jiang Yingyu. Jiang Yingyu raised her right hand, examining her palm, and then the back of her hand, finally clenching her fist and extending it again. It feels just like my real arm. If you didn't remind me, I would almost forget it was artificial, she remarked with a smile. Take your time to adapt. If you encounter any issues, feel free to call me. Suddenly, an intense tremor shook the entire third floor of the base. The walls of the workshop, reinforced 4 times by Chen Tao, had reached an impervious state. Yet, at that moment, they were riddled with a multitude of cracks, and the northern wall was virtually obliterated, featuring a gaping circular hole nearly a meter in diameter, unfathomably deep. Fang Yunyun crouched down in fright, covering her head with her hands. Yunyun, are you all right? I didn't mean to. Jiang Yingyu hastily leapt from her bed and approached Fang Yunyun. I'm fine. It was just a bit sudden. Fang Yunyun feigned calmness. Were you not scared? Not scared. I just know that my Uncle Chen will definitely be upset about this. Jiang Yingyu's face was etched with concern. As she moved her arm, various methods of usage flooded her mind, imprinted directly into her memory with the implantation of the mechanical arm chip. What on earth happened? Chen Tao, sensing the violent tremors, rushed from the 5th floor laboratory to the 3rd floor workshop. Jiang Yingyu anxiously glanced at Chen Tao, quickly explaining, Uncle Chen, I didn't mean it. Are you hurt? Ignoring the chaos in the workshop, Chen Tao approached Jiang Yingyu, bending down to inspect her. No, Uncle Chen. Then it's all right. If anything here is damaged, it can be repaired. After all, you have Yunyun with you. Chen Tao affectionately ruffled Jiang Yingyu's hair. Upon hearing Chen Tao's comforting words, warmth surged through Jiang Yingyu's heart. Meanwhile, Fang Yunyun surveyed the surroundings and swallowed hard, filled with trepidation. Uncle Chen, do you believe in light? Jiang Yingyu posed a question that left Chen Tao perplexed. I do believe. I can feel strength coursing through my body. I want to eradicate all monsters like Ultraman. You, Uncle, and the sisters have given me light, and I shall use this light to shatter the darkness, Jiang Yingyu declared, clenching her right fist. Chen Tao was momentarily taken aback. He could never have anticipated such words from Jiang Yingyu. All right, let us together protect the earth. Chen Tao also clenched his fist. The large and small fists gently collided. Standing aside, Fang Yunyun began to weep. Is it truly that moving? Chen Tao rose and turned to Fang Yunyun. Unmoved, I simply yearn for rest. Fang Yunyun cast another glance at the damaged workbench and the wall nearby. Sister Yunyun, I can assist you, Jiang Yingyu offered. You are the best, Xiaoyu. A faint smile of gratitude graced Fang Yunyun's face. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Tao's phone emitted an alarm, prompting him to glance at it urgently. There are a few zombies outside. I shall handle them. I will go too, Jiang Yingyu quickly responded. You should first acclimate to your body, and besides, there are not many zombies. I will resolve this swiftly. Chen Tao shook his head, concerned that Jiang Yingyu might lose control and inadvertently dismantle the walls and turrets. Watching Chen Tao depart, Jiang Yingyu's expression turned somewhat despondent. Xiaoyu, Chen Gu is right. You must first master your own body to be of assistance. Otherwise, it may backfire, Fang Yunyun gently advised. Then I shall help Sister Yunyun tidy up here. Jiang Yingyu nodded in agreement. With Jiang Yingyu's assistance, Fang Yunyun quickly repaired the workbench, leaving the surrounding walls for Chen Tao to address. Sister Yunyun, could you help me sew a strap for my teddy bear? Jiang Yingyu produced her cherished toy. Do you wish to carry it on your back? Yes. It's the only item my mother left me. I want to keep it with me at all times. The teddy bear was not large, fitting on her back like a small backpack. I want to modify the inside, but I will not alter its appearance. Is that acceptable? Sewing a strap was merely a matter of minutes for Fang Yunyun, though she desired to enhance it further. Of course, Jiang Yingyu nodded. Fang Yunyun took the teddy bear and approached the workbench, swiftly assembling various intricate components. In just over an hour, the modifications were complete, the only change being that the tail had transformed into a cord. Typically, the mechanical arms and legs required charging only once a month. However, in combat, daily charging might be necessary. Additionally, in high-intensity battles, where significant electromagnetic or laser fire was required, energy might be depleted in less than half an hour. I have installed a storage and conversion device within this little bear's body. It can provide at least 2 additional charges and convert energy from a power bank. If the energy is depleted, simply insert the bear's tail into the power bank's port, Fang Yunyun explained in detail. She had initially intended to add a conversion device to the mechanical arm for direct power bank charging. However, each component of the mechanical arm and leg was designed for optimal offense and defense, and installing such an interface would inevitably lead to damage during intense combat, compromising the integrity of the arm and detracting from its aesthetic appeal. Jiang Yingyu joyfully accepted the teddy bear and immediately slung it over her back. How light! I expected it to be quite heavy. Crafted from the finest materials and adorned with a protective film, this item is designed to withstand the rigors of battle. During confrontations, it is inevitable that one might be splattered with the blood of zombies. However, with the protective layer in place, such stains will not adhere, Fang Yunyan remarked. The once dingy teddy bear, much like Jiang Yingyu, has undergone a remarkable transformation, yet both retain their original appearances. Sister Yunyan, you are truly wonderful. I have enhanced the testing chamber with additional functionalities that allow for simulated combat, enabling you to swiftly adapt to your physical changes while you are here. Fang Yunyan grasped Jiang Yingyu's hand and led her to the testing chamber. I shall enter now to acclimate myself to my body and assist Uncle Chen. Fang Yunyan furrowed her brow slightly. I call him Brother Chen, and you refer to him as Uncle. The hierarchy seems a bit muddled. Then I shall call you Aunt Yunyan, or perhaps Aunt Fang. No, it's better to call me Sister. Fang Yunyan shook her head vigorously. Chapter 87. I can fight monsters too. With a resounding thud, a powerful punch struck, causing the zombie's head to burst like a raw egg dropped from a great height, its brain splattering everywhere. In the distance, Chen Tao, witnessing this brutality, could not bear to keep his eyes open. How cruel. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Chen Tao had slain numerous zombies, primarily with a long spear or a blade, rarely engaging in close combat with sheer brute force. Uncle Chen, I can fight monsters too. Jiang Yingyu exclaimed with great excitement. Chen Tao nodded. I've seen it. It fell peacefully, with the zombies outside the base nearly eradicated. He had brought Jiang Yingyu out for some practical experience. Yet, she was still eager for more action, only to find the surroundings devoid of foes. Chen Tao approached her. Your right arm is capable of ranged attacks. I know. I've simulated it hundreds of times in the testing chamber. Jiang Yingyu replied with a nod. Then why don't you use it? Chen Tao inquired, puzzled. I prefer this method, akin to Ultraman battling monsters. Only at the end does he unleash his ultimate move, prior to which it is all about landing punch after punch. Moreover, Sister Yinyun mentioned that utilizing lasers and electromagnetism would result in significant energy expenditure. Thus, I should avoid using them. Jiang Yingyu answered. You call this Ultraman fighting monsters? This is clearly Lu Zhishan battling the gatekeeper. Chen Tao silently scoffed. Brother Chen, lunch is ready. Fang Yunyan sent Chen Tao a voice message via her phone. Xiaoyu, lunch is prepared. Let us return. Chen Tao led Jiang Yingyu back to the 6th underground level, arriving at the dining area. Fang Yunyan had prepared a lavish spread to formally welcome Jiang Yingyu into their fold. Such extravagance? You've even brought out the juice? As Chen Tao settled into his chair, Fang Yunyan presented the stock juice. This being our first team-building event, we must naturally bring out our best. Fang Yunyan poured juice for everyone. Let us all raise our glasses to welcome Xiaoyu into our family. With her cup raised high, the others enthusiastically followed suit, lifting their glasses and drinking in unison. Next, let us invite our leader to speak. Fang Yunyan turned her gaze towards Chen Tao. Chen Tao was momentarily taken aback. Ahem, everyone, enjoy your meal. Is that all? Fang Yunyan blinked. Enjoy your meal. That's it. Dig in before the dishes cool. Chen Tao picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. There is no sense of ceremony at all. Fang Yunyan murmured to herself, then promptly took up her chopsticks to serve some dishes to Jiang Yingyu. She wished to elevate the atmosphere. Even though she had awakened and felt safe in this moment, the lingering sense of oppression and fear still haunted her. Unfortunately, her efforts to enliven the mood proved futile. The team-building event remained quietly subdued. Chen Tao was the first to finish his meal. As he set down his chopsticks, he turned his attention to Jiang Yingyu. Xiaoyu, let us go out this afternoon. Where to? Both Su Muxue and Fang Yunyan inquired in unison, while Jiang Yingyu continued to eat with her head bowed. To the biological science group, to bring back the bionic machinery. Chen Tao replied. Xiaoyu just installed the mechanical arm today. Let her adjust for a couple more days. I'll accompany you instead, Su Muxue suggested. Initially, Chen Tao had some reservations about taking Jiang Yingyu along, but after observing her throughout the morning and conducting a recent test, He felt confident that her presence would not pose significant issues. Fang Yunyun's ability to modify the bionic machinery was also a crucial asset for Chen Tao. In the simulation, he had planned to go to the biological science group 2 days later to retrieve the machinery, and Fang Yunyun would then spend another 2 days on modifications, consuming a total of 4 days. Chen Tao intended to expedite all preparations so that they would be well equipped before the arrival of the tyrant-level zombies. The air outside was laden with dust and toxic gases. Should you accompany me, you will need to wear protective gear, which will significantly hinder your combat capabilities. Chen Tao shook his head. He possessed immunity to the virus, while Jiang Yingyu, being partially mechanical, was less affected by external pollutants. Furthermore, he was quite familiar with the biological science group, and the bionic machinery posed no threat to him. Taking Xiaoyu with him was also an opportunity for her to acclimate to the environment. You need not worry, Chen Tao continued. Uncle Chen, when are we leaving? Jiang Yingyu asked, her eyes bright. Today was the most substantial meal she had enjoyed in 2 years. We'll digest for a bit after our meal. Then we shall set off. Chen Tao replied with a smile. Both Fang Yunyun and Su Muxue were well aware of Jiang Yingyu's capabilities, and with Chen Tao accompanying her, their safety was assured. Yet, the thought of the innocent, sweet girl facing the brutal horrors of zombies stirred their hearts with compassion. While Chen Tao took Jiang Yingyu outside to confront the zombies, Fang Yunyun was busy cooking, and Su Muxue was in her training pod in her room. Had they witnessed Jiang Yingyu slaying zombies firsthand, their worries would surely have dissipated. Chen Ge, I believe it's a bit premature to take Xiaoyu out now. Fang Yunyun hesitated momentarily before looking at Chen Tao. Time is not on our side. The toxic gases emitted by the volcanic eruptions significantly amplify the threat posed by the zombies. If we do not prepare soon, we may not survive beyond 20 days. Chen Tao stated earnestly. Sister Yunyun, Sister Su, you need not worry. I am capable, Jiang Yingyu declared with determination. Her unwavering strength only served to pierce deeper into the softest recesses of Fang Yunyun and Su Muxue's hearts. It will only take us an hour to return. Chen Tao rose, intending to rest a while longer, but upon assessing the situation, he realized that delaying further would only lead to the 2 women refusing to let him go. Xiaoyu, let us depart. All right. Jiang Yingyu followed Chen Tao, hastening towards the exit. As Fang Yunyun watched their retreating figures, an inexplicable sadness surged within her. She was still so young, and in this apocalyptic world, she would inevitably have to confront certain realities. Damn this apocalypse, damn these zombies. Fang Yunyun exclaimed vehemently. If curses held any power, those zombies would have perished long ago. We must find ways to continue arming ourselves. Indeed, Su Muxue affirmed. Sister Su, do you have something to discuss with me? Fang Yunyun turned to see Su Muxue gazing intently at her. With a sharp motion, Su Muxue placed her spear on the table. Can it be modified? I believe so, but what alterations does Sister Su desire? The stronger, the better, but it must not affect the blade. Su Muxue responded. Altering it without impacting the blade may prove challenging, but I can certainly attempt it. Fang Yunyun said as she tried to lift the spear from the table, only to find it too heavy to raise even with both hands. Shall I take it to your workshop? Su Muxue inquired. Yes. Fang Yunyun nodded.